best kept secret. I don't know why, but I still try to keep it. You got me in pieces, cause you know you're my muse, you're my weakness. I'll do anything, anything for you. I'll do anything, anything not to lose you. So I'll keep my mouth shut. Cause having you is such a rush. Got me feeling so used. Got me acting confused. Got on all myself, baby, I'll prove you real. It's all that you love and you lose. Cause all that you love and you lose. Living in black and white, the way you look at me, yeah, it stops time. Baby, you're my lifeline, so close, oh, we're so intertwined. I'll do anything, anything for you. I'll do anything, anything not to lose you. So I'll keep my mouth
Yo, what's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Louis V Titan here. I'm joined with Tools, and today is the second 2v2 open for LVT Halo. Another $1,000 on the line. Garrett, how you doing today, man?
Fantastic today. My voice is just a little bit better. I don't think I'm at 100%, but as close as I can be to it. And well, we got over 100 2v2 teams. We capped out, but a couple teams missed a check-in, so not a full 128 tournament, but just about damn near. A lot of 2v2 action here today.
And if you're on the YouTube, I'll just break it to you right now. Stellar Tribute decided not to play today. They said there weren't enough pros. But nevertheless, number 1 seed, we got Renegade and Frosty. Number 2 seed, probably Spartan Boo Boo or...
Yeah, that's what I would
Collect Neptune.
Guess. I don't think Neptune has enough elo.
Sab, Suspector. I don't know. There's a bunch of pros playing today, but for whatever reason, Stellar and Trippy decided to sit out. Nevertheless, though, we are in a lobby. We're about ready to go. So, Nighty, you can go ahead and switch over to observer mode whenever you're ready, sir. And we'll get the show started. But, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Today's a special day because it is our 1-year grassroots anniversary. Today, January 20th, it was announced 1 year ago that we are official partners for HCS Grassroots. So, appreciate HCS and the boys hooking us up with the grassroots partnership. How do you think that's been for us, Garrett?
I think it's been fantastic. You know, it's great to have that official recognition from HCS and being able to be a part of a great community, right? Like we joined in at the same time as obviously Why Not, Aliak, Extreme Breaker, I believe. Yep. Yeah, it's like 3 fantastic people in the community, and it's been great to see like everyone continuing to just support Halo, and hopefully we can keep leading that charge, right? We want to have as many streams as possible, as many broadcasts and tournaments for y'all to play in, and with the roadmap being revealed yesterday, it's all looking up for Halo right now.
It is. And speaking of looking up, we're gonna throw it to some tall boys. We got Why Not Be Reckless and Active on the mic, kicking us off today as we get into match number 1. Tony, take it away.
LVT Halo 2v2 action, $1,000 on the line. What else do you want on a beautiful Saturday morning, guys? Collective and Ivanai is going to start things off against Atroplex and Blaine's. Man, am I excited to be here. And I'm also excited to watch this matchup as well, because we've seen Collective and Ivanai really doing their thing recently, but the return of my old teammate Atroplex and Blaine's, these guys were the real deal towards the end of Halo 5, but can they keep up here in Halo Infinite?
Yeah, I mean, the meta has obviously changed since Halo 5. Blaine's has been playing a ton of matchmaking. I see him in matchmaking all the time. A very, very solid player, very aggressive as well. So we'll start to see if that aggression and that confidence translates to the game. As we're on board with Ivanai's right here, has the shock rifle, one of the I wouldn't want to call it a win condition, but definitely a very important weapon to have. As you can see, getting lots of damage in, getting lots of kills, as well as Ivanai's on a killing spree. Make that 6 in a row, Tony.
You said you didn't want to call it a win condition, but let me tell you, if you put in this young man's hands under these conditions, you might just win. A 6-1 lead here by Collective and Ivanai against a very good Atroplex and Blaine so far. Not starting off too hot. Atroplex has made his way over toward the Whirlpool side, but you gotta watch out. You gotta respect this shot. Otherwise, you're gonna put it to your head every single time. The tournament just started, and I'm already screaming.
Yeah, I mean, Atroplex, and Blaine's, they're playing a bit slow, which makes sense, right? You only have 1 kill. You want to try and play slow, try and get those picks. But the problem is, Ivanai's, he had that shock rifle, and not only that, now he has the timing on the brand new shock rifle. So they're going to opt to probably set up for that new shock rifle and continue to dominate this game. 9-2 is a pretty good start, if you ask me.
You know, whenever we play together, I'm the Collective to your Ivanai's. I'm gonna let you off the leash. I'm gonna let you do whatever it is you do, and I'll pop up with a couple assists here, maybe a kill there, but I'm gonna let you rock, baby, because 8-0 right now is Ivanai's, even with assist to go with it, and he's 2 kills away from dropping a killing frenzy here on the Saturday mornings after PAX. Puts Collective down quickly, but all of that is a distraction, allowing Ivanai to not only clean up some of those kills, but get away with the camouflage and the shock rifle. This player is going for a perfection, and right now, it's looking quite doable.
Yeah, we'll see if he's able to pull it off. Definitely very difficult. Even, you know, at the beginning stages of a tournament, you wouldn't expect someone like Ivanized to be this warmed up, but it looks like preparation is key, and you see that being showcased here. Still the shock rifle and the camo. We've talked about for a long period of time how deadly this combination can be, and my goodness gracious, Ivanized just not missing a shot. 12 kills going on that running ride here shortly.
You know, they say success when preparation meets opportunity. You talk about preparation, I'm thinking about that old saying, 'cause as of right now, Ivanized is set up for success. 13-0 at the moment here. Lines up yet another one. Body shot onto Atroplex, finishes him off with the bandit. 14 kills, one away from the running ride. Who is going to stop this man?
Hey, you know he feels really good too, right? Because he's half shields and he's still challenging. The running riot is showcased our very first match here of the LVT 2v2 Open number 2. And Ivanized is showcasing why he belongs in this spot and why there's a possibility he will go far in this tournament. Blaine's and Atroplex cannot find an answer right now.
Yeah, they came into the game a little sleepy, but let me tell you, Ivanized and this shock rifle has just woken them up surely. As Atroplex, not looking both ways before crossing the street, he continues his reign of terror as Ivanized, almost going down over toward the gold side. Don't get overzealous. You need his perfection. You need it, Ivanized. Forget, I need it.
It'll be the first perfection I've seen, or at least I've casted, I think, in all of my years in casting, and it's kind of crazy. There you see that perfection will fall. 16-1 his first death of the game, and you know what? That's kind of a monkey off his shoulder, right? He doesn't want to have to just, you know, play perfect Halo for that entire amount of time. Now he can kind of play a little freely. They've got this massive lead, 6 kills, and they'll win this game.
All right, guys, nothing to see here. Everybody go home. Perfection is done here. First death
It's all gone.
Collective with the 8 assists. Want to give him a shout out. I mean, we've obviously been singing the praise of Ivanized. Hey, it takes a good partner to put you in those situations to set you up, if you will. And I think Collective's been a great partner for Ivanized, putting his body on the line once again, doing that entry frag damage. Even if he doesn't get the kill, you know Ivanized gonna clean it up, and Ivanized makes it a full squad wipe as 2 down. Go Blaine and Atroplex, and now just spawning over toward the long haul side. Ivanized trying to find some information, looking for their final 4 kills. Takes a lot more damage than expected to. Quickly gets out of that situation immediately, making it look easy right now. And as Blaine's taking a lot of damage, Ivanized comes in with the cleanup. Bait and switch, looking too good. Atroplex trying to chase down the weak player, but they are watching each other's back perfectly. One shot, down goes Atroplex, and that's kind of been the story literally all game long. That teamwork from Collective and Ivanized, it is absolutely showing.
Yeah, I really like the fact that Collective, like you said, those high assists are really important, but the fact that he's got a low number of deaths as well is just huge, right? This team is doing everything that is supposed to be done, and that's why the Steaktacular will go through 25-5, a very convincing game number 1.
And I do want to remind you guys that, like, obviously Collective and Ivanized making it look easy, but they're not going up against chump change right now. Atroplex and Blaine's are the real deal. I remember these two going all the way back from Halo 5, even in Halo Infinite. These are high Onyx players. I want to say maybe Atroplex is probably Onyx 1800, I would say, and Blaine's is probably like maybe the low 2000s. These are 2 very good players, but you're seeing Ivanized and Collective, they've been doing their thing for quite some time, especially during the open tournaments, making it to the later stages. Their teamwork is on point. Obviously, they feel comfortable within the 2v2s, and they may just be, you know, a tier higher. Hey, you know, we always say it, Tim. There's levels to this.
Yeah, there is. And honestly, I think a lot of it had to do with just the fact that this shock rifle did so much work at the very start of the game, right? You start to lose a little bit of confidence when you're entering a game like this and you're 6-1, 7-1, and it continues to keep going. And it's because this one player is able to take this shock rifle and get the most value out of it. Not only that, but like I talked about, he gets the timing on the brand new shock rifle as well. So it's just a hole has been dug and you're trying to just get out of it. And Atroplex and Blaine's, as good of players as they are, they weren't able to dig themselves out of this hole. It was just too deep for them.
Take a look at some of the replays, man. my shock rifle don't work like did you. All of you high Onyx players be talking about, oh, the shock rifle is so easy and this, that. I'm gonna need someone to give me some lessons. I'm gonna have to hop on Metafire or something because my shock rifle don't work like Ivan Eyes. But then again, I don't know. Even at my best, I don't think I was as good as Ivan Eyes. Like even like, you know, go all the way back from Halo Reach, Halo 4 when I was at my prime. I don't think I was good at this kid. He's good. And if you guys don't recognize his name now, I would say, hey, put in the memory bank, put in the back pocket, because I promise you, he has a bright future. I've been watching him for quite some time. Moving on to Solitude. Ivan Eyes, the collective, have another opportunity to show what they got. Meanwhile, Atroplex and Blaines, you don't want to count any team out just yet. Maybe they come and get the shock rifle for themselves. Maybe they're able to control that camouflage over towards the top mid side, and maybe, just maybe, turn this game around.
Yeah, just don't let Ivan Eyes get the shock. This guy's obviously feeling good. You see him chowing. He's not missing a shot, but not only that, like, he's chowing when he's no shields. It's just confidence. This game of Halo is mental, right? If you feel like you're the best in the lobby, sometimes if you have that skill and you put that practice in, you will be the best in the lobby. And that's what's happening here with Ivan Eyes and Collective. And again, I want to kind of preface, right? That's what these tournaments are great for. These LVT open tournaments, shout out to LVT, of course, putting these on gives these players an opportunity to showcase all that practice they've been putting in, and you're seeing that practice being showcased here out of Ivan Eyes and Collective.
Did you just hit me with, like, if you believe you can achieve? Like, I feel like...
Absolutely, baby. That's what it's all about.
The Naruto, believe it! Massive damage coming out of Atroplex there onto two players that were looking to hunt him down, and Atroplex turning the tables just a bit, gets himself the kill, buys enough time for Blaines to get involved, and just like that, you're only down by 2 kills. You have the ultimate equalizer in your hands. Atroplex and Blaines, like I said before, they may have been down, but they certainly are now.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of wind, Tony. There's a breeze coming through. The wind has hit the sails, and now Blaines and Atroplex have a chance to bring this back. Maybe a little bit of confidence has started to form here. 2 kills is not a lot, of course, but it is not a huge gap between 2 and 5, if I did my math correctly. So if they can potentially pull out a couple kills here, it'll be good, but they just gave the shock rifle once again to Ivan Eyes and Collective, so this could turn out to be a little bit of a swing here on the side of Ivan Eyes and Collective.
Well, I'm cranking the numbers right now. You said it may not be a wide gap between 2 and 5, but 6 and 2 is slightly wider than that. 6-3 lead now. Make it 7 after Collective takes down Atroplex, turns it into a double kill. Collective said, you had your day in game number 1. Now it's my turn. Camouflage being activated immediately. Collective, he collects it.
Yes, he does. He's collected it and he's gone towards Gold Ledge. You see the push here from Ivan Eyes. Really good push by him. And you see Collective doing a great job of staying alive here as well. Look at the teamwork once again. The shields come back up as the shields are regenning. On that 4.5 second mark, he starts the clamber on top of Gold Ledge with camo, decides to help his teammate, and now Collective's put in that work. Like you said, he needs a little bit of spotlight as well, showcasing what kind of a player he can be as the nade smacks through. Beautiful job.
And you talked about in game number 1, Collective's ability to stay alive and not put himself in dangerous situations despite being the entry frag player and playing that role. Beautiful kill by Ivan Eyes right there. Once again, Collective only dying 1 time here in this game, and this time his damage and kill output is so much more. You're seeing the entry damage over toward the LR side, buying time. Meanwhile, setting Ivan Eyes up for the flank. Does the damage. Here comes the cleanup crew. 1 goes down. Can he turn it to 2? Apparently not. Atroplex will survive, but 13-5 lead. It's quite a hole to have to dig yourself out of if you're Blaines and Atroplex.
I mean, the only reason that happened right there is because I believe it was Ivan Eyes had that glass control, right? And he was basically covering the angle, but I believe it was Atroplex who had the thruster, and that's how important thruster can be, right? It forces a player out of their safety, and then then you're allowed to use that thruster to turn a play around completely, and then everything falls after that. It was only a 2-for-1 trade, but still, Atroplex and Blaines come out on top of that one. Still a very large lead here for Ivan Eyes and Collective, though, as they continue to push through. Look at the aggression out of Ivan Eyes with this shock rifle.
17 kills in counting. Ivan Eyes taking down Blaines immediately, turning his attentions to Atroplex. giving the help that Collective needs to put his 9th kill on the board. 18 split down the middle between both Collective and Ivanize, but more importantly, they're not splitting these power weapons. They're not splitting these power ups. They have demanded control here on the map of every resource that 343 have allotted us. And they're using it masterfully. Turns that camouflage into a double kill. Now you're just 5 kills away from taking this game. Blades and Atroplex looked quite good in the early game, you know, maybe within the first, I want to say 40 seconds of the game, but since then, it has been all Collective, it has been all Ivanized, and it's going to be all them moving to round 2 if it continues like this.
Yeah, just a very intelligent use of camo here by Ivanized again. I think he's gotten pretty much almost every camo in this game, or they have, and they're utilizing it and getting value out of them very, very effectively. And that's really what can be a game changer, right? Not only that use of the shock rifle, but using this camo to just open up space on the map, make sure to get angles with your teammates. I mean, this communication's got to be phenomenal out of these two, because honestly, they've had an angle on each other this entire game. There is no fight that's going unhelped.
And they snap onto the spawners. The nades are already done most of the work. He finishes him off easily with that BR. The final kill was there, and you don't even need the help. Ivanized Collective, he said, I got this one. 25 kills to end that one. Atroplex and Blades. Your journey doesn't end here, but you're gonna be going down to elimination bracket to finish off your tournament. It's Ivanized and Collective's time right now, moving from round 1 to round 2.
Yeah, I'm really just impressed by these two. I'm excited to see how they perform when they reach, you know, teams that are at the same level. I'm not, you know, again, you even mentioned it, right? 1,800 Onyx, 2K plus Onyx players. Maybe they don't have the chemistry together. Maybe they just haven't played enough twos together. But I want to see what these guys do when they face a test as the bracket goes forward, because I really think if they continue to play like this, they're going to have a very long tournament ahead of them.
There's only one man that can truly test Ivanize the Collective, and that's Active. Active, get in the tournament. Now, as these rounds continue to go forward, I assure you that it's going to get harder and harder. It's definitely not going to get easier for Ivanize the Collective, but I just think that there's so much talent. They're still young, they're still new within their competitive career, and there's still time for them to get better and better. So really interested in seeing the rest of their journey throughout this tournament. I don't know if they're ready to take on the likes of Trippy and Stellar, but what I do know is that they beat a very good Atroplex and Blades.
Yeah, one step at a time. That's what it takes, right? You enter these tournaments, and if you're considering, I mean, we have 2 more weekends of these tournaments. So if you're considering, like, am I good enough, or do I have the chances to go far in the tournament? I don't even think you should worry about that. I think these tournaments are such a big help in terms of like getting you better, getting your chemistry better as a squad. You can learn a lot from watching the VODs from these tournaments, and you know, just kind of enter in and see what you're made of. And that's exactly what Ivanize and Collective have done.
Well, guys, we already saw an amazing round number 1 matchup, and you know our opinions so far. Why don't we toss it over to Louis and Garrett to not only break down what we just saw, but really try to set us up what we're going to see going forward.
Thank you for that, Tony. If anybody's paying attention, last week compared to this week, a little bit of change, right? We changed things up just a tad bit. First 3 rounds are going to be best of 3, so that one's done in 2 games. Tools, what did you think about that match?
Obviously, you know, a little bit of a blowout, but I think all those players pretty good. Just sometimes you get the shock rifle, you get the sniper rifle in your hand, and you can really snowball a map in your possession. Really, that's what happened. I mean, Ivanize went absolutely crazy in game 1.
Yeah,
going on that running riot, right? Being able to control that shock rifle in that way really allows you to snowball a match.
Indeed, and the man almost hit a perfection in game 1. Man, that would have been pretty tasty to start off the bracket with. But, you know, nevertheless, they get caster cursed, and he dies.
Yeah, right. It's all Tony and Active's fault.
Way to go.
Honest.
Way to go.
Let the man cook. Hey, honestly, I feel like they wanted to see him fall. Like they weren't ready for the greatness of that perfection in game 1. But I honestly felt like this man just could not miss a shock rifle shot to start this game off.
Yeah, new rule. You cannot say the P word on broadcast or you get fined.
Right. It's like, honestly, it's every death after they say the P word, we should like have like a set dollar amount. $50 for every death after they curse them. I'm with it. Make our money back on this.
There you go, right? Well, we're gonna move on to round number 2 here. round number 2 here momentarily. If you're listening to us, then you're probably a subscriber. Otherwise, you're probably in an ad break right now. But as we preach, we'll try to keep these ad breaks during downtime like we are in now. We're just waiting to get into the next match. I'm told it could be a few minutes. But what's on the docket for us next match, Tools?
Right, so we go all the way to the bottom of the bracket. Still waiting for these games to finalize, but it's going to be Team Felonies going up against sure I had that right, yeah. So that's going to be Cafe and Pac Mandela versus Felonies and Noxious. It's a pretty good matchup for round 2. Obviously, the first couple of rounds of these tournaments, it's pretty hard to find teams that are around the same skill range, but their FaceIt rankings are all within the top 500 on FaceIt. So I think we'll have a decently competitive match.
Good to hear. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the show is just getting started. As we said earlier, this is our 1-year anniversary for Grassroots. So today's a kind of a special day for us. I want to shout out those that have supported us thus far in the stream today. We got an anonymous gifter gifting us up to J Tracer. We have BioGuardian subscribing for 1 month. We got Tony resubscribing. Let's go. He says, I'm not wearing pants for this. Noted. And then Via Meta.
He never does.
Starting off with 5 community gifted subs. So appreciate Via Meta and her constant support of the channel here.
And honestly, it's great to have a community as supportive as you guys. Like, it honestly blows me away that we go live and people watch as fervently as you guys do and support. Like, Via Meta has been out here helping for, it has to be like over a year now that she's been helping out with the stream. And a lot of the other people that come through, gift subs and hang out with us. It really does go a long way. Now that we know where we're going this year, every little bit of support helps, right? We're going to be doing our best to be at Arlington in just a few short months. But you better know, or best be known, that we will be broadcasting all that stuff in February. So be right here. Like, the Halo's not going to stop for the next 8 weeks on this channel. It's the best place to be to watch competitive Halo.
There couldn't be truer words out there. Let me see. Let me just pick out some chats here. Midlight. Watching Halo in the nude is the best. Thanks, LVT. Hey, that's your prerogative. 90 says it's too cold to be nude right now. Fair. Hey, true. These duets during the ad breaks are classic. Hey, let's go. You know, it just rolls off the cuff. Nah, I'm just kidding. Me and Tools have been practicing for like 8 hours last night, so you know.
Everything you're actually seeing right now is scripted.
It's very scripted.
We have it all written out. Every line.
Yeah, if I could just stop hitting the reverse button on the prompter, I think things would look play out better. Yo, Zigward93 with the sub active for 2 months. Hey, and he just kicked off a hype train. Actually, Stress gave out the community sub to Idolism. That's actually something totally separate. Zigward, appreciate the sub. Stress, let's go. Gifting the sub to Idolism. Let's go. Hype train officially kicked off. We're at 1,800 viewers as well, and it's not even afternoon where I am, and it's actually even earlier for you, Tools. What time is it?
I'll tell you what, it is early. 9:30. Just hitting the 9:30 mark.
Ooh. This just in from our resident analyst and coach, Eli the Ninja. Playing in the nude is optimal. It makes you more lightweight and it gives you better movement.
Better movement. Interesting.
The sensei has spoken, as all in one says.
That was looked up. Yeah, honestly, maybe that's why there's no VOD of any of those games that Eli the Ninja played earlier in his career. Like, he says he was pro, but I don't know, man. I haven't seen him on that main stage. I guess they had to scrub all that footage away because, my God, he was doing anything to get advantage.
It's an amazing picture.
What do you mean? Like, you sat there silent for like 5 seconds, visualizing, seeing it in the back of your mind's eye. Oh my! I had him oiled up.
Whoa. Okay. Time out. I was just thinking about like the stage lights, the crowd. This man's talking about oiling up my man's naked
that's what
body.
You're thinking about. That's what you were thinking about. I'm sure.
All right. Well, we're gonna go ahead and try to contact with the admins, make sure where we are in the brackets.
Right. This man said we're going to break. I can't do this no more. No more talking. I see you, Louis.
Listen. I'm not even sure who I'm supposed to be expecting an invite from at this moment. Give us just a moment. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with winner round 2 on the other side.
This is my moment. You better bet that I'm on it. Ready and set, I'ma own it. Blast it to 10, then keep going. There ain't no coasting, I never settle, don't play. Putting the kettle to flame. I go 100 all day. Foot on the pedal, no brakes. 10, 9, paid on my dues, waited in line. 8, 7, now it's my time that I take mine. 6, 5, king of the jungle, heart of a lion. 4, 3, 2, 1, watch out, here I come. This is my time, I'm on the rise. Can't hold me down, I'm too fly. This is my time, ready to shine. Brighter than all of the lights, 'cause when it's game time, seconds away and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind, beating the buzzer like, this is my time. This is my time. This is my shot clock goes tick-tock. Haters wish that I slip. No, I don't miss. MJ all hits. Watch me pop off, I'm the king now. Moonwalk to the ring now. Keep on wondering how. Let that choir sing now. 10, 9, paid on my dues, waited in line. 8, 7, now it's my time that I take mine. 6, 5, king of the jungle, heart of a lion. 4, 3, 2, 1, watch out, here I come. This is my time, I'm on the rise. Can't hold me down, I'm too fly. This is my time, ready to shine. Brighter than all of the lights, 'cause when it's game time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Hopefully you didn't fall asleep during that short break, but what do you do in the mornings, Garrett, to wake up? I'm just curious. Yeah. Like coffee?
I feel like first thing I do, no,
Go for a brisk run?
coffee. No. Usually first thing I do is a cold shower. I do a cold shower into a hot shower, right? Ooh. So I start cold, so it wakes me up, and then I hop out, and then I let it warm up.
There you go.
And then I'm like, all right.
Get the blood flowing.
Yeah, and then usually I try to make myself some breakfast, but broadcast days, usually I'm waking up, getting ready, and by the time we're on, it's like, I'll find some time to make some breakfast.
Hell yeah, that's cool. Well, let's talk about our match. We got Edge Frag versus Tigger, and then Felonies and Obnoxious on the other side. This was a little bit of an upset. We thought we were gonna get Pac Mandela here in this match, but Edge Frag here took him down.
Yeah, it's honestly a little bit of an upset. It was a 2-0, clean 2-0. They played the match, no like DQ or anything. So a little bit of a storybook finish, if you know, you get a little storybook.
I do get it, but I'm trying. Okay, Winnie the Pooh, right? But man, I was trying to think of. Nah, it's not happening, dude. We're talking about memories of mine that were like 30 years ago. So yeah, do the math, ladies and gents. You can figure out how old I am. But nah, that's cool, man. The storybook matchup right here.
Little storybook. Honestly, very curious. I think this could go either way. I think this is going to be a very, very close match. Shock rifle. I think really this first map always comes down to the shock rifle and how consistent someone is with it, right? If you're hitting your shots, you can really just take over the game and put a team out right away. If you're aiming a little bit low, not quite getting those full headshots, suddenly you're going to give another team a real opportunity to punish you. Which is why I think I love Recharge as our first map in these best of threes, right? You get to see who's really on point with their aim.
Yeah, and then on top of that, right, you can control that weapon to a T, because once you're out of the ammo, you know exactly when the next one's going to spawn, right? If you know the timings. And we saw that last match. Ivanized, right? Just taking over the game, put it on the other team. And, you know, it's very interesting that I look at this series layout now, right? Because we got shock rifle, sniper, right? So it kind of builds, right? As far as the power of the weapon, the best weapon on the map.
Do you think the sniper is better than the shock rifle?
I would say so.
Yes. It's like in the grand scheme of it, I just find it so easy to hit some headshots with that shock rifle. I think like you have a higher ceiling with the shock rifle, but a higher floor with the sniper.
Okay. I'm on mouse and keyboard. I'm going to say that I would much rather have a sniper rifle in my hands every single time.
Yeah, that's because you guys don't have any skill. You have to aim with your entire arm. Like we out here, we're fine tuning. You know, we're fine tuning.
I can literally hear Active turning in his grave right now.
You know, all these mouse and keyboard players, I think it's so hard, bro. I've been playing mouse and keyboard.
Oh yeah,
It's
tools
super
but
easy.
mouse and keyboard, right? Tools but M and K.
Yeah, you see. Yeah, if you see me matchmaking tools by M&K, you better fear. It's so easy. I'm like aiming my entire arm. Takes no skill.
What rank are you?
Oh, I haven't played enough matches. I will say I haven't gone negative yet.
You have not gone.
Haven't gone negative yet.
Okay. Well, we are just waiting for Felonies to get on his team, and we can get started in this match. But
Louis,
we'll give him his time. What's up?
let me tell you. When you make a new Halo account and you're playing, they match you up like some shitters. I think you do anything, it'll work out. But it looks like we're getting these teams ready.
All right. Well, without further ado, let's throw it to our Easy Mac duo. Why not inactive? Tony, take it away.
You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Apparently, mouse and keyboard, totally easy. I mean, apparently, Garrett didn't break a sweat active. Do you have anything to say about? You know what? I would love to give you a chance to comment about that. But game number 1 is on its way. Recharge Slayer gonna be our game number 1, and I'm loving this matchup, especially on one side of things. You got Obnoxious coming out of New York City, New York, a player that's carried me time and time again. And actually, you know what? Felonies has carried me too. Why is everybody carrying me that's in this tournament? Felonies and Obnoxious, an amazing duo, and 2 players that I've seen a bit in matchmaking but don't know much of: Edge Frags and Tigger.
Yeah, Tools knows a lot about getting carried, but here we go into game number 1 of this matchup. It's going to be, of course, like you said, Edge Frags. I think Obnoxious and Felonies have the edge on this one, on paper at least. I think Obnoxious is one of those players I played a lot of money 8s with in Halo 3, and he's just such a kind person to play with. Like he really understands the game, I think, at a high level. I wouldn't say that he's fully transitioned into Halo Infinite. Like I wouldn't say that he's as good as he was in Halo 3, but you know, that stuff takes time. It's definitely a different pacing of game, but we'll see how this goes. And of course, like you said, Felonies is always grinding matchmaking, always a good player to play with. He's always calming as well, which is definitely a positive.
Well, Felonies as of right now has a shock rifle. I don't need him to call out. I need him to hit some headshots here, just barely missing out on both Edge Frags and Tigger, who look like they're trying to break out of the gold side and rotate onto A. Felonies needs to recognize this quickly. So does Obnoxious. Otherwise, they're going to get first shotted on. But it doesn't matter. Reversal out of Felonies. Perfect shot right to the dome. Obnoxious trading out his life there. A 2-for-1 split. Felonies and Obnoxious coming out on top in that one.
Yeah, I mean, Felonies is in a position, once again, we see how powerful the shock is. He's in a position to get spawns. He's that last player alive. He can get a spawn for his teammate, and now they have full control of not only the shock rifle, but also the pipes when this shock rifle depletes.
Shock is out here for Felonies. 2-0 start so far. Denial grenades are going down, but he's also denying access to Obnoxious to the gold side. Finally, they make it out, but meanwhile, Edge Frags from across the map putting some good shots down. Now his teammate wants to get involved. Damage is in. But it was a momentary 1v2. Edge Frags not able to do much from the C side of the map. Maybe he could do more for this camouflage, which is just about up.
Yeah, pay attention to Felonies right there on that glass side, right? Took minimal damage on that push from glass, and because of that, they were able to 2v1 with not a lot of loss there, and they continue on this spree as well. Camo in the hands of Obnoxious doing a great job of denying access to this C side. They're playing really well together to start this game up.
5-2 lead so far. And with this camouflage, it can turn to much more. Obnoxious forced to back down, though he is half shields. Felonies gets to trade out with his life. Momentary 1v1 now. You have Obnoxious going up against Tigger. But as that camouflage depletes, it's a big audio reveal. And with that, Obnoxious ends up going down. Edge Frags and Tigger knew exactly where he was.
Yeah, that very intelligently mentioned by you. That audio cue is very loud, so you want to make sure that that depletes when you're away from the enemy team. Unfortunately, he let it deplete right below the enemy team. They got information because of that, and they were able to capitalize, but still it's a 2-kill lead here for Obnoxious and Felonies.
As of right now, they've had the tower side of the map, instead want to rotate over towards the perimeter. I actually like this play a lot more than tower. They're not in the middle of Tigger and Edge Frags, but they are going to end up running into one of them, split over towards gold, but somehow Edge Frag is able to take down Obnoxious from across the map, so a 1v1 split, leaving A 1v1 this time between Felonies and Tigger. The spawners aren't coming up, so there should be a reset here. Both teams should be able to back down. Shock rifle coming up. Active camouflage in less than 30 seconds. This is a pivotal point in the game.
Yeah, I really like the aggression there by Tigger. He was able to help out Edge Frags, put that damage in, and push up as well. Obnoxious, though, gonna turn the tide of this fight with some massive damage himself. That's maximum damage, and that's what you love to see out of a player in Obnoxious.
And Felonies just cleaned it all up. 7-1 start here. It was close for quite a bit, but as of right now, Obnoxious and Felonies blowing this lead wide open. Obnoxious getting a double kill. Shot combination. Lines up over toward the spawner. Edge Frags just edging out his life over the gold side, and Tigger hits a massive grenade from across the map. Obnoxious now forced to back down, reline up, just barely missing out on that shot, but revealing his location. Felonies wants to make some noise here as he makes it over toward the gold side and goes for the stick instead of the back smack. Makes that kill a little harder than it had to be, but hey, he eventually got it, and that's what matters.
Yeah, there's a certain kind of dopamine you get when you get a stick, so I completely understand the stick attempt there, but definitely could have turned out bad. Of course, Obnoxious still with a shock rifle in his hands. He's got about 4 shots left to work with, and because of that, he'll also have the ability to get this off a spawn, because he'll understand a great flank by him as well. This is beautiful right here. Look at the target switching. Beautiful job. Waits for Felonies to push on through. Felonies is the meat shield, and Obnoxious cleans up both.
Little bait switch action. Maybe he could have kept Felonies alive. He was in there a little early, but like you said, that flank was deadly. Picking and choosing his battles so well was probably the reason why, or a large reason why, it's a 15-7 lead at the moment here. Obnoxious immediately taking height with that grapple. Puts Edge Frags down with the quickness. Not done yet. There's another one in front of you. Never mind. The man just disappears. I didn't know Obnoxious was good at magic as well.
Yeah, Obnoxious played that extremely well, using that grapple, like you mentioned, to get that high ground, making that shot a little easier for him. Then he ends up getting the second one as well. Not on top of that, he's also playing his life, which is so very important. When Edge Frags and Tigger are together in a 2, if he can stay alive from a 2v1 type of pressure, he's playing the game correctly. And you see right there, unfortunately, a little overextended. Now Felonies and Obnoxious both go down, and Edge Frag and Tigger have a chance to turn this around.
Yeah, we're finally starting to see a response coming in from Edge Frags and Tigger. Time and time again, they've allowed Obnoxious and Felonies to control the pace of this game. Now it's their time to shine, fighting over that camouflage, ultimately winning it over, turning it into another kill as they chain 1 into 2 into 3. A nice little run now coming from Edge Frags and Tigger, but they have to continue to apply this pressure. You're never out of it in 2v2s, but at a moment's notice, Obnoxious and Felonies can respond as well. Another trade out in lives, leaving Edge Frags the only player alive on the map, and just like that, you're only down by 6.
Yeah, that's how you bring the game back, right? Those 2-for-1 trades are huge. Edge Frags ends up staying alive after doing a lot of damage there, and because of that, he gets the spawn for his teammate. Unfortunately, Tigger does fall, so Edge Frag has to play a little bit slower in this situation. The pace of the game needs to switch, and you see Felonies and Obnoxious, they're not pushing real aggressive off this first kill, so that's going to allow Tigger to spawn up once again.
It's remaining.
With 5 minutes on the clock, you only imagine time will not be a factor in this one. Especially as Edge Frags loses his teammate with the quickness, and Tigger responds back by taking down another one in an individual fight. And man, the shot looking clean out of Edge Frags right there, and then the teamwork coming off a spawn by Tigger. Love that out of them, but you're still down by 6. And as of right now, Felonies and Obnoxious are 5 kills away from ultimately taking this game. You have to start valuing their life, and it starts with the shock rifle, but Tigger goes down again.
Yeah, Edge Frag and Tigger, they're doing a great job of getting their crosses, but I think there's just a lot of overextension that's going on that's kind of forcing this cross map help. Recharge is one of those maps where cross map is king, but in the situation where, you can play your life, you want to position a bit better. Tigger is getting caught out twice now, and that's going to come back to bite him in the butt, as right away, it's going to be 4 kills left for Felonies and Obnoxious to win this game.
Another trade out in lives. Obnoxious immediately taking height here to try to play his life. Now both players are full shields. Gets right in there. Can't hit the 3-shot melee. Another kill goes in favor of Edge Frags and Tigger. But we keep asking ourselves, is it enough? Because every single engagement, some way, somehow, Obnoxious and Felonies inch closer and closer to that 25 kill mark. And now with Felonies with the camouflage, I don't know if Edge Frag and Tigger could have afforded to lose that.
Yeah, the camo was the chance they had to come back in this game. Now they have to do exactly what they're doing, play slow, but Felonies is playing this beautifully, right? Make sure to get that assistance from his teammate. They put the damage in. Unfortunately, Edge Frags is going to fall because of that, and now it's up to Tigger to try to stay alive, but he just can't do it. Felonies is on his tail, and there it is. One more kill, and Obnoxious and Felonies will close out game 1.
That was just textbook patience. And you know what wasn't exactly the cleanest 2 kills out of Obnoxious and Felonies, but I will say the patience there, and not to, you know, grab camouflage and immediately make your presence known. Not even grab camouflage and immediately put yourself in an awkward situation. No, give that information to your teammate. Wait for your teammate to get that damage in. Kind of pick and choose what angle you want to put that damage down in yourself to make sure that you stay alive, and then continue right after the 2-0. Like I said, it may have not been the cleanest of kills, but they got it, and the patience was there, and you gotta respect that out of Obnoxious and Felonies.
Yeah, really, really good patience. I do want to give credit to Tigger and Edge Frags, though. They came back in that game. Unfortunately, they missed 1 or 2 camos that really could have turned things around for them. Maybe a bit of mispositioning, which honestly, a lot of some pro players are still working on positioning, taking less bad damage. But, you know, it's just something that you work on. It's something that you go back to the drawing board and figure out. You have another game to turn this around. If you start this next game strong, that is for Edge Frags and Tigger, then maybe you have a chance to go to a game 3.
Yeah, well, at one point, I think, what was it, 22-17 in favor of Obnoxious and Felonies, and you lost out to the camouflage with endgame. And to be honest with you, I don't even know if you could have afforded to put yourself in an awkward position to try to go for yourself. Like, your only option might have been to bait it, because you put yourself out there, you get killed instantly, and now you're really out of reach. So it's you know, it sounds, you know, kind of simple, but it's the value of keeping it close going into these end games. Otherwise, you give your opponents leeway to make a mistake or to overextend and put themselves in awkward situations to maybe make a high risk, high reward play. Maybe Edge Frags and Tigger need to keep that same energy had towards the mid game all game long. They got away with the shock, but Felonies, he has the camo.
Yeah, I mean, I like the patience out of Felonies, but unfortunately, there's no execution from his teammate in a faster way. I mean, fortunately not for them, they do get a 2-person wipe. So again, a camo play that looks a little bit messy turns into 2 kills. So I'm not complaining whatsoever. Now they have the observation of the spawns. They understand exactly where those are happening, and they can act on that. You can see Edge Frags has nowhere to go. Just great pressure out of Obnoxious and Felonies, and now they start off the game 4-0. We talk about keeping it close in the end game, but that start is really important, and Felonies and Obnoxious have a great start once again.
That pressure you were talking about, so valuable for Obnoxious and Felonies, but now with the reset here, Edge Frags and Tigger, they have the opportunity to slow them down, or maybe dig themselves into a deeper hole. Another body shot by Felonies keeps the players away. Meanwhile, Obnoxious comes in with a flank from the low ground, gets himself the kill, tries to get out of that situation. Somehow Obnoxious is still alive, and Felonies is watching his back perfectly, and Tigger, along with Edge Frag, end up with not a single kill out of these 3 engagements.
Yeah, what's crazy to me too is that Felonies has had this shock rifle this entire time, but he's doing enough damage for Obnoxious to clean up the kills. You see the assist there on the board. Felonies still has 2 more shots in this shock rifle, which means he will have that timing like we talked about before. And that camo coming up in 10 seconds. I really like this reroute by Felonies to get to that blue side where his teammate is and have eyes on that camo so that they can secure another one.
1 kill with all it takes to possibly get a hold of that camouflage, and this time that kill's gonna go in favor of Obnoxious and Felonies. Edge Frag forced to defend it by himself, trades out his life, but that camouflage is not burnt. Felonies should be able to grab it before the enemy gets a hold of their spawns and gets on the map. Somehow Felonies just a step behind, but still ends up with that camouflage. 8-2 run so far. Edge Frag and Tigger are trapped over toward the tram side, and more importantly, Obnoxious and Felonies know exactly where they are. Camouflage right above them, and Felonies, patient as can be to get the back smack. That leaves Tigger by himself, and Obnoxious, he's hunting him down.
Yeah, I mean, Felonies has played these camos so well in these games. I mean, it's just honestly great to see the patience. Once again, he has patience there. He ends up getting himself another kill. Now an 8-kill lead here for Felonies and Obnoxious. But yeah, these camo plays from Felonies, I mean, they look a bit messy if you're comparing it to a top professional pro player. Felonies definitely doing a great job of making sure to get value out of these.
you talked about Tigger and Edge Frag's ability to watch each other's back from the cross map so well from long ways. Beautiful back-to-back kills by them, by the way, to get themselves quite back. It's almost back in the game. It seems like they're not having that same success here on Solitude. Is it the difference in between both the maps? Is the difference between Recharge and Solitude just that drastic?
Yeah, I think that Recharge is definitely a very strong cross map, layout. But I also think it might be just the lack of understanding of Solitude. Maybe Edge Frags and Tigger didn't play a lot of Halo 5, and maybe the angles aren't really known to them in a high level way. So that could be potentially it. But yeah, I think Recharge in terms of cross mapping, in terms of having those angles, is a little bit easier to understand. Whereas Solitude, you got to think a bit about these angles a bit more.
We did see 2 kills in a row for Edge Frag and Tigger, but eventually Obnoxious slows them down just a bit. And Felonies follows up by taking down Edge Frag. Tigger has to hit a shot with the shock. Doesn't exactly happen there. Backs down immediately. Gets himself a bit of hype, but Felonies from the low ground with that camouflage. If you don't see him coming, it's hard to stop it. 15-7. This feels kind of almost like a deja vu from game number 1. I feel like we saw this exact score line, and this is where Felonies Obnoxious really started to take over.
Yeah, very reminiscent of game number 1, like you said. And honestly, Felonies has had full control of the camo. He did in game number 1 as well. That camo is going to go down, but it's an 8-kill lead, double the score line of Edge Frag and Tigger. And honestly, it just has to do with a lot of 1v1s being taken. And honestly, I give a lot of credit to Obnoxious and Felonies. You see right there, they isolate a player in Edge Frags, they kill him, and then they're able to isolate the player in Tigger as well. And then bing, bang, boom, we're at 18-9, a big lead here. And honestly, very impossible to come back from. I wouldn't say impossible, but we always say it's improbable.
You know, you said you give Obnoxious Felonies credit. I'm not giving any credit at all. They get no credit.
Why not?
I don't know. I was trying to find a reason to disagree with you there, but it's kind of, but no, like you said, they've been playing lights out so far, and I feel like in this twos matchup, Obnoxious and Felonies are playing more to cover each other's back than they are to play for damage and kills. Like, they're playing to keep each other alive, and I think that's where you have like this really good twos fundamental where they're always playing around with around each other. No man left behind, and eventually the kills just start to come toward you. It's that teamwork that makes the dream work. And Tigger, the first one to go down from the duo, again leaves Edge Frag by himself. So what does that allow him to do? Collapse on him immediately, but the spawner is in. Tigger's able to take down Felonies. Obnoxious still takes down both. 13 kills for him, only 4 more kills needed for Felonies and Obnoxious.
Yeah, it's the first time I've seen Team Edge Frag play a bit close, but the only reason they were playing close in that situation is because I believe it was Tigger that had the spawn, and that's something you see Felonies and Obnoxious do constantly. Is they play so tight, they're always in each other's angles, like you just talked about. They always have each other's back, and I think that's a big factor in 2v2. It's only 2 of you to worry about, so in essence it should be easier, but it's really not. It's a lot of space on the map to cover. You got to worry about a lot more spawns, just a lot more going on in 2v2.
Only 2 more kills needed for Felonies. Was that a team? I think Felonies got hit with a team grenade as he was lifting up, leaving Obnoxious by himself, but Obnoxious still feels comfortable enough to go after the weak Edge Frag, threads the needle to kill him, backs down, and now he has Felonies with him. Obnoxious was literally in a 1v2, finds the kill onto 1, and then a teammate just comes in and overwhelms the second. So even when things are going bad for Felonies and Obnoxious, somehow they're able to find a way to simply turn it around. And I mean, you brought in some great analytics. You brought some big words, and it was beautiful acting. What you need to realize is, you know, us from New York, us from the tri-state area, we just built different. So, yeah, Obnoxious from New York. I can already tell right now he's playing with a gold chain on and a pair of Timbs. He's done said dead ass 5 times within the last 6 minutes. I promise you, it's just a New York difference. You got to end it quick so you get yourself a good old slice of pizza.
I thought you were going to tell me that HCS Creeper is a better analyst than me again, Tony. And if you did, I mean, I know we're not in the same room right now, but I was going to travel all the way to wherever the heck and I don't know, give you a hug. But yeah, I mean, honestly, that last kill was definitely a big factor for me, right? We saw Tigger. He ended up, you know, essentially being in a 2v1 situation versus Obnoxious, but then his teammate dies. And now he, you know, with the he should have the understanding that that spawn is coming out on loop for Obnoxious. Felony's going to spawn on loop. He still takes that 2v1 fight. And there's only one kill left. So it's things like that, you know, it's the last kill that we watched, but it happened throughout the whole game. And taking those 2v1s, trying to do too much, that's when you get, you know, into a situation where you have such a big gap in score like this. And if you can stop plays like that, if you can make sure to be a little bit more disciplined about your positioning, about if your teammate's in a area to help you, or if he's not, you know, how much shields each of you have, all of that stuff, and you can be a bit better about, you know, not going down this far. But a great effort, like you said before. Their tournament is not over, and they'll go to the lower bracket and see if they can fight through that.
I think we saw some great gameplay out of Obnoxious and Felonies. Love the teamwork, love the commitment to the 2v2 fundamentals, but it gets harder and harder from here, and they're really gonna have to kind of clean up some of these engagements if they want to advance further and further within this winners bracket. I want to pass it over to Louis and Garrett and get their thoughts about that matchup. We'll see you guys soon.
All right, nice quick work right there for Obnoxious and Felonies. Our second best of 3 in the winner bracket. We got one more best of 3 in round number 3. And speaking of round number 3, what do we got on deck, Tools?
Well, we'll stay on board with Obnoxious and Felonies. We're going to be checking out some of the best duos in Latin America with Acid and Leor. Going to be going up against them. So a tough matchup for Obnoxious and Felonies, but they just got to stick with the game plan, right? Play Obnoxious, commit Felonies. Make sure that you're doing what you need to do to win these games. These guys, they played extremely well, and I expect them to continue on playing that way. I just asked them, yours. It's going to be a really tough matchup.
Absolutely, man. You're too smooth with it, man. Play Obnoxious, commit Felonies. Damn. I feel like that sounds like the intro of a track, man.
All right, we're gonna start like a rap album for the boys over here on Halo, and you know, I was going back. I was watching that gameplay, and I was like, wow, these plays are really good. Obviously, they're all on controller. Hopefully, we'll see some mouse and keyboard players. But I was thinking about Active's gameplay today, and then suddenly it all made sense to me. It all made sense, right? Because he's a mouse and keyboard player. I know he's been doing some keto, and that makes sense because him on mouse and keyboard, I tell you, he's not eating any bread anytime soon. He ain't earning none of that. It is all keto over there in that household.
Oh, okay. Let's see. That's a good one. That's a really good one right there. That Tools. I'll give you that. All right. Well, ladies and gents, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. We are already in the ad, so we're going to just step away for winners round number 3. Make sure we get into the lobby. As we speak, we're still waiting on 2 players, but we'll be right back with winner round number 3. All right, good short break here in the action, but we are ready with Acid and Leor versus Felonies and Obnoxious. Any predictions, tools, as we get started?
It's going to be a really tough matchup for Acid and Leor simply because it's a best of 3. I think best of 5, these guys get the job done any day, any time. Best of 3, I could definitely see Felonies and Obnoxious stealing away a game and having a chance in a game 3. That being said, Acid and Leor are 2 very good players, experienced LAN players now, have qualified multiple times for pool play in that Mexico region. I expect them to take this pretty succinctly, but you never know with players at this talent range in a best of 3.
All right. Well, I appreciate the prediction. We are going to throw it to Tony and Active as we're starting to get into this game. We're not loading quite yet, but we'll give them enough time to break this one down themselves. Tony, take it away.
Yo, what's up, guys? Welcome back here. It's your LVT Halo 2v2 Open, guys, and that's one thing we love. We love us some open tournaments, and this way you guys can compete and have some fun and get your game on, and maybe make a deep run. Who would have thought that Obnoxious and Felonies would be in this situation right now, making it deep into the winners bracket, and now going up against, you know, an amazing Latin American duo such as Acid and Leor. It wasn't too long ago where Leor got top 16 at Fort Worth alongside, I want to say it was Bullet, Strikey, and Sepstars. So, you know, this is a very good duo. Acids have been there, done that type of player. Felonies and Obnoxious really are going to be tested here in your open event.
Yeah, and honestly, this is, I talk about this all the time, right? There's something about, you know, you can get online and play 15 hours a day and think you're going to get better at the game, but it's about, you know, playing and having that perfect practice, right? Working on things you need to work on. And Felony and Obnoxious, they've been a part of the scene. They've been grinding. They've been doing their thing and entering these tournaments. Every tournament is a rep, and you got to put those reps in to gain that muscle, baby. And that's what we'll see here. This is the test, right? This is their PR that they're trying to break in this game against Acid and Leor. Definitely very prominent players. We'll see if they're able to do it, Tony.
Dang, Active over here taking a shot at Garrett, saying get your weight up. He's out here in the gym putting in them reps. I see what you did there, Active. I see what you did there. Game number 1 going back to recharge, and we talked about this so far throughout a couple of rounds here, and how not only do you have to be on top of your teammate, make sure you keep your teammate alive, but you talked about those cross angles being so important. Why don't you kind of remind us what makes them so important on recharge for some of our viewers that are maybe just tuning in for the first time?
Well, the only way to get into that glass area, if you're trying to get into gold, or the only way to get into elevator, is through those cross angles of top cat and top glass. And honestly, you know, bottom angler as well. But you have a player watching that angle. There's just a lot of sight lines on the map that you're able to utilize. And of course, with the camo and the shock rifle, we've seen it before. Those sight lines can be utilized, and we'll see if Obnoxious and Felonies can showcase that teamwork that we had in the last series and this one against a very testing roster in Acid and Leor. And you see right there, it starts off real strong with 2 kills, 2 down. Obnoxious and Felonies take the camo and the lead.
That wide open mid-map is going to test your long-range time and time again, and this time it's Obnoxious and Felonies that are simply on point like the finest pencil. 2-1 lead for them. Camouflage and shock in the hands of Felonies, and like Garrett said before, he's committing Felonies at the moment. 4-1 lead here. Felonies really popping off, hasn't died a single time yet. Meanwhile, Acid and Leor coming off a spawn with the quickness, and Felonies is already collapsing, but a split spawn. One over toward the gold side of the map, another onto the A. Felonies almost snaps onto the target. Obnoxious takes down 1, but Leor gets the double
kill.
Yeah, Leor does a really good job of angling that correctly, using that half wall to his advantage as well. He's going to pick up the shot as a reward, but he's got to fend off these spawners. Obnoxious already in tower.
Tower side control here for Leor. Obnoxious almost runs right into an easy kill, but somehow is able to stay alive. Meanwhile, the pings are going on across the map. Felonies being isolated for at least a few moments. Obnoxious trying to get over to him to keep him alive. But looks like Acid and Leor, they've reset completely. They're right on top of each other, especially with this shock rifle shot. They're looking for just one headshot. Just one hit can turn things around. And actually, Acid is the one to get the first kill onto Felonies. Obnoxious chasing down the one-shot player, gets himself the kill, but Leor grapples right on in for the cleanup. Felonies off his spawn, but Leor, he's out of there.
Yeah, you see the utilization of grapple there, the defensive utilization, being able to get out of a fight when you're no shields, and of course the offensive side where you can clean up a kill on a player who, you know, generally is going to be able to stay alive. Not only that, you see the utilization of getting that camo and making sure to burn it, and that's going to be huge because, you know, although Acid and Leor go down too, they're able to stop Felonies and Obnoxious from utilizing that camo. When we saw what Felonies can do, definitely a very patient camo player could have really gave them even a larger lead here.
Yeah, the grapple give it, the grapple take it away. Clearly, he was trying to grapple up over toward the tower side, ends up in no man's land, but Obnoxious with that shock already taking down one with two more victims or potential victims in front of him. He can chain together something nice, but none of them going over toward the Battle side. He has to know that means they're going towards gold. Obnoxious recognizes the situation immediately, backs down, doesn't want to get overwhelmed by both Acid and Leor, who I believe are still on the hunt. There they are. Gonna find out the hard way. Obnoxious ends up going down. Felony snatches up that shot and is more importantly trying to stay alive. Lines with the body shot right to the shoulder, most likely. Felony's down to one shot himself, and sadly, there's nowhere to go. Acid and Leor down by one. The action continues. Obnoxious tries to take one down with them, but we have a tied-up game.
Yeah, great job by Acid and Leor, you know, to make sure to get these kills and catch Obnoxious and Felonies, isolated and not a position. But I want to give a heads up to Felonies right there because a great job by him. He's got that timer on the shock rifle because he used the last shot, and because of that, he can potentially get this new one. The problem is Leor is the one in control of the pipe side, so he's going to have to get through Leor first if he wants that shock rifle.
Felonies flying into Leor, and let me tell you, Leor almost ends up getting going to the black screen, but sadly, as Felonies goes down the first time, Obnoxious backing down toward the spawning player immediately. Camouflage, meanwhile, coming up in less than 10 seconds. Obnoxious takes down Leor, and Acid almost can't quite connect. Let me tell you, Obnoxious and Felonies, they're really playing well, at least in the individual gunfights, and it's turning into more. It's turning into camouflage. It's turning into shock rifles, and that's going to end up being troublesome for both Acid and Leor soon here.
Yeah, I talked about Felonies having the timing on that shock. A great job by him to time it also to get the camo. So now he'll have this combo once again in a tie game scenario. This is exactly the tools you want in your belt to make things happen.
Obnoxious gets the melee kill. Leor gets away with his life. Felonies trying to find the angle, thinks he went right, but actually he went over toward the long haul side. There it is. Right through the batteries he goes. Acid should be down to about half shields now. Right in time for Obnoxious to get the cleanup over toward bottom A. There it is. Obnoxious gets himself the kill. Felonies down to one shot. It looks like they're gonna reset here. You already have the lead. There's no reason to bite off more than you can chew. At least not with half shields.
Yeah, but it is very unfortunate that Felonies, even with, I mean, finally that perfect comes through, but a lot of, a lot of resources to use in order to get this lead and create this gap. But unfortunately, it's only a 1-kill lead here for Felonies and Obnoxious. He's gonna make it 2, but Acid comes through with a clutch. Beautiful job by him. He'll also grapple that shock rifle as well, so now he'll have the information here. And, you know, I believe 2 bullets left. That's 4 bullets. I've never seen that before in a shock rifle, but here we go. Another shot comes in from Acid. They're starting to warm up just a bit, Tony. It's definitely being shown here.
One fella's going down, and he's Obnoxious by himself, and the teamwork just too much for Acid and Leor. Acid putting his body on the line in front of his one-shot teammate, and that's something that I'm not recognizing from Obnoxious and Felony so far in this game. Is I'm missing that teamwork that we saw in the last round. I think they're playing well individually, but maybe it's somehow to find a way to get that bait and switch action working again for them. 17-15 lead. Acid and Leor on top by 1. Camouflage has been gathered once again, and Felonies and Obnoxious, you know, every time they get a bit of resource, they usually turn it into a few kills, and a few kills may just be huge here on Recharge.
Yeah, we talked about that bait and switch, and as you were talking about it, they finally do utilize it here, though. You see another individual play, but the question is, I mean, do you want to utilize that camo for a bit longer? If you wait for Felonies to pop on through, you still have camo to work with for maybe another 10 seconds or so, and with, you know, Acid and Leor coming off a spawn, that would have been some great pressure, but they're going to lose camo, and now Felonies is going to be in a 1v2 situation. He's got to be careful about this push.
Too much damage being taken by Felonies, finds himself in the middle of 2 players, and now Leor giving information to Acid exactly what Noxious is. There's nowhere to go. Hunts him down immediately, and back to the black screen he goes. A 2-kill lead. Meanwhile, Acid and Leor only needing 5 kills at this point. Obnoxious and Felonies, they have to clean it up, and as of right now, Acid and Leor are in their face. Obnoxious gets himself the kill. Somehow is able to stay alive, doesn't take any damage in return. Acid is gonna have to win a 1v1 that Obnoxious is holding him back from.
Yeah, I mean, Obnoxious in a really bad spot right now with those spawns coming on the elevator, but he does a great job doing maximum damage. The problem is Felonies gets caught out on the bottom trying to help him, so they're both gonna go down, and now only 2 kills is all Acid and Leor need in order to close this game out. An aggression from Felonies and Obnoxious already. Acid needs to stay alive here, but he cannot. We have a 2-kill game, Tony.
Yeah, may only need 2 kills to win it, but like you said, only 2 kills behind right now are Felonies and Obnoxious. 1 round of slays can tie it up or end it here. Felonies putting the damage onto the top gold player, ends up taking down Leor, who had the shock rifle. Leor is, Acid is there, the melee is in. We are tied up at 23 apiece, and now it's Felonies who has himself the shock. Acid and Leor coming off the spawn, and they have no advantage whatsoever. They have no camo, no shock rifle, maybe no chance.
Yeah, and Obnoxious and Felonies have the process of elimination, right? They checked A for the spawns, they checked C, now they know exactly where they are. They're on tower. Obnoxious has to make this jump happen here. You can see it's not practiced fully, so he's gonna miss it. He'll lose that high ground, but he still has the shock and the camo to utilize. He has to hit some shot. This is where it all counts right here as he's taking out Acid. The first kill goes in, they trade 24-24.
And there it is, tied up game. A crazy stick ends up leading to this one pivotal moment. The nade goes down, forcing Felonies out, but Leor can't exactly find the kill. Leor's gonna back down, and Acid is looking for the 1 shot. He's not gonna find him. Instead, he's going to find Obnoxious with full shield and holding him out, and then a trade comes out, tied up at 25. What do we do?
Oh my goodness gracious. A tie in 2v2, baby. This is Halo. This is exactly what we love to see. Both of these teams so evenly matched here. A tie game now. And I believe the score will go to both of them, and then we'll go to Solitude and live fire, I would imagine.
Oh my gosh. That was crazy. I mean, at the end of the game, I want to say it was Leor. Had Felonies 1 shot over towards the low tower, throws a well-placed grenade over towards the right side, forcing Felonies to play out towards his left, and Felonies slid into there, slid over towards bottom tower while one. This is it. Look at it. Crazy stick right there. By the way, crazy play by Acid. But now Felonies is stuck behind this pillar. Leor is putting down that damage, and he chucks that grenade. He chucks. Oh wait, see the stick? There it is. Beautiful play by Acid, by the way. But then look, Felonies is stuck here. Look at this nade right here. Forces him out towards the left. He's 1 shot. You gotta get that kill. Like, I mean, who am I to question? I mean, obviously, Leor is 10 times better than I will ever be, especially when it comes to, you know, skill-wise and shot-wise. But you have him 1 shot. You drop the grenade. You put Felonies in the exact position that you wanted to have him. And you have the opportunity to end the game right then and there, you know. But either way, phenomenal display of 2v2 Halo. I thought Acid and Leor's teamwork was incredible. I thought Felonies and Obnoxious individually played so well, and at times we saw some teamwork there, but I think it was their individual skill that really kept them in it. And I don't even know what the ruling is, Tim. I didn't read the rule book here. What do we do?
I believe production is going to let us know. Either they'll replay recharge, or we'll go to Solitude and live fire. It's a replay. I'm getting the word right now. It is a replay. We're going to replay recharge once again. And you know what we saw in the first one, we get to see again, Tony. Back to game number 1. the replay, but not because of a crash or a lag out, because it was a tie, which is what we love to see. I've got to see some more tightness out of Felonies and Obnoxious, though. Playing very isolated, playing very individual, like you mentioned. You obviously are going up against an Acid and Leor that are not fully warmed up. They didn't get on hours before the tournament to warm up, so take advantage of it right now is what you need to do. And you see right at the beginning, Obnoxious and Felonies are not going to get those first 2 kills that they got in the first one, Tony.
I gotta calm down. I'm sorry. That was such an exciting ending to that game number 1. We gonna bring it down. We'll bring it back though. We're in a complete reset. No advantage whatsoever on either side. Well, an advantage of camouflage and shock in the hands of Felonies. That's quite a bit of advantage, if you ask me. Meanwhile, Obnoxious ends up being taken down by Acid. It was 1 shot, and Felonies slow and methodical on his way with this camouflage. Get himself the kill, but more importantly, stays alive. Leor has crossed over from his spawn over toward the seaside. Felonies, he's ready for that.
Slow and methodical, the 2 words that I highlighted from what you just said, Tony. Felonies does such a good job of making sure to get those angles, play it slow, don't rush anything, don't go crazy, get the angles, hit the shot, and that's how you get the kills.
1 kill lead now for Felonies and Obnoxious. Looks like Felonies wants to take height over toward the A side. Acid just about hits that doorway right as that nade was landing, and now Felonies has an opportunity to maybe flank. No, he wants to pull back. He wants to make sure that Obnoxious stays alive, and nades are going down left and right here, forcing Felonies and Obnoxious to back down into a corner. Acid and Leor are slowly backing them into the back wall, and there it is. Leor's down to 1 shot though. Obnoxious still finds the kill. I guess when your back's against the wall, you get the claws.
Yeah, you do. Obnoxious has some large claws as well. And you see right there, he's got the shock to utilize too. We saw earlier a shroud screen being used in a beautiful way. And I keep saying this over and over again. Shroud screen is not being utilized at its full potential. And I can't wait to see how it's used more on this map, especially with that open center that you talked about and all those cross angles on recharge.
Leor was able to break down out of spawn, immediately taking down Obnoxious, and with that camouflage coming up, huge plays coming in for the Latin American duo. The shock almost bodies Obnoxious. Instead, it's just a body shot. Acid on screen. Finds the 1 shot. Obnoxious. Leor's trying to cover his teammates back. There he is. He's finally in the fight. Felonies couldn't quite find the kill onto the 1 shot player. Now you got to deal with 2. Leor taking down Felonies, and also it's Acid and Leor taking the lead. Obnoxious not able to win his 1v1, so both players hit the black screen. Acid and Leor now have the opportunity to collapse off a spawn, which they have done so well both in version 1 of game 1 and even in this one.
What are we seeing here out of Obnoxious and Felonies? Lots of 1v1s being taken. When your teammate goes down and you're isolated, you need to reposition. You need to make sure to stay alive and give your teammate 7 seconds to spawn. It's not done there, and you can see Acid and Leor taking the lead now. They're up by 3.
Looks like he wanted to grab with that shock. He knew exactly what's coming up. He's ready just a bit early. Obnoxious and Felonies somehow find the angle off his spawn, but Acid finds the exit route with that grab on Felonies. He did not want to let him get shocked for free, but instead ends up becoming a free kill himself. Double kill now out of Acid. That's a mistake that's going to bite you. It's going to cost you every single time.
Yeah, things are starting to get out of control here. Obnoxious and Felonies really need to take hold of the pace of the game. They need to slow things down a lot because even Leor is winning those 1v1s, but again, we're taking too many 1v1s. There's too many isolated fights. Acid has control of that shock as well. You see another isolated fight there that ends up in a trade, which when you're up 14-6 looks really good for Acid and Leor, but Obnoxious and Felonies, again, need to slow things down.
Another camouflage coming up, another opportunity for Obnoxious and Felonies to grab a hold of it. The problem is that it's being used as a bait. Acid gets the easy kill onto Felonies. We know how good with the camouflage he is. He's not gonna have an opportunity with them. Even gets the kill onto Obnoxious, leaving Felonies by himself off a spawn. And this is what Acid and Leor love to do. They love to put you off a spawn. They love to get that easy kill and then make the second one even easier. Felonies trades out his life. Obnoxious goes in for the challenge, feeling confident on that one. Finally, you get the power weapons out of Acid and Leor's hands.
Felonies taking another 1v1 on the long haul, though. He's going to win that one, but you got to stop taking those risks, right? Those 1v1s can be won. You can win those individual fights, but you got to utilize your teammate a bit more because you guys got to come back in this game. And what that means is clean kills. 6 kill deficit here on the side of Obnoxious and Felonies. Lots of work to do, but they've got the shock rifle to do it.
Felonies gets another kill onto Acid. Once again, leaving Leor by himself, and Obnoxious is collapsing immediately, not trying to give them any time for the Spartans to come up, but hits him with the 180, hits him with the mess around and find out.
Absolutely beautiful shot by Obnoxious. Great reaction time. He's able to clean up that kill in a position where it didn't look good for him. That's what we call low percentage kills here in Halo. Almost gets another one. Felony's looking to clean this one up, but Leor with those denial grenades doing a great job of staying alive, but Felonies, does find him in the end. And now we look at 19 to 15. Acid and Leor still had the lead due to the trades that they consistently get.
Just a 4-kill game as we switch gears over towards Obnoxious. Once again, Camouflage is coming into play, and once again, it could be the deciding factor of either Obnoxious and Felonies using it to close the gap, or having that gap get wider and wider. Now Obnoxious by himself, Felonies once again biting off more than he can chew. Felonies somehow finds the kill onto Leor. That's a huge kill by Felonies, knowing that he's weak, knowing that it's a 1v2, and it might have actually just net him a camouflage. Felonies turning lemons into lemonade on that one. Camouflage turns into a kill. You're only down by 3. Leor, high risk, high reward to try to trade out his life with Camouflage, ends up getting the clean kill. Obnoxious by himself should be able to back down right as Felonies is coming off a spawn. A 4-kill game once again, but this time Acid and Leor are 4 kills from the win.
I really like the play by Obnoxious there. Not necessarily doing the damage, but looking back to see where Felonies is. But Felonies pushes up and goes instantly down. A clean 2 kills here, and only 2 more remain for Acid and Leor.
Acid and Leor not trying to give Obnoxious or Felonies any opportunity to end this in a tie. Acid's able to take down Felonies. Obnoxious being led by himself, and here comes Leor flying in, chasing down the weak Obnoxious. He's trying to find the exit route. It isn't here, buddy. 25 kills, Acid and Leor taking game 1.
What a contrast that we saw from that game 1 tie. This is game 1.5, and it ends up in Acid and Leor's hands by a large margin, 25 to 17. But you know, it begs the question, was it the fact that Acid and Leor weren't warmed up in that very first game? Felonies and Obnoxious taking advantage of that game 1 would have been huge for them. But unfortunately, we end up in a scenario where Acid and Leor get the chance to warm up just a bit, and both of them are calling out, "Vamos! It's time to go to game 2."
Let's go. For those of y'all who aren't cultured, I will say I love the teamwork once again here by Acid and Leor, really do. But what I saw, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tim, what I saw different in this game versus the version 1 of game 1 is I saw more of an urgency on
yes.
hopping on those spawners. The moment Obnoxious Felonies were coming off his spawn, Acid and Leor were identifying it and then starting to close the gap just faster and faster, which to me just tells me that they felt more confident within their teamwork and these engagements. And again, Obnoxious Felonies making great individual plays and even great team plays, but you know, 9 times out of 10, or I guess 12.5 times out of 25, it's going to end up going in favor of the team that's more confident in their team play. And to me, that looked like Acid and Leor.
Yeah, I mean, Acid, we saw him in that 1v1, right? His crosshair was going around like he had a hurricane in his house. And in this game, too, look at him, 12-5 at this point in the game. So definitely more confident, definitely more warmed up. But now we go to a game 2. It's redemption time here for Felonies and Obnoxious. Can they make sure we go to a game 3 is the question.
Solitude, obviously a much different map than Recharge, but all that means that this can snowball either really well for one of these teams or really bad. As of right now, 2 kills quickly go in favor of Acid and Leor. Obnoxious comes off a spawn, tries to introduce himself, but ends up being backed down toward the hotel and raining down grenades on him. Acid with the camouflage tries to get aggressive, allows Leor to be that front player, but does he know that Obnoxious is off a spawn? This is no longer a 2v1. It's right back to a reset, right back to a 2v2, and you don't have an active camo to work with.
Yeah, you see once again, it's a 1v1 situation and then another 1v1 situation. They catch Felonies on the rotation, trying to get information if they spawn snipe. He wasn't aware of the push. Because of that, Obnoxious has to take a 1v1, and then Felonies short after has to take a 1v2. So it just becomes very difficult to get anything going, any sort of momentum flowing if you're in these 1v1 and 1v2 scenarios that you can't win.
Felonies is gonna drop acid right there. Actually, that might be a felony. Ends up getting the shock immediately. Goes right after Leor. Has one more shot with that shock to work with, but doesn't have his teammate as Obnoxious ends up going down. Shock rifle is wasted out of the ammo, but the bandit is gonna do all the work that Felonies needs. Down by 3 kills still, but Felonies and Obnoxious, they have momentum, which we know is so important on Solitude.
Yeah, momentum is important. I want to talk about that angle that Leor just took, right? It was really tucked in to that bottom U-turn side, and because of that, he's able to get a couple of shots onto Felonies right off the bat, and they're extending this lead even further here. Obnoxious has yet to get a kill. We're going to Dunkin' Donuts, Tony.
I ain't mad at that. Boston cream, yeah, that's my favorite. Though. I love me some Boston cream. Don't make me hungry, man. It's early. 10-4 lead at the moment here. Acid and Leor obviously having control, but Leor, again, the same patience that we saw Felonies use with that camouflage is the same patience that we saw Leor use right there to stay alive. And when you have camo, thrust, and shock at one point, a few grenades, just everything in the arsenal here on Solitude, and things are going from bad to worse here for Felonies and Obnoxious. They need to slow down Acid and Leor, and these trades aren't exactly what the doctor ordered.
Again, yeah, it's just a constant 1v1, and you can't win every 1v1, especially when Acid's playing like this and Leor's playing a bit of the same. You can see even in this situation where Leor seems to be in a 1v1, he stays on top of lift. He ends up dropping down because he has the advantage in that fight, but he had Acid right there. Acid was already dropping truck to assist him. He's already in a position to try and help, and look, he's already in a position once again to get this cleanup kill on the Felonies, but Felonies does a great job of staying alive here.
Sadly, can't stay alive for long enough to use that shock. He's immediately hunted down, and once again, Acid and Leor are getting aggressive onto Obnoxious and Felonies. We are seeing that sense of urgency. They want to continue to pressure Obnoxious and Felonies and make them as uncomfortable as possible. And as long as you have a 7-kill lead, why not? Why not continue to do that, especially here on Solitude? Another trade out. But every trade just inches Acid and Leor closer and closer to ending this series.
Yeah, when you're this much in the lead, that confidence really starts to shine through. And like you said before, you mentioned to yourself, they have control of everything. Finally, Obnoxious gonna get control of this camo, but you see they're both in an exposed position top center. And that's what causes people to be down to no shields. That's what causes the bait and switch out of Leor and Acid. And that's what causes 2 dead once again for Obnoxious and Felonies, an 8-kill lead now.
Leor with the camo starting to force himself over toward the cafe side. Time and time again, Felonies Obnoxious come off a spawn, and time again, Leor and Acid are in their face. Shock rifle in the hands of Acid. Looking to get involved, angles out Obnoxious. Meanwhile, Felonies somehow is still alive, dives out toward the top dip. He at least is able to take down Leor. If he can get the kill onto Acid, that'd be crazy. Acid just a step behind. Felonies gets the damage. That shot is mean.
That's a nice crowd strafe out of Felonies. Definitely has caused me to miss a couple shots in my games against him, but it's going to once again allow him to get that first kill. Felonies going in for another one here on the Leor, and now Felonies starting to pop off. So you see these 1v1s still happening, but he's winning the pivs. Every kill at this point, if you're able to win and stay alive, is a piv here for Felonies and Obnoxious. Very important that they continue to get these clean kills. You see a trade there, but it's only 1 for the last 3 kills, so not too bad for them. Still down by 6 though.
Down by 6, and meanwhile, Acid and Leor 4 kills away from ultimately taking this game and the series. Acid wants to make his way over to where the gold side runs right into Obnoxious. It wasn't exactly ready for that fight, so Obnoxious gonna be able to take down Acid, who already has a dozen kills to his name. Leor, high IQ play to back down, feed off some information. Obnoxious Felonies aren't aware, but they're gonna find out the hard way, putting Felonies down to 1 shot. Leor comes out easily with the cleanup. Obnoxious revealing his head, just for Leor to take it off. 23-17. Felonies coming off a spawn and getting the kill, but just 2 more needed here for Acid and Leor.
A little bit confident there, right? This game is not over yet, and you see that camo is not going to be picked up. He's going to challenge the fight instead. And now the camo is going to be in the hands of Felonies. I believe they did get the sound cue on that, so it's going to be about Felonies trying to stay alive here. He does not. Obnoxious gets that trade, but only 1 kill is left for Acid and Leor to win this.
See Leor on the high ground, and wow. That was anticlimactic on that one, but a beautiful 5 shot onto Obnoxious over towards Soda. Get to the high ground. I think I learned that from Star Trek. Oh, no, sorry, Harry Potter.
Oh my
Harry. No.
Stop.
No. Codename Kids Next Door. Get to the high ground. And that's exactly what Acid and Leor used to beat out Felonies Obnoxious. The tournament life isn't over. They'll be down to the elimination bracket. Meanwhile, Acid and Leor, they're moving on to the best of 5 portion of this winners bracket tournament.
Yeah, really excited to see Acid and Leor go on. I'm really glad they were able to get that little, it's sometimes you just got to warm up in the tournament, right? You don't have time. Maybe something came up. Maybe you can't get a couple hours beforehand, or maybe they're old like me and it takes them a long time to warm up. I'm not too sure, but regardless, they looked warmed up now, and they're looking like they're dominating as well. Great job by Felonies and Obnoxious to make it this far in the winner's side. They will drop to the lower side, so they'll have a second chance. But again, we'll see how far they go.
The Latin American duo absolutely doing their thing. Louis and Garrett, how did you feel about their performance, and what do you feel about their chances to make it another round further in the winners bracket?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty keen on Acid and Leor. They're a pretty damn solid duo. What are your thoughts, Tools?
Yeah, I think they're going to be really good. I expect them to go far in the tournament today. And honestly, it's to me, at this point, it's to be expected. I think with how they've been playing, I don't think it should be a surprise to anyone that they get far in these tournaments.
Indeed. You can see the series layout here. 25-17 after a tie, right? So there were 3 games in this series. So if you're Felonies and Obnoxious, right, a little things change. Game 1, this could have been going to a game number 3. Unfortunately, not the case. And Acid and Leor just kind of run away with it.
Yeah, I gotta say, Louis, though, that game 1, it was a pure delight to watch. Just like Pure Delight just gave us 5 gifted subs.
Let's go, PD.
25-25. That tie. Ooh, I love myself a good tie in a game number 1. And Louis, guess what? We don't even have to wait that long. Our next match, it's already ready to go. We're gonna be moving over to another region, the EU teams. We're gonna have Jimbo and the mouse and keyboard upstart Wutum going up against Mental and Cycle in our first best of 5 today. Really excited about Wutum. I think the more I see from him, the more I think that these guys over at FO really found their answer for the next season, because they lost Glory, right? Glory going over to what we presume to be Quadrant. No official announcement yet, but I think everyone can see the writing on the walls. This new upstart, I believe he's only 17 years old, might have just turned 18. Very young player, but already has a pretty storied esports career, right? Got second place at the World Championships or Splitgate just a few years back. Won a couple Splitgate championships, and now is trying to make himself stake himself a claim in Halo.
That's some great insight there into a brand new player approaching the scene here in Halo. Meanwhile, Cycle, kind of that guy last year, right? How do you think that he's matured?
Oh, I think Cycle is potentially going to be the most improved player this year. The more I see from him, the more impressed I am. Really think that Shopify Rebellion team is going to be very dangerous. I think he got a lot better by adding Soul Snipe to that team. I think he just complements his gameplay a little bit better than the old guard was. And I really see Cycle competing for a lot of top 4s, potentially trying to crack his way into a top 3 today. But I have a lot of momentum behind these two players over on Shopify Rebellion.
All right, well, without further ado, it's time for our best of 5 winner round 4. That's right, we're in the best of 5 portion of this bracket. We're gonna throw it to Tony Inactive as we're already loaded into game number 1.
We get to see ourselves some more of this Shopify Rebellion duo. Time and time again, I've been watching them, and with this new team, I'm really keeping my eye on a Shopify Rebellion because I really believe it's a race between Shopify Rebellion, Native, and Sentinels for the 4th best team in the league. Sorry, you still got to work through SSG Optic and of course FaZe, but I'm excited to see some more Psycho and Mental. Meanwhile, excited to see some Jimbo and Tim, I heard that you hate this Wootum guy. I heard that you're not a fan of the input that he plays on or something. I don't know.
I love Wootum, and honestly, I'm very excited, right? I tweeted about this. I'm excited to see what kind of shakeup he has on the scene. He comes from Splitgate, like Garrett had mentioned, a 3-time champion in Splitgate, and now coming to Halo, people are saying he is the best mouse and keyboard player in Halo Infinite, and he has attended a LAN. He went to the Blackpool LAN, I believe it was, but you know, I always say, I gotta see this man in an HCS event. I gotta see what he's capable of. How can he turn this team around in terms of, you know, Jimbo's squad, and what kind of mark can he put on HCS with that M&K? And excited to see he's starting off real strong here with this shock rifle.
Jimbo and Wootum. Hopefully connection. Actually, connection must be feeling real good for them. 4-2 right now, and Wootum, 3 kills already. I love the fact that we're at a world in gaming where you can like play with people from across. Like think about it. Like I'm able to
so
play
cool.
with and continuously communicate from across the world. Like I think that we kind of take that for granted at times. So really excited that we're at this point in gaming and want to see more. Want to see it become more stable and more exciting. Jimbo up in the tempo, making things more exciting, getting his 6th kill, doubling the score line of the opposition, but it's still Whirly.
Yeah, great job. I mean, they're definitely, Cycle and Mental are definitely keeping things close. Jimbo, though, takes the shock rifle in his hand, and if he can get potentially this next kill, he'll have camo as well, but great job by Mental. What a great angle he has on the camo there. He's going to make Jimbo work for it, but a great job by Jimbo to stay alive in the situation, waiting for assistance, and the shroud screen goes down. This could be camo, and it is in the hands of Mental and Cycle if they can get their hands on it, but I don't think anyone popped that camo. Actually, Jimbo and Wootum did, and it gets burned.
It looked like for a second that Psycho was able to grab a hold of camo, but I don't know if he just maybe didn't extend far enough or was just straight robbed by Jimbo right there. But either way, I believe Camouflage was burned, which works out well for both Jimbo and Wootum. I mean, you already have a 4-kill lead. At least you're not allowing the opposition any free resources on the map. Meanwhile, Mental being real sneaky over to the bottom tower. That's because Jimbo is right above him. Easy kill onto Jimbo, and that leaves Wootum by himself. Wootum thought he had his teammate watching his back from the tower side. Somehow was still able to get the kill onto Cycle. Mental gets the kill, then snaps onto Jimbo. Are you kidding me? Mental, you're mental.
That was absolutely disgusting by Mental. Again, another very low percentage kill. You have a percentage scale at which a kill is capable of being gotten, right? You have 1 to 100%. That was a 2% kill right there. There is no way he wins that in any scenario. Mental pulls it off, and what a great job of being able to utilize those cross angles. And again, staying on separate sides of the map doesn't work for the lower tier teams, but it works for teams like Cycle and Mental. They know exactly the timing and the spawns and everything, and they take full advantage of it.
Incredible display of individual skills coming out of these players so far. But it's still Jimbo and Wootum that currently have the lead at the moment here. Psycho and Mental navigating the map like brothers in arms, back to back, making sure that they're able to cover every angle, but you're never looking up. At least that's what Valkyrie says in Apex. So it's a 2-kill game. Psycho takes down Jimbo. Wootum gets the kill on the Psycho, but can't turn it into 2. Mental should have a camouflage, and if he plays this right, a grapple and a shock as well.
Yeah, Cycle and Mental, even though they're down 1 kill in this game, are in full control right now. They have the awareness of the spawns, and you see they're collapsing on them already. Mental's going to take that forward angle, where whereas it's going to be Cycle who's on the backside putting that damage in. You see it works so perfectly. Jimbo's down to no shields as well, so they're going to be able to collapse on this kill. But not only that, Tony, look how much time they take in between kills, right? They're going to allow Jimbo to die here, and now the other player is going to be Wootum, and he spawned isolated, so they're going to take full advantage of this as well. But I think they weren't aware of those C-plat spawns, so it's going to be Wootum, I'm sorry, who ends up staying alive.
Yeah, Woods kind of hiding in that corner. Maybe even used the pillar on that one to make sure that his presence was concealed there.
Yeah.
Ends up stopping the push on both Mental and Psycho by himself, which could have been really bad for them. Either way, Psycho and Mental currently have a 1-kill lead. Dozen kills for them. We're seeing Wootum and Jimbo start to inch closer toward the gold side. They're trying to find multiple access points here. Mental takes a bit of damage, but nothing to worry about just yet. Psycho trying to get an off angle from the bottom gold side. So far, neither one of these duos wanted to make a mistake here. They know this is a close game.
Yeah, it all comes down to Mental not taking bad damage, right? He did take like a shot and a half of damage, but it wasn't enough for Jimbo and Wootum to feel confident on the push. Finally, they feel confident enough. They push through with a missed position from Cycle and Mental. They take full advantage, and now they have the shock rifle as well.
Shock over to the high ground. Drops down to the low ground right on time to take down Mental, leaving Psycho by himself once again. Wootum wants to catch an angle toward the spawning players. Well-timed and well-prepared. Body shots onto both. Headshot onto the second one. 10 kills for Wootum. Cycle. He has to fight off 2 players that are starting to aggress forward. Wootum on the right, Jimbo on the left. He's dancing with Destiny right now, and Destiny not on his side.
Wootum, I mean, I feel like I'm a fanboy. This kid is disgusting. I honestly just really enjoy watching him play. His ability to snap, his sensitivity is high enough where I don't think the small space on the HCS stage will affect him, but his ability to snap so fast and target switch so well makes him such a valuable player. Gets another kill across the map there as well. That's gonna leave Cycle by himself on the triple stack, and Jimbo will clean that one up. They have full control and full awareness of the spawns on Elevator, and now they're gonna collapse.
Fairly big stage here for Wootum to be going off right now, and going off indeed he is. Jimbo the distraction, Wootum with another huge flank, ends up getting another kill onto both Cycle and Mental. Meanwhile, cycles his way from the outside of A over toward the bottom side, and
oh no,
sadly looks like we might have gotten a reset. A great game so far, 7-kill game that we've seen in favor of Jimbo and Wootum there, but man, very sad to see a reset in this situation.
Yeah, I think Jimbo and Wootum had a lot of momentum going into that, right? And you know, when these resets happen, you think, okay, we'll just play the differential, 6 kills, you know, whatever. They'll only need a certain amount of kills to win. But again, it's that momentum that's broken in half, and you kind of just have to start over again. And sometimes you need that. You need that mental strength to be able to do stuff like that. I mean, that's what makes professionals, right? You adapt to the situation, you make the best of it, and you move on. We'll see if Wootum and Jimbo can do that, but it looks like we are going to game number 2, Tony. So maybe I missed something. I mean, I'm getting old, so...
I didn't see anybody drop out of the lobby, so I wonder if I thought maybe it was just an early end, or maybe it was, hey, look, you know, we're 7 kills behind, you guys only need 5 more kills. Maybe it was, let's not give you any more momentum, we're gonna simply move on to the next game, onto Solitude. It also could have been a situation where maybe it was technical difficulties, but because, again, the circumstances were against them, they said, hey, you know what, let's just move on to game number 2, no need to extend it. Either way, no matter what, Jimbo and Wootum played one hell of a game number 1, and it was a hard-fought battle. This was not easy for them. So going to this game number 2, I'm just as excited here on Solitude.
Yeah, it could definitely be a ping thing where Cycle and Mental were, like you said, just kind of tossed it, but we'll get to game number 2, and I'm excited as well, Tony. It's going to be Mental and Cycle with a very early, small, tiny, minuscule, what other words do I got here, lead, and we'll see if they're able to extend that. Cycle does have the shock rifle in his hands, of course. Shock rifle now instead of the sniper. You know, we'll see how that pans out as the season goes on. I'm not sure what the consensus is in the pro scene. I think definitely a little bit easier to use on controller, in my opinion. But Wootum shows it's pretty easy to use on M&K as well. I'm just not at his level.
Shotgun hands a Psycho over toward the S4 side. Meanwhile, Jimbo and Wootum are actually navigating their way through yard. If they recognize that Mental is by himself, they might be able to move in on him faster than Psycho can respond from this angle here. As Mental, he's pushed up. Finally, Psycho's gonna rotate over towards him. So now you have a 2v2 situation, but the damage is slightly in favor of Jimbo and Wootum. Will continue to W key, but Mental gets the backside of Jimbo. Beautiful backsmack out of him. Wootum gets the kill onto him, but it's not gonna happen. He's not gonna get away. Psycho emerges from that engagement alive and somehow ends up in a whole nother fight between Jimbo, who literally just got off a spawn.
Yeah, I really like it. Cycle's playing very aggressive here, and I love to see this out of him, right? It just means, like we talked about a little bit earlier, it just means he's got that confidence in order to hit those shots and take these 1v1s while still allowing Mental to be in his line of sight. You see that little double jump utilized to get on top of glass there, a technique that's found on Solitude and maps like Empyrean. Really cool to see that constantly being implemented. The 1v1 Cycle versus Wootum. Wootum's gonna be pushed back. Cycle wants none of that with no shields.
Yeah, sends him flying with the repulse, and this is all the fight for camouflage, lasting so long, but Jimbo and Wootum continue to aggress, continue to push forward. Wootum hits Mental with the shock rifle right to the dome to snatch up that active camouflage. Psycho and Mental, you may have a 1-kill advantage at the moment, but Wootum, he has the information. He has the most deadly combo here in Halo Infinite, and he also has a free kill onto Mental.
Oh, beautiful shots right there. I thought him peeking that ramp was going to be trouble, but he hits the shot. That really swaps the momentum, but still a tie game here, 9-9. Cycle and Mental have done a really good job of keeping this game close. The jump up on the lamp is going to be huge. It's going to allow him the angle on a Mental, and he takes him out with a reversal as well. Beautiful job by Wootum, really taking over in this game. 9-3 to start.
Ric Flair would be proud because his boy, woo! Tom is absolutely a menace on the map. He is 9-3, 9 of his team's 10 kills. The opposing opposition have 9 kills as a total, but Wootum is almost outslaying them by himself. He's having one hell of a game 2 after fresh off of that amazing game number 1. Finally, they're able to get the kill onto Wootum and slow him down, but something tells me you can't stop him. You can only hope to contain him.
Yeah, that's the thing though, right? You start to feel yourself, you're in a situation where you're not missing shots, you're playing really well. You got to be careful to still have that discipline to take intelligent fights, to take smart fights that you know you're going to win. And unfortunately in that little moment, his Mental got the best of him. He pushed a little bit aggressive. Now we're up to a tie game, but Jimbo has the camo, so that's a second camo in a row for Jimbo and Wootum. We'll see how Jimbo's able to utilize this.
And despite not getting much of the resources throughout this game, Psycho and Mental have been able to keep this game quite close. So, you know, tied up 11 apiece, not having the resources like a camouflage and shock in the hands of Jimbo at the moment. You gotta give him a shout out, but it isn't enough. Nades are going down. You can't continue to lose these resources time after time and expect to be able to come out on top. Another double kill out of Jimbo gives Jimbo and Wootum the lead, only by 1. Spawners up for Psycho and Mental. Jimbo, I want to see him catch an angle. There we go.
Yeah, Jimbo did a great job there, Tony. He pushed towards blue. He wanted to make sure to block that spawn, and the only spawn that was left available was Snipe. Unfortunately, though, Wootum and Jimbo are not able to really take advantage of that spawn, and Mental and Cycle find the hole in their offense, and they're able to utilize defense in an offensive way to get a couple kills on the board. Up by 1 now is Mental and Cycle, and they've got all the momentum to work with.
Perfect kill out of Jimbo. This game being a lot tighter over toward the mid than game number 1. Solitude,
yes.
Definitely a more favorable map, I would say, for both Psycho and Mental, but still, Jimbo and specifically Wootum, 11 kills right now. They've seemed to get the better of them in some of these engagements that are really starting to matter towards going into the late game. Psycho over towards S4, Jimbo and Wootsum angling him out from both sides as Jimbo does the initial damage. Wootsum tries to collapse. One ends up going down. Shock is up, so you just lost Shock if you're Jimbo or Wootsum. Can you fight for camouflage? You don't want to lose both.
Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication there by Jimbo. Wootsum maybe with Jimbo getting that aggressive. He thought Wootsum had his angle. They do get that kill there. Shock rifle, like you said, in the hands of Mental. Oh my gosh, what a beautiful nade there. Wootsum gets caught standing still, gets taken out, and now Mental with a Shock on the highest point of the map. Has his teammate behind him on lift as well. Jimbo has to make a play with his camo. This play is literally the game right here. If he's able to get both or they're able to wipe, this will be huge for Jimbo and Wootsum.
But the first kill onto Psycho, taking no damage whatsoever. Wootsum has also caught up to Jimbo off his spawn. Mental wants to hit the headshot with the Shock. It's not going to happen for him. Shock ends up stripped off the lifeless body as Wootsum and Jimbo. Just just 6 kills away from taking this game, but just a few kills ahead of Psycho and Mental. You want to make sure you're not making any mistakes here, and Jimbo being isolated by himself trades out his life. Wootsum gets himself the body shot, and it's still good enough for him to switch to that bandit, get the melee, and give them a 4-kill advantage. Once again, Jimbo and Wootsum 4 kills away from moving forward, from going up 2-0.
Oh, Wootsum with a 15th kill stops Jimbo from dying there, preventing that death is so huge because, again, it extends it, like you said, 5 kills in the lead. Now Wootsum not stopping, pushing aggressively. 2 kills is all Jimbo and Wootsum need. 16 and 7 out of the mouse and keyboard player in Wootsum. This guy's got a future ahead of him, and I'm excited for it.
Psycho and Mental have 17 kills as a duo. Wootsum has 18. He literally outslayed the duo by himself. Wootsum, man, welcome to the HCS. Let me tell you, it's good to have you, brother.
It's so important. I listen, I know that I talk about MK so much, but get over it, okay? It is so important for a player like this to come up. We've already got Scoob, we've already got Septic, but it's really important for a player like this to come up and maybe place really well at the first HCS event to let people know that MK is something that's you're capable of competing on. I've been thinking this since the game came out, but Wootsum showcasing it here is huge. I'm just really excited. Mental and Cycle, they've got a little bit of a game 3 on their hands. Of course, this is a best of 5. We're going to live fire, and this time we've got the S7 sniper at the top center of the map. Can Mental and Cycle bring this back and cause a reverse sweep, or will Jimbo and Wootsum close it out right here in dominating fashion like they did the first 2 games?
We just watched this man drop 18 kills, outslaying the enemy team by himself, seemingly. What makes Wootsum so effective, so good on the map?
Look at him right here, right? The ability to shoot long range. Mouse and keyboard has always been very strong on those long range engagements. No one's ever believed me when I've said this, but you're seeing it in Wootsum's gameplay. He's always that back player for Jimbo, but he's also very good in the close range as well. So he's got 2 very important aspects of mouse and keyboard that he can utilize in order to, take these individual fights or provide that back assistance. And of course, the amount of speed that he's able to turn left and right allows for target switching and just maximum damage every time he's on spawn.
Body shot with the S7 finishes it off with the freaking bandit and Wootsum. Oh my gosh. Time and time again, this young man is impressing me, and we gotta get him to land. We now know the roadmap, baby. I get this young man to Texas. Oh my gosh.
Dude, I'm telling you right now, we're witnessing something very important here. A player who, my goodness, is not missing a shot. I've talked about the capabilities over and over again. You're probably sick of me talking about it, but you're not gonna be sick of Wootsum missing shots here. He doesn't miss a single thing as he continues on a killing spree, 5-0.
Chasing down this player with the sniper, Wootsum. Finally, he ends up going down, but clearly his presence being felt by both Psycho and Mental. And now Mental gonna show us what he's got with that S7. Beautiful body shot onto Jimbo, advances forward, gets himself the kill, but Wootsum angles him out. Now down to one shot. Wootsum has to try to stay alive. He knows that Cycle is going to try to push up on him. Luckily, Jimbo coming off a spawn, that'll slow down the movements of both Cycle and Mental.
We're giving a lot of credit to Wootsum here, but I gotta give a shout out to Jimbo as well. He's got that stat that you love so dearly, Tony. 3 assists to Wootsum's 0, right? He's putting in that damage, allowing Wootsum to go free, right? Let him loose, let him do what he wants to do, and what he wants to do is hit those cross-map shots. Do not challenge an MNK player who's this good at tracking long range. You will lose.
Not only is Wootsum absolutely nasty, but I just find mouse and keyboard point of view just more fun to watch. I don't know.
Agreed.
The way they snap on, like even high sensitivity controller, I'll take that as well. I love what I'm seeing at the moment out of Wootsum, but second death out of him, 8 kills so far. Mental taking down Jimbo, who was trying to use Wootsum's damage as a distraction to get away with the camouflage, but both players go down. And just like that, Psycho and Mental are right back in this game. Oh, I hate those cracks.
They're so annoying. I hit them so often. But here it is. A little bit of a comeback here from Mental and Cycle. Don't you dare think this game is over anytime soon. Mental and Cycle, definitely very incredible players that know what it takes to be in this situation, to be down in kills in this 2v2 and still bring the game back. But Wootsum's got the sniper rifle. If he can continue to pop off here, it will make things very difficult. But look at how good Cycle is at closing off that angle. He does go down, but they do get the kill onto Jimbo. Wootsum's gonna take the 2v1 though, and he's gonna win it 10-2 already.
You know, I want to get on you for being such a Wootsum fan, but I mean, like,
I'm sorry.
I'm watching the same thing you are right now. And throughout the first 2 games, it's been a dominant performance out of Wootsum. Like how can you deny him this POV? How can you deny him the love? And it gets Psycho and Mental with a quick scope from Wootsum. He takes down another one. This man is a one-man wrecking ball. He's the Miley Cyrus of Halo.
I mean, I've watched some incredible Halo matches in my life, but there's just something special. And again, it's 100% caster bias here, as Jimbo shows that controller can do a little bit of the same. I know this debate has been a debate for years, but I'm just here for it, right? I'm just here to watch this man cook, and Jimbo being a great support in all this, right? Playing just incredible Halo to the point where he's got 5 assists, he's supporting in these angles, and he's hitting snipes as well. Jimbo wants the spotlight on his face right now as he continues to not miss. This team is popping off incredibly. Cycle and Mental really need to step up here if they want to bring this game back.
Camouflage is coming. I mean, the problem is, I don't even know if Mental and Psycho are playing bad. Like, as of right now, Wootsum is playing out of control, and Jimbo is supporting him so well. I literally don't know if Mental and Psycho are playing bad. Again, after a huge double count of Mental, right, as active camouflage is coming up. But what you are seeing is just unbelievable game. What do you call it? The flow, for the flow state right now,
yes.
Man. Wootsum is flowing at the moment, but Mental with active camouflage. Mental and Psycho only down by 5 kills. So despite the incredible display, at least in the kills department, Psycho and Mental, they're right on their tail.
I really like that though by Wootsum. When he switched to his POV and he was sitting still, right? He's feeling in the flow state, like you said. He's hitting shots. He's taking 2v1s. He's about to take another one right here. He misses it because of the camo. They both end up going down, but again, it's the discipline to slow down the pace of the game. Mental's doing a lot of that, right? He got the camo. He made sure to pick up the pace of the game. They had that advantage in the camo, and he's able to get a 2-kill wipe with that. Like I said, don't count Cycle and Mental out right now. They're only down by 3, and now they've got positioning as well as a trap onto Wootsum. He can take 1v2s, but can he take 1v2s from different angles? Here is the question, and he cannot. Mental, great job cleaning up that kill. Beautiful bait and switch as well.
Nades are going down, and Jimbo wants to take down both, not just happy with one. He sees the quantum translocator. He sees Mental as well. He was wondering, like, what, did he not go for this? He just kind of doubles back. And you know what? I do want to give a shout out to Jimbo. I want to give a shout out to Jimbo and Snipe Drone and their ability to find talent and give them an opportunity. You know, the likes of Mighties. You know, Jimbo took a risk. Put him on that Navi roster. It worked out well. Now you're seeing Wootsum again, new to Halo. You see the potential. You see what they're doing. Again, bring them on the roster. Same for Glory as well. Some of the top players that you're seeing coming out of EU don't always get a shot based on, you know, some of the friendships and just it being hard to break into the top pro scene. But Jimbo has found this young talent, has molded it well, and is putting it on full display. Again, welcome to the HGS, Wutum.
Yeah, the thing is, right, there's maybe a little bit of a lack of discipline here, and this is where you start to see what a player's capable of, but also where they need growth. Every player needs a bit of growth, and you can see Cycle and Mental are doing a great job exposing the over-aggression here out of Wutum and Jimbo, and they're working really well together. Another 2v1 situation there. Mental was ready to pick it up if it wasn't a trade, and now we still have a 3-kill game. Now we got to see some clean kills out of Cycle and Mental so that they can tie this back up, and that camo is the answer to that.
And with that, Mental wanted to keep eyes on that camouflage, but ends up being blindsided by both Wutum and Jimbo. Back-to-back kills with the quickness. Gives them that 24th kill, just one more needed, and Jimbo being able to pocket that camouflage. And I guess it doesn't matter because, you know, you give a mouse and keyboard player the sniper who hits like Wutum, and that just hits different. 3-0.
Wow.
3-0, and I don't know if this is the LVT Halo show anymore. It seems more like the Wutum show to me.
Mike. I mean, I don't want to be annoying, but oh my word, that was fun to watch. What a beautiful showcase by Jimbo and Wutum, both of them, right? They played that so incredibly well. Mental and Cycle really started to show a little bit of weakness, right? But then Jimbo and Wutum, once again, the entire game controlled the pace, right? They started to see that, you know, it was getting a bit close within 3. Towards the end, they pick it up, start playing a little bit tighter, and then bing, bang, boom, Wutum ends up hitting that snipe at the very end to close out the game. And like you said, Tony, bring out the brooms. It's a sweep.
And it's just, I mean, it's a great story. It really is. You know, you have a player to us, you know, older Halo heads who seemingly comes out of nowhere, is going against the grain. You know, one reason why I'm a big fan of Ryan, dude, because his strategies go against the grain. Well, being on mouse and keyboard goes against the grain of the normal controller dominance that we've seen in this scene. And then just being so young and coming from a different game comfort, like all of it is just such an amazing story. And again, I got to give a shout out to Jimbo and the boys. Time and time again, you give these young guys a chance because you see the potential, and it's worked out for you. Mighty's has been a great pickup. Glory was incredible. Obviously, might have gotten stolen from you, but now you know you pivot and you don't skip a beat with this Wutum guy who's going to be around for a very long time. Louis and Garrett, I hope you're ready. I'm sure you got a lot to say about that.
Woo, man, my boy Wutum was he was bringing it. I mentioned this earlier in the text chat, but like, what if we're just pronouncing his name wrong? What if it's W2M? W2M, because hey, dude, he's mouse and keyboard, buddy. That's called W King, brother.
Yeah, you can definitely see that in his gameplay, right? He loves to push forward, loves to get in the face of these players. Honestly, I'm a long-time active watcher, right? I watch a lot of his stream just to get that sort of mouse and keyboard feel. But for the first time, Louis, I feel like I saw what actual good mouse and keyboard gameplay looks like. It was insane just to see this man going in the way that he was. I didn't realize there was such a skill ceiling because I've been watching just Tim play on the input for so long, and there are actually talented people on mouse and keyboard in this game. It's insane to watch. I think this kid actually has what it takes to go somewhere far. I'm very excited for how the EU competition is going to be shaking up this year.
Yeah, I mean, we're rolling the clips right now. They're going to speak for themselves. But I'm curious, Tools. What are we doing? What do we got in the pipeline for what's next?
Right. So I think we're gonna say I'm gonna let you know unless you want to make an executive call. So right now we're waiting on the results of Team Simply Fear Me versus Acid and Leor. They'll be going up against Pro next. I think that's gonna be maybe another 15 to 20 minutes until that match is ready, or we could shift our focus. I believe Team Breaking Shot should be finishing up their match real fast. That's going to be Breaking Shot. Let me make sure. It's going to be Breaking Shot and Crossfade, or it's going to be Rorsch and Strifey that continue on to go up against our other European squad, Glory and the Legend, who are playing up in the upper brackets. Glory and Legend waiting on that. So right now we're just waiting on a bunch of round 5 matches. continue on. But I think this foe versus Acid Leor, I kind of want to, you know, stick around for that one right now. Is kind of where I'm feeling. And then we're gonna have some intense round 6 matches. After that, we're gonna have foe versus Sentinels. If that continues on, right, I think that's gonna be the expected matchup for round 6. So like this bracket's gonna get very tight very soon.
I definitely feel that, and yeah, our non-American competitors are bringing it today. By the way, servers are looking good today, if I say so myself.
Okay,
what have you seen?
Louis, I think getting developing news. I think we might be able to get into the Acid Leor match right now. Maybe check for an invite.
No invites yet.
Started yet? No invites yet. So just keep an eye out on that. They might give us an invite over there.
Go for it.
It looks like Acid Leor and Simply Fear Me haven't started yet.
And so where they're in the winter round 4 as well right now.
Winter round 4, yeah, same round as what we just watched.
Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna take a quick break and figure out exactly where we're gonna end up. We could have a match here in just moments. So, ladies and gents, stick around. We'll be back soon.
Perfect. Perfect. Double kill. Double kill. Killing. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we got some breaking news. We did get into this match, Acid and Leor, right, against, I'm sorry, Tools, remind me again.
I believe it's Simply
Correct,
Fear
yeah.
Me and
Glitchy, probably.
Yeah, Glitchy.
Okay.
We're at so two very good grinders. You know, AM players. Haven't actually. It's Meanest. I believe.
You're right, Meanest. It's Meanest. Oh, the game's underway, Tools.
I believe that's Scarionic. So let's see what happens.
Okay. All right. Why not? An active. We're throwing you into a match that's already started. Go ahead and take it away.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get right into another one of my former Halo 5 teammates in Simply Fear Me, going up against one of the meanest out there. I'm a little new to him, but Garrett kind of gave us a little hint on who it could be. We definitely could, and it would make sense. But either way, meanest, newest player on the HCS outside of Woodsum.
Yeah, it says many aliases. It's hard to keep track, but 2 down is all we need to keep track of right now. Leor has that shock rifle. You see him shooting that last shot. Now he'll have the timer 1 minute on that red rack for it to come back up on the spawn. You see a lot of pressure being built here on that long haul side as well. Ooh, a separation here from Simply Fear Me and Meanest, but Meanest gets the kill. Beautiful piv there by him.
whenever I jump in those gunfights like Leor did, I always end up going down. It's hard. I always try to remind myself, like, keep your feet planted, keep straight. Because the moment I jump, I feel like I go down immediately. Venus taking advantage of Leor despite not really having the clear angle there, at least at first. 5-3 run. We saw Acid and Leor a couple rounds ago. Absolutely play textbook team 2v2 Halo against Obnoxious and the crew. I wonder if they're going to be able to carry that out here. Down by 2, Camouflage coming up. We should see another battle coming up here soon.
Well, Minas has sight on where Leor is. He's going to put some shots, and Leor has to back up here. A lot of pressure from Acid and Leor, and Minas and Simply Fear Me on bottom tower, ready for that pressure. So they're going to get a couple kills for themselves. Minas has every single kill. We do believe this is Scariotic, has every single kill here. 7-1 already to start this game.
Nice start coming out of Minas at the moment here. High damage onto the tower side, drops a nade, and I wonder if that grenade might have hit his teammate. It looked kind of close there, but eventually both Minas and Simply Fear Me end up going down, and Acid and Leor doing what they've done time and time again on this map. The moment the enemy team comes off a spawn, you keep pushing forward, you keep making them uncomfortable, and that has worked for them. Acid and Leor able to tie things up, and the split spawns are in. This individual fight is huge, and Acid simply wins those.
Yeah, it's those individual fights, right? Like you said, split spawns are what you play for in twos. You want to be able to kill a player and then have that time in between the second kill so that the spawns are separated, and then you can act on them. It does seem like they allowed Simply Fear Me and Minas to spawn on the pipes together, but they do such a good job pushing through, getting both of those kills, and now they have Shock Rifle to work with as well. And look, once again, pushing the spawns very aggressively. Leor's not going to have any help here, so he'll end up going down, but Acid's there to potentially clean up both, and he does just that. The double kill, the killing spree, 4-kill lead.
Well played by Acid to give himself his 9th kill. Meanwhile, Simply Fear Me still looking for his first at the moment. He's got to tighten things up real quick because things are looking loosey-goosey. There we go. Right off a spawn, right through the mid. Simply Fear Me takes down Acid on the board for the first time as Simply Fear Me, and down by 2 is the crew.
Minas is gonna unfortunately be spotted out, so he's gonna get taken down pretty quick, and Simply Fear Me's not there quick enough to assist him, so hopefully, doesn't look like he does. He's gonna end up going down, so this lead continues to rise here. And again, look at Acid, right? Fast curb sliding off the trippy box, going towards C-Plat in the spawn. It forces Simply Fear Me to spawn across the map on glass. He jumps out top center, gets taken out. Leor and Acid are absolutely on fire here, taking full advantage of every mistake that Minas and Simply Fear Me make.
Yeah, and Acid definitely doing a great play by playing a little bit looser when you know you have that grapple. When you know you have that grapple, get yourself out of a terrible situation and into a new one. Excellent damage onto both of those players. Finally, Acid ends up going down, but that was still that same life that they fought over the camouflage for. So, well played by them. A 5-kill lead here for Acid and Leor, but Simply Fear Me with the angle. Acid trying to take advantage of the one-shot Minas, but the nades, the damage, the angle somehow has to land the stick to trade out his life there. Ends up getting the trade, but man, Minas refuses to go down over toward the sea stairs.
Yeah, I mean, that was really big by Acid, though, right? It allows them to be still up by 4, which is, of course, 2 spawn wipes. So very big by him to at least get that stick, at least get that trade. 19-15 now the scoreline, and it's going to be Simply Fear Me pushing very aggressively on his own. He's going to end up going down because of it. Now Minas is all by his lonesome to fight off 2 players.
Excellent shots by Leor. Minas ends up hitting the black screen courtesy of the teamwork from Leor and Acid. Simply Fear Me though cross off a spawn or cross map onto Acid, and Simply Fear Me turns it into a double. Started off the game 0-6, 7-11, much more respectable for Simply Fear Me now. Because of that, they're only down by 4. Acid and Leor just needing 4 more at the moment. Minas dropping a denial grenade over towards the bad luck side. It's gonna work out. Simply Fear Me gets the kill largely because of it, leaving Leor by himself where active camouflage is coming up, and is not a recipe for success.
That camo is going to be really big for whatever team ends up picking it up. Minas is on top of it. He takes a lot of damage, though. Has to play his life as best as possible here. Simply Fear Me's gonna lose that fight as well. Menace pushes up aggressively. That'll be a 2-kill wipe here, and only 2 kills remain for Acid and Leor to take game number 1.
Those 2 kills coming when it matters most. That was a tight game, only separated by 2, but since then, shock in the hands of Acid, Leor in the face of Menace. Both players are down to about 1 shot, but Leor feels confident enough to go in for the win. Game 1 going to Acid and Leor, but what a fight. You're on recharge.
Yeah, nice little stick at the end there too. A little bit of a statement maker, right? You know, he ends up getting that last kill, then the stick when the game's already won. But yeah, beautiful job, 25-19. Now we move on to Solitude, and don't forget we've switched to a best of 5 format now here, and I believe it is at round number 4. So Solitude will be next, and a lot of chances here for Fear Me and Menace to make something happen in these games. That game wasn't too far away, like in terms of score, but it just seemed like Acid and Leor had full control through the entirety of that one.
I feel like we missed an amazing opportunity. Like Simply Fear Me can also like just combine the 2 names, Simply Fear Menace. Huh?
Oh.
Yeah. It goes right in there. I feel like we missed out on an opportunity here, and that's why they lost game number 1. I feel like if they win into the game as Simply Fear Menace, they would have won that game number 1. Game number 2, if we change that overlay, I think there's a chance we'll go to game 5. I think there's a chance that Simply Fear Menace can win against this amazing Latin American duo of Acid and Leor.
Well, we will see here. Menace is already pushed up towards that camo. They've got some of those denial grenades to push back. Anyone trying to go for control of that. And that pillar is so very important to utilize, but Acid has the thrust, which is normally an instant win in that 1v1 engagement. Great use of the thrust there.
Shock is coming up, and Leor wins that battle for the camouflage, and it may just turn into a shock combination as well. 3-1 lead here for Acid and Leor. Acid is gonna be the one going over toward this shock, but I would imagine at some point he might just pass that over to his camouflage player. Either way, both Menace and Simply Fear Me are on the map, so before you can do that, you gotta get through them. They are angling out the mid-map perfectly. Meanwhile, Acid is holding height with this shock rifle.
Yeah, great pace change once again by Fear Me and Menace. Like, they know camo is on the table. They want to make sure to waste as much of that camo as possible, and they do just that. Simply Fear Me with a big piv to take out the camo player. It's up to Acid to try and trade out a kill, but he can't. He takes way too much damage, and now he ends up going down as well.
Simply Fear Me having a much better start to this game number 2, and because of it, things are close, and Menace hitting a mean shot from the mid-map. Beautifully played with that shock rifle, but meanwhile, it looks like Acid has come off a spawn and is trying to get an easy kill. Menace not allowing that to happen. Simply Fear Me and Menace have taken the lead, and they know exactly where Leor is at. Menace was hunting him down, but now both players off a spawn.
Yeah, Simply Fear Me and Menace are just playing a tighter game again, right? They're holding hands just a bit here, making sure that they can trade out these kills. And that's all it takes, right? A bait and switch out of Leor and Acid are gonna kill Simply Fear Me, and now it's up to Menace to try and get a trade, and he cannot do that. Every time you're not getting a trade, you're gonna end up going down, and you can see it's tied 5-5 now.
Camouflage has been grabbed. Meanwhile, Simply Fear Me over toward the low ground. You're down to 1 shot. This is not where you want to be. Finally, Acid's able to find the pick onto him, leaving Menace by himself over toward the dip side. Acid's all the way down to 1 shot, so Leor has to be that forward player. That's exactly what he does. Gets him down to 1. Acid should be able to come with this cleanup, and this is the teamwork that we're talking about time and time again. The bait and switch out of these 2, very unselfish out of the Latin American duo.
Yeah, great bait and switch again, but Simply Fear Me with a low percentage kill. Ties it up at 7. And that tight gameplay that you see out of these 2, it might not be paying off currently, but it will pay off as the game goes on. You see, it's only a 1 kill deficit here, so not impossible to come back from, obviously. Just a bit of kills back and forth, a bit of clean wipes, and Menace and Simply Fear Me can take the lead here, but they've got to get through. The beautiful shot out of Acid. Beautiful job by him to get that damage in, and now he's got pressure on the spawns as well.
Acid doing a great job of taking height over towards S4. Lots of damage coming down. It looks like Mina's chasing him down. Surprised the first melee didn't take him out, but Leor now gets a kill because of it. Simply Fear Me thrusts forward, but can't quite hit the melee still. The shot hits as Simply Fear Me gets the kill onto that one, tying things up at 10 apiece in this oh so important game 2.
Yeah, Simply Fear Me is impressing me, Tony. He is not missing right now, and honestly, this is what you have to have. You have to have a player absolutely pop off in a game in order to bring that game back and bring it into your favor. And I talked about these two playing tight, and they're doing just that. And look how many kills they're able to get because of it. They have a 2-kill, make that a 1-kill lead as that trade goes through, but still it's a lead at that.
Camouflage is coming up. Leor taking a direct route towards it, is able to grab a hold of it and pops it right before Midas and Simply Fear Me get involved. Midas does eagle eye him just a bit. Leor electing not to back down, but going for the reach out, takes him out, knows that Simply Fear Me is right under him. Well played
Double
by
kill.
Leor, playing mostly in the skies as opposed to us ground people.
He's got wings, he's flying high, but will it be enough for them to take this victory? Leor has a flank. This is such a beautiful flank here. You see Acid on the other end of things. Acid's gonna get both kills. Beautiful timed flank there by Acid and Leor, and Midas and Simply Fear Me now will be on the spawn, and you see how patient they are, making sure not to influence the spawns with that line of sight. They force them to spawn S1, and now they're gonna take full advantage of that. Look at how large this lead is blown up here. 17-13 now.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. Acid and Leor play very unselfish 2v2 gameplay, and it really shows. It is so tough to deal with. You are not just, if you win this game, you are not beating out Acid and Leor. You are beating out the duo because they don't take individual gunfights they're not supposed to. They bait and switch so perfectly, and then when the time causes for it, they grab the shot and put it right to your dome. A 6-kill advantage over towards the late game. Acid taking height and obviously feeling himself.
Yeah, he's feeling real good with that repulse and shot combination, Tony, but not able to connect, and those mistakes turn into big ones here. It's going to be 2 straight kills without dying for Simply Fear Me and Midas. They're still down by 4, but this is a little bit of a switch in momentum we see out of these two.
20-16 lead. Acid and Leor still have the advantage. Leor wins another gunfight against Simply Fear Me, and Acid is able to thread the needle onto Minas before turning that corner. Just 3 more kills needed. Acid and Leor have completely taken control here towards the end game.
Yeah, you see the sight line was broken there by Acid, so they spawned a little bit forward onto that blue side. Leor was ready for it, though. He's going to be pushed up aggressively. Again, another fight where they're able to utilize that bait and switch, and now this game is all but over. 24-16. Leor and Acid need 1.
Just looking for that final kill. Acid wants to turn it into a back smack, but the melee into the bandit shot is going to be just as good. Acid and Leor taking a 2-game advantage here in the best of 5 against a very good Minas and Simply Fear Me roster. Acid and Leor, they're playing lights out today.
Yeah, they're not missing. And, you know, you saw Simply Fear Me. He went on a little bit of a tear there, winning every single pib, but that's the key word. He was winning pibs because he had to. He's winning 1v1s because he had to. The teamwork on that squad, I know it's there. I know that they're capable of utilizing that bait and switch, but right now they seem like they're reading different books, Tony.
We're gonna find everything. Find the right chapter, find the right page, find the right library at this point. Simply Fear Me and Minas, they are too good to go out this way. And what we saw in that game number 2 was at least in the early game or the mid game indicative of their skill. They were going at both Acid and Leor, but eventually they just kind of lost control and things got a little bit out of hand. Acid and Leor, they play. Again, so good fundamental, but they play it for the entirety of the game. They don't make mistakes. They don't allow the game to slip away. And Midas and Simply Fear Me are simply having a problem with that. So far, going to this game number 3, Simply Fear Me opens up with that first kill, setting the tone of this game. But Acid, he answers right back.
Yeah, I mean, Midas went for this QT, but again, so many 1v1s, and it's just not going to work out for you, especially against an Acid and Leor. We saw them in that other series where they weren't as warmed up, and now this series it seems like they're extremely ready to take on these fights. And look at that, Minas gets a nice little trade there. Camo is still up, but Leor's doing such a good job of playing his life. The quick drop, the shot, the camo, and everything. He grabs it all. What a big swing here for Acid and Leor. Beautiful job by Leor to stay alive in that situation.
That looked more like the Halo 5 Cali clamber a little bit. We're gonna call that the Tulum clamber out of Mexico. Leor snatching up that camouflage, combining it with the S7 sniper. But I believe there was a player that made it towards pillars, but luckily Leor has a teammate that Acid responds right behind him over toward the green side. Acid was able to take down Minas. Leor wins his individual fight just like that. You double the score line of the opposition, and you're looking for the spawn trap.
Oh my goodness gracious. You gotta talk to me, Tony, all right? It's one thing to get teabagged. It's another thing for a person to stand on your body with his feet and stand there and just do nothing, right? And not only that, he gets him off his spawn as well with a beautiful headshot. Leor is popping off.
Keeps going. They're not done. Leor continues to put the pressure on, even after going down, does enough damage for Acid to come in with the smooth cleanup. 9-5 lead as Acid advances forward to grab a hold of that quantum translocator. Camouflage and sniper coming up in less than 30 seconds here, so these next round of slays could be pivotal to putting yourself in a position to grab a hold of both Leor and Acid. Traveling through the A side, you've already taken down one member of the duo. Now you're just looking for the second. It's Minas who's trying to be elusive with his life, but Leor with the pre-fires. Acid takes down Simply Fear Me. And now it's the momentary 1v1 as both the most important powers and power weapons are coming up on the map. A trade out in lives. Simply Fear Me taking a direct route to camo.
Yeah, and he'll have control over it as they're going to spawn on the back of Mud here, or Seaside. Wait, did he? I don't know if he picked up the camo. I'm not sure. It's gonna be Minas who gets the camo this time. Okay, so great job by him. Great aggression there. Look, he doesn't take any damage as well, so that's always the value out of camo that I'm loving to see, and I love the patience out of Acid here, waiting for the camo player to maybe push through, waste the last bullet and snipe, I believe. So that will be out of the play as well, and Minas is kind of just trying to just do as much as he can with this camo. He gets one kill, he gets a second one there too. So definitely a very solid camo out of Minas.
I don't know if it's a little bit of aftershots or a little bit of body disrespect there. I think I saw some body shooting by Minas. I mean, maybe it's a couple aftershots, you know, coming off of that kill. Maybe I'm wrong, but Simply Fear Me does end up going down toward the big door side. Minas comes in quick with the cleanup and then immediately changes angles right away. Leor not ready for the flank. Minas gets the first shot. Leor has the repulse, and even that's not enough. Minas, after the body disrespect started, he's starting to play a little bit more cleaner Halo. He's already 9-5 at the moment, and now it's the duo of Simply Fear Me and Minas that only find himself down by one kill.
Oh, it's just mistakes like that, right? That over-aggression, it's going to cause both of them to fall. That's the stuff that you can't do. You over-aggress, you open up that angle, a little bit of mispositioning, and it's a 2-kill wipe there. 15-12 now. Acid and Leor have taken a 3-kill lead.
Switching gears over towards Leor, taking a lot of damage as he's trying to be angled out by Simply Fear Me. The problem is that Acid has his back at all times, taking down Fear Me. Minas down to one shot as well. So this momentary 1v1, I believe both players are going to elect to just reset, wait for their teammates to come off a spawn. Another engagement that's going to end with a camouflage sniper coming up. Trade out in lives back to a 1v1. It's Leor going up against Minas here on the sandbox side. And Leor ain't playing no games.
Yeah, Leor not missing a shot, not playing any games, and now he's got the sidekick. Live fire, I believe. One of the, no, I wouldn't say one of the only maps with the sidekick, but one of the few maps with a sidekick in it. Oh, look at that. Putting his life on the line, making sure to trade out that kill. Trades are all they need at this point with this kind of lead. They just got to be very careful here. Acid's going to go down to Simply Fear Me, and that might be camo for Simply Fear Me if he can get away, and he does, but that's going to be Sniper potentially in the hands of I believe it is Acid. So this will, sorry, Leor. It's gonna be a little bit of a trade here. Which one will come out on top as the 20th kill goes down for Acid and Leor?
Simply Fear Me does a great job creating space to grab that camouflage, but they weren't able to grab a hold of the sniper. Meanwhile, Menace was the first one to go down of the duo, giving Acid and Leor momentary advantage, but Simply Fear Me wants to make his way over towards tower. The shots end up revealing his location just long enough for Leor to angle him out, leaving Menace by himself. Menace down to one shot. Bait and switch once again coming out for Acid and Leor. Time and time again, they've used this strategy, and it just works in 2v2s.
Yeah, you start to see like they're tightening up towards the end of this game, and like as they tighten up, there goes the score, 24-17. The game just completely explodes in their favor, and it's that what you just said, the bait and switch that's consistently being used, and just incredible chemistry and teamwork out of these two, and they showcase it once again. One more kill is all they need. Simply Fear Me's not going to be the one to go down though.
He has one shot, and sadly Acid's not going to be able to take advantage of that because the one shot Simply Fear Me had his teammate in Menace who was covering his back, and so something just doesn't feel right with bagging when you're down by 5.
Right.
In an 0-2 series. So, something, I mean, I'm all for trying to, like, you know, manifest some energy, but I mean, you're one kill away from getting wiped. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. I don't know.
There's a reason the alias has changed multiple times, but that is all I will say. 24-19. One more kill, baby. And Acid and Leor don't have to do any back smacking or body shooting. They'll just go in with the victory. A 3-0 sweep, bring out the brooms once again, maybe even a mop, because this was a blowout.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to me because I feel like multiple times throughout this series, Simply Fear Me and Menace were in it, especially towards the early game. But there was always a turning point where Acid and Leor just continue to play great fundamental Halo and make as little mistakes as possible. Meanwhile, Simply Fear Me start off playing well, but eventually 1 or 2 mistakes cost them a life or 2, cost them a cycle or 2, and then at some point, things got a bit out of hand.
You see, there it is. A little bit of chat there. You know, it is what it is. Very, very interesting. But as you saw, LVT actually ended up typing that we're staying with a winner. So I believe that's for this. So Acid and Leor, I believe we'll continue to watch them. It's all up to LVT. He's the mastermind behind all this, but a great match. And they've just consistently been getting better as this tournament's going on, Tony.
Yeah, excited to see this Latin American duo continue to grind forward, and the way that they're playing today, they've always been 2 amazing players. They've always been a great duo, but the way they're playing today is even a step forward from their normal floor, their normal baseline. So, who's to say Acid and Leor can't go all the way? Maybe Louie and Garrett has something to say about that.
Thank you, boys. Excellent casting right there. But yeah. Acid Leor, they're looking like the real deal, just like I said. What do you think, Tools?
Yeah, I think that they've been incredible. Obviously, have gotten top 16 on LAN. Guys have come out and performed multiple times. Big fan of Leor and Acid, what they've been doing. Hope that they can continue on with their grind here today, but they have some big foes ahead of them, right? The Europeans who just 3-0'd Mental and Cycle. Be waiting for them in our winners quarter final. Taking on Jimbo and Wutum is gonna be a tough task for these two. I almost expect this one to go to like a game 5.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I think Tony's on point and active as well too. But the teamwork out of Acid and Leor it's on another level. And it's just like, you know, the quickness to be there to help, and then even as far as like the potential skill gap, right? They've got that too right now. It just seems right, but right as we saw with Jimbo and W2 him, I just wonder if the magic continues for Wutum. What do you think, Tools?
I think this guy has what it takes to become a big player in the HCS, right? I think Jimbo has always had a keen eye for talent and picking up the best available player. We saw it with Glory later last year, and I think we're going to see it again with Wutum. I think this team is a team that can compete with Quadrant in Europe with the other 2 players on their roster in the 4s. I believe we'll see them tomorrow in the 4v4. So, you know, if you like 2v2s, you'll enjoy the 4v4s tomorrow. I really think that Wutum is a special talent from what I've seen.
I believe so too. I play mouse and keyboard, and what we're seeing out of my man is efficiency. I think that's the toughest part about mouse and keyboard, because of course the ceiling is there, but how often can you hit it? Wutum out here testing his limits. Loving what I'm seeing out of the kid. So nevertheless, I can see in our lobby we're waiting on one more player. So this one getting underway pretty soon. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind everybody, this is our 1 year anniversary for Grassroots, so I appreciate everybody being here, appreciate everybody's support. I'm going to read off some of the hype that we've just received, because we're actually in a hype train as we speak. Khaleesi with 100 bits, Amplify with the resub, Hawkeye with the sub as well, Street Sweeper, Trey, Break, Lethal Vixen just coming through with another one as well, Arches, TL, Shurzy1, Lego, Gastric Yeti, Pure Delight, like you said, 5 gifted earlier, and then Bryn Skis also with the sub. So I appreciate everybody. We have just blown through level number 1 of this hype train. And Tools, you thankful for this?
Oh, absolutely. Hey, these little Vixen with those 4 months in a row. I like to see it when they've been subbed.
Hell yeah.
For multiple months. It was the people that supported late last year that allowed us to get to that Partner Plus program, right? We're on that 70-30 split, and it helps a lot, guys. Like, all these subs, like, being able to get 70% instead of 50% feels so much better than it was in the past, right? We're able to just do a little bit more of that money. That's why we're able to do these tournaments, right? Like we said, oh yeah, we can commit, you know, $2,000 every weekend for the next couple weeks to make sure that there's more Halo content, that we don't have a big gap in the ability for the community to play games. And well, that's what we've been able to do so far, and honestly today's been incredible. I see us, we're licking, it's just we're like flames, we're licking 4,000 viewers. Like we're at 3,900. I keep seeing us get up there, man. I'd love it if we could hit that 4K barrier this week. Last week we had I think we had like 96 to 100 duos sign up. Today we tapped out completely at 128. After check-in was over, I think we finished with 108, but that's because players couldn't sign up anymore because they were at 128. So the support that you guys have been showing has been phenomenal, and all we can say is just thank you.
All right, we do appreciate the supports. Let's throw it back to Why Not and Active as we're getting underway. We have officially loaded into game number 1. It's a it's a false start, but the series starting to get underway. So Tony and Active, welcome to the show. Let's get into the winter quarterfinal.
Thank you so much, Louis and Garrett, and now welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Your LVT Halo 2v2 Open is continuing to be an absolute banger of a tournament so far. As my dog even wants to get involved. Say hi, Milo. Say hello. He loves 2v2 Halo. Let me tell you, absolutely adores it. But it's funny. We talked about before. Go down, baby. We talked about before how it's amazing that we're at a day and age where we can communicate, play with, and just be involved with players from across the globe. And I think that's no more represented than in this matchup. You have 2 of some of the best players in Mexico that are competing in Latin America across the freaking pond. EU's finest in Jimbo and Wutum and Tim, who I'm not sure it's from this planet. Game number 1 about to be on Recharge. The winner of this advancing forward just deeper into this tournament, finding out who's going into the winners bracket semifinals. Will it be Jimbo and Wutum, or will it be Acid and Leor?
Yeah, I really like this matchup, and I'm kind of torn here, like I'm supposed to be as a caster. I think that Acid and Leor are incredible. Even Louis talked about the teamwork that these two have. It's definitely something to stress because it is so good. Their bait and switch capability is phenomenal, and then you have Jimbo and Wutum, where Wutum can really hit that ceiling like Tools was talking about. So we're gonna be able to see if which team comes out on top of this test, because that's what this is right now for both squads.
We're on board now with Acid of the Acid and Lord duo. They were holding down the tower side so well, but Wootsum coming in out of nowhere, taking down both players while Jimbo plays an excellent distraction from across the map. Jimbo still with that shock. It looks like Acid is over toward Longhorn, trying to advance forward onto the glass side, but Wootsum on the low ground. They're trying to push them out. They're literally chasing down Acid and Lord.
Yeah, they just got to be careful. If they're going to chase this, they got to make sure they're not out of position, because Jimbo does have that shock. What a great job by him to understand the communication that one player is weak, but now he has to try and finish a 1v1, and he does just that with a massive headshot. The shock rifle connects, and now he will be in control once again of this tower side.
Jimbo gonna grapple up, wants to take height immediately on tower, ends up right behind Acid. Leor, excuse me, Acid over towards Whirlpool. Excellent denial grenades going down by Acid. Jimbo wanted to push forward and take down the weak Acid, but the nades keep him down just long enough for Leor to come off his spawn. Acid's able to take down Wootsum. Jimbo takes down Leor and himself, and with that, somehow, Jimbo and Wootsum hold on to a 2-kill advantage, but Acid is going to hold on to this active camo.
Yeah, honestly, that was a heads-up play by Jimbo, but he was just a tad too late, right? He tried to grapple into A to make sure to force that elevator spawn to go maybe C side, but they end up both spawning there. That is Acid and Leor, so they're able to get a couple of kills and keep this fairly close. 10-8 now, a 2-kill lead. Jimbo and Wootsum still have that lead, but also a little bit of momentum on their side as well.
Early damage in, Wootsum able to keep Leor back, but now he's gonna find out that Acid is there as well. So Acid played that forward player with the extra shields. Leor keeping that height advantage once the initial damage goes down. I thought Acid would come in for the switch, didn't exactly have the angle there, but it's still Acid and Leor down by 1, but looking more confident and having that momentum. Wootsum taking a lot of damage there, same for Jimbo. Both players cracking down to one shot. Acid drops down, drops the hammer for the double kill. Acid and Leor take the lead.
That's a massive double kill, because like you just said, they take the lead because of it, and a great use of the shroud screen to secure that shock rifle, as he did know that A spawns were coming up. Now it's up to Acid and Leor to play defense on this push. The shock rifle does massive damage, but somehow it's gonna be Jimbo who stays alive, and it's now a 1v1, but Acid's got the shock and a killing spree to work with as well. 2-kill lead now has been extended.
7 kills to his name so far. Acid really starting to heat up. The bait and switch has been working so well for both of these two, and something tells me the shock is gonna continue that. Meanwhile, Jimbo and Wootsum actually splitting up here. It looks like you're sending one of your players over toward the tower side. You're sending right into the Lion's Den, into a 1v2 against some of the best teamwork that we've seen in this tournament so far. I think there's only one more shot. Yeah, only one more shot left in this shock. Once he gets that off, he should have the information on when the next one is spawning up. But Jimbo able to take down Leor, uses that final shot with the shock to take down Wootsum, but Jimbo wins his individual battle, which is huge, because it was the battle for the active camo.
Yeah, again, we call that a piv. That piv's gonna be one. We'll see if Jimbo's able to turn that into more, though. They know the spawns once again. They have a little bit of a pinch on them as well. It's just about, yeah, see, great job by Acid and Leor to push that player off of the spawn onto C. Because of that, they take that isolated 1v1. Now Jimbo's in a position where he has to play his life and wait for his teammate to spawn again.
Yeah, so trying to get an angle from the top tower side and almost gets creative with it, but ends up being spotted out. Great recognition coming out of both Acid and Leor there, and turns that 1 kill into 2. Now it's Acid and Leor that are starting to extend their lead. Very similar to what we saw from Simply Fermi and Minas. It's a close game until about the 12 or 13 kill mark. Once that happens, somehow Acid and Leor just make no mistakes at that point. At that point, they simply outplay their opposition with the teamwork. Will it happen again, or will Jimbo and Wootsum throw off their flow?
Yeah, you're absolutely right, though. They always, that was really good, just straight over. But they always tend to tighten up right at the end of the game, and you start to see the score really widen, and it's that teamwork that we consistently talk about with these two. Jimbo and Wootsum are just really good, though, at making sure, you know, even if they're playing on separate sides of the map, they make sure to have those angles on each other. The only question is like, how are they going to get C-Plat control? This camo's coming up in about 17 seconds. They want to make sure to slay through here and then they want to push for this camo. Very important camo in this game. Only a 2-kill lead for Acid and Leor.
No trade there. Surprised by that. Leor is going to survive, and more importantly, Jimbo going to be left by himself. So now Leor has the opportunity to play that forward player, be the distraction for Acid to grab a hold of active camouflage. The play works perfectly, and in addition to that, Leor even gets the trade. Even without the trade, it's a great play, but with the trade, it's even better. 21-18 lead. Acid and Leor 4 kills away from taking the game, but it looks like Acid ends up being spotted. That grenade, the follow-up, beautifully played. Wootum is still over towards top tower. Don't forget about him.
Oh, great kill there by Wootum. It's going to allow Jimbo to spawn on the back of C. Now they have control of C, plat, and they have control of tower, which is so important with these A spawns coming out. They have to just slow down the pace of the game here. They still have a little bit of a deficit to climb back from, and that one nade is going to make things even more difficult as Wootum falls, and Jimbo going to share the same fate.
23-20, just 2 more kills needed here for Acid and Leor, but Jimbo and Wootum are right on their tails. We're going to switch gears over towards Leor, who has that shroud, and mind you, that, you know, normally teams are using shrouds to grab a hold of a power-up or a power-up, but you can still use it quite creatively to stay alive, so maybe we see him get a little bit more aggressive. When we see Leor, and he absolutely snapped off from across the map. Save for Wootum, who turns it into a double kill. Just like that, Jimbo and Wootum only down by 1 kill. Acid and Leor, you better be careful. You're in danger of losing this one.
Yeah, that's what I said about Wootum, right? He can change the game on a moment's notice. He's starting to pop off here, and this is exactly what Jimbo and Wootum need. That one player to get into that flow state that I always talk about, and Wootum has a shock. He's only got 2 bullets left to work with. If he can convert these 2 shots and get 2 perfect shots off, this will be a game here.
Shock rifle still in the hands of Wootum. You already have 12 kills to your name, and maybe another victim in front of you. You know there's a player down toward the long haul side. If you can angle him out, that could be crazy. There he goes. He finds the one-shot player. Acid is still over towards tower. Jimbo has to alleviate some of that pressure, but somehow Wootum still ends up going down. Jimbo finds the one-shot kill, is trying to get out of a line of sight so he can activate the camouflage, and is able to do so. Well played by him, otherwise Leor might have been able to take him down. It's 24-24, but this is not a fair fight. Jimbo has the active camouflage. He can win this game right here because of it.
Yeah, and he's looking to do so. 24-24, the aggressive push comes out. He wants to make sure that he his positions correctly, because if he does not, he'll get 2v1. Here comes Wootum on the push off the damage. A beautiful job right there by Jimbo and Wootum securing that last kill. They did have camo, and they made sure to use it to get the first win.
Wow. Well played. And if that is any indication of what to expect for the rest of this series, I'm at the edge of my seat, and you guys should sit the hell down, because this is going to be quite a series here as we take a look at Jimbo putting down that damage, and he knows Wootum is over toward the gold side. There is no reason for him to over-aggress and run into a grenade. Instead, take height, just stay alive, allow your teammate to come in with the switch out on that kill. You did the job of isolating a player with that camouflage. At that point, just make it easy for yourself. And Jimbo and Wootum coming out with that 25-24 win, despite the fact that Acid and Leor, they had a pretty decent lead going towards the end of that game.
Wootum plus shock rifle equals dangerous. The mouse and keyboard player that we've been looking for, that's gonna cause waves in the HCS. This is where his story begins. As we get into game 2, it's gonna be Solitude Slayer. Acid and Leor, massive amounts of teamwork that go in, the bait and switch capability, everything but the kitchen sink. But they've gotta close this out. Jimbo and Wootum have a 1-game lead.
You gotta love the balance attack coming out of Jimbo and Wootum. Let's be honest, Jimbo is not the most exciting and most dynamic player in the league. But as far as like mastering the fundamentals and just understanding where you're at, where your teammates at, and just being able to dissect the information that's given to you, he's probably one of the best, especially over in the European region. Meanwhile, Wootum, he's a wrecking ball. The man is I love the balance between these two, because I feel like they kind of weigh each other out really well. As Jimbo Goes down to absolute one shot there. You breathe on the wrong way, ends up going down, losing a hold that shock rifle. Acid and Leor take a 2-1 lead, but more importantly, they take every advantage on the map, and mainly being the shock.
Well, if Wootum can get that shock rifle in his hands, Miley Cyrus will be very happy, and he's about to do so right now. It's 2-2 tied up here. They have full control of this side of the map. Look how they take both sides of the map, on Snipe side and on Blue side. Waiting for Leor to poke his head. Don't peek! He'll take it off.
Boots are going to climb up over toward the gold side, but just a step behind, catches the blueberry from Acid, who drops right back down. Does the initial damage to back down Jimbo. Leor's going to clean him up quickly. Acid and Leor take a 1-kill advantage. Wootsum spawning up over by himself. Do Acid and Leor wherever? Well, I guess they are, because Wootsum, he just took down Leor.
Oh, great push here. If Acid got that stick again, I would have been really impressed, but he's not going to close that stick out, and that will give Jimbo and Wootsum a 1-kill lead. And as we saw in game number 1, Tony, 1 kill is a big difference, especially this early. Every kill counts, and of course, this top control counts as well, as Camo's coming up.
Boots are going to make his way over toward the camouflage, gets the kill onto Leor, snatches up, activates him before Acid even knows what happens. Meanwhile, Jimbo taking the off angle toward the driveway side, finds the one-shot Acid. Acid being a little tricky sucker here, and eventually Jimbo's like, I'm not playing this game with you. Wootsum, handle my light work.
Wootsum doing a great job here. Once again, taking that top control with Camo. Shock Rifle's coming up, so that's definitely on his to-do list right now. Acid in a 1v1. Acid can win this fight, but Wootum very aggressive. The killing spree comes out, watching the spawns onto Blue as well. Leor has to be careful though, because Wootum's gonna push and Leor's gonna be completely isolated from his teammate, and this will be a 2v1 if Jimbo can get some damage, and that's exactly what happens. And that's what Wootum and Jimbo are so good at. They're good at making sure to act very quickly on isolated players, force spawns out, and get those free kills. And now a 6-kill lead for Jimbo and Wootum.
But now it's Acid and Leor that are pushing heavily through flowers from the yard side. I thought they might have been able to isolate Wootsum, but Wootsum takes a very smart angle from gold, and maybe a little bit of luck there involved as well. Now it's a fair 2v2. Both Jimbo and Wootsum over toward the yard side, and these shots are looking good, and Acid and Leor looking scared at the moment. Those shots were hit, and they're backing down, an 11-4 lead at the moment. And your boy Wootsum, 9 kills already.
Yeah, he's definitely playing really solidly. Once again, Jimbo catches a player in Acid. Acid's not doing the wrong thing, right? He's trying to slow down. Once again, it's all about the pace of the game. Trying to slow down the pace of the game, maybe catch someone off guard that's pushing through driveway, not checking corners, but unfortunately it does not pay off in his favor, and this lead will continue to grow here for Jimbo and Wootum. 2
members, Acid and Leor, something has to change for them. You're down by over double the scoreline of the opposition, and everything, nothing you're doing is working out for you. So there has to be some kind of change within the strategy right now. Otherwise, you're going to lose this, and you're going to lose this by a lot. Wootsum has almost double your scoreline by himself as he puts down the damage and put Leor down to 1 shot. Jimbo being a little crafty over toward the posters, gets a repost back, but both players are weak, so this is or could have been easy for Wootsum to get the double kill. However, Leor did get away with active camo.
Something a lot of people that possibly that watch Halo are not privy to is you know, the mouse and keyboard skill gap, the different skills that are associated with it. Something I'm noticing out of Wootum that's actually really interesting is his micro flick capability. Like, his ability to micro flick accurately is absolutely insane. Every time I watch his POV, he's just really good at having those individual fights and micro flicking perfectly, to the point where he will hit every bandit shot, and that's what makes the bandit pretty strong on MK, is things like that. And you see the lead is definitely showcasing that right now. 17-9. Jimbo with control of Snipe, the spawns as well. My goodness, this is a very different game than we saw in game number 1, and Jimbo and Wootum with the lead. This is kind of scary here in this best of 5.
You know what else helps you out with micro flicking?
What?
Aim assist. Just switch the controller. Let me tell you, my microflames, they just be snapping on, but the game just be aiming for me. I don't even know. You having trouble microflames. You playing on the wrong input. 19-12 lead. Jimbo and Wootsum still having control here, already up 1-0 so far in the series, and if things continue the way they're going right now, it's going to be 2-0. Acid and Leor haven't been able to find their groove here on Solitude just yet.
And you're seeing they're trying to just find that opening. It's that one kill, like we talked about before. You get that first kill, you're able to act on the second one, and then you're able to kind of cycle out and continue that isolation. But you see that Leor and Acid, or at least Leor, is playing that pace, trying to just find that one kill. But look how much damage he's taking from both players. He's not able to take that 2v1. Acid goes down really early. It's a great job by Acid to come off a spawn and get that cleanup, but he ends up going down because of it. And now only 4 kills is what's needed. I'm sorry, make that 3 for Jimbo and Wootsum to take game number 2.
Perfect use of the high ground by Jimbo there to give him the 22nd, and Wootsum gives him the 23rd. At this point, Leor is by himself over toward the hotel side, and Wootsum gonna sniff him out with the quickness. Double melee does hit. Leor goes down, and now it's just one more kill needed. Acid, they gotta get out of there. Luckily, he's able to do so, but that's not gonna stop Jimbo and Wootsum. They're gonna continue to push forward, even though now they have both their teammates. Eventually, it's only a matter of time before you find that final one. You're playing for Trays. Meanwhile, Acid and Leor are playing for Perfect Halo. It's just not their game. 2-0 lead by Jimbo and Wootsum.
Yeah, now we go to live fire, right? Things, we saw, obviously Recharge is one type of map. You have that heavy cross angle capability. Solitude, more of like the tight gameplay, individual pivotal fights, 1v1s that you tend to take. And a little bit of maybe more flank play style. And then you've got live fire, where we completely change up everything, and we have an asymmetrical map with the sniper now, the S7 sniper being involved. So maybe there's a chance for Acid and Leor to come back in this one. They've definitely shown what they're capable of. It's just I think maybe they need a little bit of time to kind of figure things out. I was actually hoping for a tiny bit of a break here in between these two games, just for them to maybe talk things over and try to solidify this next win, but looks like they want to jump right in. And again, Wootsum, as you can see in the replay, starting off extremely strong with a shock rifle, and that continued on as the game went on. I think that was a big factor as well, getting those resources and making sure to utilize them and keep them for a large majority of that game.
For me, I think it's about the damage input. Or output, I should say, excuse me, that Jimbo and Wootsum both are able to do. Jimbo through just like good fundamentals and not making any mistakes, and Wootsum just because he's just pure cracked out of his freaking mind. And I like watching Leor in the individual gunfights, but I think where Acid shines more is putting down damage, staying alive, using his movement to be elusive. So yeah, I think this is just a bad matchup for both Acid and Leor, and that's the reason why I think this is ultimately going to end up being a 3-0 in favor of Jimbo and Wootsum. Just the damage that they're able to create doesn't allow time for Acid and Leor's teamwork to catch up, if that makes any sense. I'm sorry.
It does make sense, and we're kind of seeing that showcase here. I do think that there's a possibility that this map might fare better than Solitude for a team like Acid and Leor. But yeah, I do agree, Tony, that it's definitely a mismatch situation. There's a lot of aggression, but also just great, again, pace control. I always talk about pace. It's just important to understand, like, if there's one dead, you got to push that player off a spawn. You got to make sure to control those spawns in your favor and spawn that other player out, and then it's easy game at that point. If you're always in 2v1s, I mean, you're gonna end up winning at the end of the day. It's just math.
Cyber's out for Acid. Hits Jimbo in the hip. And let me tell you, Jimbo's getting a little old, man. That hip don't bounce back like it used to. Trust me, I feel you. I'm 33, Jimbo. I feel you on that one. Jeez. Beautifully played by Acid and Leor there to tie things up at 4 apiece as we switch gears over towards Wootsum. Tunnel vision on the player over towards the back A side, and Acid, but Leor takes a direct route towards him. Jimbo hands him that spike, saying, hold this for me. But it's still Acid and Leor with the 1-kill advantage.
Yeah, right on the leg. We got hips, we got legs involved. But yeah, like you said, a 1-kill advantage. Just watch how they kind of play this, though. You see, Very slow play out of Acid. He's anticipating that flank from A potentially, but now they have information on both players. Acid gets caught out a little bit here. Leor's having a little bit of a hard time shooting those nades. But now you'll have Wootum in the back, and again, beautiful shots by him. Acid did enough damage to get that first kill. You're starting to see a bit of teamwork forming here for the side of Acid and Leor. We'll see if they can bring this back. They've got a long journey ahead of them to bring this series back, but it starts right now.
Yeah, and I think the teamwork was always there for Acid and Leor, but in this game, this matchup, we talked about it before, it's coming faster.
Yeah.
There's a sense of urgency that we're seeing in this game that we just haven't seen in the first two, where they're just picking up the pace, and it is working against Jimbo and Wootum at the moment. Meanwhile, Leor flies over the head of Jimbo, ends up getting the kill because of it. Wootum over toward the sandbags by himself. Acid and Leor with an 11-6 advantage, and Acid combining the camouflage and sniper, my favorite combination in Halo Infinite.
Yeah, so we talked about the teamwork with Acid and Leor, but one of the things I want to point out is they've controlled every single camo and pretty much the majority of the snipe as well, which has been really big for them. You see Acid using that snipe once again. He's going to get naded out here, so he decides to use all the ammo, which I love. He'll have one bullet left to use. That'll be at the end of the snipe. He doesn't give the snipe to Wootum, which I honestly think is a big play out of Acid.
Yeah, I mean, lots of times you don't think about it, but, you know, why give your enemy team any kind of advantage? So, you know, at the top level, they're always wasting ammo before they know that they're guaranteed to go down. Meanwhile, my matchmaker teammates, God bless, stop dying with the daggone sniper. Oh, sorry, I got
Get it out, Tony.
Sometimes, I'm sorry.
Get it out, I understand completely. It's usually me that's giving up the sniper when we play together, but here we go. 13-8, make that 14. Like I said, Acid and Leor picking it up just a bit here. And you made a really good point. It's just that teamwork that's coming in way faster, right? They're you know, collapsing on each other a little bit faster. Finally, Wootum and Jimbo, they have control of something. It's going to be the QT. That sandbox control is going to be really important for bringing this game back. Acid and Leor are doing a great job of keeping that sandbox out of their hands and making sure they're not able to utilize it. 2 down once again. A clean wipe for Acid and Leor. No deaths, and now 9-16. This game is getting out of hand just a bit here.
Acid finds out the spawning players, finds both of them, but a nice distraction being worked there while Acid does the initial damage. Leor sneaks in, is able to take down 1 of 2. And I'm surprised Acid didn't just wait for his teammate to come off a spawn, but he gets the trade. And at this point, that's really what Acid and Leor are playing for. They're trying to trade their way to the win at the moment. It's Jimbo and Wootum that need to play near perfect Halo. Camouflage might just help them a bit here as Wootum snatches it up, is able to get away with it. And now we see a reset, but this time they have camo and Leor has sniper.
Yeah, really big, you know, great job by Leor, right? He understood that camo was going to be the hands of Wootum and Jimbo, so he trades that out and gets the sniper to kind of trade there. They've got to be careful of Wootum, who's definitely being sneaky beaky-like on the backside of tower. And then look how they're holding hands here at the top of tower. I absolutely love this. You need to make sure to kill this camo. If you die to Wootum with camo, it's a potential that you're going to lose sniper and have a camo player with a snipe in his hands and a player on M&K. That snipe does go off the map, though, I believe. And that's going to be another snipe not in the hands of Jimbo and Wootum. Acid and Leor are playing this actually phenomenally right now, but look at the score. They're starting to catch up, is Jimbo and Wootum.
And here we go, Wootum gets himself the first kill, gets right out of that situation alive. Meanwhile, Jimbo still applying pressure over toward the green side. Now they're going to take both sides. Isolating Acid, who does have the QT, can get creative. Ping pongs over toward the back green side, but somehow still not enough. Jimbo and Wootum collapsing on that player perfectly. Leor coming off a spawn and trying to do a bit of damage himself.
I just want to talk about that. That was a great play, right? They didn't have shields, so they weren't able to push the player on back green, but they naded it to prevent the spawns, right? If you're pressuring with nades, if you're throwing nades at a spawn, most of the time, if you time the nades correctly, it will block that spawn from happening. So they used nades to create timing for themselves, got their shields back, and then pushed through. That was beautiful. But we see here, once again, Very close game here on both sides. Finally, it's going to be Jimbo and Wootum who take the lead here. And being down 7 kills, finally taking the lead. This game is switching completely on its foot.
Jimbo chasing down his player over toward the back A side. Perfect shots. Looking even better now as he looks to put the damage down onto the one shot. Leor, weak himself, but still feeling confident, still feeling aggressive. Now it's Acid that gets involved. Now he needs Wootum to get over toward the sandbags to try to support, especially as camouflage is coming up. Wootum gets spotted and dealt with. A 1v1 here as Jimbo, he has to win this battle in order to get the camouflage. It's not going to happen. Acid and Leor once again winning a pivotal battle, this time for the camouflage. A 2-kill advantage, 4 kills away from taking the win.
Yeah, I apologize. It looked like a 16 to me. I'm getting old and I didn't have my carrots as a kid, so it's still Acid and Leor who have that lead, and they're continuing to climb here. 23 now to 19. Only 2 kills left, and Leor with this camo. I think we're gonna end up going to a game 4, Tony. At the looks of it, Leor and Acid are looking very solid here.
On board now with Jimbo over towards Nest. We see Wootum onto the tower side, and Acid who's trying to find an interesting angle with the sniper towards sandbags, but takes a lot more damage. Forced now back down. Retreat over towards Leor. Taking the low side on this one. He still has that QT to work with. Jimbo looks like he was camping it just a bit, and luckily Acid did not portal back. One somewhat equal footing, but Acid still with the sniper ends up getting drilled by Jimbo from the back green side. Leor now forced to back down completely. Gets the first few shots onto Wootum, but that's not the man you want to challenge. Reversal for Wootum to bring us back within 2.
Yeah, I mean, if they bring this back, this is insane. They only need one more wipe here. Wootum's got the sniper in his hand, so honestly, Acid and Leor, they have to play this really slow. It's only 2 minutes and 47 seconds left. They have the time on their hands. They have the lead. They can opt to just play slow here, not move whatsoever. It's up to Wootum to, if he does not provide value on the top of this tower, find a different angle. We'll see if he's capable of doing that. You can see a little bit of inching forward here. It's going to be Acid. On that cut side, Jimbo has an angle as well. This is just beautifully played by Jimbo and Wootum. They're looking for an opportunity to collapse, and there it is!
Snipe.
The shot onto Acid. Beautiful job there. That's going to send Jimbo into turbo mode, looking for the last player, but it's Leor who's playing so slow, and he also got his teammate to spawn as well. Beautiful job by Leor. That camo's coming up in 7 seconds. It's the last camo of the game, and a very important one at that.
It may be Acid and Leor that have a 1-kill advantage, but it is scary to see Wootum with the sniper, but he misses. And now with no more ammo to work with, he's forced to trade out his life. Acid was able to grab a hold of that camouflage, but that nade can't quite find the kill. Jimbo is so upset with that one. Now it's Acid and Leor. 1 kill away from taking the win. Camouflage in the hands of Acid, who's taking nades left and right. How did Wootum and Jimbo know where he's at? Those nades almost perfect, but somehow Acid survives.
He doesn't get sniped. He didn't pick up the snipe, Tony. Leor's gonna grab it. Puts him on a position. Oh, they collapse. It's 24 to 24. And there it is. We're going to a game 4. Acid and Leor come out on top of that one. Wow. We had a game 1, 25 to 24. We added now a game 3, 25 to 24. We're going to game 4, Tony. This is a close matchup between these two teams.
Man, we ended up seeing Acid go down right there, but we didn't see the stick that he landed. Let me tell you, for just a second when Acid went down, I said, oh no. In my head, I'm like, it's a 2v1, and Jimbo and Wootum are pushing forward onto Leor, but then the kill feed goes off and the game ends there. Excellent play by Acid to be able to get that stick before going down, because if he doesn't, they most likely lose the game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Wootum played a bit aggressive there on that cut side. I mean, I am no man to question him whatsoever. Maybe he definitely had help from Jimbo, you know, just a little bit of ways, but now we get into game 4. Acid and Leor have done a phenomenal job bringing this series back. It starts with 1 game. Now the reverse sweep story can commence. Acid and Wootim showcasing beautiful teamwork throughout this series. We'll see if we can see that teamwork flourish once again.
I'm still trying to find how Acid staying alive with that camouflage and all those grenades. I'm still trying to figure it out. But and that's what he does. He just lives. He just lives. And by the time you're able to take him down, he takes 2 with him and allows his teammate to grab hold of camouflage and shock. That's what Acid does best, apparently. As Acid and Leor may find himself down 1-2 in the series, but they are up 2-1 in this game. And with camouflage inching closer to the opposition, it could turn to more. Boots him down to 1 shot. The same for Jimbo. They find the kills, don't take any deaths in return, and that's a smooth engagement by Acid and Leor.
They're gonna force the spawns onto A as well. It could be a pipe spawn. They gotta be careful here. The potential, yeah, there it is. The pipe spawn comes out. They're not aware of it. They're kind of pushed a bit forward, and now Leor's in a bad spot. Wootum and Jimbo can take advantage of this, but they're not going to hear Leor behind him, and he's going to take advantage of that instantaneously. Wootum goes down. Leor maintains the shock rifle.
There's no such thing as a bad shot when you have the shock rifle. Leor putting his 2nd kill on the board to go along with his 2 assists at the moment, and Acid and Leor still hold on to a 3-kill advantage. Meanwhile, Leor, shock rifle in his hands over toward the glass side. Acid perfectly positioned across the map to watch each other's crosses. At this point, it seems just about hitting shots because you have the map locked down.
I'm not sure if Wootum was aware of that being the last shot on the shock rifle, but that shock rifle will be on a timer now. And camo coming up in about 15 seconds here. You see a lot of players positioned towards the bottom center. It's going to be Jimbo trying to get this kill onto Acid. He does just that. That camo will potentially be in the hands of Jimbo and Wootum, but they've got to make sure to kill Leor first, and they do it. Now they get the camo, and the spawns will come out onto C, so they got to be careful of this.
2 down go Acid and Leor, and because of that, Wootum was able to get a hold of this camo. We see the gold side spawners. Leor's going to make his way over to the top gold side, right into the hands of Wootum, but Wootum taking a lot more damage than he expected to, and that battle doesn't do anything to Leor, but somehow gets away, takes a new angle, and almost takes down the 1-shot Acid, who's simply hitting shots. Acid gets himself the kill, and Leor should have been able to take down Jimbo. Yes, he does. With that, once again, Acid and Leor having the advantage, only up by 1.
Yeah, very close game there. You expect Wootum to get that cleanup kill with the damage coming in from Jimbo, but he's not able to steady the shot, so he'll go down quickly. And you see a 1-kill lead for Jimbo and Wootum, but not without Acid and Leor being very close and honestly having control here. But Jimbo does have the catalyst to that with a shock rifle in his hands.
Jimbo gonna advance forward over toward the A side. This is exactly where you want your shock rifle player to be. Pangs are going down. That's information being fed by Wootum. Jimbo knows it. Nades are hitting the 1-shot player, but they're not quite getting the kill. Puts a shot to Leor's system, leaving Acid by himself over towards tower, throwing nades for dear life. Jimbo trying to make sure he keeps eyes on the tower player, but also doesn't want to lose sight of the spawners that are obviously coming up and trying to get involved. There it is. Gets the initial shot onto Leor. Takes down Acid with that one. Once again, a member of Leor and Acid are stuck by themselves, but this time Acid might have been able to get away with his life.
Yeah, see, it's about making sure these players are kind of separated on the side of Acid and Leor. Jimbo and Wootum are doing a great job of that. The question is, are they going to be able to fend off when these 2 players are pushing together, which is happening right now? Jimbo and Wootum down to no shields. Camo is up. Jimbo's able to use the shroud to get that camo and burn it as well. So that's going to be huge for both of them. It's a tie game now as Leor pushes into Wootum and takes him out.
Jimbo was so close to getting away with that camo. Excellent play by Leor to get over there and ultimately force the trade out. But man, things could have been very different if Jimbo was able to get away with camouflage. Still an advantage for Acid and Leor. Looks like Leor wants to attack the long haul side, wants to get into gold immediately. Meanwhile, looks like the opposition are actually giving up the gold side of the map and immediately playing towards A. Acid and Leor now have a 2-pronged attack. Acid hits a crazy stick all the way from the sticky from C-plat across the A catwalk. I love throwing nades up there because you never know when Acid, he's happy with those results.
Yeah, that one pick is going to be huge. If he can get this kill onto Jimbo after the explosion on the plasma, that would be big as well. He does not. Acid has a grapple to get out of dodge, and you know, it's great to see because you expect him to end up going down here, but still, look how quick Wootum and Jimbo are. They catch one player out. Leor's on that backside on glass, doing that cross damage, but they spot out the weakness. They push on through. It's going to be Leor, though, once again with a beautiful melee to get another kill and a trade, and he will continue this lead that they have maintained this entire game. 3 kills is that lead.
Acid with the green gun in hands. You see both Jimbo and Wootum in front of him. Jimbo over toward the low side. Looks like Wootum was on the high. Wootum actually pushing forward towards tower. Might be a little 1v1 between him and Leor. Meanwhile, Acid, you can't focus on that. You have a 1v1 of your own to deal with. Jimbo takes him down. Leor can't quite find the pick, though. Hopefully the Shroud is enough to get him away. Tries to go for that ninja. Doesn't connect. It's Acid off a spawn. Gets himself a 5-shot. Active camouflage is up. Him and Wootum are in a 1v1 for it, and Wootum gets the first few shots. Spawners are out. Camo still sitting there, tantalizing, just teasing both of them. Meanwhile, Jimbo chases away both of them. Perfectly played. Beautiful damage coming out of Jimbo, and that opens up the map completely for Wootum to grab a hold of the active camo.
And once again, we got a showcase of why damage is so important in these games. That damage is, like you said, gonna back them off, allow them space to get the camo. And now with them only being down by 1, this camo can definitely do some work. It's gonna be Wootum with a shock and camo combo. But I love how Acid and Leor are playing this right. They don't have any information on where the camo is. They're trying to waste it. Wootum hits a very crucial shot, and he's gonna get out as well with the grapple.
Tied up at 15 apiece. Acid isolated by himself, at least momentarily. Damage going down to him, and Wootum gonna come in for the cleanup. Leor does the exact same 1v1. Jimbo and Leor. The nade goes into the Shroud. Both players go into the shadows, but only one can emerge. Jimbo gives them it looks like a 17-16 advantage. The European duo have control.
Yeah, the first lead here switch by Jimbo and Wootum. Finally, you see that nade really did work there by Jimbo. It allowed that timer of 5 seconds to stop, 5 seconds for shields to come back up. It stops that timer, and he gets the beautiful melee as well. And now he's got at least information on one player on the back of Hydro. So they've got that info of potentially 1 or even 2 players is what they're assuming. Now that he spots Leor, he knows both players are there, and Wootum can make a play, and that's exactly what he's gonna do. Gets down Leor. Beautiful job by Acid to trade, though.
Back was in. Acid was able to take down Wootum. And Jimbo looks like he's keeping his eye on the prize, making sure that he focuses on grabbing a hold of that camouflage. You gotta make sure that if you don't grab it for yourself, you at least burn it, and this active camouflage isn't getting burnt, it's being put to use.
Yeah, the past 2 camos go in the hands of Jimbo and Wootum, and that kind of paints the picture of why they've come back in this game and why they now have the lead. Look at how much work this camo can do. Not only do you get 1 kill, you do enough damage for Wootum to clean up another kill, and now you're up by 4.
This could be the turning point, or at least the point of no return for Acid and Leor. Jimbo and Wootum, 1 game away from ultimately taking the series and advancing forward to the winners bracket semifinals. Acid and Leor again have played so incredible all tournament long. I would love to see a game 5 out of these 2 duos, but they have to execute in order to do just that. Wootum goes down to 1 shot, somehow is able to navigate and get out of dodge right through the gold side of the map, right over to glass and right over towards his teammate, who's covering his back perfectly. Shock rifle in the hands of Wootum still, and Tim, you think he's gonna hit? What do you think? You think he's hit his next shot? Excuse me.
Absolutely, he is. Absolutely, he is. And again, my eyes deceive me. It's only a 1 kill lead. The 16 keeps looking like an 18, Tony. Getting old here. It is what it is. But it's still a 1 kill lead. And like you said, will Wootum hit the shot is the question. And you know I'm going to say yes because I'm a big fan. But this is those moments that you get into as a player. See if you have that ice, if you have that clutch factor or not. He hits the shot. It's going to be a body shot, but he cleans it up. A clutch kill there by Wootum. Now the lead by 2.
Jimbo, meanwhile, going down to 1 shot within the shroud. Wootum does have his back, but also Leor comes off a spawn. The sticky doesn't connect, but somehow hits the perfect. Naja going down to the deny access of Acid to fly in after him, but Acid takes the highway, and Wootum sends him down low. 23-21 lead. 2 kills away from ending this series is Jimbo and Wootum wins a huge pivotal battle once again. Give himself the 14th kill. Jimbo's gonna challenge for the second one, and although this series really came down to out teamworking your opponent, those final 2 kills, that was all individual pivs.
Yeah, massive pivs right there. Great to see that that little clutch gene come through for both Wootum and Jimbo at the end there, and a 25-21 victory will secure this series for Jimbo and Wootum, and it'll be Acid and Leor who fall down to the lower bracket and will continue to fight for their tournament life down there. But a shout out to Jimbo and Wootum again in that last game, guys. They didn't have a lead. Like they finally got the lead towards the very end, and it happened multiple times. It even happened in that live fire game. But they're able to close out that last one, and honestly, in convincing fashion. A couple of individual pivs, great use of the camos. They got I think they got the last 2 or 3 camos in a row, which is huge. And I think that's what really solidified that game for Jimbo and Wootum.
Huge win coming out of them as they advance forward. Meanwhile, Acid and Leor, their tournament doesn't end here. You're going down to the elimination bracket, which something tells me, I mean, they had a crazy good winners bracket. I can't imagine a world that, at least not one that we're living in, where they don't go down to elimination bracket newly motivated and coming out at least with that same energy, maybe even more in the lower bracket. I want to see some great things out of them. Meanwhile, I know Wootum and Jimbo, they got more in the tank for us here in the winners bracket as well. They could easily make a run to the winners bracket of finals, and maybe, just maybe, even take this tournament. Wootum is an absolute animal. Like I said, Jimbo balances him out so well. This is a real duo that we're seeing in the 2v2 gameplay. Why don't we send it over to both Louis and Garrett to kind of break things down.
Ooh, hotly contested series. 25-24 finishes, but at the end of the day, it's Jimbo and Wootum that come out on top. You surprised, Tools?
Not at all, right? I think these two are playing really well. I was sleuthing around, right, doing some research, and I figured out when Jimbo played his first official tournament all the way back in 2013, an EPL tournament that he got top 8 at, Wootum would have been 7 years old. So you mix the new talent with the old sage, right? Someone that's been around, been played for a long time now. I think you get an explosive combination. Honestly, I think we saw that at the end of game 1, where it was really Jimbo holding Wootum back, right? He's like, wait for me, and he's giving out all these play calls, and eventually they're able to make that huge comeback, right? Get camouflage right here. He sees all these players, and honestly, he's just telling Wootum, he's like, just get into a position in which you can help, right? So Jimbo's looking around, he's trying to find these players. Eventually, he spots one, but look at this trigger discipline. He knows Wootum not there to help yet, doesn't want to take that fight until he's sure. You see Wootum, he's creeping up, getting to that doorway. Jimbo checks in, nothing over here, keeps waiting, and now look at Wootum. So easy to get a little aggressive, try to peek out. Shots in on Acid. The word is out. Wootum, go, and Jimbo secures the win right here because it's just too damn easy at the end. Really heads up plays by Jimbo. The camo makes all the difference, but I love that coordination between these two players to ensure that they take that first game.
Impressive stuff right there. Indeed, perfect bait and switch. Wait for your teammate. He had everything he needed. The camo. And they made the play. So congratulations to Jimbo and Wootum because they advanced. So yeah, let's go to check the bracket, see where we stand at this moment. As we can see, a couple matches that are still underway.
2 games underway. So Renegade and Frosty versus Gunplexion and Persecute. They're in game 2 right now. Renegade Frosty up 1-0. Then Boobadoo Spartan versus Johan and Juan, the JJs. That's in game 4 right now, a 2-1 lead for Boobadoo and Spartan. So we're going to be able to watch both of these semis finals. It's just whichever one finishes up first. I imagine we'll be watching Jimbo Wutum versus Boo Boo and Spartan relatively soon.
Okay. Well, if you just give us one moment, we'll see if we can peek at one of these games, ladies and gentlemen. Otherwise, we will be getting into the winter semis here momentarily. So just stick around. We'll have some gameplay for you to see in moments. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, winter semifinals getting started right on your clock. Actually, right on the stream. Tools, any thoughts?
I think Boo Boo and Spartan aren't going to be taking this one easy. I think they're well aware of who Wutum is. Be scared. Make sure that you're playing tight and together. I expect a close series, potentially a game 5.
All right, throwing it to the biggest and the best hype man in the game. Why not be reckless? Go ahead and take it away.
Wow, that's quite. I don't think I'm worthy of that kind of praise, there. Wow, I'm about to really hype it up. So, game number 1, ladies and gentlemen, winners bracket semifinals. Boo Boo Doobu and Sparty going up against Jimbo and Wutum. And like I said, I think Boo Boo Doobu and Sparty are going to respect Jimbo and Wutum. Otherwise, they'll just simply take it.
I thought Acid and Leor were a good test for Jimbo and Wootum, but this is the ultimate test, right? This is your final exam, so to speak. You know, besides the finals itself, but a very important win here for both of these guys. We'll see what they're capable of. Camo in the hands of Wootum, a great job with the shock rifle there. They clean up that kill, and now with a 2-kill lead, looking to extend that a bit more. But it'll be Sparty who picks up that shock and the kill.
And Sparty's gonna grapple his way over towards Long Haul to try to stay alive. Make sure no angles are being had on him over towards the spawning players. Both members of Wootum and Jimbo onto the gold side of the map, and Sparty just almost lines one up onto the top gold side. Boo Boo Doo Boo is pushing forward. Sparty wants to catch up, but Boo Boo Doo Boo taking a little bit more damage than expected, so a reset here. Jimbo and Wootum still 1 kill advantage, not anymore. Headshot onto Jimbo. Sparty gets out of there. Boo Boo Doo Boo should be able to get this kill onto Wootum. It's not going to be easy though.
Yeah, and again, that's where you kind of see where these, you know, Boo Boo and Sparty, where these top players are mentally, right? Sparty was in a position a little bit questionable, but he was only in that position because he had that grapple to utilize. Now he's kind of out of grapples here, but regardless, he was able to get out of that fight. Boo Boo was able to survive for a long time as well, but Jimbo and Wootum, very aggressive, get that first kill, get the second really quickly after, and now they have a 3-kill lead. With that camo coming up, this lead is huge, and this control of C-Plat is even bigger.
Clean kills out of Jimbo and Wootum are playing even better than they have in some of the previous rounds that we've seen them. That's until they end up getting white. Boo Boo Doo Boo and Sparty putting them within 1, but Boo Boo Doo Boo clambering right into a glass spawning player. Pops that camouflage. 30 seconds starts now as Jimbo and Wootum stuck on Long Haul Sneaky. Is this going to be the play for them, or will Boo Boo Doo Boo figure this out?
Well, Boo Boo's one of the best camo players in the game. We'll see how he's able to utilize this, though. Jimbo does a great job of staying alive, but I love that you know, double back from Jimbo, right? Wootum gets that player weak. He comes back. Jimbo cleans up Boo Boo. Beautiful play.
Yeah, would love to see Boo Boo Doo Boo get both of those players with the camouflage, but that's just excellent teamwork out of both Wootum and Jimbo, so can't really fault Boo Boo Doo Boo for that one. Meanwhile, Jimbo taking a lot of damage. It looks like Wootum wants to get involved. He's over toward the B-box side. That nade should have connected at least a bit. Wootum now chasing down Sparty, but meanwhile, off the screen, Boo Boo Doo Boo takes down Jimbo. Boo Boo Doo Boo now grabbing a hold of the shock rifle because of it, and Boo Boo! Majin Boo Boo right there, taking him out with the shot. Wootum luckily is able to snatch it up, but that was a beautifully placed shot by him.
Yeah, 2 of those shots connected on Boo Boo's second shot. That's why you saw Wootum go down to 0 shields, but if you don't know, shock is a 3-shot burst, essentially. It's almost a beautiful kill there by Boo Boo, but Wootum is going to have shock rifle to utilize. He gets the kill onto Sparty, and Boo Boo falls as well. So great cleanup here from Wootum and Jimbo. Now the question is, can they capitalize on these spawners? And they do just that. Great shots once again. Boo Boo's cleaned up.
I don't think great shots does it justice. Those were elite shots from across the map by Wootum, from the shock to the bandage, not missing anything at all. And because of that, he's able to grab a hold of the active camouflage. If he would have been able to stay alive, that would have been quite impressive. But you call Boo Boo Doo Boo one of the best camo players in the game. He's also one of the best at finding the opponent's camouflage as well.
That is 100% true.
Enemy halfway to victory.
They do get a little bit of an advantageous spawn on the top of Hydro, and they can push through tower because of that. So there'll be a 2v1 situation. Wootum takes a bit to turn around right there. On mouse and keyboard, I'd expect him to turn around a bit quicker, maybe unaware, but regardless, they still get that kill, and they get a trade as well. 11-15. Love to see that. Continuing on this lead and not letting go whatsoever. You would think against, you know, Boo Boo and Sparty, 2 players who are just, you know, phenomenal on the side of Sentinels, you would think that it would be hard to hold on to this lead. And as I say that, the lead starts to slip away, so let me shut up, Tony.
2's gameplay obviously a lot different than 4v4 gameplay. They can go one way or another quickly, as that green gun doesn't connect, but apparently the sticky does. So does the Marty Dom grenade, and Wootum cleans up house because of it. 1 grapple left. wants to use it to snatch up this shock rifle, but the damage coming out of him, Jimbo ends up cleaning him up, and look at that angle over the shroud through the moon. Wootsum putting Sparty down to one shot, no fear whatsoever, and now snatches up the shock, puts it to work. Wootsum continues to impress me, but Jimbo has stepped up his gameplay big time.
I'll give you a moon, Tony.
Oh,
but something that Wootsum won't give is that shock rifle control. You see, already at the top of pipes, prepared for the new shock, making sure that he doesn't let go of this lead. This is huge by Jimbo and Wootsum, but the pinch comes through, and Boo Boo and Sparty do a great job of eliminating both. Only a 4-kill lead now. They're chopping away at this lead that Wootsum and Jimbo have worked so hard to get for.
Still a 4-kill advantage though. And Boo Boo Doo and Sparty are gonna have to get a hold of that active camouflage if they want to eat away at this lead. Wootsum does take down Boo Boo. Sparty gets the cleanup. Luckily, 2 members of Jimbo and Wootsum end up going down, and Sparty snatches up camo because of it. Just a 3-kill advantage for Jimbo and Wootsum going towards the end game. But this must be a scary part of the game when Sparty has a hold of camouflage. You know he makes very little mistakes with it. Damage goes in, doesn't get overwhelmed. Boo Boo Doo Boo still trying to angle out and become that distraction to allow Sparty to get right in there. Takes down the 1-shot, 3-shot melee, making it look easy. 22-20 advantage, but Boo Boo Doo Boo and Sparty have all the momentum.
Yeah, you said the Sparty makes little mistakes with the camo, and you're 100% correct, Tony. Just a beautiful job of positioning perfectly, takes a bit of damage, doesn't decide to be aggressive, gets out of the situation, then comes back in, gets a double, and continues on here. Beautiful plays by Sparty, and honestly, a great job by Jimbo and Wootsum. They only need 1 kill to win, Tony. They've kept this close, even with all the damage the Sentinels have done.
What an answer back coming out of Jimbo there. Takes down both members of the opposition. And like I said, just 1 more kill needed. Wootsum taking a lot of damage, avoids most of that grenade by backing down. Jimbo grapples a hold of the shock rifle. Both players are split up here. Jimbo ends up being isolated, taken down. Wootsum by himself. The same happens for him. Now it's a Boo Boo Doo Boo with the shock. Only down by 2, but you can't afford any deaths here if you're the Sentinels duo.
Yeah, great positioning by Jimbo and Wootsum, right? They don't want to peek whatsoever. The problem is that Sparty is on that bottom elevator side, and he's going to do anything he can to get information. So it'll be huge for him. And look at that. The information is given on the location of Jimbo. Now we're at 23-24, and Sparty and Boo Boo are trying to act quickly on this kill on Wootsum. But not only that, Wootsum's in a 2v1, and Boo Boo gets the camo.
Camouflage ends up being activated. Wootsum somehow makes the high-risk, high-reward through the catwalk over towards the top 8 and gets the backsmack onto Sparty as Sparty was trying to slow the game down to allow Boo Boo Doo Boo to take advantage of the camouflage. The audacity of that man to even go for that play and for it to work out. Game number 1 going to the European duo.
You call it audacity, I call it M&K confidence, baby. All right, you control players. You turn around so slow, like if my grandma was to come out of the grave and turn on a controller, it would be the slowest thing in the world. Us M&K players, bro, we're on turbo mode. Okay, we're in the Fast and the Furious, spinning around like crazy people, and that's what you get. A nice little back smack on the side of Sparty. I wish it was a ninja, but I'll take that.
Look, I don't care what kind of nonsense you're going to be spewing. Just keep your moon away from whatever the heck that means. Yeah, game number 2 about to come up next, and it's going to be Solitude. We always running it. It's Recharge, Solitude, Live Fire, and then if necessary, we will see a repeat of Recharge and Solitude over toward the back end of the series. And with how tight and contested that game number 1 is, I want to see a game 5. I don't think we've seen one yet so far in this tournament. Maybe this is the series.
Don't get mad at me, ladies and gentlemen. I still love control players too. I just like to cause a little bit of fire, you know? Got to get that chat interaction going. I'm sure you guys are going crazy over there. But I'm going crazy because these games have been so incredibly close. We've had so many 24-25s today, Tony. Like, this has been an incredible day of Halo, and I'm glad I wasn't in a position to miss this whatsoever. Someone else who didn't miss anything is Wootsum. A perfect on a Boo Boo. Beautiful shots by him. Some say aim assist on M&K. I say just pure unadulterated skill.
You know, we've been calling it Wootum, but you know, I'm thinking, what if it's like what? After that 5 shot, that was crazy. Boo Doo was able to get a hold of the shock, but not for long. The backsmack coming out of Jimbo there. Jimbo does end up being cleaned up, courtesy of Sparty, but it's Wootum, the final player alive out of that exchange, and now things are gonna completely reset. But this time it's who's has the shock in hands.
Yeah, you know what? I definitely think that Wootum and Jimbo are a little bit more comfortable on this map, Tony, from what it seems, from what we've watched in previous series, and we'll see if that is showcased here. Oh my goodness, you don't want to challenge a Sparty. The guy doesn't miss. Absolutely beautiful job, but Wootum on a killing spree now, 5-0, and the shock rifle as well, a 3-kill lead. And look at the way that Sentinels are separating, right? Sparty is on that driveway side. Boo Boo is all the way on blue. So Wootum does the right thing, going back towards his teammate. That's exactly what you need to do in this situation.
So far, it's feeling almost like a 1v1 between Wootum and Sparty. Like, Sparty with 5 kills, Wootum with 6. But Wootum hasn't died just yet. I spoke too soon. Sparty takes him down. Camouflage coming up. Jimbo's able to take down Sparty and gets into a little bit of an engagement with Boo Boo Doo onto the low ground. Winner will get active camouflage, and actually Boo Boo Doo, he doesn't have to win the fight. He's gonna steal it.
Yeah, great pickup by Boo Boo Doo. Jimbo's gonna take him out though, so that's a huge kill. Jimbo does go down, but I kind of want to watch that fight between Wootum and Sparty. I think it was Sparty at the end there. Those close range battles are the ones that really get us. Like, it's really difficult to hit those close range shots on M&K, and you saw that in Wootum. That's why you see him so often play the backside, make sure to just be at a long range and put shots in. Beautiful shots once again by him. He cleans up another kill onto Boo Boo. And the discipline to stay alive as well.
Wow.
On that silo side, and he does just that.
What a grenade by Sparty. I'm surprised that actually didn't connect onto the one-shot Wootum, who happened to be using that silo as cover. Now it's Wootum right back onto the low ground, pushing right onto Boo Boo Doo. Off screen, Jimbo takes down Sparty. A clean sweep out of Jimbo, and Wootum allows the young star, the future young superstar in the making, to grab a hold of the shock. Turns it into a double. 11-1 right now is Wootum. He gets better as the lights get brighter, as his opponents get better, as the pressure gets on him. He simply gets better and better. You can't help but root for this young man.
Yeah, he's definitely putting on a show right now, and if you're a Halo fan at all, I know there's probably debates back and forth. This debate has been going on for 20 plus years, but if you're a Halo fan, I mean, you're happy to see the diversity here in inputs and see players rise up like Wootum. Finally goes down there. It's gonna be 11-3 for him. Camo coming up here. Sparty has played this perfectly right. He gets the kill onto Wootum. He gets another kill with the shock rifle. He's got 3 shots to work with as well, and now he's got the camo. This is where things get a bit dangerous, because Sparty, he's gonna make sure to hit every single one of these shots to the best of his ability, right? He's gonna make sure to have a perfect angle and setup, because these 3 shots bring them that much closer to this game. It's a very large deficit here. He does not hit that one. Wootum hits the ninja. Sparty answers back with a perfect. Now it's a 4-kill lead.
That happened so fast. It didn't look like a ninja to me, but I mean, hey, look, if the kill feed says it, it counts. Perfect. And as of right now, that kill feed is lighting up red. Sparty is hitting shots with the shock. Boo Boo Doo is following it up. Another clean sweep out of them, and you know, what once was a wide gap in favor of Jimbo and Wootum, now it's just only a 2-kill advantage until Jimbo makes his presence known.
Yeah, it's a big kill by Jimbo, because you don't want to go dry for a while, right? You don't want to, go a whole bunch of cycles without getting any kills. Finally, that 1 kill, it's going to change things just a bit, but now it's only within 2. Great job by Wootum right there to clean up that no-shield player, and he's going to go right for the top of gold ledge. Decides to play with his teammate, but this is aggressive here on the Boo Boo. There's a spawn on blue side. Sparty's there to push in if Boo Boo ends up taking a lot of damage, but Sparty ends up going towards the top of gold ledge. Wootum's just got to be careful and play his life, and that's exactly what he does. Wootum and Jimbo maintain this lead, and now a repulsor in the hands of Wootum. They're going to push together and hold hands for these last couple of kills.
We're talking about that input diversity being so good for the game, and I'm gonna have to agree with you. I think we all can agree, as long as you're not playing Halo on a PlayStation controller, it's all good. 21 to 18 lead. Jimbo and Wootum currently holding on to just a 3-kill advantage at the moment, but Sparty from the low grounds able to put down shots, forcing Wootum to relocate onto the yard side. Meanwhile, Boo Boo Dooble with that shock holding this angle. You better watch out, Wootum. That's not the man you want to challenge, but takes down the one-shot Sparty still. Boo Boo Dooble with the shot, grabs a hold of active camouflage and drills him. Wootum goes down. Boo Boo Dooble and Sparty are within 2.
Again, a beautiful play by Boo Boo. He's aware of both players. Sparty was taking advantage of getting both players' attention in Wootum and Jimbo. And with that attention, Boo Boo decided to push through to camo, got a perfect angle onto Wootum and got camo as well. And on top of that, he's also got the tie, 22 to 22. We've got a game, ladies and gentlemen.
Active camouflage and shock rifle combination in the hands of Boo Boo Dooble at the moment. Jimbo somehow avoids getting his head taken off due to that shock, but he's still being angled out by Sparty. Sparty's able to take down Jimbo despite being one shot. He stays alive, and Boo Boo Dooble was waiting for the reach out over toward the cafe side. Waiting for the spawners over toward the cafe side. Meanwhile, Wootum, he's getting aggressive onto Sparty. Boo Boo Dooble has his back. 24 to 22. You're just looking for one more.
Information is king right there, Tony. Wootum decided to shoot Boo Boo at the bottom of snipe. That gave up the location. Sparty and Boo Boo perform a pinch. They get both angles, take out Wootum instantaneously. And now, like you said, a 2-kill lead here for Boo Boo and Sparty. They look to end it with one more kill, and it's Boo Boo with the weapon in his hand to make that happen. Jimbo's gonna peek. This is a really aggressive peek by Jimbo. A couple shots in the air, decides to reach out. That's scary. They both take shock rifle damage from the chain link. That'd only be one more shot for Boo Boo though. Little do they know they're wasting that shock rifle ammo. That's definitely a good play.
Camouflage is coming up, but something tells me it's gonna be used as bait here as Boo Boo Dooble just runs out of shock ammo. Sparty is trying to go for a flank here. Doesn't see Wootum in front of him, but does get the shot onto Jimbo from the long range. Boo Boo Dooble down to one shot, somehow able to stay alive. Denial grenades definitely helpful in that one, and now we're losing sight of camouflage. The Sentinels duo pushing up. You have a player over towards LR and a player onto the back tram. This is the battle. Sends him back, but Wootum takes him out. Boo Boo Dooble with the cleanup. At that point, Dave, we're playing for trades, and although Wootum won that individual fight, it was not enough. Tied up after 2.
Yeah, seeing both players, at the back of yard right there, and Wootum being really pushed up onto that soda side, that soda ramp, I was a little worried, and that's exactly what happened. They took full advantage of the misposition, took him out, and now we have a tie series. 1-1, and we move on to live fire. Let's take a look at some of the replays here. Sparty getting control of that shock rifle. You can see really turn the tide of the game. It's going to be a couple of over aggressive peaks here from both sides. Wootum, lots of individual fights being won by him, but honestly, I hope we have that 1v1 early. I don't think we do. The 1v1 from earlier, just a really difficult fight to win in close range with that strafe, and there's the 1v1 towards the end. That beatdown's going to be enough. And there it is. Boo Boo and Sparty end up closing it out.
And what largely felt like a 1v1 between between Wootum and Sparty, eventually just ends with Boo Boo Dooble getting that cleanup kill. And it looks like they're 1 minute. It's low. I'm trying to find out what's going on in the chat here. There's a little bit of chatter.
Snipes. Yeah, the snipe ammo on the shock rifle. They're saying that some modes have a lot of ammo on the shock rifle. Some modes have, they're saying that Jimbo's saying that one of the doubles modes has lower shock rifle ammo. So I guess the talk is that the shock rifle ammo is a little bit too high in some of these game type modes that they're using.
Jimbo said, I say keep it. More fun. The more ammo, the better, I guess. And that's how kind of it should be. If you're playing doubles, I would imagine if you have a shock or a sniper, you should have half the ammo. Like having the full amount of ammo in a shock or a sniper that you would in a 2v2 gameplay, and a 4v4 gameplay, does seem kind of crazy. So there should be a 2v2 game mode where you literally have half the ammo. Makes sense to me.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. I really like Jimbo's attitude right there, though. You know what I mean? Just keep it fun. You know, he's not really he mentioned it. He's not really complaining about it, which is great. But both these teams so evenly matched. I'm excited to see how this turns out. I think we saw Uwutum with what, 16 kills that game?
17.
We saw
17 and 9.
Wow, we saw their phenomenal teamwork that is Jimbo and Uwutum on this map the previous time we watched. So we'll see if that translates here. Jimbo ends up going down with a snipe. That'll be sniped now with the hands of Boo Boo.
And Boo Boo able to get away. Repulses right up to the sandbag side. Meanwhile, Uwutum winning his fight against Sparty and Boo Boo Dubu. Snapping onto players with the S7, but once again, Uwutum comes in and he is a dominant player. The damage that he does on the map is felt, and it is most of the time impactful damage as Jimbo gets away with that sniper and camo combination, but can't use either one of them. Uwutum off a spawn, gets over towards Sparty, takes him down. It is an absolute brawl here over toward the camouflage side as both teams are really just throwing haymakers at each other.
Yeah, the players being on that camo side influence the spawns on both A and C, but now Uwutum has 2 shots in the snipe. Jimbo's trying to stay alive here. It's up to Uwutum to keep him alive. Can he do that, though, as Sparty pokes out and hits every single shot? It's going to force Uwutum back, and Jimbo hits the black screen as well. Beautiful job by Boo. It's Sparty, aware of the push through vent. Absolutely heads up play there by Uwutum.
5-4 lead in favor of Boo Boo Dubu and Sparty as we switch gears over toward the EU duo. A one-shot player toward the cut side will not survive, and Sparty, although is able to take down one, Jimbo afforded the double kill on that one. It is complete offense coming out of both of these duos, and to be honest, it's fun to cast. I'm sure it's fun to watch.
Definitely is fun to cast. These two are really evenly matched, at least online, and it's really cool to see them go at it here. Great shots, great peak shots by Jimbo. Beautiful job. Taking minimal damage, going for the double. Old men, Tony, you know, our hips might not work, but I'm telling you right now, we're very wise, and Jimbo shows just that.
If your slaying power was equal to the amount of hair that you don't have, Jimbo would be the best player.
True.
And it's showing right now as he's ping-ponging back and forward. You see, he's able to move so fast across the map. There's no friction with the hair that he just doesn't have on his head. He just moves faster than the opposition.
It's cheating. He's absolutely cheating. I think we should get him a wig or something for the next event. Here we go, tied up at 9. Sniper coming up in 19 seconds. See Sparty and Boo Boo slowing down the game. I like this. You know what? Because, you know, these guys are on Sentinels. They're some of the best players in the game, but they're showing respect. And they're also showing that they want that sniper rifle. It's the top center of the map. It's coming up right now. They do not want Uwutum to get it, and he's even going to nade it back to himself. Jimbo tries to sneak in. He's going to get stuck. Uwutum tries to fight for it as well, but Sparty comes out on top, pulls up the sniper, and now they've got A control, and they've got a sniper in their hands watching for those C spawns.
And Sparty is a lucky dog. Let me tell you, man. The first nade that doesn't combat evolve the sniper is frustrating, so he throws another one that should guarantee the combat evolve. But it just so happens that a member of the opposition is pushing sniper at the same time, and he gets a stick because of it. I don't even have words to describe how crazy that is that happens. But hey, they say luck is when preparation meets opportunity. So that's exactly what's happening here, and Sparty's trying to line up that snipe over toward the camouflage player. Still has plenty of ammo to work with. Meanwhile, two members, Jimbo and Uwutum, are grinding forward over toward the dummy side. Finally, we see another reset. But Sparty and Boo Boo Dubu still have a 2-kill advantage. Jimbo and Uwutum need to eat at it early.
Yeah, Jimbo's got a good play, though. He's in A, and Sparty's kind of aware of it, but Jimbo's really far up on the map, and oh my gosh, Jimbo ends up going down. Oh my gosh, it's Boo Boo. He's not able to hit the last shot. Uwutum's gonna go down here. Oh, and he uses the QT just in case he doesn't get that kill on the last shot. It'll be Sniper now in the hands of Boo Boo, and a 3-kill lead as well for Boo Boo and Sparty.
They're still able to ping pong over toward location for a little bit. There we go. Just ran out. Active camouflage about to come up here soon. I'm sure Wootum and Jimbo are going to try to navigate their way over here and maybe try to get creative with the angles they take. Somehow Boo Boo Doo able to anticipate that Wootum was taking the mid route. Meanwhile, Sparty throws that spike grenade down, bounces that player back, but Jimbo refuses to hit the black screen. He even does damage onto Boo Boo Doo. So despite the fact that Jimbo was by himself for quite some time, he fends off both Sparty and Boo Boo Doo, and because of that, they may be able to get a hold of camouflage.
Yeah, but Sparty takes off the most important player in getting that camo. That's going to be Wootum at the top of tower. And now with a 4-kill lead, looks like Jimbo got the camo, and that's going to go down. So Jimbo not able to provide much value there. A 5-kill lead now for the side of Boo Boo and Spartan. I'm sorry. And it looks like, honestly, it's just Jimbo and Wootum kind of playing a little bit. I think they're just getting caught out, and it's just beautiful angles by Boo Boo and Spartan. So, like, it's just really difficult, especially when you get into a scenario where like that, where you're not aware of the spawn or the spawner that comes out in the B that sneaks through big door, but you turn around and get that perfect. More pivs like that are what's going to win this game for Jimbo and Wootum.
Yeah, I think Jimbo's playing phenomenal, and for the first time so far that we're seeing here, Wootum's having a bad game. You know, so at least stat-wise, this is the first time that we're seeing him have a bad game, which is crazy to think about after how many times we talked about the lights getting brighter and brighter and him getting better and better. Luckily for them, it's still plenty of time. You're only down by 4 kills, which is more than you feel comfortable with, but still, it's not out of hand just yet. We would do with the sniper. 8 shots to work with here. It's going to be important. This sniper's going to be on the map for a very long time. Body shot. Connects for Boo Boo Doo Boo Sparty. He wants to take advantage of that. He's going to push Jimbo out, but Jimbo goes back and forth with the Quantum Translocator. Wootum takes advantage of the damage going down on the map. Finally, Sparty takes him down, and now it's a 5-kill lead.
The spawns come out on A. Sparty, it's another body there. Boo Boo hit that first body shot. Sparty hits a body with a snipe, so damage is being done. They're not going to act off of that. They're not going to act off that damage just yet, though. They decide to push now together. There's the damage being acted on. What? I'm not sure what just happened there, but a massive 2v2. I believe it was a 2v2. It was won by Jimbo and Wootum to really swing the game. It's only a 3-kill lead now. Wootum looking for an opportunity to find a headshot here with a snipe.
Off a screen, Boo Boo Doo Boo does end up taking down Jimbo, leaving Wootum by himself to fight off this active camouflage with just 4 bullets, and the S7 tries to get a better angle. With that momentary lapse in timing, allows Boo Boo Doo Boo to get away with active camo. Now it's Wootum that's going to advance forward toward the sandbag side, and if QT's coming up and Wootum gets a hold of it, you got to think, with all of his split gate experience, and they might just win the damn game. If Wootum gets Quantum Translocator, that's it, it's over. They win, even though Boo Boo Doo Boo and Spartan only need 2 more.
Looks like Jimbo ended up taking it, though. But yeah, that's a good point, Tony. Split gate with those portals is insane. 23-18, like you said, 2 more is all that's needed for Boo Boo and Spartan. This is a best of 5, though, so Boo Boo and Spartan, if they do close this one out, they will not win. We will go to a game 4. 1 kill comes out there. Wootum chowing Boo Boo. Didn't expect to see that, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do. 24-20 now.
Yeah, just 1 more kill needed, and I always say you're never out of it when you're playing 2v2s. You know, a squad wipe is just 2 kills, and if you stay alive, you're good. But you also do it against Sparty and Boo Boo Doo Boo, who are known very much for making very little mistakes, and eventually you got to know that that final kill is going to come. Boo Boo Doo Boo and Sparty take a huge game number 3, and now have the advantage here in the series. They're now 1 game away from ending an amazing run by Wootum and Jimbo, but ending it here and sending them down to elimination bracket. We're going back to recharge, where Jimbo and Wootum did get the win, only by 2 kills.
And ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, we have another semifinal as well. It's Renegade and Frosty versus Glories and Legend that we'll be watching, I believe, after this one. And these are, of course, best of fives, so we've got a lot more action to go in this series as well. But yeah, I mean, definitely very... I want to say a lot. I like to use this word a lot. Discipline. A lot of discipline from Sparty and Boo Boo. Playing that slow roll, making sure that they're not overexposing angles, making sure that they're like even that Sparty chow in the top mid, right? When Sparty's chowing you like that, if you're Wootum, you know there's a reason for that. He's not just chowing you because he wants to win the fight. He's chowing you because he has help from Boo Boo. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's game 4. A very tight matchup between both of these teams, but we'll see if Jimbo and Wootum are going to be able to bring us to a Game 5. I believe it'll be our first Game 5 of the tournament today. Take it away, Tony.
So far, the EU representation here in this tournament has been phenomenal. Honestly, the international representation, let's not forget Rush and Strikey doing well earlier. Johan and Juan doing their thing. And Acid and Leor were having a crazy tournament, you know, one that rivaled Jimbo and Wootum until they ran into Jimbo and Wootum. The international representation so far in this tournament has been absolutely incredible. And we have 2 EU teams in the semifinals looking to make it into the winners final. Spartan and Boo Boo Doo 1 game away from taking down Jimbo and Wootum here, but something tells me Jimbo and Wootum have plenty left in the tank.
Yeah, and something also tells me that this game's pace is going to slow heavily. As I say that, though, a rushed 1v1 is going to ensue. Boo Boo does come out on top with Sparty here because he does have that shock rifle. He doesn't see the spawns onto A, so that gives him some information that because his teammate is on that tower side or on A side now, that's where the spawns are going to happen, is on long haul. So Boo Boo positioned correctly here on the bat ledge. He's got lots of info to utilize. I think he took a lot of bad damage there. So once again, anytime a pro player takes damage like that and you wonder, you know, why did you take bad damage like that? It's because he's got the grapple. Great reroute here by Boo Boo. Now he can use the shock from different angles.
Meanwhile, off screen, Jimbo does take down Sparty, so Boo Boo Doo Boo doing an excellent job of staying alive, but has no more grapple to work with. Still has the shock though. Sparty, he's coming off a spawn. He's gonna push over toward the long haul side. Meanwhile, Boo Boo Doo Boo cutting the map in half and shooting the wall. A little bit of frustration here, trying to get Jimbo and Wootum to play a little faster, maybe push up a little bit. You see the frustration down, and Maj and Boo Boo embracing the dark side, almost gets himself the double, takes down 1 at least. Jimbo eventually goes down courtesy of Sparty, and now they're going to allow the spawners to come up. Active camouflage is as well.
Yeah, great anticipation by Boo Boo there of the jump up on the box. Holds the angle perfectly. Reticle placement on point. He's got a shot or 2 left to work with, I'm sorry, in that shock rifle. A little bit more than that, looks like. Wootum is going to try to take him out, and he does just that. Great job, though, by Wootum to stay alive, as he knows Sparty does have this camo. He's got to be careful here.
I'm being told that it was a smiley face that he drew. He used to do that in Halo 5. I haven't seen him do it in so long. I apologize. Wow. No frustration there. How can you be frustrated when you're drawing smiley faces? 7-4 lead here. Boo Boo Doo Boo and Spartan still having the advantage and still feeling comfortable enough to draw smiley faces on the wall.
Oh, what did you see what Wootum did there? That was actually beautiful, right? He uses the ledge above those boxes to just quick jump over and over and over again to try to win that fight onto Boo Boo. Unfortunately, it's not going to pay off in his favor, but another great utilization of the environment in order to make that fight a bit more difficult for Boo Boo to hit his shots.
8-6 lead. Boo Boo Doo Boo and Sparty have the advantage. Jimbo is going to be pushed up over towards Longhorn. And as Boo Boo Doo Boo is 1 shot on the glass side, you can only imagine Jimbo might be able to get the best of him, but Boo Boo Doo Boo backs down. Sparty watching as a back from across the map onto the tower side. Wootum and Jimbo almost found themselves some easy kills, but nothing's easy when you're going up against Spartan and Boo Boo. Sparty has to stay alive over towards tower for Boo Boo to cover him perfectly with this shock. Can he thread the needle? Sparty don't need no help.
Yeah, a couple double beats down there. for Sparty. He's going to take out that one. He does go down to Wootum, though, so it's still a 3-kill game. Still within reach for Jimbo and Wootum, but that camo going to be very important here. And look how quickly Boo Boo and Sparty are able to get control of the C-Plat, which is the most important spot to be if you want this camo control. They're very quick to get there, but they don't have the Shroud, and it looks like the Shroud, that's going to go in the hands of Jimbo. So wait a minute. It's going to be Jimbo and Wootum with control of that camo. That Shroud really came to work for them. And we've seen, you know, we're going to see a lot more of this as the season goes on. This Shroud being very impactful on recharge.
Yeah, I think you know, the players that play on a higher sensitivity or even mouse and keyboard, they're gonna love being in that Shroud and just being able to outplay your opposition, bouncing back and forward from being in the shadows and not blocking out lines of sights, and then either attacking or getting out of a bad situation. But with Double, meanwhile, he has some of a very good situation. There's nowhere for Jimbo to go. Snaps onto while grappling. Sparty does spawn over toward the battery side of the map, and it's a 3-kill advantage still in favor of Boo Boo Double and Sparty, who, mind you guys, are 1 game away from taking the series.
Yeah, Boo Boo's gonna act on this. I was gonna say he has information on Wootum. He's definitely not gonna stand still, especially with that grapple in his hands. And again, look how good this grapple is. Being able to get from one end of the map to the other, being able to wait for your teammate to do damage, that is Sparty, and then coming out when you need to. Utilizing that grapple in a big way, and because of that, a 6-kill lead has been mounted here for the side of Sparty and Boo Boo. Looking to extend that even more as they have, as Boo Boo has 2 more shots in this shot.
A much different tail of the take that we're seeing here in Game 4 compared to Game 1, where Jimbo and Wootum did get the win. Wootum has been slowed down completely, which clearly is the key, because let me tell you, in game number 1, he was absolutely going off on both Sparty and Boo Boo Double. Now, a 5-kill advantage here for the Sentinels duo. Active camouflage coming up. If the EU boys want to get the win here, this active camouflage is going to be critical to just that. Wootum goes in for the challenge over the long haul side and able to take down Sparty, but Boo Boo Double with the cleanup. And now camouflage in the hands of Jimbo. Boo Boo Double trying to sniff him out, but Jimbo is just being so elusive with it.
Yeah, great job by Boo Boo to continue to search for him, though. Jimbo's probably going to get this kill. Great job by Jimbo to relocate there, right? He went towards Bat Ledge, played his life. He didn't overextend the fight. Because of that, he's able to use camo once again. And now Wootum converts on his own kill. So still, it's within 3. But now, all the tools are in Jimbo and Wootum's hands. These are the resources they need to use in order to get this game to be a tie, bring this a bit closer. We'll see if they're able to do so.
Doesn't hit the shot with the shock onto Sparty. But still, right within arm's length of Wootum. They really want to count on that teamwork. But those who work together sometimes die together. As Wootum does end up going down, Jimbo forced to grapple all the way across the other side of the map to try to stay alive. Meanwhile, Wootum getting aggressive, demanding control of tower immediately. Jimbo's gonna quickly join him and also quickly get flanked. Down to 1 shot, Jimbo goes. And it looks like Boo Boo Double is still pushing forward, forcing himself over towards tower. He makes Jimbo 1 shot. He takes down Wootum. That was an excellent life by Boo Boo Double, and now Sparty snatches up that shock.
Yeah, I really like that play by Boo Boo, right? He saw Jimbo utilizing that grapple to get across the map quickly. He knew he was going to be on C-Plat, so you saw Boo Boo cut the map in half, go towards that long haul side, and pinch onto Jimbo, which made it really hard for Jimbo to stay alive. And you see right there how powerful the shock is on 2 players who stand close together. The chain link will do massive damage, and now 22-15, and a spawn trap on the long haul.
Things go from bad to worse quickly when you're spawning up and you have Sparty and Boo Boo Double collapsing onto multiple sides on you, but Jimbo somehow is able to fight his way off of that spawn, taking down both Sparty and Boo Boo Double, grabbing a hold of active camouflage. It's not over until it's over. But is it over? Only 2 more kills needed by Boo Boo Double and Sparty.
It's up to what Jimbo does right here, and he starts off real good, right? The first kill is going to go into the head of Sparty. I think I'm really looking at Wootum here, right? The positioning has to be solid at this point. He's playing very aggressive. Definitely not what we're used to seeing. Maybe, you know, playing against these 2 legends he's trying to play differently. Maybe he's not playing that comfortable role, and I think it's just that's what's really causing him to struggle in these games. Him and Jimbo have kind of switched roles here. You can see him on the heavy end of the assists, and Jimbo more on the heavy end of the kills. Not going to get a trade there into Spartan. Jimbo was not ready to get that trade either, so a 4-kill game. And Spartan looking to close it out.
One more kill needed. Sparty finds himself somewhat in the middle of both Wootup and Jimbo, but now the Boo was off the spawn with the high ground, covering his back despite being at a non-advantageous position. Boo finds his way over toward the gold side of the map. Nades are going down. Jimbo's at one shot, so is Wootup, but can't quite find the kill. They're both being so elusive. Eventually, the damage shouldn't be too much, but Wootup takes down Boo. Sparty eventually takes down Jimbo, and that's going to be a 3-1 series. Boo and Sparty advancing forward to the winners bracket finals, guaranteed top 3 in the tournament. No matter what happens from this point forward, Jimbo and Wootup, I'm going to call them the Wumbo combo, go down to elimination bracket.
Well, a great showcase there by Boo Boo and Sparty, but I want to hear what Tools and Louis V Titan have to say about that matchup.
Man, mouse and keyboard goes down. Quite unfortunate. But Boo Boo and Spartan looking good. What do you think, Tools?
I think they played extremely well. I think they figured out Wootem throughout the series, right? We saw a very strong start for Wootem, and then they started noticing some of the mistakes that he's making, noticing that he's a little bit aggressive on the back end of some of these kills, and they took advantage of it. Were able to humble the young man a little bit and take a win. I honestly, I love seeing gameplay like this because you can see the thought process of Spartan and Boo Boo figuring out this duo, and after having some trouble with them in game 1, they're able to take 3 in a row. But I'm sure we'll see Jimbo and Wootem relatively soon in the back end of this.
I feel that. Well, as you can see on our bracket right here, one winner semifinal done. The other one getting lined up for you. Renegade and Frosty versus Glory and Legend. Another international affair. I want to know your thoughts, Tools.
This is a bloodbath. Honestly, I have no idea how this is going to go. I think connections obviously going to play a big part in it. Glory, he's obviously from Ireland. Legend is from France. Renegade and Frosty both sitting down in Dallas, Texas. So the server might be playing a big impact. You have 2 world champions on the side of Renegade and Frosty. I think that put them as my favorite. But Glory and Legend, I mean, talk about 2 very young players who have been making huge waves throughout the scene. I remember watching Legend for the first time when he was 16, and from that first time I saw him when he was 16 playing Halo 5, he didn't drop a tournament in his region for 2 years. 2 years of going undefeated in his region at the tail end of Halo 5. So there's just so much talent in this winner's semifinal.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. That sounds kind of wild. Pretty much unfathomable. But nevertheless, this is the tale of the tape. 2 of the greatest from NA versus 2 of the greatest from EU. And, it's just shaping up to me point a picture that, I mean, this is kind of a hot topic right now, right? With ANZ and Mexico not getting automatic pool play, right? It's just like the spotlight right now, NA and EU, despite excellent showings out of our LATAM folks.
Yeah, that's one thing. Like, I think all those changes were great, right? But I do feel a little bit bad for the Mexico and the ANZ guys. Hopefully, they can make something happen in those open brackets throughout this next season of competition. But you can see, like, I always feel like the Mexico region is right there, right? They just need a little bit more of a push. You can see 3 of our 4 matches in the winners quarterfinal featured a duo from Mexico today.
This is true. Well, we're in a lobby with Legend and Glories as we speak. We're awaiting the arrival of Renegade and Frosty. But any predictions out of you here, Tools?
I think we're going to see a 3-1. I think a little bit of an identical showing. I think Glory and Legend maybe take this first game but Renegade and Frosty will figure it out and get the job done. I still think that these two players are gonna be even better than last year with those bandit rifle changes. They are so proficient with that single fire weapon. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we see like an all FaZe dominant sort of year with how good these two players are with that single shot weapon in their hand.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break as we wait for our challengers to approach. Reminder, right? This is 2v2, $1,000 on the line here in this tournament. At the end of the day, we have another $1,000 up for grabs tomorrow as well in our 4v4 tournament, and registration is still open. You can register right now. !register to get involved. Yeah, we're sitting at 3,600 viewers right now. Tools, this is an amazing turnout. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, man, we're I don't know if we ever eclipsed 4K. We were so close earlier in the tournament. Maybe we can get back to those levels, but it's incredible to see the support that we've had. The fact that we're getting like more viewership this week. Usually with these tournaments, like the first one goes great and then it starts to dwindle down a little bit like as weeks go on. But the fact that we're seeing more support in this second tournament is just incredible. I want to see more twos throughout the entire year. You know, after this month, I think we'll go to the board, figure out what twos formats can look like for more competitions, because it is here to stay. It's like 2018 with Halo 5 again. The rules changed a little bit, and suddenly twos become, I think, a premier format that need to be explored.
Indeed, I do believe that there's more to be accomplished here in the 2v2 realm, and then we're barely scratching the surface, right? Last week was our first 2v2 tournament. Bound and Legend won that one. They ended up defeating Renegade and Lucid on a day that was kind of plagued by, actually, it was the beginning of signs to come for the 4v4 of the network issues, because I will say the grand final last week of the 2v2 was highly anticipated, but it was kind of anticlimactic because it was a swift 3-0, and it was very clear that there were connection issues. But nevertheless, right, this is a global tournament. It's just preseason, folks, right? I see a lot of people quite upset that they're facing, international talent in early rounds of the tournament. And listen, we hear you, and this is just the preseason, right? Regionals will come back as far as the HCS schedules go and online play, and so there's plenty to look forward to, right? And there's gonna be nothing but time. I do think that it's almost certain, right, that we're gonna have competition open to the United States and Canada here in the near future for 2v2, based on one of our sponsors for that event. But yeah, I mean, it's just plenty to look forward to. I understand the frustrations this time around. Renegade just entered the lobby. We're just waiting on Frosty at this point. But yeah, Tools, I'm really looking forward to we're paying it forward, right? We're continuing to do so, right? So it's all that support that you guys are providing that really gets us there.
Yeah, I think what the community's done is something brilliant. I'll say with the global tournaments, I think it's great to be able to highlight some of the global talent. Like Wu-Tem would have absolutely gone underneath the radar, right? No one would have really known about him, and probably until that first land. But now everyone's kind of gotten an eye on him, and it's suddenly like there's going to be a lot of momentum and eyes on him when it comes to that first major in Optics building in March. And that's what these global tournaments provide. So I'm glad that we were able to have some global tournaments, at least before we get back into that regional format. But the regional format's coming soon, right? So if you're a player that's like, I only want to play against people in my region, 2 more weeks. We'll have those tournaments right back on the plate relatively.
Well, as you can see, we're just waiting for the final player to approach. So, do you think lobby leader makes any difference in this game? This is a really random question. I'm just curious.
I honestly, like, if I get a bad server, even if it doesn't, I still want them to change host. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if it does or doesn't, but it's like, I want to try it, because I think it is odd that sometimes in this game you will get into one game and then the second game will be a completely different server. Like nothing changed, right? We're all still in the same spot. We're all still playing on the same connection. But for this time, my 30 ping server has become a 70 ping server. That is one of the infuriating things. Put it on the list. Get Tashi if you're listening, whatever it is. or add server select. That's the one thing I've really like on my wish list for Halo Infinite. Like a server select for custom games is at the top, right? And then if we can go see like whoever, we can do like ban and picks for server select. You know what I'm saying? Like, get in. It's like, okay, we're not playing this one. You ban this one, and then you find the middle.
Yeah, definitely some features to be desired. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Renegade and Frosty are officially in the lobby. Glory and Legend on the other side. We're loading into game number 1, so we're going to throw it to our boys. Why not inactive? Go ahead and take it away.
So we already know one of the teams that have made it into the winners bracket finals to compete to make it into the grand finals. We need to find out who's going to be joining them. Sparty and Boo Boo Doob are probably watching this matchup and trying to get a little bit of intel themselves, but also rubbing their hands together to find out who's going to be their next opponents. Meanwhile, Renegade and Frosty going up against Glory and Legend to find out who's going into that winners bracket finals to compete to go into that grand finals. Right off the rip, Frosty's able to take down Glory on his way towards that camouflage end. Renegade trades out his life, so an active camouflage has been won over by half of that FaZe duo.
Really loved the very beginning of the game, Tony, where Frosty is basically utilizing the Bandit and the Battle Rifle at the same time. Obviously, that Battle Rifle very strong in long-range opportunities, and the Bandit being utilized for that close range. We're going to start to see this as time goes on more and more, just due to the fact that there's been a lot more Battle Rifles added to the slew of HCS maps. So, great job by Frosty to utilize those, and he's going to start off the game 3-1.
And on the other side of things, Legend also having 3 kills to his name, the newest member of Space Station Gaming. Going to be competing in France up until about February, where he said they'll be moving over to America to compete alongside those SSG boys. Frosty getting him down to one shot his Glory. Legend's trying to fight him off. An excellent trade by Legend, taking down both Renegade and Frosty, and there's not a single player on the map that's alive until Glory comes off his spawn.
If he's playing that well from France, I cannot wait till he moves to America. Legend, of course, winning the last 2v2 like Louis V. Titan had said last week with Bound as his teammate. Now Glory's as his teammate. How do you think things change now in terms of this team dynamic, Tony? You know, Legend, obviously with Bound, 2 very aggressive players, where maybe Glory's that player that kind of sits back and does damage.
Yeah, there's no way that you can. My gosh, what a shot by Frosty! Almost turns it into a double, but there's no way that you can replicate Bound's playstyle in 4v4s, but especially not in 2v2s either. Like the value that Bound brings to the map is it's so high, it's irreplaceable. So I think Glory's an excellent player. He might even be an amazing twos player, but it's going to be different than the dynamic that you see between these two versus what we saw last week.
We'll see if that dynamic works for these two. You see Frosty and Renegade. Renegade was a part of that final as well, like we heard earlier with Lucid, but Frosty being on his team, I mean, these guys have obviously won a world championship together, so I think things are a bit different for these two as well. See Renegade utilizing the shock rifle. Beautiful shot by him. Not able to connect onto Legend, but he does get that elevator control. I believe he's able or willing to push aggressively here, but I love the patience as the spawns come on in the long haul. He's aware of it, just slowing down the pace of the game.
Renegade anticipating the C-plat to tower push there. Doesn't exactly happen the way he wanted to. Meanwhile, Glory takes down Frosty and immediately retreats over toward the long haul side, leaving Renegade by himself for just a bit. The nades go down, but Glory somehow avoids those grenades and wins his gunfight against Renegade. 2-kill disadvantage here for Glory and Legends. Meanwhile, Legend is pushing up right towards long haul, and it should be switching their focus towards the C-plat if they get that information, but man, excellent damage out of both Legend and Glory. Frosty now by himself back C. Through the shadows he goes. Frosty taking down Legend and gets the stick onto Glory as well. Again, another trade happens where all 4 members momentarily were on the black screen.
Yeah, Renegade and Frosty come on top of that. That comes off the stick from Frosty. Again, a beautiful job just making sure to get both kills there. You see Renegade aggressive as can be with his grapple, slides through the long haul as fast as can be, looking for Legend, who's going to be out of position. just because he was isolated, right? His teammate ended up going down. They pressed the advantage as fast as possible, and now because of that, they have a 4-kill lead, and they have camo control as well. But Legend, oh my word, beautiful shots by him to get the kill onto Frosty.
And it's crazy that Frosty actually spun around so fast, he didn't even see that Glory's spawned over towards the back gold, I guess the old days, not the Plaza pistol spawned, I guess now we'll refer to it. He was able to get away with shock rifle, navigate his way towards long haul, put that shock to work immediately. And back with the striking distance, Glory and Legend have never been completely out of it so far this game, although Renegade and Frosty have controlled the scoreboard and the momentum for most of it.
See if they can continue on that momentum. It's gonna start getting this shock rifle out of Glory's hands, but great job once again to get the trades. Momentum still is maintained, 20-17 now. Frosty in control. Spawns will not be onto A. They'll clear that angle, and he'll be ready again for the push onto tower. You see how quick he is to just check his angles, right? He knows there's one at tower now. He's going to continue to check his right to see if there's a player pushing on that long haul side. That's just that game sense. And, you know, if you think game sense, that kind of game sense is difficult than twos, imagine that happening in fours as well. All these players so aware of where every other player on the map is, and a clean 2 kills. As Frosty puts the shock rifle on that 1-minute cooldown, and now he still has control of the pipe side, so he'll be able to pick up the new one as well.
I was actually surprised that Frosty's shots didn't connect over to the glass side earlier, but still gets the double kill with that shock and continues exactly where he left off. Green gun into the bandit, taking down Glory Legend by himself, and Renegade with the cleanup. Final kill needed here for Renegade and Frosty. Glory's the Legend find himself quite behind here, and the trade is going to be good enough. 25 is the win, taking game number 1, moving quickly to game 2.
It's kind of crazy, right? Frosty ends up popping 17 kills in that game, and we're just like, it's another day. Like, anyone else gets 17 kills, we're like, wow, that's incredible gameplay by so-and-so. Frosty gets it, we don't even mention it. The whole game goes, we don't even, it's just another day at the office for Frosty and Renegade as well. Like, that's the kind of crazy part about this duo, is not only did they win a world championship together, but their ability to both pop off at any given moment is a little bit scary, Tony, right? We're all human beings. We have bad games. I have bad games 90% of the time, but there's that one good game, and both of these players are capable of that pop-off, capable of having, you know, good games, and that's where it becomes scary to be able to beat them in this 2v2 tourney. I mean, this is going to be, these are the titans of this tournament, in my opinion. They're definitely the favorites to win in my honest look at things, but again, it's Glory and Legends who kept it very close at the beginning. They just kind of let it go towards the end.
Yeah, sometimes it really does feel like clock in and clock out for these boys. I will say that I was just so focused on the gameplay that I feel like I never really looked at the scoreboard. The gameplay never really slowed down, which made things more exciting to watch, which made me never gravitate towards the scoreboard. 17 kills out of the former MVP Frosty is crazy, and I'm excited to see what they have going in, because let me tell you, as comfortable as they are on recharge, I think they're plenty comfortable on this Plaza remake Solitude.
Yeah, I think it's going to be even scarier here on the side of Legend and Glory, who are definitely capable of winning this. It's just going to take, I mean, it's going to take that, okay? Getting a 2v1 situation there. Nice little double there by Glory. He's going to solidify the shock rifle, but the question is, can they continue this, right? Can they continue to roll through with this momentum? And it all starts with staying alive with his camo, and Renegade's looking to stop that from happening right now. Look at him swarming, smells the blood. Glory somehow lives. Now he has the shock rifle combo combination.
The exact start that you wanted if you're Glory and Legends. 3-0 camouflage and shock in the hands of Glory himself, and Legend even trading out his life to try to make it a 4-1 advantage. This is what you want if you're Glory's Legend, but you gotta keep the same energy throughout the entirety of the game. Otherwise, Renegade is gonna run all over you like he just did, and the same for the Snowman. Back within 1 kill now is Renegade and Frosty. Renegade snatches up that shot for himself, lines up the nades onto the spawning players, and lines up that reticle as well. Glory, you better be careful.
Frosty must be so happy that there's that confirmed headshot kill where the player turns into a snowman when you kill him. He's got to be so happy that they added that to the game, because now he can make everyone a snowman. You can see right there, that lead completely gone, Tony. It's out of there, right? 4-4, we're tied up, and now Renegade has the shock rifle in his hands. You talked about this map being very strong, or even stronger than the last one for this FaZe roster, and it's definitely coming to fruition here.
Yeah, and it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish it. And as of right now, Glory's Legend had an amazing start. Since then, it's been all Renegade and Frosty. Renegade with that shock in hands. Legend was able to take down Frosty, so big kill out of him as Renegade is still trying to line up and take down at least one of the duo. Not gonna happen though. Glory and Legend shutting that down immediately, and Frosty, although gets himself an angle onto the camouflage, Legend snatches it away without taking any damage whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, Legend and Glories do a really good job there of cutting every angle on a Renegade and just pushing him off the angle, right? And that's just beautiful work by them. They're able to push in freely, not take a lot of damage. Question is, can Legend put this camo to work? And it looks like he will. Beautiful shot there. That's 2 kills. It's so good, I can't even talk. A 2-kill lead already for the side of Glory and Legend.
Back in control right now is the European duo, as Legend gets some nice shots from long range onto Frosty. Glory should be able to get the cleanup onto that one. Actually, Legend gonna finish it off himself and almost takes down Renegade as well. Renegade half shields and Glory on the hunt. Nade's trying to limit the options, but misses out on that timing to be able to push that, and knows that Frosty may have been able to get an angle off his spawn, and knows that if he gets into a 1v1, he's pretty comfortable. That's a perfect kill out of Glory. And just avoiding the headshot from the shock rifle out of Frosty, Glory stays alive. Legend comes off a spawn. Renegade does as well, taking down Glory, and the same for Legend.
Wow. 2-kill lead here maintained by Glory and Legend, and Frosty and Renegade really doing a great job of keeping this close. So many times now, 2 times in a row, it's been a large gap between these two. And it's because of how tight Glory and Legend are playing. Look at them. They're just covering both angles. They're getting damage in. One player's playing back. The player that's a little bit healthier plays more aggressive. And now they're in a 4-kill lead. 8-12, if I can read that correctly. I might need glasses at some point too, Tony. You're looking pretty good with the glasses you have on. But this camo's coming up. I can clearly see that, and that's up in 2 seconds. It's going to be up to Glory and Legend to pick that up right now, and that first kill could solidify it.
Renegade can't quite get away from the bandit of Glory, and Glory also almost turning into a double against Frosty. Meanwhile, off the screen, Legend steals away camouflage, puts it to work immediately, and instead of going to S4, the more predictable play, is actually going to go all the way down to bottom mid. And I'm pretty sure Renegade and Frosty aren't going to anticipate this, but Renegade somehow spots camouflage out without giving any information whatsoever. Someone let me know what monitor he's on. I need one of those.
It's apparently a very good one. I mean, that's a beautiful job, but even a better job by Glories to get that first kill, and I believe he even does damage over to Renegade as well. So Legend comes back, cleans up another kill, and now a 6-kill lead for these two. This is not what I expected, especially on a map like Solitude. But as I say that, Glory's a little bit overzealous there. Potentially thought the spawns were coming out on the loop, but those heavy snipe spawns always come through.
Was he overzealous, or was he just like spotted and obliterated immediately? Gee. I feel like he's probably saying, I didn't even want the sauce. I just wanted a spice. I just wanted the salt, the pepper, but he got everything out of Frosty and Renegade there. Both players end up going down for Glory and Legend, who still hold on to a 4-kill advantage. Renegade taking height. Meanwhile, Glory was able to make his way from hotel and maybe toward the cafe side. Legend up high onto S4. Renegade pushes him out. Glory gets the kill onto Frosty. That leaves Renegade by himself, who still has that height advantage sitting up in S4.
Yeah, he's gonna stay up there too. You see, playing his life incredibly. He drops down on the side of Frosty, who has his angle. It'll be Legend that goes down because of it. And look, they just pick it apart. Tony, piece by piece, the Jenga tower falls. A beautiful job by Frosty and Renegade. Take those two fights one at a time. And that'll almost solidify Renegade that camo as well, but I believe that was burnt, so unless it's on the floor somewhere. Glory and Legend will continue this lead on, though, which is actually crazy because it seems like Renegade and Frosty have been in the driver's seat, but Glory and Legend continue to get these trades.
Every time Renegade and Frosty, they make a play, it seems like they're answered right back from Glory and Legend, who have just been holding on to this lead all game long, and now really starting to heat up and demand control, demand the spotlight now is Legend and Glory. Shock Rifle hits Renegade twice and still not enough to take him down. Frosty watching this crossover toward the Cafe side, a 6-kill advantage for Glory and Legend as they look to tie things up.
See what Renegade's able to do with a shock. This is pretty much my answer to the question, can Renegade and Frosty come back in this game? And it's in the hands of Renegade. That shot will do enough damage, so Frosty will clean that up, but it's going to be a Legend player who's sneaking on by, though. And he's caught out. Beautiful shots by Renegade. That's a perfy for him. And one thrust to use as well, along with a couple of shots of the shock, and he still continues to stay on top snipe.
Just 4 kills needed here for Glory and Legend, but you can't get sloppy, especially when going up against the likes of Renegade and Frosty. The moment you start to make mistakes, the moment you start to waver just a bit and give them an inch, they ultimately take a mile. So you're going to see Glory and Legend still just play great fundamental Halo, maybe even try to bait Renegade and Frosty into an uncomfortable position. They're the ones with the lead. They don't have to force the action. Meanwhile, Frosty is going to try to force himself over towards the flower side, holding Glory and Legend back towards yard. Camouflage is coming up, and as of right now, Glory and Legend don't have any angle on it whatsoever. The camouflage gets popped. Renegade gets the body shot, which connects a bit of damage onto both players, and now we're just holding forward here. Glory and Legend almost punting this camouflage. An interesting play out of them.
Yeah, honestly, great shot by Renegade right there, but it was essentially Frosty, right? They set up for it. They had that entire side of the map. They trapped him on the yard. Frosty goes to top ledge. He puts pressure on them from top gold ledge, and then that's just a free camo for Renegade. And you see, let's add up the kills together here. It's 1 kill already. Let's see if he's able to get more. He's going to need a couple more if he wants to come back in this game. But Glory's a bit aggressive on the chow. Legend comes out, and once again, Glory and Legend on top of the trades and still with the lead, 23-19. 2 more, and they'll close this first game out.
Renegade flying out past the truck side, down to 1 shot he goes, and Glory gonna take advantage of that. The 24th kill, looking for the 25th. Frosty may have been able to take down Glory, but he ain't taking down Legend. That's a 25th kill for Glory and Legend, tying up the series after just 2. A swing game number 3. Gonna be so important, and we're going to live fire.
Incredibly important game coming up next, Tony. You said it best. The swing game, game 3. But honestly, in my eyes, it's Glory and Legend who have incredible amounts of momentum. And it's just because when you look at Renegade and Frosty, you look at, that side of FaZe, you just always assume like Solitude, GG. Like they are very strong on that map, extremely strong. I would say one of their better maps. Obviously 2v2 a very, very different game than 4v4. And there's probably a lot more to watch there, but Glory and Legend come through with a crazy victory. And like you said, we go to live fire next. We're going to see if they can keep up this pace.
Been an exciting series so far, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe we've actually seen a game 5 on stream just yet.
Nope.
So maybe, just maybe,
I would love that.
I mean, you gotta imagine Frosty and Renegade to come in with some fire on this next matchup and come out even better than we saw in this game number 2. Glory and Legend have shown that they are quite competitive and can match them blow for blow at times here. I gotta see at least one game 5 before we pass things on.
Yeah, I would love to, honestly. Like Tony just said, we'll be doing, I believe we'll be doing the winners finals, and then we'll pass to the incredible Makowski and Eli the Ninja a little bit later on. But first, we gotta get through this incredible series that we have here. Of course, Glory and Legend really putting on a show for us, tying up the series 1-1. But we go to what Tony calls a swing game number 3. On which side will the game swing?
And oftentimes when when you're going into a game 3 tied up, the winner of that game 3 oftentimes wins the entire series. This game 3 is so important. Glory and Legends obviously know what's on the line. They snatch up that sniper. I don't even know where he went at this point. Renegade looking for him as well. Like, where did the sniper go? Legend doing a great distraction over toward the seaside, but Glory is literally nowhere to be found. Is he hiding on camo?
Oh, there he is.
What?
Peekaboo. Peekaboo. Sniper, camo, Frosty down, Renegade down. Everything they need has just occurred, but can they convert this to more? The delayed camo will make things a bit more difficult for the side of Renegade and Frosty, who are essentially going to try to slow down this game and burn this camo out. But it's Glorious who understands that and is gonna press the aggression here. Can he get the first shot though? Will the communication be solid enough to clean up these kills if he doesn't?
A very interesting starting strat leads to a camouflage and sniper combo for Glory.
Double
Woo!
kill.
Hits him with the knick-knack paddywhack. Takes down both Renegade and Frosty. A 4-0 start coming out of Glory and Legend. Renegade and Frosty spawning up over toward the green side. Can they continue where they left off? Oh, he misses. Renegade hits Frosty.
Great patience there, though, to line up the headshot. Frosty's gonna trade out once again, and this is a little bit of the story that we saw in the last game, right? It was Glory and Legend who got the lead at the very start of the game, and they were able to continue and maintain that lead with trade after trade. So will this be the showcase here in this game number 3, the swing game number 3, as Renegade has the snipe on top tower?
I can't believe he missed Renegade and hit Frosty like behind him. Imagine when they like collided both of them. That would have been crazy.
Oh, goodness.
5-2 run here for Glory and Legend. Renegade looking for the one shot, trying to clean him up. Legend in his face, up close and personal. Uncomfortable. Glory emerges out of the hole, gets himself the kill with the sidekick, and Frosty finally hunts him down. But man, Glory with that quantum translocator making things happen. 2-kill advantage for Glory and Legend. And with camouflage, it's gonna be huge for them.
Another camo, yeah. I mean, this is great. See what they're able to do with it. But yeah, QT on live fire is actually beautiful. Ever since I saw the change, I played my first game on it, I was like, this is gonna be incredible to watch. I just feel like this map is perfect for that QT on the back of green. Beautiful shot by Legend, trades out one. Glory's nowhere to be found though. Has to sprint forward, which means his camo's revealed, and because of that, he's gonna get repulsed back and down no shields.
But although he has no shield, he's somehow still alive and somehow taking height onto Frosty. Hits the shots while falling down, avoids the grenade that should have taken him out here. And Glory and Legend holding on to a small advantage here in the early game. Sniper in the hands of Renegade once again. Legend is going to try to peek up from camo to cuts, and if Renegade can spot that out, it could be an easy headshot for him.
He loves this top tower. It's such a powerful position. Spots out Glory's, gets the body shot. Glory's is going to jump to avoid the headshot. Ends up playing his life. Renegade's ready for him to go down bottom center, but didn't get his shields fast enough, so smartly does not challenge that. But Frosty gets the kill onto Legend. So again, one of those kills that does not get traded out. And although Glory and Legend maintain this lead just by a little bit, they hold on to it. It's Renegade and Frosty looking to widen it, or get closer, I'm sorry, to the side of Glory and Legend. Here comes the push. And they do that so much, right? Glory and Legend are doing such a good job of playing very tight together, holding hands essentially. Like I always say, it's just so important to do that sometimes. Sometimes it's good to get angles, but sometimes it's good just to play right alongside your teammate.
I really wish you would stop trying to hold my hand right now. I feel like you're just trying to make it.
I'm sorry.
You're trying to talk about in game. It's you know, it's really good to hold hands sometimes. Get your clammy hands away from me. 11-8 lead for Glory and Legend at the moment. Frosty and Renegade once again having the sniper in hands, but haven't found a way to turn the tables here. You're down by 4 kills right now, and Frosty being left by himself as Renegade does end up going down over towards sandbags. Glory does make the skill jump. Sniper still in the hands of Frosty. Hits the body shot. Renegade gets the cleanup. Legend now going for camouflage and just barely misses it.
Ooh. Oh, it almost was a beautiful fight there by Legend. Glory's able to clean up the kill, though. Beautiful job by him. Renegade, though, not spotted here due to the camo in his hands. And there we go. Within 2 now. A little bit more of that is what we need to see out of FaZe, but I mean, Glory and Legend are doing phenomenal here. Renegade and Frosty, they've got that individual skill, but you got to take advantage of every shot that they miss. It's exactly what Legend and Glory are doing. Great repulse. It's not going to avoid the death, though, and it'll be another kill there, but it's traded out. Once again, Renegade goes down.
Glory is left by himself. Frosty drops down for that repulse and sniper combination. Just one bullet to work with, as the next sniper is coming up at the exact same time. Fade goes down, but Legend avoids the damage. Renegade does come off a spawn, but he's all the way on the green side, so that's a free sniper now in the hands of Glory and Legend, who largely haven't had it so far, but haven't needed it to hold on to this 4-kill advantage. Body shot just barely missed. Renegade still gonna portal out over toward the green side of the map. Glory, meanwhile, was on the low ground, should be angling out from the pillar side. Legend distracting, but Glory has to get behind them as fast as possible. And looks like he's a step behind. Legend gets 2v1.
Yeah, it's just really difficult, right? There's a 2-pronged attack. You have pressure coming up from top center. You think that both players are top center, and then Renegade's pressuring using QT, pressuring from the nest side. There's just so many angles to hold, and although top tower is strong, as you can see with Renegade up there, it's still difficult when you're putting the QT into the mix. 14-16 now. Renegade and Frosty still fighting for this game 3.
Renegade right back to the tower side with the sniper. Frosty placed onto green, and with that 2-pronged attack from both sides, ends up working out and taking down Glory, but Legend with the cleanup. Renegade, no way to find the angle onto that. Active camouflage should be coming up in a little bit less than 10 seconds, excuse me. Glory and Legend find himself on the wrong side of the map to fight for this camouflage. Renegade gets the information, tries to get an angle, but just a momentary lapse of timing should allow Legend an angle towards his camouflage. Doesn't expect the players both right behind him, and now Glory by himself fighting off 2 for camo. Doesn't take down a single one. Tied up at 17 apiece. Renegade snatches active camo.
Yeah, Renegade did a great job right there of just staying behind the pillar, making sure Frosty could get his damage in as well, and Glory's had a couple of weak players in front of him trying to at least get one trade before he died, but he wasn't able to do so, and now we're in a tie game, 17-17, but Frosty goes down real quick.
And somehow Renegade finds the kill onto Glory before being able to get away. I'm so surprised he wasn't able to turn the corner onto the key door side. Renegade activates that quantum translocator. 2 members of the EU duo are pushing right through the big door. Right to back green they go. That repulse was just a second or a split second too late. So both players are down to 1 shot. Pings are going down here. Frosty takes a lot of damage, forced to back down. Renegade with the flank takes down Glory, but you still have Legend to deal with. He also still has that QT. Legend flies at him, tries to mind the gap. Renegade just phases through him like Danny Phantom. And a 20-18 lead out of nowhere. Glory and Legend, they've had control of about 80%, 90% of this game. But Renegade and Frosty have taken back the lead.
Renegade and QT is what I have to say about those plays. Absolutely beautiful by him, pressuring from every single angle. And now, like you said, it'll be a 3-kill lead, and all the while, it was Legend and Glories who had full control, and now it's completely ripped away by Renegade and Frosty. Renegade 15-9, but Glories has the snipe. He has the capability to do something with it. He hits Renegade in the shoulder. It's not going to be enough. Renegade somehow stays alive. Glory has to go for the double kill, but Legend cleans it up. Great job by them to keep this game close.
Luckily, Legend spawned close enough to get involved in that fight early to get the trades off there. Now, 2 kills behind her, Glory and Legend. 2 kills away from the win. There's Renegade and Frosty, but the sniper is the difference maker. Both players end up going down, courtesy of a beautiful flank off a spawn by Glory, tied up at 23 apiece. The sniper's being lined up. It's not gonna connect, but Glory is still blowing right through the defenses of Frosty and Renegade. Down to 1 shot he goes. Camouflage sniper, 1 kill needed.
Yeah, this is it. It's all in Legend's hands right here. Can they spot him though?
There it is.
Renegade goes down. 24-25 is the ending score. Even though it says tie, it's not a tie. Don't be fooled. Game 3 is going to go to Legend and Glory.
All the glory for these boys. Wow. And let me tell you, Glory himself over the last, like, I want to say the last maybe 3 to 4 kills, it was Legend with the sniper from sandbags to green that was doing damage and being the distraction, but Glory just like spawns up big door and just confidently pushes 2 of what the 5 best players in the game over towards green, turns it into a double kill.
Yeah.
And then while Legend is shortly out of the play going for camouflage, Glory continues to push forward over toward the spawning players on C and ends up getting at least one of them for going down right here. So so Glory throughout those last 3 kills was really the MVP, and obviously, you know, you gotta have the skill set of the ice to be able to finish this, but it's because of Glory is why Legend gets away with camo and sniper to begin with.
Yeah, I 100% agree, Tony. You saw that first shot by Legend. Glory cleans that one up, and then he somehow gets a trade on the second player. So beautiful job right there by Glory and Legend. We go to a game 4, and Tony, if you take a look at the very first game of the series, you'll see that Renegade and Frosty won that 25-19, which is pretty convincing. And if that's the case here, you might just get your wish, mister. We might go to a game 5, but we have to get past this game first, and it all starts with who gets that good start. Very, very important as we get in to this game 4.
I'm realizing now that you said wish, but I thought you said witch. And in my eyes, I somehow converted that to sandwich. And I'm really hungry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. 2-0 start. I think that's the important stuff. 2-0 start for Legend and Glory. And I believe they were able to get a hold of that camouflage as well. If anybody has any food in the chat, please share it. I'm really hungry.
Glory's shock rifle, we saw the assistance he was able to give in the last game. And you can see that assistance continuing on as he hits the body shot with the shock rifle. They start 4-1. A very different game than we saw in game number 1 between these two teams. You can see Frosty intelligently slowing down the pace of the game, but Renegade did get that. Well, I thought he was on bat ledge. He just kind of disappeared. There he is. There he is. Renegade on bat ledge gets the trade. That's a massive trade as Frosty continues to fight here on the Needle side.
Trade out in lives there, but that's going to favor Glory and Legend, who still have a 3-kill advantage. Frosty makes his way over toward the A side of the map. You see Legend on the gold side and Glory's on the tower, who's just taken down Renegade. Somehow, Glory and Legend have been able to isolate Frosty and Renegade in these individual battles and come out on top. Glory, who fears no man, not in this lobby, takes down both Renegade and Frosty and continues to just bulldoze his way from the tower to the A, back to the tower side, trades out his life for his 6th kill, but the damage clearly has been done. Active camouflage is coming up. Legend does have a grapple, which Renegade and Frosty must be aware of that because they are insistent in not giving him a single angle from the tower side toward the camo.
Yeah, Glory is playing phenomenal right now. That kill on the Frosty on Catwalk, I mean, I thought Frosty had that all day, but Glory's ends up winning the kill that he wasn't supposed to win. Now Frosty, sitting in Needles, takes a little bit too much damage here. Legend wants to act on it, but he's just looking for the cross that Renegade has. Still finds his way through as the fight goes on. A beautiful flank here by Legend. He's going to catch out Frosty, and now they can be really aggressive on the Renegade, who's got the shock rifle. Renegade has to hit the shot, and he does, but he cannot get the second one. Glory's once again there to clean it up.
Glory's been playing lights out. Just absolute lights out. Glory continues to find the hole within the defense of Frosty and Renegade, and whether it's feeding information to Legend to make that play toward the A side, whether it's the play to trade out his life and just put down damage. Been really impressed by this young man. Glory's been putting in the work, doubling the score line right now. Glory and Legend have of Renegade and Frosty, and mind you, they're the ones one game away from advancing forward to the winners bracket finals. Renegade and Frosty are the ones who desperately need a win here at the Force in game 5.
See if they're able to do that. See both Legend and Glories on the top of glass. This is going to come back to bite him, though, as Renegade was on the Needle's side and beautifully hits both players. Now we're within a 4-kill game here. Glory's having a very solid start. We talked a little bit about him. 8-4 to start this one off. And Renegade with the shock, though. If he can maintain this A control, he could be in a good spot. But there's a double push happening on the tower side. Looks like he's going to be aggressive.
And as Camouflage is coming up, an aggressive play might be exactly what Renegade and Frosty need at the moment. You have to imagine the next kill that goes the way of Legend and Glory is an active Camouflage for them. Frosty finds himself over toward the glass side, somewhat out of the play there. But Renegade comes in with the kill, lines up the shot over toward the Camouflage player, but Legend refuses to go down. In fact, Legend takes out the Demon. 14-9 lead. Glory and Legend are looking to ice things out. Glory and Legend are looking to pull off the upset of the century, it would feel like, against a former MVP and quite frankly, probably a future MVP.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this is definitely on paper every time gonna go to Renegade and Frosty, but Legend and Glories have just put on this phenomenal showcase of teamwork here, and it's definitely benefiting them. I would say a lot of individual pivs are not being won just due to that teamwork, but you can see right there, the individual piv one from Renegade turns into 2 as they take a 1v1 onto Glories, and now they can reset just a bit. 3 kills separate the 2 teams.
I will say, as much as I've been singing Glory's praises right there, you know, you gotta get that kill right there. And obviously it's not you know, game changing to the point where you handed them the win, but you're definitely giving them confidence that they have no business having. And now, you know, we talk about it, you give them an inch, they take a mile, chaining together 1 kill into 2, chasing down now the solo player. Now they're back within 2 kills, and you got to think if Glory gets a trade out over toward the Whirlpool side 2 or 3 kills ago, you know,
right,
what happens there, right?
Yeah, it's a little bit tough. I think you know, Renegade winning that piv is just huge, and then he's able to make that 2v1 happen. And like you said, it just chains together, continues on. Now Renegade has the shock. Frosty gets a kill on the kill feed. Legend stuck all by himself. He's gonna still challenge, though. I love the damage right there, but Renegade's still gonna skirt away with this shock rifle and the camo combination.
Just a 1 kill advantage for Glory and Legend, but Renegade hunted him down with that shocking camo combo. Does the initial damage for Frosty to sneak in there, but Legend takes down Frosty, and Glory ends up getting the kill onto Renegade. That was a 50-50 fight that you thought was going to go in favor of Renegade and Frosty, especially with a shock and camo combination, but somehow even that wasn't enough. The EU duo, they demand respect. They'll take it. Glory takes down yet another one in Renegade, but Legend does end up going down courtesy of Frosty, but it doesn't matter. Glory with the shock rifle. He is playing like the best player in the lobby right now. It is scary to see when Glory goes on these tears, when he goes on these runs, he's looking like he's the best player in the lobby.
Yeah, he looks extremely dominant, and you gotta look at the other side of things. If you're looking dominant against these two, there's definitely something cooking there, and it's just great to see Glory's performing like this. Renegade, I think, you know, those couple of missed shots with that shock rifle, I don't think he expected to miss those, so he kept the shock rifle out, and it just comes back to bite him, right? It's a 4-kill lead now for the side of Glory and Legend, and Renegade's still going in for this 1v1, and again, he ends up getting taken out. Legend's gonna take him out. Glory's gets an A spawn. That's another 2 kills for them. 2 more. And they will win this series, and they will move on to the grand finals.
Going into the end game, you're just looking for 2 more kills as Legend and Glory. You're now 1 kill away from the upset. You're taking down Renegade. Now where's Frosty sitting up high toward the tower side, beating out that camouflage. Glory gets himself the nades, ends up getting the camouflage, but it's not gonna matter. Ladies and gentlemen, Glory and Legend have taken down Frosty and Renegade. They have taken down Frosty and Renegade.
Absolutely incredible, honestly. It's just constantly, since this series started, and even with that game 1 finish, I'm gonna be honest with you, and this is just the way I looked at it. Renegade and Frosty take this. I mean, on paper, it makes sense. But you could see in the gameplay, maybe not fully warmed up, maybe just not on their game just yet. And I don't count this team out whatsoever. I think the lower bracket run is very possible, very evident for them. And we'll see that kind of flourish as this tournament goes on. But I don't want saying that. I'm not taking anything away from Glory and Legend. They played phenomenal Halo. And honestly, great teamwork, great chemistry out of those two.
I mean, they played great Halo. They played confidently, and their teamwork was absolutely amazing. The Legend and Glory were incredible. I mean, they always have been incredible, but they were beyond incredible in this matchup. Louis and Garrett, talk to me nice.
All right. We'll let you down nice, Tony. EU coming through, upsetting Renegade and Frosty. Let me know your thoughts, Tools.
I just feel unbridled aggression was the game plan for the boys over in Europe, and it worked to a T. Really, there was no way for Frosty and Renegade could really force any sort of constraint on these two. It was just a brilliant effort throughout for the European duo. I thought they looked phenomenal, and honestly, it's a great showing and something that both these teams that these players belong to are probably looking at with glee, right? Quadrant able to pick up Glory, great replacement for Legend if the rumors are true, and then Legend obviously going over to Space Station Gaming. They have a lot of high hopes for him, and you can see why in this game. It just felt like whenever they wanted to get away with something, whenever they wanted to push the envelope just a little bit more, they're able to come away with the big wins.
Yeah, it's this play right here that Renegade, he's got to be kicking himself right there. He had the easy shot, kind of taking his time lining it up, but it does not work out. In the end, it's a 2-1 trade for Glory in favor of Glory and Legends. And then from there then on out, it just seemed like Renegade Frosty kind of checked, just rushing into plays, not playing their process, and it shows on the scoreboard.
Once they got this lead, I was really impressed by the lack of fear, right? Oftentimes people get a little bit nervous. They try not to push out too much to not give the teams other opportunities to come back. Glory didn't want any possibility of a death going away, right? Like, if there was someone that was 3 shots in, he was going to chase them down. He was going to get that kill. It shows in the damage dealt stat for Glory, 5,100 damage right there. Really capitalizing on any play Legend made. Was able to be a Hulk-like figure in his ability to get into the middle of the map, cause mayhem, and well, there's just no coverage for Renegade and Frosty this time around. They'll have to go figure it out in the elimination bracket. Meanwhile, it's the duo from Sentinels, the other partner team, that's gonna be trying to take these two down in the winners final. It is almost a mirrored match between Boo Boo Doo and Spartan, and what they're able to do against Jimbo and Wutem is what Glory and Legend were able to do to Renegade and Frosty.
Yeah, it's going to have to happen twice in a row. Can the NA magic continue from the bottom side of the bracket, where the EU magic prevail from the top side? That's the question. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break as we get ready for the winner finals. Glory and Legend versus Boo Boo Doo and Spartan. We still got Why Not, and we still got Active on for this match. After this match, we'll be joining the lower bracket, playing throughout the rest of this tournament, and we'll have Eli the Ninja and Mikowski coming through on the mic as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back. Winner final on the other side. And we are back. Winter finals of the LV Halo 2v2 tournament number 2. We got Boo Boo and Spartan versus Glory and Legend Tools. What you got for me? Any predictions?
Man, I feel like every prediction I've been given has been wrong lately, but I think the reign of terror is over for the Europeans. I think the Americans will get the job done. I'm all about that Sentinel lifestyle. Spartan Boo Boo Doo Boo, they didn't have quite the performance they wanted last week in the 2v2. I think they get the revenge this week and will be fighting for a first place prize.
Yeah, Sin City, baby. I turned around and looked for my sleeves. Spoiler alert, they did not fit my arms, but I think they're made for children. But nevertheless, yeah, Boo Boo and Spartan. I'm really enjoying this duo. Ever since last week when they gave us that thriller against Collect and Neptune. Game 5 finish, 225-24 dubs for them. I'm a big fan of this duo, and I just can't wait to see what they do in 2024 with the Bandit Evo change of pace. But nevertheless, right, they have to take one game at a time today. And this is the winter finals. It's going to be the same series layout per usual. Recharge, Solitude, live fire, recharge, back to Solitude. And we're loading into game number 1, so we're going to throw it to Why Not and Active as it's time to get into our winter final. Why Not? Take it away.
Winners bracket finals. No matter what happens at this point, guaranteed top 3, but most importantly, the winner of this makes it into the grand finals with that huge advantage of only having to win one best of 5, best of 7 series in order to become your champions. Meanwhile, the loser has to come out through that elimination bracket and make some magic happen with at least 2 best ofs.
Well, here we go. Zit right here, and you heard Tools. I never listen to what he has to say, but he did mention this last time I listened that he thought that potentially Boo Boo, Doo Boo, and Spartan would end up coming out victorious here. And you can see they start off pretty well with 2 kills, and Boo Boo's got the camo shot combo. I mean, if you don't know how powerful this is after this entire day of watching these 2v2s, then I don't know what to tell you.
Well, you might just find out here because Boo Boo Doo Boo takes to the sky, almost lining up that shot. Unorthodox aggressive playstyle coming out of him, and he gets the headshot with the perfect kill. Boo Boo Doo Boo putting them up 2 kills, not done just yet. Meanwhile, somehow Glory cross map shots gonna connect, taking down Sparty. Maybe that'll slow Boo Boo Doo Boo down just a bit.
Yeah, he's got one more grapple to use as well. So you'll see, like, it might look like he's mispositioning, but it's really not that. It's just the fact that he's got that grapple to get out of dodge if he needs to. And so you'll see a constant aggressive play style out of him until that grapple goes down.
Sparty's getting aggressive from tower to Mangler, trying to chase down Legend over toward the pin. I believe that Boo Boo Doo Boo should drop down right on him. Perfect kill for him, even a reversal, as Legend was able to get the first few shots off. Sparty is able to take down Glory as well, so everything working in favor of Boo Boo Doo Boo and Sparty at the moment. Their teamwork, their 2v2 fundamentals are looking lights out at the moment.
Yeah, the great job by Boo Boo. Like, you know, obviously he wanted to capitalize on that weak player in long haul, and that's why he grappled. But not only that, he forces the spawns onto A because of the presence he had on C. Unfortunately, it does not work out for them because Legend gets 1 kill and gets the second. Well, Sparty has to fight for this camo, but he's in a very disadvantageous position because Glories waits for that camo to activate once again and pops out to clean up the kill. Sparty goes down.
Boo Boo Doo Boo did make his way from the A side, and Glory catches him. That high FOV will pay off for you, but eventually Glory runs into a grenade from Sparty, leaving Legend by himself, not getting a single kill. A momentary 1v2. Legend ends up hitting the black screen. Sparty clears out, pulls off the 2-0 there to hold on to their lead. Meanwhile, you're seeing the spawners come up for Glory and Legend onto the gold side of the map, and Sparty is rushing in there. He's playing fast. He's playing fast. He got somewhere to be. He must got a hot date after this.
Yeah, I mean, Sparty definitely looks like he's definitely focused in this game. I mean, I'm not saying he's ever not focused, but I think he's definitely gotten his flow. And one of the things that I want to talk about that he just did was utilize the shroud screen to block that cross so we can get into pipes. It's a really big deal to get that shroud screen off a spawn and block those crosses. No longer do you have to fight the person on cross or even take that person off a cross. You can heavily push one side together, block the cross angle, and just push on through freely. And that's where that shroud screen is going to be so powerful as Legend gets another perfect on the feed.
Man, the perfect on Legend discombobulates the offense coming out of Boo Boo Dubu and Sparty. And as long as it's a 2v1, Glory and Legend are going to feel confident. They're going to be able to push up, do what they do, and bring us back within one kill. Boo Boo Dubu and Sparty, they had plenty of control towards the early game. The response, the reaction out of Glory and Legend, it's been damn good so far.
Yeah, I really love like their ability to kind of like once again take separate parts of the map, right? You got Legend here on the bat ledge, you got Glory on that A side. Legend's gonna be a bit aggressive, and I don't necessarily love this due to the fact that he does have the shock rifle, and he's gonna end up paying for it. So now shock rifle in the hands of Sentinels. It's gonna be a 2-kill lead for them as well. Make that 3. It's just that overzealous aggression here. And is that a drop of the shock rifle for the camo player? Yes, it is. It's gonna be Boo Boo now. Oh, missing a couple shots though. He goes down. My goodness, that's a blunder.
Maybe he should have kept the shock rifle there. Because Boo Boo Dubu ends up going down. Sparty picks it up, puts it to work immediately, gets some good damage off, but Glory is able to get the kill. Now it's a 2-kill advantage. Making 1. The collapse out of Glory and Legend to take down Boo Boo Dubu. Sparty is now hightailing its way out of the gold pipes, trying to stay alive. He knows that Glory and Legend are hunting him down.
Yeah, this is a really nice run by Glory and Legend to bring this game back into close reach, and they're gonna do it once again here. If Glory's can stay alive, he does just that. Now he just has to play the pillar intelligently, wait for his teammate to come back and save him, and that's exactly what happens. Beautiful teamwork. We see this consistently out of these two, and it's not changing here in this series.
Glory and Legend were able to weather the storm, and now, or at least momentarily, had the lead. No trade out in life out of Legend, but Glory gets himself a clean kill. Nade goes down. Sparty is still pushing forward. Glory doing a great job of anticipating the movements coming out of Sparty, and Legend off his spawn. Cross map shots. Now Sparty's down to 1 shot, and now he goes down. Glory stays alive. Legend covers his back, and now the turntables are turntabling. Glory and Legend are taking over.
Tony, why don't you help me like this in our games? This is ridiculous. I'm watching these guys. Their teamwork is phenomenal.
I don't like you.
You watch me rush into 5 people and die. You know, you don't save me. Like, I need a new teammate, I think. This is insane out of these two. Their teamwork is phenomenal, and we're seeing that showcased here as they take their first lead of the game. It's 16-18.
Things gonna slow down just a bit, though. I guess not for long. Sparty and Boo Boo Dubu hitting Legend from multiple sides. Glory now ends up with the 1v1 against Sparty, despite being at a disadvantage both in health and in numbers. And now Glory looking to turn that defense into a bit of offense here. Great play by Glory, and I've said it time and time again. The more I watch this guy, the more impressed I am. I feel like Legend is like slowly starting to hand the torch over to the Glories and even the Wu Tums of the world, the young stars that are taking over his mantle when he moves over to SSG.
Gotta love that. Definitely a good way to put things. Glories is definitely a player to watch grow as the season goes on here. Beautiful curb slide there by Legend, but even a better job by Sparty to anticipate it, and that's gonna bring this to a tie game. Ladies and gentlemen, get on your feet. We've got a series here, 20-20.
Boo Boo Dubu still with the shot. Glory pushing up immediately, so missing that timing. Now you have Legend from the tower side, Glory from the glass side, chasing Boo Boo Dubu out. He's lucky to get away with his life. Apparently not for long. Glory trades out his life in order to get the kill. Momentary 1v1. Legend's in there. Both players go down, tied up at 22 apiece, with 3 kills needed out of both of these squads. One mistake will literally cost you this game.
Yeah, that next camo's important too, right? It comes up at the 4-minute mark, 15 seconds left for that. Both players and both teams going to slow down here heavily. but Glories and Legend are in a position to get this camo. They've got that C-Plat control, so you're going to see Boo and Sparty push them to make sure they don't have that control for very long, and they're not going to be privy to it. A beautiful melee out of Sparty gets one. The trade comes out. It's going to be Legend at the bottom center of the map waiting for Boo to make a move, but who's got more patience is the question.
I'm getting a bit of deja vu of when the trades happened to the tie that we saw earlier, tied up at 23 apiece. It's possible we could see another one. However, Legend with the camo, Glory with the first kill, the backsmack goes in, and just like that, we see yet another upset. This time, Glory and Legend pulling off game number 1 against Sparty and Boo Doo.
Tony, I have to ask you, you got your history down pat, and I'm sorry for the pressure question here, but has EU ever won an online global tournament? Have they ever won one yet?
No, we've also rarely have had them. But
yeah, true.
But
that's
not
really
to my
true.
knowledge.
Yeah.
No, not to my knowledge.
Yeah, because I know last week we had Bound in Legend. That doesn't really count. I'm talking about like 2 players. Glory and Legend would be that team. So this could be a big moment for these guys. They're playing phenomenal. If they keep this type of energy up, I mean, we could definitely see them, obviously moving on to the grand finals, we could definitely see them close this entire tournament out. Just phenomenal play. You talk about Glory time and time again. 4,400 damage in that game. Enough talk. Let me shut up here. We're going to game 2, ladies and gentlemen. This is the winners finals. Get ready.
I mean, I don't remember exactly when he's going to be moving, but wouldn't this be a fantastic way to say goodbye or au revoir to Legend? Give Legend the big win here in the winners finals, give him the win in the grand finals, and then he said he's moving back to the States in February. Send them off as a winner of an international tournament. If that's not a way to say farewell, I don't know what is, but maybe I'm getting a little bit too ahead of myself. Game number 2 is on the way, and obviously Sparty and Boo Doo are very much still winning.
I don't think you're getting ahead of yourself at all, Tony. We all love a beautiful story, and that's exactly what's happening here, is a story being developed. We'll see, though. It's Sparty and Boo on the other end of things. They are a part of that Sentinels roster for a reason. They're some of the best players in the world for a reason. Of course, you've got Legend and Glories, who definitely players that I would put up there as well. But Boo-Boo's got that camo, some great damage goes on through, and now it's going to be up to Boo-Boo to help out Sparty here, who's caught in the bad spot. That's exactly what he does. Legend trades out, though, quick.
On board now with Sparty. It was a momentary 1v1, but you notice that Glory and Legend are the first ones to spawn up and the first ones to 2v1 Sparty before he's able to even react. Boo Doo with some well-placed grenades and was in a 1v2, almost ends up victorious on both of those. Legend lines up the shot at Sparty. McFlew your way into the black screen there. Legend, the 5-0 start right now. Literally all 5 kills for his team.
Yeah, we highlighted Glory a lot, but SSG's got to be smiling. This pickup was a W for them. Great organization there in SSG. Love you guys, but beautiful job by Legend, 5-0. He's going to go 6-0 now. This is the flow state. I love to see this, right? You see the reticle movement. You see the ability to just not miss a shot. There's players like this that it just becomes scary if you're able to see them continue on here. And if you're looking at the feed, I see a little bit of blue as well, which means Glory's pulling his weight too.
I'm trying to figure out why did you sing that? Was I supposed to sing along? Did I missed my cue? I don't know.
Why didn't you? What are you doing?
I wasn't CC'd in the email, brother.
I'm never playing Guitar Hero with you ever.
8-4 lead right now. Glory and Legend still holding on to it. Meanwhile, Legend off the top rope, taking down Sparty. The long range shot from Boo Doo will keep him away from active camouflage, and Boo Doo and Sparty is simply on the more favorable side, so they're gonna have active camouflage. And now Glory and Legend, despite having the lead, are gonna have to play this engagement off of their back foot, and Legend flies out, ends up going down, and Glory's have to try to stay alive with 2 hungry Sentinels players looking to hunt them down.
They put you on the roster. That could be 3 hungry Sentinels players, because you've mentioned many times that you're hungry. I am too, to be honest with you. But Glories, he's hungry for a kill. He gets one onto Sparty. That's going to separate this just a bit. It's now 6-10. You see there's both halves of the map covered. Boo decides to be very aggressive here. Sparty's not really in a position to help quickly enough. but I lied. Completely lied to you. Right to your face, Tony. You never have to trust me again. Sparty gets the kill.
I never trusted to begin with, don't worry. 10-7 lead. Glory and Legend already up 1-0 so far in this series, looking to pull off yet another upset here, but don't get overzealous. You're still dealing with Sparty and Boo Boo Doo. You have to limit those mistakes. I know it's just one, but one could turn into two, especially when you allow a player of Boo Boo Doo status to grab a hold of the shock. I'm anticipating the shots. I can feel it coming. Somebody is about to get their head torn right off their body.
See who it is. Boo Boo gets shot in the back a couple times here. A nade taken by Sparty as well, but Sparty, to do that one shot and to throw that one nade, put him out of position, so he'll go down, and it's gonna be Glories who pays. Oh my goodness.
Double kill.
Legend pays as well. Boo Boo Doo Boo brings it within one.
And, you know, this is what we talked about. You know, you're still going up against the likes of Sparty and Boo Boo Doo Boo. Although I feel like Glory and Legend have been playing lights out from game one into the early game of this one, you have to realize that you have to continue to play good fundamentals, continue to limit those mistakes. Otherwise, they're gonna make you pay time and time again. Boo Boo Doo Boo, high IQ play of focusing on making sure he activates that camouflage as opposed to chasing the kill. He knows the kills will come, especially when you combine camo with the shock rifle. We're tied up at 12 apiece at the moment. Boo Boo Doo Boo and Sparty have sucked all the air out of the room.
That's why I can't breathe. Jeez, it's really hot in here, Tony. Boo Boo. Tie game, 12-12 now. A very aggressive Boo Boo too. Oh, stick trades come through. There it is. Beautiful. 13-13 now. It's Legend versus Sparty in the 1v1.
I don't know if it's just me, but I rarely ever see double sticks like that. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I rarely go for them unless I'm trading out my life and know I'm about to die. But tied up and lucky 13 apiece. Legend immediately taking height over to where the gold side. You see Glories on the opposite side on S4. They're looking to create that teamwork without being right on top of each other, with being able to angle each other out. So far, Sparty and Boo Boo Doo Boo have slowed down their gameplay, so we're seeing a lot of respect amongst these two duos. And I wonder who's going to be the first one to make a move. What's going to cause that move? Maybe some entry damage by Legend onto Sparty. Catching a new angle now. I don't think Sparty and Boo Boo Doo are going to expect this. Glory now the distraction player from across the map. Sparty, he may have the shock rifle, but he's down to one shot.
It's all about patience here. Sparty has the game right now, I mean, in his hands, and he takes full control. You might think it's only 14-13. How does he have the game in his hands? Well, that's why. 2-kill lead already. Looking for more is Sparty. He's gonna chow that, but he gets taken out for it. Can Boo Boo clean up the kill? Love the play by Boo Boo. Oh, as I say that, they got an angle on him somehow. Camo's out of the game, 15-15.
Glory needed to get that kill on Boo Boo Doo Boo. You could not allow him to get away with a free active camouflage and shock rifle. That was a great play by Glory, and an even better one to stay alive. The man is one shot, turns around, and puts Sparty on the black screen, absolutely obliterating him, and he's not done yet. Boo Boo Doo Boo's now stuck over toward the LR side, and luckily for him, Sparty comes off a spawn and does some major damage. Tied up at 16 apiece. Something tells me eventually Legend has to go down. There's no way he stays alive, right? There's no way he stays alive here, right?
He's still down to no shields. It's a fight to Sparty. Sparty ends up taking him out. I love watching both of these teams literally put their life on the line for each other. Like you don't see any baiting, you see a lot of bait and switching, but you see a lot of aggressive pushes and trusting your teammate, trusting that damage goes in. If Sparty says I put 2 shots into him, you know there's only 3 shots left in that player. This is the type of gameplay that I'd cast for. This is beautiful Halo right here. 17-17, all tied up.
Damage is going down. Both Boo Boo Doo Boo and Legend one shot over toward the mid-map. Sparty getting into an engagement of his own. He takes down Glory, leaving Boo Boo Doo Boo in a momentary 1v1 against Legend, where I believe Glory should be spawning first. You gotta deal with this kill quick, otherwise Glory's gonna get involved. And here he is. He finally gets the kill onto Legend, and now Glory kind of caught out in no man's land here. He wanted to really help his teammate out, Now he's stuck over towards Truck. Now Legend's down to one shot and Glory's just gotten cleaned up. Smart and Boo Boo Doo is gonna hunt him down. 21-18, a 3-kill lead, but for some reason it feels like so much more going into the end game.
Yeah, especially with that camo coming up. Boo Boo's ready for it. The back smack comes in. Sparty ends up taking out Glories, and Boo Boo's gonna act on the mispositioning of Legend, who was trying to help Glory stay alive, and now 23-18. It's Boo Boo Doo and Spartan lead, and that camo, I believe, is gonna be the hands of maybe it got burnt. There it is. Sparty has the camo in his hands, and he's gonna try to utilize that to close this game out.
From the moment this series started, we knew it was going to be an absolute war between these two. And now, with Glory and Legend up 1-0 in the series, and Boo Boo Doo and Spartan 1 kill away from tying up the series, it's going to be just that. We are guaranteed it going to distance. I'm willing to make sure that if this doesn't go to a Game 5, Active will 100% don't 100% get 300 subs in the chat. If this does not go to a Game 5, Active will do that and then donate his car.
My car? Oh gosh.
This is going to Game 5. It's too good. It's freaking Destiny, but don't worry. Don't worry. You're good.
Don't worry.
You're good.
You just don't worry.
Trust
right?
me, bro.
Okay.
You're good.
All right. Well, you don't want my car. That's number one. Number two, no, it's not happening. Absolutely not. But yes, I would love to see this go to a Game 5. This is a phenomenal game, phenomenal matchup, I should say. And it was close, neck and neck, until Boo Boo and Sparty just got, they I don't know, they just did a great job of, like, again, we say it a little bit often, you know, finding the chink in the armor, right? Finding the weakness in these players, and the weakness that they found was the fact that, you know, there would be Glories who's kind of in that forward position, and then Legend comes out, puts himself out of position to help Glories out. They just pick them one by one, and that's it. You know, it's about getting control of that camo. It's about getting control of the shock. Boo Boo popped off. I mean, there's a lot of pieces to this puzzle. I mean, that was one of them right there with Boo Boo with that double.
Well, let me tell you, Sparty and Boo Boo Doo, they were able to pick up those pieces and make some magic happen. Let me tell you, this has been a amazing game, but also just an amazing series that we're seeing so far, and it's not done. We're tied up in one apiece. A swing game number 3 is in front of us here on Live Fire, and no matter what, we're the winners. We're gonna see a Game 5, or Tim is gonna donate 300 subs and his car.
Who can afford 300 subs? I mean, there's people out there, but that's crazy, bro. What do you think this is? I've got kids to feed, brother. All right, but I am not against a Game 5. I will say that very clearly. No way, no how. And you know what? If there's any series that we will get to see a Game 5, it's got to be this one, Tony. This is our last series of the night. Thank God. Can't stand you, but it's our last series of the and hopefully it ends in a Game 5.
Surprised that grenade from Spartan didn't connect onto Legend, who just came out of that QT. I feel like he knew where the QT portal was and threw that nade perfectly on there. As Boo Boo Doo throws a perfect nade of his own, Spike Grenade ends up coming out with a stick. Boo Boo Doo and Spartan take a 4-1 advantage here to start off Live Fire.
Oh, and a beautiful shot right there. It's not gonna connect though, Sparty. You see how, like, off of spawn, like, Boo Boo ends up going down. Sparty is just there. It's the same with Boo Boo. It's the same with Glory. It's the same with Legend. They're always just there to clean up the damage, and that's what these players do so well. If there's damage on the board, they're gonna clean it up, and it's just beautiful to see. You see Sparty now with that snipe. A little bit of a lead here for Boo Boo and Sparty. It's 4 kills, but we know as of last game that you cannot count the game out until it's the very end. It's not over till the Fat Timmy sings, and right now I'm not singing.
7 bullets in the chamber to work with. Sparty anticipating some pressure coming through the big door side. Meanwhile, off the screen, Boo Boo Doo gets attacked by both Glory and Legend. Sparty hits 3 shots in a row, sadly. None of them were a headshot, otherwise he would have cleaned house there, Legend. Having an opportunity with the sniper, but man, if Sparty's hitting shots like that, Legend and Glory, they're gonna have a long game ahead of them. Ooh.
That's a nice little jump there. Still don't know any of the jumps on this map. That's how bad I am. But I mean, it's just beautiful to see these jumps utilized, right? That tower jump, that jump on the key door as well. So very important to mix up the angles. Legend using that QT, like you mentioned. 2-kill lead still. Ori's has to make this camo worth it here. Sparty's gonna spot him out. The repulse puts him out of position. He gets 2 beatdowns, but is Legend able to clean up the kills? He gets 1, but the other player's gonna get away. It's gonna be Sparty who gets out of the situation cleanly.
But Legend still has that sniper to work with. Actually, no more ammo. No more shields to work with either. Sparty's gonna fly at him, pin him against the wall. Send him to the respawn screen. Sniper in the hands of Glory this time, but Sparty's gonna take him down. So now tower side control has been cleared out. They should be able to make use of this sniper in the hands of Sparty at the moment. You already have a 4-kill advantage. It can turn to more with a couple of shots to the 7 to work with.
Yeah, this is it right here, Tony. It's 100% right. This snipe can make a difference. A trade comes out. Great play by Sparty. He's solidifying control of the tower side. He's going to get his teammate Boo Boo a spawn on back tower. And now they can push together. Damage by Boo Boo. Picked up by Sparty. Sparty stays alive as well. So, again, trades are all they need at this point. It's 12 to 8. Oh my gosh, the read from Glories. No way. He spotted the repulse on Spartan's shoulder, knew he was going to repulse the top center, and takes him out.
That's actually crazy to think about. To think of that many levels. And now he's gonna let that dog out. Oh my gosh, Glory. Like you said, he must have spotted that repulse over from the pillar side and be able to make the read that quickly and know that Sparty's gonna make that move. That's impressive to me. And then forget about the spawn snipe he just hit, which was crazy. 12 to 10 advantage for Boo Boo Doo Boo and Sparty, but Glory and Legend are really starting to take control, really starting to heat up when it matters most.
Still a 2-kill lead. Boo Boo and Sparty in control of the pace of the game. That's not going to help, though, right there. The shot comes out. Glory's not missing at all. He hits the body on the Boo Boo. Wants to chow the fight. But Boo Boo's going to stay alive here. Legend gets the kill, though. A nice trade. That'll bring things within 1. And that's exactly what they need at this point. But Legend a bit too aggressive on the spawn on Sparty. And Sparty not missing. Those are 2 things that don't add up really well if you're a Glory and Legend fan.
But after camouflage did come up, and I believe it was going to be Boo Boo Doo Boo that was able to use Spartan's death as a distraction to be able to grab a hold of that active camouflage. And he loved that box right there. So easy to hide. Perfect. As Boo Boo Doo Boo ends up taking a body shot, and Legend with the well-placed read, the well-placed grenade, and somehow doesn't repulse fast enough. Sparty sneaks in that sticky grenade before the repulse activates and sends it back to sender.
It looked like me with that reaction time. It's hard to repulse those stickies, though, Tony. It's so difficult to anticipate the throw. 2-kill lead, though. Sparty having a phenomenal game when it matters the most in the winners finals. 10-6. Stats at this point mean a little bit, but these 2 are playing so well together. Snipers coming up. This is so important right here. A great beatdown by Sparty. The trade comes out, and now Boo Boo's gonna bait this sniper, and that's exactly what he needs to do. He expected the curb slide from Legend, but Legend's not gonna go for that risky play. Instead, he goes up with no shields. Boo Boo's gonna miss the shot, though.
Just barely missing that shot, though. Almost like a headshot to me. 17 to 15. Boo Boo Doo Boo still having that sniper. Once again, 7 bullets to work with. So if he goes down, it's going into the hands of Legend and Glory. But if he hits some shots, he could turn it into some more. And now it looks like Glory's is going to have a chance with this one. Rotating over towards Big Door. Boo Boo Doo Boo off a spawn. Couple quick scopes, not gonna connect. Legend is here with them, so they'll be able to fend off Sparty and Boo Boo Doo Boo, who are playing extremely aggressive over towards Big Door. I like this play by Legend and Glory. I mean, they didn't have the shields to work with, didn't have the timing, so instead of trying to force action, rotate. Rotate onto the strong side of the map. That's good.
That's beautiful play. Yeah, strong side of the map is right. They have that tower side control. Glories is gonna at least do a little bit of damage there, but still, it's a 2-kill lead. And you think it's only 2 kills, but this is a lot of work you have to do because all 4 of these players are playing for trades at this point. And it's just really just difficult to get those clean kills, especially when no one's missing shots. Look at the double push here. Glory's in trouble. Legend's not even there to help him out. That's a big blunder right there. Legend might get the camo. If Sparty didn't throw that nade, he wouldn't have gotten it, but he ends up staying alive and has camo to work with now too, and Glory gets the back tower spawn. This turned out to be great for the side of Glory and Legend.
2-kill game once again as we switch gears over towards Glory. And Sparty spawning right on that quantum translocator. We know how dangerous he can be with it. We also know that Boo Boo Doobu ends up being spotted out by the camouflage player, and it looks like they know where Sparty is over towards back green, so collapsing from the right and the left. Glory's controlling the left side. Oh, I thought Sparty got underneath Legend for a second, but no. Glory takes him out. Boo Boo Doobu staggered spawns. Goes right in, not the 3-shot Bailey's looking for, but still ends up trading out. Both players are one shot here, and Sparty, he must have been a good SWAT player in his day.
That's a really nice shot, and a very difficult one by Sparty right there. That gives them that 1-kill lead, and with how close these games have gotten, and then with how close they've been in this series, I mean, that 1 kill is going to make a massive difference. So clutch kill by Sparty right there. And now the pace slows once again. Talk about the powerful side of the map. It's Boo Boo and Spartan on that side.
To remind you guys at home, it's the winners bracket finals here. The winner of this goes into the grand finals with a 1-series advantage over the opposition coming out of the elimination bracket. Tournament will not end here, but I will say whoever wins this winners bracket finals has a giant advantage. It has a large percent of a chance to ultimately win this tournament. This matchup, so important. 2 more kills needed here. At least for Boo Boo Doobu and Spartan. 2 more kills for Glory and Legend to tie up the game at the moment. Sparty taking a lot of pressure, forced to back down. But nobody coming in for the cleanup. Legend and Glory, they're playing a little bit slower than normal at the moment here. They know one false move, and that's going to cost them the game and potentially the series.
Curious what they're planning here, because Legend's sitting on Nest, like just in the corner on Nest, and he hasn't shown himself whatsoever. Was Sparty know he's there? He does. The curb slide goes down. Legend's in trouble right now. He's gonna get pinched by both players. Beautiful job by Sparty. He gets one. They're not gonna be able to get Glories though. Boo Boo's still alive. 24-22.
Just looking for one more kill and you already have the sniper in your hands. At this point, you can go for the active camouflage or simply use it as bait. It looks like Glory and Legend are going to try to bait it out as well. They get the information as a player over toward the rat tunnel, but he's made it all the way through A. Glory's down by himself over towards Cuts. Legend was able to take down Boo Boo Doobu, but luckily Sparty gets the kill. Oh, if Sparty goes down, maybe we have a tied up game there, and who knows? Glory and Legend might have been able to turn that one around, but you know, they're gonna say if his butts were coconuts, we don't have a good time or something like that. Boo Boo Doobu and Sparty taking game number 3. They're now 1 win away from making it to the grand finals.
Wow, I mean, 2 games, 25-23. Absolute beautiful showcase by both squads here. But 1 more is all that's needed for the side of Sentinel. Sparty and Boo Boo Doobu representing that Sentinel side, of course. Legend and Glories have something to say about it, though. Honestly, look at that damage there by Glories. 4,300 damage. A lot of damage taken as well. Very difficult to get Sparty's stat line. 4,200 damage done and only like 3,400 taken. That I could never do that in my life. That is, especially in a 2v2 game. But he does it. And that last kill is going to secure that game for them as well. But here we go. 1 more game. And they go to the grand finals. We'll see if Glories and Legend have something to say about it, Tony.
That was kind of nasty. Sparty hitting like all 3 of those shots right there. It was like it's a double body shot with the sniper, then bodies Legend as well. Like just pop, pop, pop hits every one of those shots. Oh man, that was just the whole game was incredible to watch. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, what could potentially be the final game here in the series, unless Glory and Legend want to go a little later than expected. Boo Boo Doobu and Sparty are 1 win away from making it to the grand finals. We're here on Recharge. And Legend and Glory, first 2 kills on the map. Okay.
It's a good start. I'm not sure if camo was burnt or not. I would imagine it is because it's not up. And Sentinels don't have any kills, so it could be like the bottom center of the map, maybe potentially. But regardless, it's Legend with the shock and the grapple. Has to reroute here as for the pressure. Shock rifle is good. 3-0. Make that 4-0. A great start for Glory and Legend in this game number 4.
A legendary start, if you will. Dubu. He might be caught a little bit out by himself. Curve slides right over toward the trippy corner. Really aggressive play by him. Almost pays off because Legend was not expecting that. Meanwhile, he rotates all the way toward the A side towards his teammate in Glory. Glory's getting max damage down, but can't quite find any of the 2 kills. Just like that, Sparty and Legend only down by 2.
Definitely not too bad to come back from. Couple clean kills. That's all they need. Sparty, understanding that the spawn came out on that long haul side, playing slow, has to help out Boobadooboo, and he does just that. A beautiful job getting that angle. I think he spots Legend there as well. Camo coming up though in 9 seconds. This is going to be a huge point of contention for both sides.
Camouflage coming up at the moment here. Glory was able to take down Boobadooboo, and Legend is perfectly watching his back for the top tower side. Sparty is being left out of the strong side of the map for this active camo. He is forced towards the weak side as Legend and Glory just simply holding him out. But so far, nobody yet able to grab a hold of active camo. You see Boobadooboo on the high ground. He gets peeled from across the map. Legend awarded the kill for that one to the Sparty. Damage onto Legend, but now Glory's getting involved, and the bait and switch, perfect. And oh my god, Boobadooboo, you can get it too, apparently. Glory finds him off his spawn, and that's a 9-3-1. You now 3x'd the enemy team's scoreline in the early game.
You see how they did that though? It was a bait and switch, bait and switch, bait and switch. I mean, just beautiful job. Making sure to stay alive. It put Sparty in a bad position, trying to just get every kill. And now it just looks like the cycle just keeps going and going. 3-11 here. Glories and Legend have taken over.
7-2 start for Glories along with 3 assists. He grapples his way through the gold side right in front of the opposition and turns around and gets the headshot kill. There's one player ahead of him, and that's gonna be Sparty with the shock rifle, and Glory does not want to allow him to get away. Grapples right in, chasing him down. Gets himself the kill, but apparently Boo-Boo, he can use the shock as well.
Yeah, back and forth these teams go, but look who's come out on top of it. It's 13-6 now. Shock rifle in the hands of Boo-Boo, though. We've seen the comebacks greater than this one. This top tower control by Boo-Boo is really big here. Gets another kill. That's 3 consecutive kills here for Boo-Boo with this shock.
Active camouflage coming up once again. And this time it's Glory and Legend on the off side of the map as it's coming up, and this is an opportunity for Sparty and Boobadooboo to hold them out on their way to try to grab the active camouflage, the same as Glory and Legend did to them. Back-to-back kills for the Sentinels duo. Opens up the map completely. Boobadooboo pockets this active camouflage, waits for them to spawn up, and waits for them to get present on the map. Still hasn't popped it yet. Boobadooboo there now. One of the latest camo pops that we've seen here on Recharge, especially in 2v2 gameplay, you have to know that's throwing off the timing for Glory and Legend.
Yeah, exactly, right? The Glory and Legend are playing very slow here to try and waste that time. They're timing it so that they don't get into any engagements. Boo-Boo popping that late is going to definitely help with that. But, oh my gosh, the teamwork out of these two. Tony, this is phenomenal teamwork out of these guys. Like, their ability to just get into situations like that, assist each other, be able to spot out camo, be in a perfect position to not take any damage, but get that kill cleanly is just incredible.
If things keep going the way they are right now, ladies and gentlemen, we could be going into our first best of 5 so far here in the tournament, and
thank goodness.
I ain't mad at that whatsoever. I promise you, more Halo, especially of this caliber, seeing the best in the world go at it like they are right now. I'm down for it. Especially in the winners bracket finals.
Yeah, I'm just happy because if they go to game 5, I won't have to do the 300 sub thing, so that's cool.
And your car.
And my car too. But yeah, I mean, it's looking really good for them. Glory and Legend are absolutely just dominating in this game. They're not, it's like they're not losing a fight ever. Like that's the crazy thing to me, right? Every individual 1v1 that they're getting into, they're coming out on top of it every single time. And I didn't think, you know, after all this time, they have, you know, more gas in the tank. But it's not over just yet. It's only a 7-kill game. Legend gets the kill onto Sparty. Oh my gosh, Legend trying to escape here. That grapple helps so much, but he's gonna end up going down. I think he missed the jump to top catwalk.
Ends up kind of like did all that work, just ended up like in the middle of the map right there while one shot. But either way, somehow it leads to Glory getting another kill. 14-6 at the moment, outslaying the Sentinels duo by himself. You know, we've been as much praise as we've given Legend in the past. You know, obviously, his skill set being recognized and now being acquired by Space Station Gaming. Glory definitely seems to be one of those next men up as far as young men. Him, the Wu-Tubs as well of the world. You know, let's not forget, you know, the likes of Sika and Chick, who are still absolute animals. It's EU Halo has a lot to be really excited about, not just the London event that we heard is coming by.
Double kill.
Boo boo doo boo.
He heard you.
Okay. Plays like that, and you know, you can't count these boys out of it. Plays like that keep coming their way, and maybe it's Boo Boo Doo and Sparty that end up winning this game and ending the series here. Glory and Legend only need 3 more kills, but I always say in 2v2 Halo, anything is possible.
Anything is possible. Boo Boo once again with another shot to clean up a kill. It's only 2 kills that remain, though. This will be very difficult. If this happens, honestly, I'll be amazed. I mean, all they need is 2. A couple of trades here and there will complete this. And they will go to a game 5, but Boo Boo doesn't have any shock rifle ammo. It's going to be Sparty, who's no shield. Sparty still gets the kill. That's insane. 19-23 now. Camo in the hands of Sparty. They're looking for this comeback, Tony.
But you gotta think Glory and Legend just looking for 2 more kills to end it here and send us into a game 5. It would be catastrophic. It would be a loss almost unimaginable for them not to go to a game 5. But still Sparty and Boo Boo Doo that you gotta deal with it. As of right now, you got no resources. Boo Boo Doo comes in onto Legend that collapses here. He wants to take down at least one of them. And that's a clean sweep by the Sentinels duo, down by 2 kills. One more clean sweep and we see it tied up. Boo Boo Doo attacking Legend off of spawn, knowing the split spawners are there, but can't do much about it. And Sparty's doing damage, but he knows. He knows that he's being hunted down from both sides. Boo Boo Doo off of spawn, getting damaged as well. Both of these players in a really awkward position, but Sparty tries to simply shoot his way out of it. The double drop onto him. Sparty goes down. We're going to a game 5.
Oh, God, I've got to watch the end of that game. That is so unfortunate on the side of Boo Boo and Spartan. They played that so well. You saw on that very last kill, they charged Legend, who was an isolated player, and they assumed that the other player would spawn on C-Plat, but he did not. He spawned on Long Haul, had a sight angle on Boo Boo and Spartan. It was Glory's, and he was able to get the kill and able to put tons of damage in. Absolutely incredible. Right there, incredible job, not only by Sparty and Boo Boo to almost bring that game back, and it all started right here, Tony. Here's the replay, right? It's gonna be Boo Boo Doo with the shock rifle in his hands, pushing that long haul side, and it ends up going a little further here. But I mean, this last play was just mind-blowing, right? It's Boo Boo tries to do all he can. Okay, there's the kill on the Legend. They assist on that kill. Now, look. They're gonna all push on that A side. It's gonna be Boo Boo Doo who curb slides towards A. He's gonna stop the spawn of Glories from happening, but look where Glory spawns. Right behind Boo Boo. He shoots him in the back, ends up killing him instead of spawning C-Plat. And that's exactly why they lost that game. Sparty had no choice, had to get out, and then it was just a big mess from there. But What a fortunate spawn right there for Glories. Not to take anything away from him, but I'm assuming they thought the spawn was going to happen on C Plat in that situation.
Highly unfortunate for Spartan and Bubudubu, who really wanted to end the series right there. Now you have to go into this game 5 with Glory and Legends obviously having the momentum here. You have to beat this very capable EU duo. Not gonna be easy, but and with shots like that, you make it look easy. Sparty gets himself the double kill, snatches active camouflage, should be able to combine this with a shock rifle. We've been seeing it all tournament long. This is the most dangerous combination that is in Halo Infinite, and it's now in the hands of one of the most dangerous players in Halo Infinite.
Yeah, he's got something to say about that last game. It's crazy. You know, I just got to give a shout out to all the professional players. They're professional for a reason, but I'm not even over that last game, and they already got into this next one. A 3-1 lead here for Bubudubu and Sparty, and like you said, the combination of camo and shock rifle in the hands of Sparty, camo is going to dissipate, so now it'll be a little bit of an even playing field, of course, with Sparty having that shock rifle to work with.
And I can imagine that as Sparty takes damage, I was gonna say maybe Bubudubu allows the enemy team to push up through yard through that like sneaky spot, but he's pushing forward with the disruptor nonetheless. As all the nurse and disruptor done got, I still be trying to use it, but he was chasing him down with the disruptor. I mean, Bubudubu, he marches to a beat of his own drum, you know. He does his own thing.
Have you seen his view models? He definitely does his own thing. There we go. Tie game now. Great shots by Bubu. Another trade comes out. You're going to see back and forth trades like this. It's the really clean two, full wipes that we want to see. Stuff like that out of Legend. A beautiful shot there onto Sparty. Not even needing to scope in there. Hits him in the head.
5-4 lead here. Glory and Legends still having control at the moment. But camouflage coming up. This next kill going to be so important. This next kill can turn to 2, can turn into an active camouflage for you, which we all know what happens then. Sparty and Bubudubu over toward the flower side. Those are just trying to keep Legend and Glory away simply with their bandits. As Legend tries to put that shock to work, not going to happen there for him. Active camo still up. He knows there's a player weak here, does Glory, but he's not able to get the kill. There it is. Sparty and Bubudubu, who look to be at a disadvantageous position for most of the time for fighting for the camouflage. They end up with it.
As Legend gets a beatdown kill, I just want to take this moment to shout out. We got 50 gifted subs from Anonymous, and we had 10 gifted subs from Beiji. You guys are a legend. I don't know who the anonymous person is, but thank you so much for supporting LVT, allowing me and Tony to do what we love the most. And, all that support is beautiful as we are community funded. You guys allow us to do what we're doing now. So thank you very much as we hop back into the game.
Don't you still owe the chat like 100 gifted?
That was me. The anonymous was me. No, it wasn't. I can't even joke about that. I can't even joke. Oh, but yeah, no, I don't.
We're gonna get that car eventually. Excellent damage by Sparty. Putting Legend down to one shot. I love how he just immediately just backs down and gets out of the Legend. Like, where'd you go? And then Bubudubu comes up with the sneak in, gets himself the kill. It's all about that teamwork, especially at this level of 2v2 Halo. And you've been seeing it all tournament long, but especially here in the winners bracket finals, the moment Legend thinks he has an easy angle onto 1, you end up running into 2, and now Glory's left by himself in a 2v1, and of course Bubudubu and Spark are not going to allow him to get away for free. So it's textbook 2v2 fundamentals, and especially here in the winners bracket finals, especially here.
Definitely need those fundamentals, and yeah, I agree. It's just perfect Halo out of these two, Bubu and Spartan. I mean, 11-7 is a really solid lead. But Legend and Glories, they've been in deficits like this before. You can just see that, when Bubu and Spartan are not in a position where they're, oh gosh, Legend with a massive kill with the cam. I was gonna say, when they're not in a position where they have an advantage, they always slow down the pace. And then Legend, he's ready for that, right? They've kind of been ready for that pace change. And Legend takes full advantage of it with his camo, ends up getting 2 kills, and now he's pushing onto the other 2. Has to back off though, but he's done his damage already.
Nades are going down here for Legend. It looks like Boo Boo Doo is the first one to go down. Legend tries to thrust out of that situation, and Sparty trying to fight his way out of that one. But Glory's shot, it's on point. We've been seeing he's not one to be tested with it. If you give him any kind of advantage, he's usually going to be able to close it out. Legend and Glory down by 2 kills at the moment with plenty of more Halo to go.
We'll see what they're able to do here. Boo Boo is in a very strong position on the top of Snipe. You got Legend on that LR side. I don't know if Legend's gonna sneak through, but Boo Boo drops down, which is really bad, but not bad when you don't miss your shots, as Boo Boo gets his 6th. A 3-kill advantage now.
And Legend gonna grind his way over toward the yard side. Sparty anticipates that push. The nade does most of the damage. The bandit is just gonna finish him off. Glory makes his way over towards top gold. Again, we're finding ourselves in a lot of 1v1s and what we think is 1v1s, and sadly Sparty and Boo Boo Doo were able to come out with the best of them. But what did you see there? How did Legend come out with that one?
I feel like he was like, you know, I'm gonna back off, and then it, like a beast woke up and he's like, no, I can win this fight, and he goes back in and wins it. That's absolutely incredible. That confidence is so very important sometimes. You just gotta be a bit careful when you're down this much in a game, because it can really add up, especially, you know, that death actually gave Sparty and Boo Boo the camo and shock once again. We'll see if it comes back to bite him, and it looks like that's exactly what's happening here as they're about to approach that 8-kill lead.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you're fighting your inner demons, and sometimes just listening to them. They got some good advice, I guess, at times to get that confidence. Little 2v1 play. They're able to overwhelm Boo Boo Doo Boo, Legend and Glory. Only a 6-kill advantage, but 6 kills. At this level of competition, that definitely seems like almost the world, especially as Boo Boo Doo Boo and Sparty are slowly start to inch their way closer and closer to that 25 kill mark. Your room for error is so small if you're Legend and Glory, and you oftentimes talk about having to play perfect Halo. That's what they need now. Glory does take down Boo Boo Doo Boo though, so a perfect scenario there. 5 more of those, and maybe we're talking.
Yeah, but like, you see how Sparty's playing right now? He understands that they're looking for him, but he also understands that he didn't engage in a line of sight of either player, so he knows they don't have the info on him, so he's crouch walking, because it's the least amount of noise. He doesn't want to give out any audio cues. One audio cue means that they both collapse on him, and now his teammates spawned up, so now he can act up a little bit.
Remember back in Halo 5, they had like the stutter step if you like strafed while you were walking? Oh my gosh, that was so garbage. I hated it. oh, I hated stutter stepping so much. Oh, whoa, oh. Wow. Sparty hated the fact that he wasn't able to close out that kill onto Glory, and Legend follows it up. Just like that, just a 3-kill game, which by the way, this lead was at one point, it was 6, 7 kills now?
Yep.
It's looking more and more doable, especially when you combine both the power up and the power weapons in the hands of Glory.
Beautiful kill right there. Great trade by Sparty though. Doesn't allow him to even get the chance to shoot that other shot. He does get taken out though, so that'll be a double wipe and only a 2-kill lead once again. But yeah, I mean, it was an 8-kill lead for the side of Sentinels, and now minimized to just 2. Make that 1 as Legend gets another kill with the nade.
There's no way to come back in this, right? There's no shot. I mean, it was a 7-kill advantage and 2s against Sparty and Boo Boo Doo Boo. There's no way the Legend and Glory come back. That's not possible, right?
It's definitely, I think these guys, I mean, look at them holding hands again. It's so important to do that sometimes. Decides to back off though. And like, I would imagine him backing off there is just based off of information, right? You're not getting pushed on that blue side. You're not having to worry about that push while you're on gold ledge. So Legend goes, takes another angle. This is an interesting one though. They spot him. That's huge. Sparty had an angle on bottom dip, and because of that, Legend goes down. Legend had no idea he was there, and now back to a 3-kill lead we go.
Back to a 3-kill game. 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, but something tells me time won't be a factor here, especially with Boo Boo Doo Boo hitting shots like that. 23 for the Sentinels duo as Boo Boo Doo Boo is flanking all the way around the A side. I can only imagine it end up right behind enemy lines, but as I say that, Sparty ends up going down. Camouflage is coming up, and if you're Sparty and Boo Boo, you don't want to give a free camouflage to the EU duo, but you might not have to. Legends in there, so is Glory, and they both end up going down. Boo Boo, Doo and Spartan, they're advancing forward to the grand finals. The comeback was so close, yet so far away.
They had it. They had it in their hands. An 8-kill lead out of Boo Boo and Sparty. Glory bring it within 1. Glory and Legend do. But it was a shot by Boo Boo. A nice flank by Spartan off the spawn of blue. And that was it. What an incredible series, and thank the Lord I don't have to give 300 subs or my car because we got to game 5, Tony, so that's awesome.
Wow. I'm not gonna lie to you. I thought multiple times during that series that maybe the comeback was possible. I mean, at one point it was a 7-kill lead, then down to maybe 1 kill, maybe it was tied up at one point. Like Glory and Legend were doing everything they can to play just clean Halo, and eventually Boo Boo, Doo and Sparty, they turned the corner. They took the lead, took control, and never looked back towards the end game. What a fantastic winners bracket finals that was. And just to remind you guys at home, the tournament doesn't end in the winners bracket finals. We have plenty more Halo to go. Yeah, guys, this is amazing.
That was incredible. Incredible showcase.
But yeah, Tim, it looks like that's going to be quite it for us here. We're going to be passing things along to the likes of Mikowski and Eli. Do you have any final words for the people at home?
Yeah, I just want to say shout out to Mikowski and Eli. These guys have been working so hard, and I think they're improving every week. They're getting really good. Definitely excited to hear them and watch them cast the rest of this tournament. A shout out to everyone in chat who's been supporting LVT, of course. Without you guys, I mean, we're not able to do what we do. And again, I constantly show my gratitude because you guys are the reason that we get to go to these live events. We get to do these online events as well. So thank you very much to anyone who's supported Tier 1, Prime sub, gifted subs. Really appreciate you guys.
Yeah, and guys, and it was a fantastic tournament so far. I'm glad to be a part of it. I think started off really hot, and hopefully it continues to go from there, because there's still the best of the best that are left in this tournament. We still got to find out who's making it into the grand final. So for the final time, me and Tim are out. We're gonna send it back to Louis and Garrett, and we'll be watching. Don't worry.
Woo, man! GG's to Glory and Legend. Yo, rumors were, Legend might be the best player in EU. For a second there, it's looking like by the end of Split 1, Legend might be the rumored best player in the world. But I digress. Boo Boo, Doo Boo, and Spartan prevail. Garrett, what do you got for me?
Just fantastic plays all the way through from Spartan and Boo Boo, Doo Boo. Really felt like they clutched up at the big moments. It's like, I feel like in that game 5, they just truly outplayed their opponents. I really felt like the switch was flipped at some point in that game 4. It was the 1v2 Boo Boo Doo Boo by himself on an island, 2 full shields players pushing him, and somehow he comes out on top in that gunfight. From there, I was like, all right, he's cooking. They couldn't quite make the comeback happen in game 4, but they definitely were never losing game number 5.
I feel that. We can actually take a look at that player right here. Boo Boo Doo Boo with the shock rifle, hanging out in gold pipes. He's going to get double pushed here eventually. If I played the right play, I do believe this is the right one. But nevertheless, we'll let this play out. Clearly, the computer's struggling for a second there. But nevertheless, dude. Phenomenal game out of Boo Boo and Spartan, honestly. Yeah, there he goes.
Right here. Ooh. Look at that. They try to bully their way in. Boo Boo Doo Boo doesn't stand for any of it. Just shuts him down right away. It's like they didn't win that game, but my God, did he win that battle? And they eventually won the war. They have confirmed themselves top 2. They will be taking home some money today.
Yeah.
The question is how many and who do they have to fight for the lion's share? So we'll have to go down to the elimination bracket to figure all that out.
Yeah, indeed. Let's go ahead and take a look at this elimination brackets. Good Plexion and Persecute yet to be on stream during the preseason events hosted by LVT, but they're working on making sure that that could happen eventually, as long as they keep winning out. But as you
I
see,
think actually we're gonna get into that game because Mental and Cycle, I believe they just beat Rorsch and Strikey, so I think we should be getting an invite from those two right there. We're gonna be seeing Gunplexion and Persecute go up against Mental and Cycle.
yeah, you say that, and we have an invite from Cycle himself. So, Mikowski and Eli, if you can hear me, let's go ahead and get in the Discord ASAP. It's your time to shine. And nevertheless, we still waiting on 2 players. So we're going to take a quick break, make sure everything's all connected and good to go. We'll get this lower bracket updated. And then, of course, the bracket will continue on the other side of this break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Louis V Titan here with Tools. And of course, we're in the lower bracket portion of gameplay today. Our 2v2 $1,000 tournament has been a hotly contested one. EU showing up in droves. Mexico as well. Nevertheless, we're in a match with Cycle and Mental versus Complexion and Persecute. And I'm sorry, Tools, I don't give you a chance to talk, but we're literally loading into game one. So we're going to throw it to Mikowski and Eli the Ninja to kick us off in the lower bracket.
All right, Eli, here we go. Taking you guys through the lower bracket all the way up to the lower finals.
Can't hear
and
you,
then
Hunter.
the grand finals. Oh, sorry about that. Muted into Discord. Sorry about that, Eli. All right, here we go. The lower bracket is ready to be completed. We've seen some incredible matches so far today. What are some of your thoughts as we get into this next one, Eli?
Man, I'm just happy to see Boo Boo Doo and Spartan showing up today. I mean, no shocker that we see Legend and Glory making it all the way to winners finals. Obviously, Legend won this whole thing with Bound last time, but I'm also happy to see Persecute and Gunplexion making it this far as well. I mean, we've talked about Persecute a lot, me and you, over the years, about how much talent this young man has. We've also talked a lot about really all four of these players, so I'm excited to get into these matches.
High ceiling upside for all of these four guys. Cycle and Mental tripping up on that pesky, testy combination of Jimbo and the rising star, man. Holy crap. Wutum is making a name for himself in EU and across the pond. As they were the ones that sent Cycle and Mental down to the lower bracket, and they are facing a difficult foe here early. Gunplexion and Persecute already off to a 3-0 lead. And you can see Gunplexion with control of that snipe. He's going to maintain it with a few more shots. Going to have to re-rack and reload, but not before starting off for nothing.
Excellent start for Gunny and Persecute. I mean, obviously, if you get the camo and the shock rifle early in this one, it's going to be pretty easy to go on an early lead, but not easy to hit shots like that. Gunplexion already showing up with the hot hand, and I mean, if they can keep this up and then also get the next camo and then also rotate to gold for the next shock rifle, this one could be a blowout, but we all know that that's easier said than done.
And I guess on the flip side, Eli, the strategy to come back from this big deficit to start is to win the next camo or get the next shock rifle. At least get it out of the hands of Gunplexion, because he has had, he's looking like a quarterback in the pocket with nothing but time, as he has had not faced a lot of pressure until now. There we go. There's the pressure. Eli, and I use that phrasing in football, as we got a little bit of playoff action on the TV today. But I think sniping is a lot like playing quarterback. And what's the best way to disrupt a quarterback? You get in his face, you force pressure, and that's exactly how we saw the sniper dismantle there. As it's now in the hands of Mental, looking to make a move with it, down by 4, now 3. Oh my God, that headshot around the corner would have been nuts. But Persecute stays alive for now and gets back up top with the use of that grapple.
Mental sacking the quarterback, stealing the ball. Doesn't hold on to it for long, though. Looks like he is going to be taken down, but I mean, that was a great play, like you said. I love the way that he just launched himself in there with the grapple, the little slide, also dodged the sticky from Gunplexion. Looked like it could have connected, but overall, great plays from both sides. This camo is going to make a big difference, though. Cycle having it here. It's going to see if he can set up a play, but you know Gunplexion and Persecute are going to be trying to expect him to come in.
It was once a 6-0, 3-possession game. Now 3 kills separate these two teams. As now it's a 2-kill game, 6-8. Cycle and Mental are on the comeback. A little bait and switch opportunity there, and both players stay alive. A back smack into the head of Persecute, and Gunplexion takes them both down. And now we have just a 1-kill game. This next could swing the tide. Wow. As we are now tied. Persecute and Gunplexion started off hot, but Mental and Cycle have answered back 8-8.
That early lead can kind of bite you a little bit, maybe get a little bit too comfortable, but I think these guys know that they're going to have to hold on to the lead. They had all the items in the early going, and they took advantage of it, but props to Mental and Cycle coming right back, answer back of their own. Getting that camo is such a big deal, so, I mean, this lead could very well change hands throughout the rest of this game if both teams are switching back and forth. Who gets that camo? We've got another one coming up. Still a minute and a half, it looks like, but we do have a new shock rifle in the hands of Cycle.
And this is huge because Gunplexion and Persecute started off with it. Now it's Cycle and Mental's chance to do something with it. Up by 1, looking to extend that lead as Cycle extends it to the blue tower. Looking left, now right, trying to help his teammate out at the bottom of stacks. Has 2 members of the blue squad pushing in through. And that's going to be trouble for Mental. Cycle at the high ground. He's not... he's in a much more safe spot as you start to see him pick off his opponents below. That's an easy double kill, but you did lose Mental. So instead of that multi-possession lead, it's just 2 kills for now. A team wipe for Gunplexion and Persecute could bring it right back to tied, and that camo Gonna be a high priority as Cycle sets up perfectly. Oh my God! The counter back smack from Persecute. I thought that was for sure going to Cycle, but Persecute says no, no, no. And now the shock and the camo are in his hands. Cycle gotta be reeling a little bit after that.
What a great play by Persecute. Now, I would also like to highlight what Cycle was doing there. He waited to see where Mental spawned so he could try to figure out where the opponents were. Obviously, Mental's spawn point is based on the enemy's location, so he sees his teammates spawn in A. He had to think that the enemies were likely to be in gold there, but what he didn't know is that Persecute did spawn gold, but quickly took a route to C plat, and that's how he's able to find the back smack. So great heads up play from Persecute. It's going to earn him the camo and the shock rifle. Camo's now expired, but he's still got a lot of ammo to work with here.
12-11 game here. The 7-minute mark approaches in the next 5 seconds, and these next 5 minutes are going to be crucial in determining who the winner is in this match. And I think, Eli, as we get into the off season, and I should say season 3 really, shock rifle's been a factor on recharge for a while, but I think with shock being replacing sniper even on some maps, you can't play as close up with it. Now Persecute with that DMR plays up in close range, perfectly taking down 2 for the double kill. But I noticed earlier, Persecute going on the bat ledge went for that no-scope melee, almost, you know, like as if you had sniper, but that's not an option if you're close quarters. So again, it really points to the need to keep distance when you've got people pushing you with the snipe. There we see a perfect example of that as Persecute gets pushed and drops the sniper. Now it's in the hands of Mental.
You make a great point. The S7 sniper can be used more like a shotgun because you hit that body shot, you go for the melee. It's a kill every time as long as you hit both the shot and the melee. The shock rifle, different story. Like you said, I mean, body shot damage, not that powerful with this gun. If you do clip part of the head, though, you get part of the multiplier for the headshot, and you can sometimes get a one-shot beatdown, but it is very rare with the shock rifle. And most of the time, if you're hitting part of the headshot, you're probably just getting the perfect anyways. But I definitely agree. You got to keep that guy back. If you want to get some mileage out of the shock rifle, you got to protect that player, maybe play in front of them. But so far, it looks like Cycle and Mental, now that the shock rifle's not in play, they seem to have a little bit better teamwork in these situations, and now they've built themselves a 4-kill lead.
Cycle, what a bounce back from him, as it was really Mental at 8-4. I think Cycle was I guess he was probably 4-7 at that point. Yeah, so a fairly negative game for him. But after that killing spree, he is right back in it, and so too is his team, up by a count of 4 now. A multi-possession lead for Cycle and Mental as they look to hold on to that, approaching the end game. Just about 5 minutes to go, and this one is Persecute. Jumps up to the needles, but no, he's got a better idea. Got the grapple up fresh, and now he's put some shots into an opponent who doesn't quite look ready for it. The bait and switch is on, but it does trade out. A little mini win condition there for Cycle and Mental with this 3-kill lead.
Wow, look at the movement from Persecute. He knows that that's not expected at all. He hit the grapple slide off of the bat ledge, launched himself all the way to gold stairs practically, just to get another angle, kind of buy himself a little bit more space, while Gunny is showing up from batteries here. They do get the new shock rifle, but they're gonna have to get that shield back and get into a better position if they're gonna get more mileage out of it. Persecute finds the kill on Mental, but I don't know how Cycle died here. Maybe Gunny got him right before dying, but you can see that he already knows that the opponents are spawning in A. He noticed that Gunny spawned long haul. So just deductive reasoning says if my teammate spawns here, the enemy must have spawned there. And so far, he's just trying to gatekeep them from getting out of A now.
Massive moment in this match as it's just a 2-kill game. 4 minutes left and camo up in 5. That's going to force these players to push out a little bit. Persecute looking to really pick his spot, but he's not going to have that luxury with the camo up now. He presses and pushes it, gets the melee into the body, but he can't find the finish, and he goes down because of it. Camo going to sustain as well. Can Cycle land the double. Good grenade, good support there from Mental should lead to an easy takedown on Gunplexion. And just like that, Cycle and Mental have taken full control in the endgame, up 4 with less than 4 to go.
You got to think Persecute is kicking himself for that one. That was a bit of an aggressive play going into the Shroud. I mean, you're going into unknown territory. You know you have to fight for the camo. Got to wonder if maybe he could have taken a more defensive approach in that situation. I don't know. Definitely a tough decision regardless, but Cycle and Mental that come out on top, and now they just need one more kill to close this out.
Cycle looking for the finishing touches with that plasma grenade. Doesn't need the plasma. He's got the plasma that shoots out of that shock rifle instead. as he takes down his opponent with the headshot, taking down game 1. And despite the hot start there from Complexion and Persecute, Cycle and Mental with a fairly convincing win. Again, Eli, despite the fact that it was a 2-kill game just moments ago. So can't stress enough how important it is. It's not how you start, it's how you finish.
It's absolutely right. I mean, these guys, both perfectionists, though, Gunplexion and Persecute. I often watch both of these guys' streams. Both amazing content creators, by the way. Persecute and Gunplexion stream quite a bit. Persecute's also got the YouTube channel. Check these guys out. They're making awesome content. Some of the best guns in the game, too. I'm always surprised that they're not on higher level teams, but they're on the come up. I think this could be their year, and they're the type of players that after they lose a game like this, they're going to talk about what went wrong and what they could do a little bit better in the next game. They just got to stay locked in and focus. Can't let that tilt start to creep in. Can't let it get to your head. Just play your game, slow it down. You know how to play on Solitude, and they're just going to have to bring their A game going into the rest of the series.
Yeah, I really like the idea of Persecuting Complexion as far as team composition. You got two absolute gunnies, like you said, free-for-all icons in the spaces. They have routinely found themselves in finals and competing for championships as it relates to free-for-alls. But here in 2v2, Eli, all about that bait and switch, which I think he'd maybe give the edge to Cycle and Mental, but we saw a little bit of that at the beginning of game 1. Gonna have to get back on their skis, Complexion and Persecute, if they're to tie this series up at 1. Crucial opening break as the lead, the winner of the lead oftentimes wins the sandbox, as well as looks like Camo went into the suit of Gunplexion. Mental, you can see him looking around left, right. Can't quite figure it out. Complexion jumps out, but not before trading out with Persecute. Does Mental, and I think early on, Eli, that's a massive trade to keep it from being a 3-0 multi-possession. Now it's just a 1-kill game instead.
The beginning fight's so important, though, as we see on your screen. Gunny able to get both the camo and the shock rifle. We're going to see this from the beginning of the tournament to the end of the tournament. This is the most deadly combination we have in these game types. But looks like Cycle and Mental finding a cheeky route through the dip. Kind of unorthodox. Not a way that you would expect him to play it, but they're kind of punished for taking that route. Persecute able to play forward here. I think understands that he's going to go down, but the Complexion would be able to finish the kill. Very fortunate spawn from Cycle. Spawns right in the fight once again. And let's see if he can take down Gunny. Looks like he is. That was kind of a fortunate spawn. If you think about it, you have to think that maybe the tram spawn would have been a little bit more likely, maybe loop if anything, but spawns right across from the action, able to clean it up. And that's so important. When you do get a fortunate spawn, you got to capitalize on it to the best of your ability. You don't want to waste opportunities like that.
And I think this is all a cause and effect of Mental's trade. Previously, Eli, we saw Cycle going down, Persecute and Gunplexion had the positioning, had the numbers, 1v2 edge for them, but Mental traded out with Persecute. And I think that really speaks to how important that win condition is when you're in a 1v2. Getting a kill is absolutely massive to keep it close. That's exactly what we have here. A 5-6 game is Gunplexion and Persecute with possession of the shot. Now have a 2-kill lead after the perfect shots there from Gunplexion. I think this kind of points to that topic we were mentioning earlier. A 1v2 here would be a massive win here for Cycle, and this looks like some fortunate spawning here as Mental now goes 1v1. Complexion only needs the chest stomach shot to take him down, and Complexion and Complexion and Persecute now, as Cycle goes down to Persecute, are building a multi-possession lead. This is the best stretch of gameplay we've seen outside of the start of game 1.
Look at that. So after they win that fight, which by the way was a brilliant fight, Gunny trusting Persecute's call out to know that guy's one shot, doesn't even go for the headshot, rechows while one shot himself, gets the kill. Persecute wins the 1v1 by himself, and then we saw Gunny extend into yard while Persecute's at the posters. They're purposefully manipulating the spawn towards that blue side. Gunny comes back to help fight with Persecute afterwards. I mean, these guys are playing their process. This is exactly what I talked about that they needed to do between games 1 and 2. Talk about what they did wrong and just tighten it up. Get that strategy going. And right now, with the better strategy in action, they're up by 7, more than double the score of Cycle and Mental thus far.
Oh, and Persecute and Complexion absolutely bullied Cycle and Mental off of the control that they had of the snipe tower, and now Shock in control of Complexion as he looks to stay alive with it, drops down to S1, maybe trying to bait out a peek here, allow Persecute to put some good shots in here, expecting Complexion to make his move once the communication goes through, once the player gets weak. That's exactly what we see. Complexion pushes up, tries to finish off that player. It's Cycle. He's not going to get away, though. Persecute really does a great job playing his process. Complexion as well by not going down with that shock rifle. And here, Mental all he's really allowed to do is just stick S1. That's going to force an S1 spawn for Cycle. And now, like fish in a barrel, they're shooting up the lift, and Complexion is striking them down.
Mental, like I had started to think to myself, like I don't like forcing my teammate to spawn at the lift. That's one of the worst places to let your teammate spawn. But then I thought about it, I'm like, what other option does he have? Persecute and Gunny are watching both of his options to get out. He has to either lift or go out towards the truck, and both escape options were not good in that moment. They do finally play their way out of this position, and at the right time to do so, if they can get this camo, which they look very likely to do, this could be the swing that they need to push the game back in their momentum. And Gunny and Persecute got to be remembering what happened game 1 right now.
Yeah, a little bit of maybe an unforced error or some kind of creative thinking there from Persecute as he went low. Maybe thinking about flanking his opposition. Instead, they take him down easily to get back in this one. A 6-kill game now is what it was in game 1. However, it was 0-6 at that point. So a little bit deeper here in game 2, but Cycle and Mental have come back from this deficit just moments ago. Now Mental pushing in with that camo, spots Persecute, trying to wait out those 30 seconds, but instead he's going to have that 8-second respawn timer as he heads back to the black screen.
I think Mental and Cycle are fully aware of the staggered spawn situation that they were just in. Now understanding that if Gunny's at snipe, then Persecute must also be at snipe now. So they're very aware of exactly where their opponents are. I mean, at this level of gameplay, these guys all understand the spawn system well enough to have a pretty good idea of where opponents are spawning at all times, but then you have to predict, okay, what are they going to do after they spawn? And so far in this last stretch here, Cycle and Mental have done a good job to stay ahead of that. They've also got on both sides of Gunny and Persecute, and this might be another 2 dead.
That big split spawns there, and Cycle and Mental, despite the split, are going to get both of their slays. Persecute and Complexion both go down. Persecute now off spawn solo. Going to take on Mental. Takes him down. Big play there as he extends the lead back to 4. A multi-possession game at that as Cycle now starting to set up for a potential camo run. No, he's going to go down, but not before earning a killing spree. Still a 4-kill game.
Persecute's kill was massive. He also did enough damage to allow Gunny to finish off the kill. Now Mental kind of trying to find an escape route. Doesn't want to be at the bottom of the map very long. He knows that this camo is coming up. You see how he's positioning himself on posters here. At the same time, his teammates jumping into the lift, but the repulsor going to make a massive difference in this fight. Gunny going to be able to finish off Cycle, but he's too weak to push for camo right away. Looks like Mental maybe not sure if Persecute spawned in a spot to go for. Not sure what that plasma was about, but regardless, he knows he has to get this kill before his team can get the camo.
Big moment in this match. We had a very similar situation towards the end game where it was close.
Wow.
Heading into the 20s. Now a 5-kill game. If Mental goes down at 6, 3 possessions, 3 perfect team wipes now needed to come back in this one as Complexion procs that camo. Shot goes into the hands of Cycle. That's a benefit for them. That's one small victory that they can take. But Cycle's got to take some faces if they want to make some movement on this scoreboard. Bait and switch long range potential, but there it is instead being executed by Persecute. Goes down to the headshot from Cycle. But despite all that, it still trades out as a 6-kill game. Complexion and Persecute need 2 kills to tie up the series.
5 minutes remaining.
Still a massive headshot by Cycle right there. Taking out the camo player when they only need 2 more to go. I mean, he dies right there. The game's already over, but he's actually keeping his team in it for now. Great grenades coming in from Persecute. Ends up being an easy cleanup for Complexion, and now they just need 1 more. I think Gunny is going to finish the job with the thruster. Perfect angle execution right there as well. He jumped forward to the right and then thrusted backwards to the right to create kind of like a V shape. Very hard to track a player using the thrust in that manner. Very well executed by Persecute and Complexion this game too.
Not only that, Eli, but Complexion was kind of staggered on the lower level, and when he thrusted up, jumped up to the left, thrusted back to the right, he landed on flat, even ground, which gave him back that aim assist. I know there's a lot of conversation in Halo about losing aim assist when you jump. Complexion did a great job of having the benefit of thrust and aim assist in that situation as he takes down Cycle and Mental here in game 2, and it's a splitting mirror image. 25-18 game 1, 18-25 game 2. Eli, how do we find some separation here in a game 3 that is so crucial? A diet game 5, if you will. 80% of the time, the winner of this game goes on to win the series. What's going to be the key for both of these two teams?
I think that with 2 power-ups on live fire, the map just plays a bit more like a chess game, I think, than these other 2. I mean, recharge and solitude is just camo and shock, right? Like those are the 2 most important things. Yeah, you got a thruster to worry about on solitude as well, but for the most part, it's just the gameplay is all around that camo and shock, and oftentimes the team that gets one can also get the other. But on this map, like when the other team's getting camo, you might be able to grab the quantum translocator, you might be able to get the repulsor bottom middle. So I think there's going to be a little bit more, you know, vying for space on both sides of the map. One team's going to try to get that sniper and get to the tower if possible, but I think at this point, I mean, this is the map that we've probably played more than any other since the game came out, so they're going to be very aware of the spawns, they're going to know how to apply pressure to the spawners, and it's going to be a very fast-paced match.
And I think in this series, Eli, the team with possession of the sniper has looked like the stronger team. Obviously, it was the shock in those previous games, but sniper in theory nonetheless, as Persecute picks it up in actuality, looking to do something against the QT user and doesn't allow them to escape. Mental had a couple chances, couple pop shots missed from Persecute, but he stood in there, stayed strong, and got the slay to open up here with a 2-0 lead.
That's got to be some of the best dopamine that you can get out of this game. Hitting the curb slide mid-fight to hit the no-scope, I mean, that was very smooth by Persecute. This man has a lot of individual talent. I think it's only a matter of time before he finds his way onto a pro caliber team. And I'm very excited to see what he can do with this sniper. Now, the thing is, this man is very confident with the sniper, so I've seen him get himself in trouble, maybe playing a bit too aggressively with it. Let's see if he can hold on to it. No, does reach out. He knows that the player's one shot. Can Gunny clean up the double kill? He's got the camo, which should help him do so. Very patient here, though. He recognized that he reprocs the camo. Gonna wait for this player. He's gonna sit behind the pillar as the first grenade comes in, repulses the second, gets the stick. Does he get 2?
Oh, I wanted him to do it.
2. Oh my!
I wanted to see it. The double
Great
sticky.
plays regardless.
Unbelievable play. A great play regardless there from Gunplexion. I got to call out Cycle, too, previously on the scoreboard. Did a great job body blocking for Mental, and that all trickles down to him still being alive, and most importantly, with possession of that sniper in his hands. Cycle now looking to push up on the cut side, far away from his teammate Mental. Looking for a potential long-range pinch here. Gunplexion and Persecute much closer together on the sandbag side of A, as we look to have a little bit of a slowdown in the match.
Only 1 bullet left in this sniper. Got the quantum translocator coming up at the 10-minute mark. So I do like what HCS decided to do with the spawn timers of the power-ups. So the QT is every 2 minutes, camo every 2.5 minutes. So they're very rarely spawning at the same time, which means that you can kind of fight for one and then go for the other. But the QT, obviously, it's not going to be something that you get max value out of all the time. You've got to really think about when you should teleport, when to come back. But I think both these teams are going to be capable of making some big brain plays. Mental using his teammate as perfect bait there. Draws out both opponents. His teammate does go down, but able to get that double kill at the perfect time for the camo proc. And let's see if he can get out with it.
Ooh, Mental wanted to maximize those 30 seconds of value, but that risk reward is going to come with his death as he goes down, trading out to his opponent. Cycle now looking to stay alive at the back of QT. One-on-one with Persecute, and he wins that outright as he wins outright the lead for his team. Now a 7-6 game with 9 minutes to go.
Let's see if he can get anything else out of this. He's still got a little bit of QT time left. Probably won't be able to use it. As he decides to right now. Doesn't have any reason to. I've seen a lot of people decide to use the QT just because they can. They're like, oh, the bar is running out. You know, I got to get value out of it. But like, bro, sometimes you just got to stay there because it's more important to be where you are. And I think he recognized that. He said, I don't need to go back to my portal. I'm going to stay right here. My teammate's here and he's going to need my help. If I use it right now, I won't have another charge to come back and I'll be leaving my teammate out to dry. So love the decision to stay there this time.
Yeah, I think you bring up a great point, Eli. It's sort of like desperating for a flag when it's, you know, 0-1 with 6 minutes left, right? You don't necessarily need to press and overextend like that. As we see good use of the QT. A trade out occurs at the bottom of Snipes. And now Mental looks to clean up any of the sandbox that's left there. It's 7 shots in the sniper for Mental, and we've seen what he's capable of with it in this game. Back in his hands, this could spell trouble for Gunplexion and Persecute as Cycle and Mental cling to that 1-kill lead. And
wow,
Persecute with the stick! Unbelievable sticks from Gunplexion and Persecute now. Must be doing some VOD review and some training sessions, because that's impressive. That was a long-range sticky throw, and it dismantles not only tower control, but the snipe possession as well. That's huge.
Not just a sticky kill, but it's with the spike grenades, man. Those things, I don't know what it is about them. They have like a different trajectory in the air, but I swear they are so much harder to land a stick than a plasma grenade. So Persecute with a very well executed spike grenade, able to take that player down, but it's still a 1-kill lead for Cycle and Mental, and this man is quite dangerous with this gun as well. We've been talking a lot about Persecute and gunplexion, but I would like to just say that I kind of feel like Cycle is on the verge of being another superstar. I mean, this guy had the most assists at almost every LAN, which is insane. That means he's just running around the map doing insane damage. He's also got a positive KD at the same time, so it's not like he's just getting damage and dying. He's just roaming the map and shooting everything, and I feel like he's still so young. I mean, how old is this guy? Like 18 at this point, something like that?
18, 19, right?
Somewhere around there, but his upside is very huge as well.
Sniper possession has gone back and forth. So too has this lead. As that crucial battle goes down at the screen door, that's going to open up Gunplexion to take camo for his liking. But with some good grenades out there, not going to be enough though, as Mental ultimately goes down. Extremely pesky. A couple times here in this game, we've seen Mental really like a thorn in the side of the camo users there. Gunplexion finally takes him down with the use of that camo, and now has a chance to potentially backsmack a few unsuspecting foes, as he's got just about 10 seconds left with it.
Got the plasma pistol in the back pocket of Cycle as well. Talked about it before, this gun getting a little bit more use now that some of the other guns have come off the map, like the Sidekick and the Needler. This gun has now risen on the tier list just by virtue of other guns disappearing. And very well used there. Yeah, melts the shields. Teammate able to finish off the headshot. I don't know if he's going to be able to stay alive here. He's baiting, just shoulder checking. Gets the stick, though, on Persecute. Once again with the spike grenade. These guys are getting really good at these spike grenades, man.
17-16, and yeah, another important conversation pops up in my head about how to use that plasma pistol, which we will absolutely be seeing more of. It didn't necessarily get buffed, but in between HCS Season 2 and 3, other weapons made their way out of the sandbox, which rises, like you said, the plasma pistol's usage on the map. And the question I have is, do you play for the pew-pew, or do you play for the fully charged shot? If you go fully charged and miss, kind of left out there in the open, you just go for the pew-pew-pew, and it may not be as fast of a TTK, but it's more reliable, and I think more players are going to lean into that. Eli, where do you think most players feel about that, as we have a 17-19 game Gunplexion and Persecute up to?
It's definitely situational, right? Like, I think it makes a little bit more sense to not charge it in 2v2 because audio cues are so prominent. You know, you'll be able to hear the charge of the plasma. I feel like at some point they buffed the sound of the person holding a charged gun. It kind of gives away your location in 2, since there's less, you know, audio on the map in general. Every single little bit of audio stands out more for that reason. So I think if you want to be more stealthy, just walking around ready to tap it as fast as you can. And how many sticks have we seen this game? That's like what,
another
the 4th
spike?
or 5th?
That was another spike.
Another spike. I mean, these guys are insane. But yeah, I think that there's definitely a time to charge it as well, but we just won't see it as often in 2v2.
Oh, Persecute goes down. I'm thinking to myself, here he goes, up by 1, 20-19. Sniper and camo in his hands, but now it's a 2021 game. Gunplexion and Persecute still claiming that 1-kill lead, but Sniper, there we go, 99 with the perfect time switch, now in the hands of Cycle. And we talked about in the moments before this game started, Eli, it was going to come down to the snipe, and it looks like that's the case as Cycle starts to line up some opponents.
So important that he gets value out of these, though. He's going to probably reposition here. Actually, a little bit surprised he doesn't fully disengage from this spot. Maybe thinking that staying here would actually be less predictable than repositioning. Able to get the snipe body shot, like we talked about, using the sniper like a shotgun, does so successfully. Leaves just 1 bullet for Persecute to work with, but they've got a 2-kill lead, and this is pretty massive. I mean, they only need 2 more kills to close out the game. They've got 1 snipe shot. The new sniper's up in 30 seconds, so we might see a situation where we use the sniper to bait the new sniper. And it looks like Gunplexion totally content with just baiting the rat tunnel there. Knows that an enemy is likely to come through. Maybe listening for footsteps here, and this is really slowed down. And I think that Cycle, is he coming through rat tunnel? No, big door.
He's got the QT
Fight
though.
breaks out, but he's got the QT so he can get out, and the sniper's coming up. He might have done just enough damage to keep them back, and that opens the door for Mental to grab the sniper. Well played, well-timed play by Cycle there.
Oh, look at this, Eli. Both teams with snipers in their hands. This is like a dream endgame scenario as Gunplexion and Persecute are up 2. Now with the snipe in the hands of Cycle and Mental. Gunplexion and Persecute. The emphasis is on them to push! But Mental says, get off my tower! Takes him down with a no-scope to the face! And now Cycle and Mental have life. Cycle with the assist is going to tie things up at 23.
In this moment, as a competitor, your heart is racing. You know that the next kill is very important. Got to stay calm and hit your shots. Persecute goes unnoticed here. I don't think they're aware of his location. They might throw a nade. This nade is very good. He's going to get that kill. He's going to get the double.
The pitch is on! The game is over! Unbelievable! Gunplexion and Persecute steal it at the end. Mental with the momentum after that no-scope at the top of tower. But it's the perfectly timed pinch and the positioning from Gunplexion and Persecute that ends it at the end. But oh my God, there we go. There's that no-scope once again. Louis, a man of the people, he knows what they want to see.
What a beautiful backflip. Very acrobatic on the side of
Halo
Gunplexion.
2-esque, right?
Yeah, taking that no-scope to the face. But man, props to Persecute. He was so sneaky, like a ninja over here. You know I love the plays.
23 all. This is
and
insane.
He knows, he's not shooting yet because he doesn't want, this is like a cat hunting its prey in the wilderness, right? Like it's just rearing up, waiting to pounce on the mouse. Doesn't want to spook the mouse too early. And wow, just because he waited right there, Gunny comes in with the bait and switch, and very well played at the end there.
Yeah, you give a mouse a cookie, but you give a cat the snipe, and that's what Persecute did with it at the end. Didn't even need it, though. It was just, again, it was that well-timed pinch and positioning. And I love how Persecute and Gunplexion were willing to change up the pace of that game. Again, it was just moments ago, seconds ago, it feels like, where they were on a knee in the back of A. Gunplexion with the optic camp strat at the top of the ledge. And then to make the move, the decision to push on through at the end, that takes a lot of moxie from 2 semi-professionals going up against 2 guys that are on signed organizational rosters, right? Like this is a big one for the underdogs. This is a big one for the semi-pro Halo community, as Persecute and Gunplexion are representing here. Now up in this series, needing one more game, Eli, to send Cycle and Mental home.
I tell you what, I mean, yeah, these guys aren't on signed orgs, but the guys that are on signed orgs, they're a little bit afraid to play against these guys. They know what they're capable of. I mean, you can turn on any pro stream. If they're talking about Persecute, they're like, man, that guy's really good. And every time I hear it, I'm like, yeah, well, why isn't he on a team? Like, pick him up. But, I mean, obviously, Snakebite doesn't need to think about any team changes anytime soon. But you got to think, I mean, these guys are given the respect of the other pros in the community. They know how talented they are, but it's just one of those things, man. You got to work your way up. Find your way into a top placing on LAN, and then maybe those new opportunities open up. But so far in this game, it's all Cycle and Mental. Some amazing shots with the shock rifle so far. Mental, to me, one of the most improved players in this game's history, by the way. I mean, I remember when this guy started out playing with his teammates from Gears of War, and he was always a standout, but he has just gotten better and better the more he's played this game. And man, he is scary when he has a shock rifle.
And I love this response here from Cycle and Mental, saying, all right, you guys have got 2 from us, but this is our series to win. We're supposed to be the guys that take this one. But with a 6-1 lead, we saw that the opposite of that in game 1. However, it was Gunplexion and Persecute with that lead. So I don't know, maybe that's a little bit of a curse. We have an intense battle going on the Shroud screen as Mental takes down Persecute, extends that lead 8-1, Eli. What do Gunplexion and Persecute need to do to get out of this blender?
You got to play their process. Once again, they can't get overwhelmed. Not really a big fan of this chow from Persecute. Maybe thinks he doesn't have another option, but fortunately, Gunny's able to clean it up. But the problem is you can't die right before the camo comes up. Might have been able to play his positioning a little better. I'm not sure if he spawned batteries there. Obviously, a very difficult spawn point to get out of, but man, it feels like the shots are just on point for Cycle and Mental so far this game. I mean, I haven't seen a shot missed on either of their screens so far, and I mean, it doesn't matter how good you are if your opponent simply doesn't miss. Oh! Finally, some missed shots, though, come in. Gunny's going to hit his, and that could be the momentum swing that they needed here.
Oh, I know Gunny's yelling on a stream right now, as that was an incredible 1v1 Gunplexion. A few missed shots, but Cycle missed more as he takes that gunfight. Now a couple of saving back and forth as Cycle lets him know that was a fluke there, brother. You did not Don't expect to win that one again, as I love the dynamics and the trash talk going on here in Halo. Expecting some body disrespect here in this game 4.
The young man shooting the body. Wow. I mean, it takes a lot of moxie. Cycle. I think you're about maybe 1/4 the size of Gunplexion. You got to be careful whose body you shoot, brother. But man, I love to see it though. You want to get in their heads a little bit early here if you're gonna hold on to this series.
Gunplexion pushing on through, get some shots into the back of his opponent. Cycle and Persecute with the cleanup. Persecute goes down shortly after, and Mental goes down after the Gunplexion. Gunplexion and Persecute chipping away at this game right now. Still a 6-kill game, but it feels like, based on the eye test, Eli, things are starting to change a little bit.
Absolutely. I mean, this game is so momentum based. We've talked about it since it came out. I mean, once you get a couple of kills, if you know how the spawns work, that means you can predict your opponent's spawn. That means you can get the weapons. That means you can have an advantage into the next few engagements. So Gunny and Persecute down by 6 right now, but with 10 kills to go, they're definitely not out of this.
Oh, and looking at working here together to stay alive at 1 HP. No, Complexion goes down eventually. Persecute with 1 HP, literally in a dream of staying alive here. Will he? No, he does not. He goes down on the pillars to the hands of Mental as Gunplexion. This is pretty quick. This is a pretty quick engagement off spawn, Eli. No help from Persecute. Gunplexion gonna have to take these 2 on by himself. Persecute with a favorable spawn there on the C platform, and Gunplexion with the grenade. Persecute with the grapple is gonna whiplash his way into the tower. And again, keep this lead at 6, but heading into the 20s, gonna have to start chipping away. You're gonna have to start winning some of these gunfights outright if you want to win this series 3-1.
So far, the difference, I think, this game has been Gunny and Persecute have been maybe a little impatient at times, seemingly pushing immediately off of their spawn points. It's the curse of being an FFA kid. I would know a little something about that. Sometimes you're just a little too confident in your aim, so you're just going to hold forward. But man, you got to play this game a bit more like chess, especially in 2v2. You got to find your openings, find those positions that you have a slight edge, and then push with that aggression. You gotta really carefully choose these moments, and right now it looks like they've recognized that, and that's why we see them slow down a little bit here.
Yeah, the Gunny no longer good enough, especially when it comes to playing against the guys like Cycle and Mental. You gotta start to work the math in your favor, and maybe even a little bit of geometry as Gunplexion arcs that sticky grenade out the door towards the opposition. Doesn't land, but it does push them back, and it allows Gunplexion and Persecute to rotate here to the top glass side, looking to put some first shots on. But it looks to me like Cycle and Mental, despite the fact that Gunplexion has the shot in his hands, are content with playing the distance. 6.5 to go.
It says slowed to a crawl. Camo's up in 15 seconds. Both these teams know that there's about to be a bit of a fight. Neither team's going to get it for free, but that damage on Gunny so important right now. He has to completely back down. That opens a lot of time and space for Cycle and Mental to move up. They also use the Shroud to grab the camo here. Persecute unable to stop it. He's going to jump right into the pit, though, and kills the camo player, and he also damaged the other player enough for Gunny to finish it off. That was a great trade on the side of Gunny and Persecute, given how difficult that situation looked, and they're not slowing down.
I would even argue another great trade from Mental there, and another 1v2 trade from Mental that keeps his team in it. Obviously here with the 4-kill lead, but this could be 2 or 3. If not for that trade-out sequence, we saw Gunplexion slide in just a microsecond too late to prevent that from happening, as we have ourselves a ball game here, 19-15 with 5:20 left.
This is definitely slowing down here. Gunny just trying to find an angle. What's so important as a sniper player, listen up, chat. If you are seen somewhere and you got called out, go somewhere else. You don't want the other guys to look and know where you are. You want to reapproach from an unpredictable angle, and that's exactly what Gunny's doing here. He knows he was last seen at C-Plat. Now that he was spotted here, I guarantee you he repositions once again, as we see. He's actually going to leave for a moment, and this is so funny about the meta is he only leaves for a moment because he knows his opponent expects him to reposition. Comes back to the same spot. Now he's going to reposition once again. So movement so important. You don't want to just sit in one spot with the sniper. You're going to get hunted down. You're going to need to find new angles to hit shots like that. And Gunny is making it very clear how to move with the sniper rifle.
There it is. There's a perfect example of it where Persecute and Gunplexion are able to take down Cycle and Mental without trading out. Because of it, we have a 2-kill game, 4:20 left on the clock. 19-17 is our game. But again, Eli, despite the lead for Cycle and Mental, it feels like Gunplexion and Persecute are cooking here. Down by only 2. Gunplexion with 3 shots left in that shot. He's going to put 1 to good use. Make it 2. No, he goes down to the bounce pass grenade there from Mental. Persecute goes down as well. 21-18. We have 4 left on the clock.
That was such a sick reaction time from Gunplexion. You know this man is locked in right now. Wants this dub. Wants to close this out. Doesn't want to go to a game 5. He said, let's just pull it back together and win this one right here, right now. With 3 minutes left, it's going to slow down. I don't think this goes to time, though. Both these teams very aggressive. Persecute with the perfect 3-shot beatdown. Doesn't give the opportunity for the trade. And Gunny's going to get another kill right when Camo comes up, and they're right back into this.
This is wild. And because of the Camo being up, it's going to force Mental to take on these 2 in a 1v2. The math is not going to work out, but it is for the chat as we have a 21-all game here. Tied. Heading into the end game. Gunplexion. Top bat ledge with use of that Camo, potentially slowing the game down. Is Cycle and Mental as they're going to take a back seat at the back of blue, park the bus until at least the 3-minute mark when Gunplexion has no more Camo to work with. And looks like Cycle and Mental to me are setting up for another bait and switch at the back of blue, but they haven't been executing. It's been Gunplexion and Persecute on a tear as we're now tied. Less than 3 to go.
Wow, you see that? So Cycle and Mental, the whole purpose of what they're doing was they wanted to wait out the timer of the Camo, like you said. But Gunny said, yeah, that's fine. I know you're going to do that. I'll just chill right here and get the new shock rifle. Who cares? Like, I'm just going to snipe you again. I've been sniping you all game. He does get the tick sound effect, which is important right now because it tells him that both of them were in tower. That gives Persecute the opportunity to rotate towards A just from that one sound cue, but Persecute doesn't take it. So I have to wonder what the communication sounds like right here. They don't want to get too separated, but I think that sound cue should be the go-ahead. Like, we can hit left and right now, and they won't have any escape options. So we do see Gunny moving to the left. I'm not. It looks like Persecute might have stayed in gold.
But he missed the grenades, Eli. Did you see that? With no grenades in the back pocket for Gunplexion, I don't know, man. I think that type of utility is very valuable, especially if you're to get a good shock shot on somebody, not lethal enough. Maybe get the finish with a grenade. And it looks like Gunplexion actually thought to himself there, I need to throw a grenade down. That's exactly what he was aiming for, but he doesn't have any. A little bit of an unforced error there from Gunplexion and Persecute. And Cycle now has the Camo partially because of it. What can he do with it here? 1:45 left on the clock. Grapple up to his top right. Gonna help him move around the map a little bit more swiftly. And Cycle sets up his flank.
Gunny and Persecute know this man has Camo, and they are predicting his route. You saw the shot come in. He saw the glint. There is the distortion effect. They're spotting him out. They saw him once again. I like that Gunny and Persecute are playing close together right now while they know Camo is lurking. It's so important that you're able to follow up on damage. Persecute gets away. Gunny hits a couple good shots, does damage, but not enough to get the kill. Persecute finds the trade, but Gunny's still one shot. He has to know this player's coming, throws a grenade, but it's not going to be enough. I think he's going to go down here, and that shock rifle changes hands at the worst possible time for them.
Massive win there for Mental. Oh my God, cheek clenching action here at the end of game 4 as Cycle and Mental take a 1-kill lead. 1 minute left on the clock. It's on Gunplexion and Persecute here to push the emphasis, to push the envelope. And Mental, setting up that reticle, knows it. Just doesn't know where it's coming from yet. As he spots an opponent down on the side of A, he thinks a flank is coming from blue because of that correlation or process being played. Instead, now spots nobody at blue, rotates here, and this is absolutely the message that they're sending with their positioning. Gunplexion and Persecute, you guys got to push us. 30 seconds left.
This might be the best part of the map to decide to do this strategy. They can very easily watch multiple vantage points. Still got 2 shock rifle shots left. That shot very well could have landed, but the great grenades come through. Mental is weak. I think they might know it. There is sound cue of the Spartan grunting when he takes grenade damage, but both sides taking damage. More damage on the side of Gunny and Persecute, but they're okay with time running out. I think they're just going to run away here. Oh, now it's going to seal it.
Unbelievable sequence there at the end as Mental, down to 1 HP, had the grapple to get out of dodge and send us to a game 5. Eli, what a series here for us to start things off in the lower bracket.
Goodness gracious, that was an intense game, man. That was a chess match if I've ever seen one. The clock coming into play, only 2 shots left. So my thought there was Mental rotating to back silo is good because he forces Gunny and Persecute to move to them. He can watch both sidelines. Easy to get headshots from that position, right? Because players are going to come in through long haul and the tower. You can just leave the shock at head level, and oftentimes your opponent will run into your shot. Plus, he grabbed the plasma grenades. When you're up 24-23, you're totally fine with getting a sticky trade and going down because you're going to win the game, right? So, I mean, all very thoughtful plays on both sides. Gunny and Persecute recognizing the situation, putting some grenades down, but they just could not find the angle to finish off the weak players that were back C, and that's because of the geometry in that part of the map. It's so easy to stay alive there, so that's why I think they chose to go into that spot, and that's why they won the game.
Oh, the road to Game 5 has been paved with devilish intentions from both of these two teams, as it was 18-25 games 1 and 2, splitting the series 1-1, and then the last two games splitting the last two as well by 2 kills, 1 possession. It literally, Eli, came down to the final push from each of these two teams. In Game 3, Persecute and Complexion won that outright. In Game 4, it was Cycle and Mental, as we now have a Game 5, 12 minutes left on the clock, and the whole sandbox up to work with here on Solitude. Winning this opening break is going to be so huge towards winning the series.
Shout out to Momzacute in the chat. I just want to say I am so just in love with the fact that parents can be so supportive of their kids playing video games at this level. Momzacute got to be one of the best moms in the scene, always in Persecute's chat cheering him on, and I'm sure she would love to see her baby win this game right here. And I tell you what, her baby is very talented, and I think they can absolutely pull this out, but they got to keep it calm. I think that sometimes Persecute gets a little bit worked up in situations like this. Same with Gunplexion. They just got to keep it calm and play their process, and they can absolutely pull this upset, but they're going to have to deal with some very tough opponents in Cycle and Mental.
Well, Mom's definitely liking this for now. 2-0, make it 3-1 as the shock does go down. Persecute in a 1v1 with Cycle, and he wins it outright with a quick scope. Last shot finish there as Cycle drops to the respawn screen and bottom mid. Persecute now at the top of mid, takes that thrust to his liking, and now has a 1v1 advantage against Mental. Gonna press it outright, but Cycle with the spawn on A. A fortunate trade out for Persecute. A great grenade from the grave there. Takes Cycle down to 1 HP. Gunplexion with that communication and information looks to finish it off, but he's already back to full shields. A little late on the push, and he does not get the kill because of it. Cycle takes down Gunplexion, but on the other side of the map, Persecute takes down Mental. This one's back and forth, but it's a 3-6 lead for Gunplexion and Persecute.
That was such a big trade by Persecute in that moment, in a 2v1 to just come out with 1 kill. Such a big deal. He's taking heavy fire now, though. He's going to have to find an escape route. Looks like Mental's going to come down and shut that down. And if you're Gunplexion, you probably need to back up here. Yeah, 2v1 situation. He knows. The opponents know where he is. Camo is up. He's going to have to try to get under. Look at this, though.
Huge!
Great prediction. So important to neutralize the camo player. That's a massive play right now.
Unbelievable. Down by a count of 4 now, and those last 2 kills went to Gunplexion, and it feels like they counted for 4, Eli, in the sense that you wipe the opposition, you take the camo. That camo to me was the glimmering beam of hope for Cycle and Mental going down early in this one, but Gunplexion with the gunny continues on with his streak, now on the verge of a killing spree.
Both Gunny and Persecute playing with immense confidence in these fights. These guys are not afraid of anybody, man. You put Lucid and Renegade in front of these guys, they're challenging to the death. They do not care who you are. So when they're playing with confidence like this, they are a scary duo to work against, because I mean, they just, frankly, they don't miss many shots ever. Like,
not what I was expecting in Game 5, Eli.
It's so far an early lead, but we've seen this before. They can't get too overconfident right now. They still got to play that process. We know that Mental and Cycle are kind of masterminds, knowing how to slow the game down, flip it back into their favor, but right now Mental finds himself in the open. Gunplexion gonna hit the shot, and it's so important to hit that right now.
Gunplexion is taking over this game, and when you got Persecute clutching up with that final shot before the sticky detonation goes off, this is looking well for the underdogs, Gunplexion and Persecute, as they take on the HCS's best in Cycle and Mental, and it look like they have no answer for them right now, down by a possession of 4. It would take 4 perfect team wipes now, and it's starting to spread into 5 as Gunplexion and Persecute are up 9 on Cycle and Mental. 8 minutes or so left in this game. This feels like, Eli, Cycle and Mental have to get the next couple of slays, need to start to get Complexion and Persecute staggered off spawn. They have that opportunity now, but this is the biggest difference in their gameplay. Previously, Complexion would have pressed there and tried to take on the 1v2.
Yes.
Now he's just waiting for Persecute to come back off spawn. Complexion and Persecute perfectly playing their math and their process.
I was going to say the exact same thing because you saw the way Persecute was holding his opponent on the loop side. Gunny's going for the flank, but Persecute goes down before the flank comes through. As soon as Persecute goes down, Gunny recognized it and then chose to back off. Knows it's more important to hold on to the shock as the camo is coming up. Mental knows it's bait though. Look at this. He's not even going to go for it because he knows Gunny is lurking somewhere with the shock rifle, and he's been hitting headshots. Like, I cannot push this yet. Now that his location has been found and he's taken damage, they might try to go for it. Mental's actually going to wrap all the way around, try to get this flank play. Neither team going for the camo until right now. They played that process so well, Cycle and Mental, just pushing their opponents back on repeat until they're able to grab the camo safely, and this could be a 2 down if they're able to get into the setup.
Persecute goes down, but not before Persecute and Complexion do a great job milking out the situation, milking out the clock. Oh, bait and switch. Complexion really going for that back smack there on Mental, not able to get it. And that was sort of what we mentioned was the key here for Cycle and Mental. They need a 2-0 swing at the very least. That's exactly what they got. Now down only 6. Cycle with a snipe in his hands. He's got 2 players, both Complexion and Persecute, pushing up to S1.
What?
Takes down the face of Complexion. Persecute climbing up to the top of Snipe, but with no ammo in the DMR. What was that? Cycle is going to go down, but Mental, like a true friend, that is a buddy right there, a duo indeed, cleans up the mess. It's now just a 5-kill game.
I'd like to know what that looked like on his screen because I don't know if that was an observer.
It confused the hell out of me.
I don't know if that was an observer desync, and on his screen he's actually shooting his gun, and in reality he's just getting all blanks. I don't know, but that was a bizarre sequence to witness. Regardless, afterwards, got the shock back in the hands of Mental. The aggression's going to stay up from Persecute and Gunplexion. Persecute going to be able to get the trade here, and look at the way he's playing his life here. Oh my god, that's so scary to play against. If I see Persecute playing a pillar like that, I'm just going to be like, all right, bro, you got it. I'm just leaving. I'm out.
Oh, but not for a repulsor. Mental goes down there.
Oh my god, he waited just long enough for his teammate to come clean this up. And look at this from Gunplexion. He's not even moving with the camo yet. Sitting on the light post, knows that's an unlikely place for the opponent to check. Cycle, though, shooting random shots. Knows that the camo player is lurking. I think he just is trying to maybe hit a miraculous shot. We saw this from him on recharge as well, but Persecute, so aggressive. This man has to have the most beatdown kills in the tournament so far. He's always in his opponent's face.
Cycle seeking out the location of the camo user, but instead he gives up his location and Persecute takes him down. Complexion and Persecute now back to that 6-kill lead, trading off weapons and some high fives, I would imagine, as they have momentum brewing. The lead 2 with some shots going across the map. Oh, Cycle, no, excuse me, I thought it was across the map. He's right underneath them at trucks. It's Persecute on the other side of the map, and now Cycle is pushing that out. Cycle slides in, hits the G-slide, a little bit of extra juice on it, but he's not able to win it outright. Does trade that keeps the game at 5. Complexion and Persecute have a convincing lead once again, heading into the 20s as Complexion wins that 1v1 against Mental, now up 6.
Persecute and Gunny both clutching up in those fights. Persecute getting the trade there was massive. Now they're actually in good positions to collapse. Persecute gets the kill. Gunny gets the other player weak, and Persecute, you know he's going to hold forward. That's all this kid does. He doesn't care who you are. He's going to kill you. And wow, all they need is 2 more to pull the upset. Look at this.
I was not expecting a multi-possession lead. And look at Cycle at the bottom of mid. 1v2. He's lucky there to just trade out, but not before Persecute and Complexion both go down. So, with 1 kill left needed to secure this series, Cycle and Mental's backs are against the wall, but they do have camo to work with.
And they know where these players spawned. This is not over yet. This is possible, but any mistake will end this game. How does Mental decide to play this? Oh,
that's it. The sticky goes out the window and takes down Cycle. I couldn't even see exactly where that landed, but it's another sticky grenade for Complexion and Persecute that takes game 5, takes this series as they send Shopify Rebellion's very own home. Cycle and Mental drop out of the tourney.
Wow. Props to Persecute and Gunplexion. I mean, we all knew that they're capable of pulling upsets like this. I mean, even pro players are not surprised by this. All it comes down to is slowing down and playing the process, and that's what we saw from them. They were playing a more chess-like strategy. I would love to have heard what the communication sounded like. I've been watching Gunplexion's stream a lot, and I feel like he's actually a great mentor. Like, he has a very unique way of communicating for sure, but he is such a good mentor, and I think that he's exactly the type of player that fits well with Persecute and just kind of keeps him in check and makes sure that he plays his game. And wow, great stuff from these guys.
Wow. We have one of our best upsets of this 2v2 series. Not upset to be sending it back to the broadcast desk where we have two of the most handsome men in the Halo community. Tools and Louie, your thoughts on that incredible series?
Man, I feel like it's been a long time coming, but you know what? Gunplexion, Persecute, they pull it off. Mom's here to check it out and see what happened. Damn, dude, she's got to be proud. Tools, what are you thinking?
Just fantastic. Never doubt Persecute, what he's able to do. Pair him with Gunplexion. They've been playing a lot together, and I just like to see hard work pay off. They get a huge upset here. I'm not surprised after their performance in the upper bracket, right? They took Frosty and Renegade to a game 4, made it hard on them. They're continuing on their rampage. Love to see games like this, like game 5, ice it up. You're controlling your own destiny. You're beating the pro players. Everything that we wish for. I love the support system behind Persecute. He's not in Vegas anymore, but he was a long time Vegas local. Came out to a lot of those Vegas lands that I help run, and like the family support he has. Wherever he goes, they're right there with him, cheering him on, and honestly, it's just a cool story. And now they'll have to ruin the other cool story of the bracket, right? They got to go against Wutum and Jimbo up in the elimination quarterfinal.
Yeah, and I got to be honest here. I feel like this is going to be, if anything, more than a test of skill, a test of the mental, as this is obviously an international match about to be played out by Gunplexion and Persecute. We are waiting for the for Jimbo and Wutum to come through, but Wutum kind of stealing the show early today, right? Tools, mouse and keyboard player, and really putting it on some of the North American pros, making their way through the bracket. They end up in the lower bracket here where they are now, so they haven't played in a couple hours, at least in the tournaments. You got any predictions for what we're going to see?
I have a feeling that we might be going to another game 5. I'll say this time maybe get the edge to Jimbo and Wutum. Even though they have all this momentum, these two are playing extremely well. It really felt more of a case of Boo Boo Doo and Spartan shutting down those two rather than them slowing down and losing the game. It really felt like Boo Boo Doo and Spartan won that game. If they can keep the same play style, keep that execution that they were playing with throughout the winners bracket, I think Jimbo and Wutum survived the Cinderella story today.
All right. The two Cinderella stories kind of going up against each other in this moment. We got Jimbo, Wutum, Gunplexion, Persecute. Series layout going to remain the same. And as I speak, we're still trying to get into this lobby, so we got a little bit of time. Let's go ahead and shout out some of the support that we've had as of recently. Obviously, we'll just pick it up from the bomb of 50 anonymous gifted earlier. Whoever you were, thank you so much for doing that. Obviously, that support goes a long way. We are doing this. It's completely funded by ourselves. And to be real with you, right, this Twitch channel is the breadwinner as far as revenue goes. It outpaces all the freelance producing revenue that we make. And so it's the community here that's making a difference. So we appreciate you all being here.
It's phenomenal to see the support we had today. Louis, I think you were busy. I made one of the most terrible memes possible. I was wondering if you could, I wanted to get your reaction to it. A little fun meme that I made. On the LVT socials. I don't know if you pulled it. You can't pull it up. It's fine.
Not at the moment.
Not at the moment. It's fine. As they say, go look at the LVT socials. I'm very proud. I'm very proud of my meme. Glasswork, 4 month. Love that. I love it when people resub for multiple months. Like I saw someone today had 17 month. Absolutely insane. 4 month support is great as well. Like seeing the long term support. People are coming in and out, in and coming back every month is always great. Hope that you guys enjoy the show enough to want to resub week after week. It really does go along.
Yeah, I was trying to scroll back to the 50 gifted. Spoiler alert, my feed does not go that far because we've had so much support. But let's see here. Oh, maybe it does. I
think you just have to sort.
No, so I am sorted. There it is. Okay. Beloved 23 with the sub as well. Beige TV dropping 10 at the same time. That's gnarly coming through with a couple subs as well. Chilltacular, Typa, all in random, and Glass Work. Appreciate the support. On the bits end, we had Visions drop a couple bits. Smoke, D-Breaker also, and then Waffle Lana. Appreciate those support through the bits as well. Every little bit counts. And we're officially in a lobby with Jimbo, Wutum, Complexion, and Persecute. Go ahead and join us if you can. I've sent an invite to Complexion. It looks like Mental, he's party leader, and so we're going to have to leave that lobby as he's obviously AFK. But nevertheless, right, Elim quarterfinals tools on the horizon.
Horizon just here shortly. Another gifted sub, the third one to the channel for Opna. It's either Opna Flux or Opna Foe. I don't know if you're French or not. We like our French homies. So, thank you for the sub. Giving it out to those people, making sure they don't have to watch any of them ads. But guys, the ads are also, we appreciate everyone that does watch them. They help us do what we do here today. We try to make sure that our ads are always coming when there's not action on screen. So if you ever do get an ad in game, we're sorry. Something like we either ran out of snoozes where we couldn't stop the auto ad. I think that happened to us yesterday. I felt so bad. Or was it yesterday that they did the roadmap review?
Yep.
Yesterday.
Yeah,
dude. Dude, I felt so bad. We had it timed out perfectly, then they went over time, and it's like every minute we were getting a little bit closer. Then they revealed the roadmap, and our auto ad played, and it's like we couldn't stop it. It was the saddest thing. It was the saddest thing.
Yeah, it definitely happens. But yeah, obviously we're Twitch partners, and the ad revenue is a big part of the income that we generate to host events like this. And we are here trying to pay it forward. That's why we got 6 events with $1,000 a piece in 3 weeks' time. Tools. Yeah. I mean, I know that there's partner orgs dropping 5K on single events, but we're not partnered. We don't generate revenue from the game whatsoever. I wish that were the case, but never say never. We got high hopes, but obviously that's outside of our control.
Baby.
It's outside of our control. It's all good,
baby.
So in the meantime, right?
I'll say
we got to run ads.
Make a case for us, guys. Make a case for us. Like if you ever see anyone, like you see Tashi or whatever, when you're at an event, be like, hey, I'd love the LVT guys to be in the partnership program, whatever. Get it rolling. Start the whispers. I'm not saying go out and harass people, but if it ever comes up, you're like, yo, LVT partnership program, we'd love to be there. You know what I'm saying? The biggest thing we could do is we could take those revenue sources and reinvest it. We have put $7.2 thousand, $7,200 into just prizing alone this month. Thanks to some donations and generous donations, we're able to add 1,200, 6,000 directly from us. So incredible support that we've had, and looks like our game is on its way.
All right, we're gonna throw it to Mikowski and Eli as we're getting started in game number 1 of the elimination quarterfinals. Guys,
All right, Eli, here we go. We got both Cinderella teams facing each other here deep in the lower bracket finals, or excuse me, approaching the lower bracket finals. Where do you see this one going?
Man, it could go either way. I mean, what I'm thinking about in this moment is like, who's got the stronger mental? Because let's be honest, international lobbies make it kind of weird to play for everybody involved. Not really sure what server they're going to get, but regardless, it's going to be the shooting mechanics are going to operate a little bit differently. The grenades are still going to blow up if you shoot them, though. Great remote detonation from Gunplexion early on here. But I mean, no matter what, I kind of feel like in a way, Jimbo and Wutum have like kind of an unspoken edge because they're just used to playing on higher ping, perhaps. I mean, Persecute's from Las Vegas and played on pretty difficult connections as well. So I don't know. Whoever's going to keep their mental together while they play on an international server, I think is going to have the edge here.
And here we see Wootum on our screen, who about a week ago, Eli, the general majority of the Halo population did not know who this player was. Now it feels like the majority of at least the HCS community is well aware of who Wootum is. Picked up and really spotted by the likes of Jimbo. You know, he's an eye for good talent as he's been around the HCS scene for a long time, but he sees something in Wootum. He sees something in mouse and keyboard as we get a little glimpse of that quick pick headshot there on Gunplexion. As Gunplexion and Persecute, though, despite the young up-and-coming superstar we got there in Wootum, are up 3-4.
Yeah, love what I've seen so far out of Wootum. I mean, I think he's the talk of the town right now. Everybody's very excited. Young talent from another game. I mean, do yourself a favor and watch this kid play Splitgate. I mean, that game is such a high skill ceiling. You've got to not only hit your shots on your opponents, but also land your portals. And dude, this guy is portaling to 7 different places in 1 second. And sometimes during Splitgate, it's mind-blowing to watch. You can't even follow it if you don't play the game, I'm sure. But his talent, undeniable. And he's going to make waves next season. I can already see it. But can he beat Gunplexion and Persecute, who are absolutely on fire right now? You have to imagine they were shot with some adrenaline after taking down Mental and Cycle. This is probably the furthest they've been in a tournament like this. And they have no sign of slowing down. We see the remote detonation with 1 grenade, the headshot into the sticky. Gunplexion is on fire right now.
That was one of my favorite doubles from this 2v2 series we've had is two grenade kills, 2 different varieties of ways to take down your opponents. You love to see that from Gunplexion. He's getting a little creative with the sandbox now, just simply dueling with the shock. Takes down his opponent to 1 HP. Gonna finish off with the melee. And Eli, I was not expecting this. I feel like this is gonna be a regular occurrence if Gunplexion and Persecute keep popping off. 3-12 against Jimbo and Wootum squad, who were starting to tear things up a little bit. Watch out for either of these 2 teams that make it out of this series. That is going to be a difficult task for whoever they face next.
You are absolutely correct, and I love it just feels like Gunplexion and Persecute are playing with so much confidence right now. I mean, even against Mental and Cycle, they were running them down and hitting their shots and just winning 1v1s when they had to. And I mean, right here we see Persecute doing max damage and then quickly getting out when he recognizes he has no help, somehow able to get around this corner without taking any damage thanks to some great movement. And these guys are just playing their game.
Persecute with the melee on Wootum takes him down. 2 go down though for Gunplexion and Persecute, so that's going to be a +1 net outcome for Jimbo and Wootum, cutting this lead in half. 7 kills separating these 2 teams. They're going to need a few more as Jimbo looks to put a few more shots into Gunplexion. Takes him down with the cleanup to the gut. And now they can take on Persecute 1v2. But Persecute does a good job. Another one of those 1v2 trade out situations. Add the lead of 6 to it. And that is a great trade there from Persecute.
It seems like it's his game plan in a lot of these spots, right? It's like we have the lead already. If I just get a trade, it's always good. But I mean, you got to be a little bit careful with that mentality. There's going to be times that he goes for that and then his teammate dies as a result. So like to see him maybe do that a bit more meticulously in some of these spots. Jimbo with the camo here, trying to stay alive, grabs the shock rifle. It's only got 1 shot left in it, but he's going to know when it comes back up. So not always a bad thing to have the last bullet in the clip. Persecute going to just chill right here. I think he knows that he can stay alive. Looks like Jimbo says, no, you can't actually. Sorry, I'm going to kill you right now. So looks like a nice little crawl back here from Jimbo and Wootum, now only down by 3.
Yeah, this is huge. I'm thinking to myself, if they can get it to within 2 possessions, they'll be right there with it with half of this game still left to go on the clock and your score. And they've done one better. It's now just a 3-kill game. Gunplexion looking to extend that lead back out. Another sticky goes out, but does not connect. Persecute a little late to the party. Is he fashionably late or so late that the guests get upset that he showed up late? It looks like Persecute going to back up and not have a chance to take down either Jimbo or Wootum. And this is looking like a little bit of a comeback now for Jimbo and Wootum. Previously, like we said with Gunplexion and Persecute, the eye test telling us that there's something going on here. And there's something going on now with Jimbo and Wootum as they have momentum, not yet the lead, but momentum surely in their hands.
This Wootum guy just impresses me more and more every time he enters one of these tournaments. I feel like this series of tournaments that LVT is putting on has been amazing for him to get this type of experience. I mean, he's so new to all this. Tournament experience is totally different from scrim experience, right? So able to get this level of competition and these level of games under his belt are just going to help him continue to learn and grow as a player. And they've actually brought this all the way back. It's now tied at 17 all. Got Camo and Shock Rifle are both up.
Now I'm hearing, Eli, that Wootum has just about 1,000 hours in this game. And you think about a game like Halo, where guys have spent their whole lifetime playing this game, minimum 10,000 hours for even a casual. 1,000 hours in this game really speaks to how much upside Wootum has, as Jimbo has plenty of upside in his hands right now in the form of the Shock, Camo, and he's got the Shroud Screen. As if he needed any more reason to obscure visibility, Jimbo has about everything he needs to work with as they are on a tear of a comeback. Previously down by 6, 7, 8, now up by 2, looking to close things out as Jimbo has the kit to work with. Camo dissipates. So too does the life force of Persecute as the numbers are still adding up here for Jimbo and Wootum. Incredible regain here from them.
We talk about time in, and Jimbo's probably got more than anybody in this lobby, I would have to imagine. Jimbo has been playing at a high level seemingly forever, and he's exactly the type of player that could mentor a young talent like Wootum to make sure those 1,000 hours are, some of the best that he could possibly get. Looks like they are going to lose this trade, though. That goes slightly in the favor of Persecute and Complexion, which means they're now only down by 2 after the comeback from Jimbo and Wootum.
Persecute now on your screen. Crucial gunfight here. Might need some help here from Complexion. Looks like he might be able to get the positioning, but no, he gets the hands instead. Goes down to Jimbo. Jimbo now pushing through, looking to clean up Persecute. And Wootum with the grapple. We know how hot and fast he can come in as he does just that. Now at the top of class. To support Jimbo, might go out to the dice box. No, instead rotates to the C platform and wisely does so with Camo up in 5.
Actually a great disengage from Gunny and Persecute, but Wootum's going to cut it off. And with Camo coming up, this looks like it's definitely in Jimbo and Wootum's favor. They may not only get the Camo, but just finish the game here. I think Persecute and Gunny are kind of forced to push in this moment. Jimbo checks to see if the Shroud's up. It's not. He's going to try to lay down some grenades on Bat Ledge, but he gets taken down. Huge kill, but it doesn't matter. If the other team just gets closer to the finish line, Wootum going to completely reposition. Seems to be very comfortable with the grapple on mouse and keyboard. And finally does get that trade to close it out. Great game out of these guys.
It was a 9-kill game, Eli. Granted, it was early, 12-3, but unbelievable comeback there from Wootum and Jimbo, the EU boys, taking one home across the pond as they take game 1 by a count of 3 kills as we approach Solitude game 2 next.
Solitude. This is where we saw, keep in mind, remember the last series, Complexion Persecute lost game 1 and seemed like they had a conversation about, like, you know what, we got to play our process. Let's bring ourselves back into this. Let's slow it down a little bit. And it just felt like they were a lot more comfortable on Solitude. I mean, we saw them win both Solitudes in the last series as well. So I do kind of give the edge to them, but I haven't got to see exactly how well Wootum and Jimbo were playing this map earlier in the tournament. I have to imagine they had to be playing it well to get this far, though.
And I can't imagine, Eli, at that EU LAN later this year, we got the roadmap revealed. For me and you are going to be casting in Arlington for the season opener, but I'm almost more interested in the England event. Imagine the crowd going back and forth. Woo, Tom, woo, Tom. I can already see the insanity. EU, right? They're known for their chants and their passion. And I got to imagine that they'll be claiming proudly the likes of Wootum as their very own. He's one of my new favorite players to watch, especially on mouse and keyboard. Just an absolute thrill to see the unique POV that he provides as we hop on board here with the man himself. Solitude Slayer game 2. Camo being vied for here by both of these two teams. Trade out 1-1 as Jimbo takes that distraction and takes the Camo with it.
Such an important grab right here. I mean, even if he goes down, just denying this to the other team, such a big deal, but Complexion not in a great position here. Finds himself at the bottom of the map. Persecute's never going to let him get escape, though, and uses the thrust. You know this kid played an insane amount of Halo 5. I mean, Momzacute, if you had to guess, how often was this kid in his bedroom playing Halo 5? Hitting thrust shots just like that to win fights. And yeah, I mean, that was such an important utility item to have for that fight. You have to imagine Wootum probably would have maybe landed his shots a little better without that thrust.
My goodness, Eli. The micro adjustment with the right stick from Persecute. Now holding the left stick forward. Takes down his opponent, Woodham, in the A courtyard. My gosh. We start gushing over Woodham, and you forget, on the other side, Complexion and Persecute, two semi-pros that are coming for those spots as Persecute takes down another great process there as he takes down Woodham at the trucks. A 5-kill spree for Persecute opens up a 5-kill lead for his squad as they're bouncing back with authority here in game 2.
Something about this map, man. These guys are just comfortable. You know, they played a lot of Halo 5. They've got a ton of experience on Plaza. Woodham never played a Halo before this, so he certainly has the least Plaza experience of anyone in the lobby. So far, 1-4, having a rough start, but you have to imagine once he gets more experience on it, he might kind of understand the meta a little bit. I do find this map to be extremely tricky, and the more time you play it, the better you will get at it, but it's kind of hard to figure out what position you should take on the map in a lot of situations.
Jimbo with a nice thrust use there. Chase grenade goes out, doesn't get as much damage as he would have liked. And Persecute takes to the sky like a skeet shoot. Pull goes down to Jimbo. Like a hunter with a 12-gauge shotgun instead has that Bandit Evo in his hands and a camo to work with as well.
Bit of an optimistic repulse in my opinion, but he's hit those shots before, so man's got some confidence. Looks like Persecute does find a trade as he goes down, but now just a 3-kill lead. Shot coming up, and I'd like to see what this kid can do with it.
Well, we've seen him do plenty with it in his short time here in the Halo community and on the LVT Halo broadcast as he pushes up on Complexion. Complexion with another sticky grenade. Do not chase Complexion when he's got a stick in his back pocket, because more often than not, he will predict the trajectory of your movement. A little harder to say than it is to easier to do for Complexion as he lands another great sticky throw.
I think Persecute has to be one of the best close quarters combat players I've ever seen. This guy is so consistent with hitting the 3-shot melee before his opponent's able to get theirs off. And that's hard to do, especially online when melees are so inconsistent. He's found a way to maybe make his melees a little bit more consistent. And I mean, in the last couple series that we've watched, he has been a beast in those close quarters interactions, and he continues to do so.
Complexion content with this 5-kill lead and his positioning over on the snipe side. But Woodham goes down, and great push there to trade that out. It's a great win condition for either of these two teams, especially with a 5-kill lead here for Complexion. But he's got pressure. Jimbo pushing up on him. Persecute just a little later on the corner. Now he's in a 1v2. How good, Eli, is Woodham? Cross map with the Bandit Evo. I don't sense the same deficiencies that others are on controller when trying to take down players long range. Woodham hits his shots consistently. And I think that's going to be something to note when you go up against a player like this. You almost got to imagine somebody on the team has a battle rifle.
You're exactly right, but I'm a little bit more impressed by the process that I just saw from Persecute and Complexion. They just baited and switched almost perfectly to, like, Persecute, while Complexion is dead, starts the fight by shooting Woodham cross map, gets pushed by Jimbo, pushes him back as well. Gunny comes off spawn, and as Persecute exits, able to kill one and push back the other, and they're continuing this momentum. They just bait and switch to get a fresh 2 dead, but Jimbo, very smart to take advantage of a good spawn point to pick off Persecute, and now he's going to win mid-map for it.
I love that. They said, oh, Eli, you like our bait and switch? Here you go. Here's another one. And we might just see another one here, but this time for the likes of Jimbo and Woodham. Complexion goes down. Repulsor return to sender. Heads towards Persecute's head, but he goes down to the headshot from Woodham. A 12-16 game despite a ferocious start here from Complexion and Persecute. It's now just a 4-kill game, and looks like Jimbo has the snipe.
Gunny and Persecute have the lead, but it's a fragile one. It's 5 kills now, though. That was a big kill by Persecute, but Jimbo with the shock is always a problem. Hits the shot. Hits a pretty strong body shot as well. Using the repulse to reposition. This man, and then jumps backwards to S4. This man is very in tune with the map. Very impressive movement out of Jimbo here, but once again, Persecute finding the melee trade. Seems to be totally content with doing that when they have the lead, and Gunny finds one of his own. All 4 players dead on the map.
All right, 4-kill game. Plenty of time left on the clock as Jimbo racks up with a couple extra stickies in his back pocket. I point that out because it's been such an important factor here in these 2v2s. Persecute getting pushed up on the snipe side, and he wins that 1v1 outright against Woodham.
Seemed like maybe Woodham expected a little bit more help, or just maybe overconfident, maybe unfamiliar with Persecute's game. I mean, this guy is not in the habit of missing shots, I'll tell you that much right now. But right now, they do get a couple of kills, bringing it back to within 3. That new thrust is up. That's going to be a big deal. Woodham's going to grab that. Persecute trying to rotate out. Jimbo having the camo, and his teammate has the thruster. It looks like they also know that they can collapse in on this. And great use of the thruster from Woodham. That was a very difficult perfect to hit.
Trades go out, so Gunplexion and Persecute continue to get closer and closer to a Game 2 win, tying the series up at 1, but Jimbo has second thoughts, takes down Gunplexion, still has about a millisecond left with that camo. Yeah, there it goes. As Persecute looks to spot him, but look at the distraction. Jimbo, with the communication to Woodham, tells him, look, Persecute, he has all eyes on me. He has no focus or attention on you. Go for it. He did. And now we have just a 1-kill game, Eli. 2021. Now Persecute brings it back to 2 after that win.
I was going to say a little bit of tunnel vision from Persecute in the previous play, but he comes off spawn with a vengeance. It's the 5 shot, just running through with the most confidence in the world. Why wouldn't you, though? 14 kills to his name already. Big part of the reason they have this lead, but this thrust going to be so important. Gunny's going to eat the melee, but Persecute's going to come in, hit the shots. Not able to finish it, though. Looks like Woodham sliding. Woodham slid in front of Jimbo to maybe pull the aim assist and just be a bit more of a distraction in that fight. Made Persecute miss the last bullet, and now he's going to escape with the shock rifle. It's tied all 22-22.
And more importantly, the fragmentation grenade does a little bit less damage. I took a double back, Eli. It did like only a quarter of the health. Despite it looked like a grenade that went right below the feet. Instead, it's a 22-23 game. Now 23-24. 1 kill left here for Gunplexion. He could win it, but he doesn't like what he sees for a player, a free-for-all player, Eli. That's an impressive back down there from Gunplexion. Waits for Persecute to come off a spawn, and now they push in as a team of 2. Jimbo looking to steal the camo. As he does, he stays alive. Persecute gets the trade. Yes, he does. Gunplexion goes down, but Persecute gets the final kill, taking this game by 1 and tying our series at that as well. 1-1.
Oh my God. The decision making on both of these sides is so next level right now. I mean, Persecute sees that situation. I think Gunplexion actually knew that Persecute would get that kill if he held the attention of Woodham on the other side. I think that was premeditated the way that played out. I would love to have heard the comms in that moment, but right here though, this was huge. I'm not sure what Jimbo, I think he might have just pushed into the window there, gets taken down, and that was a massive kill. Giving them this 1-kill lead in this moment meant that they could play a lot more aggressive. They know that Woodham is lurking with the shock. Gunny takes him down. Jimbo takes down Persecute. Gunny decides to disengage here.
That was the game right there.
Yeah, with camo coming up, this is how they play it. So Gunplexion rotates through towards LR. No, he jumps onto the ledge. They nade the crap out of the camo. Gunny sees the other player to distract while Persecute goes in and finishes the camo player. Wow, that was a very impressive sequence from Gunny and Persecute. I have to imagine the comms were on point throughout that play.
Whew. All right, here we go. Heading to a Game 3. Live fire, sniper up. Top, mid, and snipe tower are going to be an important part on the map to control, as those power weapons and power ups will spawn staggered. Camo up in the next 15, but for now, Jimbo sneaks away with that snipe.
Like the skin a little bit more than Persecute snipe skin. Persecute's got that young man skin that kind of, it's like a flashbang, man. That
glows
just,
a little bit.
Yeah, it's like, dude, what? Can you see what you're shooting at? But clearly he can. He's hitting a lot of shots with it, but a little bit cleaner snipe skin we've got from from Gunplexion. Persecute, though, not aware he has the repulsor in his pocket as he tries to grab the camo. Probably feels a little silly right now. Maybe he can hit some shots to make up for it here.
Persecute lining up his opposition, takes down Woodham to 1 HP. Gunplexion cleans it up now in a 2v1. Oh, Jimbo does a great job to sneak on the scoreboard. Takes down Woodham. Oh, Gunplexion procs camo before taking down Jimbo. That could have been extremely risky, as Gunplexion ultimately takes Jimbo down, takes this 2-kill lead, and a little bit of camo left, a little bit of sniper left as well.
Look at that stat line. Persecute, 4 assists. Gunplexion, 4 kills.
Beautiful.
They've been a part of both. It's been one another out. So we see him moving up with the sniper. You saw him kind of waiting there for a little bit at the camo side of the map, seeing if his opponents would walk into his reticle. They wisely do not. Persecute with a great grenade to cover Gunplexion. Very impressive to get a grenade in exactly the spot that it kills your opponent, but not your teammate when they're that close together. It's going to have to get out of this fight, though.
Yeah, Persecute just looking to milk his life. But, on the other side, Gunplexion goes down, and this is maybe not the right time to re-engage. As you're going to have a difficult 1v2 to face as Persecute is not able to win that. Instead, Jimbo and Woodham cut into this lead. Now down only 1. 10 minutes left on your clock, and QT, Camo, and it looks like Snipe as well. Talk about having some options here, Eli. This is going to be an extremely crucial and maybe even chaotic part of the match. You're not only winning these battles, but you're winning the battle for the sandbox. Here we go. It's going down on the dummies as Gunplexion takes down his opposition. Jimbo and Woodham both go down, and with 10 seconds left, Gunplexion, what's your choice, right? What do you want? Snipe, Camo, QT? As it looks like he's going to actually position for, well, positioning at the top of Snipe Tower. He's going to actually bait in the players to go for Camo instead. Let's see how this decision plays out.
It's actually incredibly smart for him to do that because he's going to influence the spawn of the opposition to be more predictable. On top of that, the timing was not such that he really could just sit out there and wait. If he went out to wait for the Camo or the sniper, the enemies would have been able to just take a sight line and kill him right away. So I love the decision to just go back to the tower, make the next spawn sequence more predictable, take better positioning to win the next fight, and then you're going to be rewarded with both the Camo and the sniper afterwards. Great process here from Gunplexion.
Gunplexion putting on a clinic. So many decisions. It's like starting off a Pokemon game. You can choose between fire, water, or leaf. Here, Gunplexion had that exact same situation. QT, sniper, Camo. He said, no, I'll take Pikachu instead, and takes the lead. Goes a little, obscure. Takes the top Snipe Tower, and then dismantles Jimbo and Woodham along the way. And most importantly, allowed Persecute to spawn up and plays that math, that 2v2 gunfight that we're all looking for. Especially when you look at the heads up and the smart decisions that are now being made by a couple free-for-all kids, showing you why with the headshot from the top of Snipes as Gunplexion continues his reign of terror. Persecute on the cuts, takes down Woodham, and this lead is building.
Shout out to Pokemon Yellow, man. The only game you could start with Pikachu. I don't know if he was the best pick, though, man, because the first gym was the rock type gym, man. You can't fight rocks with electricity, bro. You got to get the water type for the easy W. But regardless, these guys definitely playing their process. Gunplexion hitting some great snipes here. And they're up with a 5-kill lead. This is pretty good. I expect Jimbo and Woodham to have some type of communication here to slow this down. But what is this push here? I don't know if this was well-timed. Looks like they're able to kill one. Okay, they do actually kill 2. He also had the QT to blink back. And I think this is to influence spawn. So, yeah, look at this. Predicting that the spawn would be A if he goes over back to green before the QT expires. I actually love that.
Well, I seem to have started quite the conversation in chat about favorite Pokemon game, favorite generation. All the while, Jimbo and Woodham are cutting into this lead. Now down by only 5, now 4, as it's a 12-16 game. Jimbo with a great use of that repulsor there. You can kind of see Gunplexion a little like, what do you do? Come on, man. I was about to clean you up. But Jimbo says, nope, I'm out of here, brother. Takes to the skies with the use of that repulsor. Finds his way back to Gunplexion, does Woodham, and Gunplexion goes down shortly after. Woodham down to 1 HP, stays alive at a critical moment with Camo up.
I have to imagine that looked a little suspect on Gunplexion's screen. Looked like he landed enough shots for the beatdown to finish the kill, but alas, they both go down. Now just a 1-kill lead, and Jimbo's got the repulsor. Looks like he's setting up this sneak play. I have to imagine Woodham might be top middle right now while he makes this play. Looks like he was spotted out, grabs the plasma pistol, gonna repulse the grenade as well, and Woodham better show up here to finish off these kills because Jimbo is making a massive opening for him here.
And I was wondering, why is he Woodham playing so passively here? He's got the Camo, so oddly enough, maybe the Camo forcing his hand to play a little bit further back, didn't want to get spotted out, but really, like you said, Eli, needed to be in the mix there with Jimbo. Jimbo off spawn, getting enough damage to earn an assist. A 17-all game here as we've just crossed the 6-minute mark. This one is about as close as you might imagine.
I mean, every game has been like this so far. These guys are so close. Both teams trading great plays back and forth. The game slowing to a crawl here. Moments like this, the communication is such, like, I'm rotating here. Do you think they're an A here? They're probably an A. They're probably an A. I'm rotating cuts. Woodham taking damage. Must know where some opponents are. They're now that they have information, they can come up with a game plan. So a lot of this slower section of the game is intel gathering, and once they have the intel, then they're gonna make a play call. Looks like they decided to camp the portal, but Jimbo and Woodham too smart. They're not gonna give them that free kill. Now they're just taking positions that enemies have to rotate through, right? Like there's only so many places you can go on this map. Okay, you can go bottom mid, top mid. And they're just trying to watch different angles, and Persecute was waiting at the sneaky jump bottom tower. What a huge play. Jumps up at the perfect timing. Looks like he's able to get away and get his shields back, and now Jimbo's all alone and he's getting pushed from both sides with Jimbo finding the trade with the mind the gap. I mean, these guys are playing some intense mind games right now.
Oh, this is huge. Even bigger than the previous interaction where we saw all 3 power weapons and power-ups up. Now we have Snipe and Camo up. Woodham pressing up on it. Inflection and Persecute. More often than not, they've chosen to bait the power-ups and power weapons as they've elected to do that once again. It looks like Jimbo just stole it, but he went down shortly after. Complexion on the flank with the Snipe at the scoreboard. Drops down and now has Woodham rethinking his thoughts as he's going to try to finish off Complexion, but he knows Persecute is around that corner to bait and switch and wisely disengages.
Wow.
That's an impressive play there from a guy who's got 998 hours in Halo.
Very impressive, to be honest. I mean, I was a little bit confused. Like, you've got full shields. Why not push the man that's one shot? But you're exactly right. Persecute was waiting for him to make that play, and I think I would have died there. I would have been like, yeah, he's one shot. I'm full shields. I'm going. But props to the youngster making some veteran-like plays, but it's still Gunplexion and Persecute now with just a 1-kill lead after Woodham's able to trade that in his team's favor. And I don't know if I like this positioning here. I would want to get out of this area quickly. Looks like that's what Jimbo and Woodham are doing now. Going to try to hit a route through bottom middle, but they've got to be careful as they do this.
20-21. We have a nail biter on our hands here as Jimbo picks up the stickies spiker variety and switches instantly to him, maybe expecting a push here through the cut side. Instead, looks like Persecute gatekeeping that cuts push because of it, because of the positioning with Complexion at the snipe tower. Jimbo and Woodham are going to retreat back to A, recollect, and come up with a new strategy.
This seems like the favorable position for sure, but never count out Jimbo and Woodham. These guys have somehow crafted favorable plays for themselves in a number of different situations. Looks like they're both choosing to hit from top middle, but Complexion and Persecute are expecting a flank to come from one of the sides. Turns out they were actually both top middle in that moment. Now they're going to reposition and try to come up. Perfect timing. Complexion turns at the perfectly wrong time. They're now both weak and they're trapped. Woodham was weak as well. Jimbo sees the opening. He's going to push in with the sidekick. And this is going to work. I think they might get 2 dead here.
Jimbo.
Persecute can get an amazing kill.
Sensing the shield shimmering, pushes on through, and with that aggressive play, the risk reward leads to a 22-22 game. Just over 2 minutes left in this one, and Jimbo, you can see him continuing to press the envelope. He wants to continue with that same pace, and you can see so with the sidekick out. He's looking to engage in close quarter combat, and now we have, oh my god, a 2-minute mark, 3 triple option again. Camo, snipe, QT, all up. Complexion quickly this time takes the snipe and now looks to bait out the camo. Jimbo goes down on the opposite side to a nerd nade, the likes of which Ryan would have just gotten out of his chair for. I'm not sure what angle he used, but he used it to get a 1-kill lead. You got the snipe camo to work with as well. Complexion and Persecute staring at a 2-1 lead.
Where on earth did Persecute throw those grenades from, and where was Jimbo to take them? I don't... They had to be perfect. There was 4 or 5 grenades blowing up on the turbine at the same time that those grenades found their target, but Persecute misses the shot. He's going to leave the sniper in the open as well. Oh no, I don't think Gunplexion meant to drop right here. I think he meant to just apply pressure. Persecute's so mad at himself. He's punching the wall. This is such a bad situation to find yourself in. They can still win this though. They've got to play their process carefully.
Oh, man.
They know there's a sniper in the other team's hands. How did they choose to play this here?
I just think simply regaining mentally would be huge, because I'm not on Complexion and Persecute's team, right? This is a 2v2 tournament, can't do a 3v2, and I'm reeling for them right now. My heart is hurting after that sequence where Persecute looks for the jump shot, and then Complexion takes on that 1v2, simultaneously dropping down to almost the mud area. Like you said, Eli, I don't know if that was his intention. Nonetheless, we have a 24-23 game. Jimbo and Woodham with the lead and the snipe in their hands. 30 seconds left as Jeff Steitzer rings out across the map. Jimbo checking every single one of his corners. Ironically, it's Jimbo and Woodham who need the next kill, and they take down Persecute. Oh, that is so unfortunate, Eli. We know after Game 5, I saw in chat a couple of viewers have Persecute and Gunplexion streams pulled up. Absolutely have these guys tabbed up if you guys are watching our stream as well. And they said they were losing their minds, extremely hyped. I imagine the dichotomy of competition is now swinging to the other end, where they might feel equally as dejected after that swing game loss in Game 3. Jimbo and Woodham now take the favorite edge to win this series, and it all started with this missed shot. Eli, break it down for us.
I mean, Persecute has hit thousands upon thousands of these headshots in his career, and he's full camo. I think maybe he's jumping through the air to make the shot a little bit more difficult if he was spotted, but like the fact of the matter is you just got to hit that shot. But I mean, it's not over yet though. I mean, these games have been insanely close. The highest differential was 3 kills so far in the game 1. Second game won by 1 kill. Third game won by 2 kills. I mean, they've got to just stay locked in. Yeah, that one hurts for sure, but if you're a competitor in this moment, you've just got to stay locked in, man. Just have a short memory, forget that it happened, and move on. So what I'd like to see from Persecute moving into this next game.
Man, I'm still hurting a little bit for Gunplexion because it looked, I thought to myself, here he is lining up the sticky grenades, about to get a remote detonation double kill for the win. Instead, Jimbo and Woodham steal it outright. If we could have had a breakdown there, I would have loved to have seen your thoughts on that. As I saw his reticle lined up on it, I thought that was his thought.
That probably was his intention, and then
once he fell,
tried to move a little bit too close to the edge to get the angle to finish the kill, but then just moved a little bit too far. I think that's all it was, really.
Well, we could break down these end game moments for eternity, as every single one has been a thrilling finish. Nonetheless, we are on to Game 4. Recharge Slayer is our game. We have a 1-1 tie here, as Jimbo has a little bit of an edge though with the sandbox. He's got the shock and the grapple to work with.
Very important guns to start with. Still 1-1 in the score line, but shock rifle makes all the difference. Jimbo has been clean with his sniper game recently. Seen him popping off not just in the 2s, but also on his stream and in the 4v4 tournament. Feel like he's playing with a lot of confidence recently, especially with this new young gun on his side. And both teams are playing this very carefully. They know that this game is going to be probably the most important game of the series.
Got 90 seconds off the clock and only 2 slays in total here in Game 4. And I can't tell exactly who that might benefit. Is it Gunplexion and Persecute kind of saying, all right, let's just slow things down. Let's recollect. We know we can do this. Maybe that's what we're seeing here is Persecute takes down Woodham. Jimbo left all alone by himself here on the C platform. He's expecting the flank there from Persecute. There it is. As Persecute lands the hands, more like an elbow to the jaw of Jimbo as he goes down. Gunplexion takes that shock rifle, and now he can set up on the C side. There we go. I was expecting him to maybe go gold. It looked like it, but no. You want to set up here on the C side with camo. Up soon.
Great sticky trade. Not only that, but he shot the last bullet of the shock, so he's got the timing on the respawn as well. Persecute does his best to stop this camo player from getting out. You have to imagine when Gunny and Persecute come off spawn here, they might play it slow, but no, Gunny doesn't have any option. He's already here, and he can't back down. So I think Persecute's going to say, you know what, let's just chill. The shock is coming up soon. This camo should run out soon. So if we just hold our ground, we could potentially kill him when it runs out and then also get that shock rifle.
Jimbo, knowing that his camo will dissipate soon, he's looking to push the envelope and
wow, that
try to
escape
find
route.
somebody. Look at, oh my God, look at the way Persecute got away. You could hear his footsteps, but you couldn't see him. Unbelievable. You'd think Persecute had the camo instead.
What a route he just took. That was so sneaky. He just dropped out the bat ledge, sensing exactly when Jimbo was coming through, and just hits a route through batteries quickly, goes into the gold stairs, and Jimbo was bamboozled in that moment. Look at, he's still looking. He said, where on earth did this man go?
Right? You could see him. Body language reeking with frustration, and he's
There
going to be
he is.
even more mad as Gunplexion lands the back smack. Woodham, little revenge there. But no, oh my god, I thought Woodham got the slay. Gunplexion did instead, or Persecute cleaned it up. Excuse me. Gunplexion with the melee, Persecute with the cleanup, and now it's probably Jimbo and Woodham who are feeling a little bit like Gunplexion and Persecute were at the end of that game 3.
Man, that all started from the sneaky plays, man. I mean, these guys are just in each other's heads to the point that they know where their opponent's going to look for them, and they take the perfect route to go somewhere else. Gunplexion getting another massive kill, extending the lead now to 3. He's going to pay attention to where his teammate spawns to more accurately predict the location of his enemies. He knows they spawn somewhere at C, so now he just has to try to figure out which route are they taking from there. Are they going to go bottom mid? Are they going to go long haul? Are they going to go tower? Looks like this player did sneak all the way through Mangler Pit and might be bottom A now. He might be assassinated here shortly. Oh, wait, where did Jimbo go?
I feel like the bamboozlement is at an all-time high.
I can't even keep up with where these guys are going. I know for sure if I was on the map, I'd have an even more difficult time.
Right. I'm usually not very confused. We got the theater mode and everything, Eli. We should know, but these players are bamboozling so hard. They're bamboozling each other and us. As Gunplexion goes down to low shields at the back of the tower. There we go. That camo finally makes an appearance here in the form of a Jimbo Slay as 2 go down, Persecute and Gunplexion. It's now just a 1-kill game.
Such an important 2 down that they got right there. I believe the shock rifle has expired as well. I think it should be respawning shortly. Seems like no matter when these guys expose themselves to the map, Persecute's able to get strong damage down. Look at this escape route once again, though. Understands that Jimbo is full shields and trying to hunt him down. He's going to use the grapple, but Gunny's going to save Persecute with the slide out, reach out. I think Jimbo needed to hit those shots. Could have been a connection error. I'm not sure, but great play from Gunny to protect his teammate there.
Oh man, I gotta point out Persecute. I see Woodham playing really smart here, waiting for Jimbo to spawn up. But Persecute, in a matter of a series total, has really improved his gameplay. We saw him overextending, taking on 1v2s. Now he's finding the most slippery ways to bamboozle his opposition, and he's not going down. More often than not, he's finding a little bit more of the sandbox, maybe even finding a slay. That is a big reason why here in game 4, Gunplexion and Persecute are up 8-11. Gunplexion now with the shock in his hand. Persecute calming, pinging that control room location, letting his sniper know. Keep eyes on that. And just like you said, Eli, if you know where the sniper is repositioned, it looks like now that they know Gunplexion knows where he is. They've both left the tower spot, and they've split here. Interesting to note on the Mangler and Camo side. Interesting positioning here from both of these two teams as it looks like the collapse is about to occur. Here comes Woodham.
You start to see the bait and switch setup there. Gunny with the shock rifle on Sneaky, but wow, once again, Gunny escapes while one shot while Persecute watches his back. And this camo might not see much value unless they can get something out of it right now.
Yeah, we've seen Jimbo with a lot of camo. But exactly. Persecute and Gunplexion are not messing around with it. They're not giving any freebies away, and Gunplexion baits out the push with a sticky at the feet of Jimbo. Camo down.
These disengagements are so good on the side of Gunny and Persecute. Yeah, it looks like Gunny maybe could have won that fight against Woodham. Doesn't matter though, Persecute there to clean it up, but just the awareness and also the humility to not have the ego to be like, yeah, I don't care they have camo, I'm still gonna fight. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta just give the upper hand and say like, all right, look, they got the upper hand, let's just get out of dodge for 30 seconds until this thing expires. And they've done such a great job of that.
Persecute with the high ground, with the lead as well, with the grapple as well, and with a little bit of damage there on Jimbo, he's going to push the emphasis like we saw Jimbo previously push it on Persecute. Gunplexion though in that micro moment was able to earn the bait and switch. Jimbo went down. Now Persecute goes down. Gunplexion down to 1 HP. Is his location known? It looks like it is as Woodham pushes up on the right side, has some good shots in him. Gunplexion with the tried and true battle rifle, but Woodham, the newcomer, wins it outright with the DMR.
Both Persecute and Gunplexion making pretty aggressive plays there and both dying for it. Do see a trade come out. Now just a 2-kill lead. They've got to hold on to this lead though. They've got to continually watch each other's backs. It seems like every time they get separated and go for these 1v1 interactions is where the team falls apart. Right there, though, didn't have an option. Trade comes out. That's not going to hurt them. Complexion going to hold Woodham in the tower with that grenade. So far, Complexion has really impressed me with his grenades. He is using them as zone control in so many positions to just hold his opponents in place, to give time for his teammate to show up. And we see Persecute with the back smack. I think that was on the camo player, by the way. I think that was, what is that medal? Sneak King, when you assassinate the camo player. I think that's what we just witnessed there. So, I mean, now when they work together and play close, they do very well. But Persecute on an island, this is where they get punished.
Right. Yep. Persecute goes down. Gunplexion runs away from any of that trouble with the shot. Picks up the commando, but with the shot from the shot. My God! Another sticky. The trajectory, the geometry, mathematical. As Gunplexion lands another sticky grenade on the chest of his opposition. Doesn't matter if it's the Covenant variety or the Brutes. He's landing every single one.
Gunny was just that meme of Zach Galifianakis in the whatever that casino movie was with the with the mathematical formulas floating around his head as he's calculating the Hangover, the plasma angle. Yeah, was it The Hangover? Yeah, it was. It was. Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen it, but
the time slows down. A musical track of violin starts playing. Surrounding recharge. We could even hear it. I don't know if you guys did in chat, but we could. But yeah, just unbelievable big brain analytical thinking there with all the setups we've seen from Gunplexion. And that's, I've always loved stickies, because it's such premeditated murder. You know, you got to line the reticle up. You got to predict, where the player's going to be when that sticky gets to that point in time. It's almost like, like a Tom Brady or like a Aaron Rodgers, like perfect level quarterback play almost from the likes of Gunplexion here. Now have them up by 5 in what was previously a really close game.
Exactly right. I mean, sticking is an interesting art, right? Like, you got to predict the strafe that your opponent's going to go for to try to dodge the grenade in advance and then throw the grenade there. And so far, Gunplexion's grenades have been on point. But as I say that, he gets taken down by an on-point grenade as well. Looks like that one came from Jimbo. Still a 3-point lead, but this is... You're not feeling super comfortable in this moment if you're Gunplexion and Persecute. Wow, the grenade almost sticks again. He's really going for him now.
Ooh, here we go. A 3-kill game. 90 seconds left. Gunplexion looking to secure and maintain this lead. If he does, we'll be heading to our second Game 5 in a row. Gunplexion alongside Persecute here, looking to just jump up and down, bait and switch. And Woodham and Jimbo, they got to get they got to ring the alarm. There's only a minute and 10 seconds left, and at this point, you might run out of time if you don't push up. They have to win this next engagement outright with a 2-0. If not, this one's over. They just don't simply have enough time now. 1 minute left.
Wow, look at that, the rotation. I think Persecute and Gunny predicted that they would get pushed through long haul, but Woodham hits the shots anyways. If he goes down, though, this is not a good trade for them. He does stay alive.
Huge. And now Jimbo and Woodham could use their numbers here. They got him pressed down 1v2, but no, Gunplexion makes it a 1v1 and takes down Woodham. Takes down Jimbo for the double, and we're heading to a Game 5.
Was that a 1v2? He just killed
I don't know
one
how he
and
won
then
that.
He just killed one and turned the corner and said, "Yeah, I'm gonna kill you too, brother." Just ran him down.
I'm thinking, here it is. Now you got your 1v2. You can take down Gunplexion, and Woodham stayed alive, didn't trade out. That kept them mathematically in it, but now it is all but over. A technicality as Gunplexion earns that 25th and final kill. Eli, back-to-back Game 5s. I know we both like that.
Oh my God. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I'm a fan of everybody that we've watched so far. So this has just been absolutely unreal. Obviously 2 Cinderella stories in a way. I mean, Jimbo, a veteran for sure, and Woodham, the newcomer, going against 2 guys that have been at it for a very long time. And you just feel like they're due, right? Like at some point they're just bound to make a run in one of these things. And we're witnessing it. We're going back to a Game 5. We saw the way they came out hot in the Game 5 of the last series. They're going to have some of that same aggression, I think, going into this one. They got to catch Jimbo and Woodham off guard, because when Jimbo is able to kind of analyze the situation, he is time after time came up with good game plans to counter that aggression. So if you're just so aggressive that you don't give him time to figure out the play, then you might just win from that aggression alone. So that's what I'd like to see for Gunny and Persecute going into this last game.
Just 2 games ago, we had a brawl at bottom mid, 24 all, and Gunplexion and Persecute won that with a little trade win as almost bang bang in the feed. An unbelievable 25-24 finish in game 2, and if we have anything like that here in game 5, we are going to be extremely happy as Halo fans as we kick off another game 5 here. Persecute getting some early shots down into the side of Jimbo. Woodham, you know, has his back. But wow, Persecute finds the finish. Woodham finds Gunplexion, and off the rip, we have a tie. But who's gonna get the sandbox win? Who's gonna get the camo or the shock? It looks like that's still up for control.
Right there, Persecute did not get the kill on Woodham, but more importantly, he pushed Woodham back by getting the first shot advantage. It's gonna open the door for Gunny to grab the camo. Was able to get the shock as well. He's already hitting shots. Wow, this man came to play today. What a sick shot that was.
Unbelievable start there as Gunplexion earns the shock and the camo. That is what you're looking for here on Solitude. Is you expect Jimbo and Woodham to maybe wait out the final seconds of camo. I'd be really surprised if Jimbo were to peek there. I know he's positioning, but I think it's more just for the high ground. He is going to peek. He's going to give Gunplexion a chance to hit that shot, but now the intel is in their favor. Gunplexion with no more camo to use, but still has 1 shock shot left.
Now, remember before I was talking to you about the reposition with the snipe concept? I think Gunny predicts that his opponents will predict him to reposition, but if he just stays here, maybe they won't expect that. So I think that's kind of intentional here. Okay, no, they did expect him because they're already pre-aiming him before he even exposes himself. Persecute, though, sees the situation, might see an opportunity to hold his teammate as bait, but Gunny with pretty aggressive push in a 2v1 sequence. Persecute can hit some beautiful shots on Jimbo while he launches himself with the thrust pack. That was an insane kill to get from Persecute, and he's going to also finish off Woodham.
That was incredible. Persecute had the low ground. Persecute had no thrust, but he still took down Jimbo, who had both. Now looking to just stay alive with 1 HP and a dream. Excuse me, not a dream. It's his teammate, his duo, Gunplexion, coming in the clutch. And then Persecute with the cross-map shots for the killing spree extends this lead to 5.
If you guys have never watched Persecute play, please do me a favor. Go follow his stream. This guy has one of the most impressive shots that I've ever seen in any Halo period. And that's not an overstatement. This guy has some immaculate aim, and he's putting it on display here. This guy can rescope. He has made so many openings for this duo throughout this tournament just by shooting his opponents back or just pushing them and killing them with relentless pursuit.
Oh, Persecute looking to clean up. Jimbo looking to clean up, do the same. They're both down to 1 HP as Jimbo gets that little bit of, it was that one back step to the right that got him a little bit more shield in that melee versus melee, and he wins it outright, stays alive. Most importantly, does not trade. Down by 4 here early. You're going to need every single one of these scenarios to be a +1 at least net outcome as Jimbo and Woodham look to mount their comeback trail. They got the shock to work with.
Look at that respect Jimbo giving Persecute. Knows that if he stayed exposed, Persecute would keep hitting those shots. Decides to go back and isolate Gunplexion instead. Very smart play. He's also running away. Knows Persecute is lurking somewhere. He's going to take a route that's going to be difficult, but Persecute actually fully disengaged. I don't think that Jimbo expected that in that moment, and now Woodham's going to get 2v1'd on the other side.
Gunplexion, knowing Persecute was at his shoulder, his back right shoulder, did not relent, continued to hold forward and engage in that gunfight as Gunplexion and Persecute win another one. This would be huge here as you take the shock out of Jimbo's hands. He does trade, and for now, top A becomes a lot like a power position on the map as Woodham should win it, and the shock with camo up soon as well.
That thrust pack is also down there. He's going to go for the shock instead. No, he also did grab the thrust. So great usage of the sandbox here. Gunny gonna find a kill on Jimbo though, while Woodham is distracted in this 1v1 against Persecute, and they're totally fine with that. That means that they're gonna get this camo. They're gonna be able to set up for the next play. Persecute wins the 1v1 anyways, doesn't even need Gunny's help, and this is looking bad for Jimbo and Woodham right now.
Whew. You got to take a moment to collect your breath, but Jimbo's not going to have that opportunity as Persecute pushes forward. It's a trade win condition for him as, again, with that 5-kill lead, they will take the trades. Don't necessarily want to start specifically playing for him this early in the match, but you will absolutely take him if you're Gunplexion and Persecute, as Persecute has taken the snipe tower already, and I believe that shock is up soon. So great positioning, great process being played here. But Jimbo's looking to tear it down, looking to break down that sniper control. Looks across the map towards the cafe, takes down Gunplexion as Persecute has the flank underneath, doesn't have the high ground, doesn't have the teammate support. And because of it, he'll go down. We now have just a 3-kill game.
That swings things quite a bit. Jimbo also with the shock rifle now. We also know where the spawns are, but Gunplexion staying alive in this sequence for quite a while, does ultimately get taken down. That did have the makings of a potential swing, but instead Jimbo and Woodham bring it to within 1. Only got 2 shock shots to work with, but he knows where his opponents are spawning.
Just moments ago was a 5-kill game. Now it's just 1, 12-13 as Gunplexion and Persecute now clinging to a narrow lead. Woodham taking to the top of A. You got your camo up in 25 seconds, but Jimbo and Woodham are looking to push through well before that power-up is up on the map. You see the setup occurring, the push about to happen. Here goes Jimbo with the shock. Close range combat does not take down Gunplexion. Gunplexion takes the snipe and puts it to good use as he lands the headshot on Woodham for the double kill, and that rebuilds that 2-kill lead just as it looked like Jimbo and Woodham were ready to steal it.
That was an insane shot. That is not an easy shot to hit. The one that he just hit right there, moving diagonally downwards, finds the perfect headshot somehow. Looks like Jimbo facing heavy pressure here as well. Persecute trying to hunt him down, but Jimbo is going to get away this time. It's all right with him, though. Gunny has the camo. He's going to press forward. Gives his teammate information about where that player's coming from. I like Gunny's decision to not just run down LR Hall. It feels like it's an obvious bait, right? Like, of course they're going to sit there and wait for you to come through. Instead, he sits back. Persecute finds the kill on Jimbo. And the stick, though, coming out from Woodham, that's actually a very important stick just to take that camo player off the map and also not make it a 2-kill swing, but just a 1-kill swing.
14-18 as Gunplexion and Persecute might feel a little bit more comfortable about this lead, but like we saw, even in this series, they cannot let up. They got to continue on. The game plan that they've put forth in this game 5 is the one that they need to continue with here. They want to continue on in our lower bracket. 20 seconds until shock is up. Gunplexion pushes up on that location. But Persecute goes down. Now Gunplexion has the high ground, but in a disadvantageous numbers sequence. It'd be a huge win for him just to trade out, but for now he's just looking to stay alive. Persecute gets a fortunate spawn near the bottom mid location that gets him right back in the fight, and Persecute takes down 2 with the double off spawn. Makes it a 4-kill game once again.
Where did he spawn? In dip right there? I think he
Like
he
trucks
spawned,
or, like
it looked like he
Prius?
spawned dip and then just immediately ran to Gunny's help at the perfect time. Gunny's disengagement was also very impressive. Even though he had first shot, he knew he was facing 2 opponents. Backs off, gives time for his teammate to come off spawn and help, and they're rewarded with a double kill and the shock rifle.
Wow, wow, wow. And in game 5, Gunplexion and Persecute have built a 5-kill lead. Now back to 4. As Jimbo takes down Persecute, you're going to see Gunplexion rotate here to the left side of the map to set up with the perfect reticle placement. Not going to allow the camo to go into the suit of the red team, but now you got to worry about shock and camo going to them. If not for Persecute, off spawn once again, but it's not going to be a hero moment. Instead, he goes down, back to a 3-kill game.
That was such a sick play that Jimbo just made on Gunny. Knows that Gunny was lining up the shot, but Jimbo perfectly thrusting in a direction that makes it almost impossible for Gunny to react. Takes down Jimbo, picks up the shock, and then also snipes the next player. And I don't know what happened to that camo. Is that camo still on the ground somewhere, or did that player proc it before dying?
I'm not sure what occurred with the camo. We're about to find out, though. Jimbo pushing up. Persecute takes down Woodham. He's all by himself. Low ground. Low man. Oh, and he's not able to trade out. You could really feel how important that was, how crucial it was for Jimbo to win. And the nerves may have been too much, as it's now back to a 5-kill lead. Gunplexion and Persecute need 2 more kills to continue on with this Cinderella story.
It feels almost inevitable, but some good grenade damage comes down. Gunny getting this trade is massive, though. Now it's just 1 kill to go, and this feels like they've already got it. They just got to play patient. They don't need to force anything. Just keep doing what they've been doing. And Persecute, always going to hit these shots long range, apply that max pressure. And I don't think this player has anywhere to go. Gunny's just going to hunt him down and win the 1v1 outright to secure their position. And what is it? What are they going to the losers semifinals now? They are so far, and they have done such a great job to win these last 2 game 5s. Congratulations to these guys.
Glancing over at the clock, it is 7:17 Central Standard Time. Not yet midnight, but it is over there in EU. Because of it, Jimbo and Wooden will go down to Cinderella herself. Gunplexion and Persecute have absolutely tore up this bracket. Some of the biggest names in the HCS have gone down to the hands of Gunplexion and Persecute. For more thoughts on this incredible series, let's send it back to the desk with Lumion Tools.
Man, Gunny and Persecute, they pull it off. Tools, are you impressed?
Cinderella's story just keeps continuing on. They're playing well. They're executing at the right moments. And the best performance they had is in the game 5. I think that's telling to what they're doing now. The lower bracket is continuing on, and now another challenger appears. Honestly, it feels like they're in like a game of Smash. It's like you beat one character, the next one's going to come up. That's getting a little bit harder each time. Renegade and Frosty have made it to the elimination semifinals after beating Acid and Leor 3-0. And if Gunplexion and Persecute can get this done, then damn, they can win this tournament.
Man, well, no test bigger than Renegade and Frosty. Tools, if Gunplexion and Persecute are going to pull this off, how do they do it?
It's honestly being very disciplined in their play. Do not get caught out. We saw it so many times where these guys get that first pick and they wait for help. They ensure that they have advantages in their gunfights. They aren't getting too caught up on taking the ego challenge and just winning the 1v1. Very disciplined today from Gunplexion and Persecute. Something that sometimes in the 4v4 or these other 2v2 tournaments, they can lack at points. But today they're firing on all cylinders and they're clutching up in the important battles.
Man, so impressive out of the boys. Gunplexion, Florida, if I'm not mistaken, right? Persecute in Vegas. I know you're a big fan of that.
I believe Persecute now. So Persecute is a Vegas boy in heart. I believe he's in Georgia right now.
Okay.
So 2 East Coast boys. So I think Persecute having a little bit better connection than he was. He transfers between Georgia and Vegas. He did that primarily because the connection in Vegas is so bad, and he's very much trying to hit that next level in Halo, and he's approaching this like a professional. So he went and did what he needed to do to have a better shot at it. And honestly, I think it's making the difference in these 5-game series. Like, that connection, honestly, is the difference maker between losing those game 5s and winning.
Well, impressive stuff nonetheless. We move on to our elimination semi-final. You can see it right on your screen. It's Renegade and Frosty versus Gunplexion and Persecute. We're working on graphics right now. Let me get a check on the lobby.
Those guys are
just waiting for Frosty and Renegade. Soon.
Frosty and Renegade, guys, you see him? Hey. Go tweet at him, whatever it is.
We got an invite from Renegade. We're joining up on him. And then Gunplexion and Persecute need to follow along.
Follow along. Hey, just follow the leader. Follow the leader, boys. Get yourself in there. What I love is we're basically going to have back-to-back action all day today. No more waiting on any part of the bracket. Thankfully, that went to a game 5 and allowed that bracket to catch right on up, because Renegade and Frosty just won 3-0. So perfect storm to get ourselves in the situation that we are now.
Timing could not be any better. What's up, man?
We've had great viewership today, but we haven't dipped under 3,000 all day. I just want to say, thanks everyone for coming out. First of all, I'm glad to see there's so much excitement behind the 2v2s and that people have been watching as much as they have. This is awesome, man. This is just a 2v2 tournament on a Saturday, right? And we have so much viewership for this. It's awesome that you guys are watching.
Absolutely, we couldn't thank you enough. We got a couple new subscribers since we last announced our subscribers. I believe we stopped with all in random, so we'll pick it up with Glasswork, Opna Fucks. That's with the FUX. Dead Gaijin, Visualite. Mr. Fusion, Boogeyman Ben, Solgob, Draghar, and Ladouche. These names, okay. Listen, I'm just reading the letters on the screen. They obviously are bypassing the Listen, I come from the news, okay, and you know, you see the word, you see the letters, you enunciate, it just comes out. I'm sorry. Holy Orange 17 also coming through with the sub. And I see, Zaberneth says, why no Aquarius tools? Yeah, you got any insight on that?
So it really is dependent on the player who likes it, who doesn't. We just know there's a lot of players right now that don't like it. Just thinking that the overshield a little bit too powerful on it, and then having one thruster, that thruster almost feels too good on the map. So most of the time when you see a Money 2's rotation, right, and that's the point of our 2v2 tournaments. We want to try to mirror the Money 2's experience. You're gonna play a best of 5. The best of 5 is set. It doesn't change from round to round. You know what you're getting into. This is the perfect primer for new players to understand what a Money 2's format is like and to get that experience in. And these are just the best maps, right? It just doesn't hit the cut. Now that being said, if we were going to do best of 7 series, then you might see an Aquarius come in. You might see a Empyrean as well, depending on that pro rotation. But for best of 5s, it's pretty set in stone. This is what we play. It's almost a little bit reminiscent of what we had in Halo 5, where it was the same 3 maps: Truth, Regret, and Plaza.
Oh yeah, it was like the golden rotation, you know what I'm saying? Truth, obviously pretty much a remake of Midship. Plaza, the OG Solitude, right? And then Regret was kind of like a reimagination of Midship a bit, right?
Yeah, it's interesting that in Halo 5 we had 2 symmetrical maps, 1 asymmetrical map, and now in Halo Infinite we've got 3 asymmetrical maps. I'd love for there to be a good symmetrical maps for 2s. That could change, right? We know Unique has a great version of Truth that's ever added into the rotation, or I say Truth when it really is Midship. If that's added to the rotation, we could see that, right? But it just has to be the right thing. I think Coliseum might be coming later. That wasn't traditionally a 2s map in Halo 5, but it could be in Halo Infinite. You never know.
Yeah, it could definitely play different. And I did see Unique tweet out yesterday that with the new prefabs that are coming on January 30th, shout out to Forge Lord and the team, Midship gonna get a bit of a remake, and he even embraced the Floodship theme that was just thrown about on stream. So maybe he'll come out with 2 different versions. Who knows? But nevertheless, right? Great assets coming out from HCS. Obviously, it was yesterday, right? A big day for Halo in general. As
lots of news.
Yeah, news, which is great. It's a whole new year, and if it almost feels like we're getting a brand new game. So shout out to the team.
Shout out to Unique as well, right? You brought him up. He's a forger that's made so many of these classic maps. You'll play a lot of them over in the classic Halo League. Go check out that Discord. Yep. Very, very much alive and playing those 8s. They do no sprint, no clamber on classic maps that are scaled 1-to-1. They change the settings so it feels like you're playing the old Halo 3 style gameplay in Halo Infinite. Honestly, I wish it was a permanent playlist in Halo Infinite. That's just how much fun it really is to play.
Yeah, even like the jumping was like old school Halo 3 style.
A little floatier.
Yeah, it was a little bit floatier. Ladies and gents, we're in a level 1 hype train as we speak. Got a couple bits coming through. Dayquil with some bits. Hexen, Fulcrum, and Dragar. So appreciate you guys supporting the stream. As we've been saying all stream, right? This is fully funded by LVT. We don't have a sponsor. These aren't HCS tournaments. The prize money's coming out of our pockets, right? And well, what funds those pockets? It's you guys. It's the stream. It's the support with subs, bits, whatever it may be. And then more importantly, the ads as well. So appreciate everybody being here. And as you said, right, we've been above 3K all day. And as I say that, I see that the lobby is full, Tools. So it's almost time. The milk is over. I appreciate everybody hanging out through it. And yeah, I'm going to peek around. Yeah, we're all readying up. So it's time, boys. We're going to throw it back to Mikowski and Eli. We're in our elimination semifinals. Not the final yet. But we got Renegade and Frosty versus the Cinderella story. Complexion and Persecute. I'll just throw it to Mikowski. He'll do his thing. Boys, take it away.
All right, Eli, we got a hell of a series coming up. We got 2 perennial favorites defending world champs against 2 guys who are on the cusp being right there in the mix with them. But surely this is where the road ends, right? There's no way Gunplexion and Persecute beat Frosty and Renegade.
I don't know, man. They're playing pretty good, but it's yeah. I mean, you're talking about Frosty and Renegade. It's definitely hard to bet against these guys. I mean, when do you ever bet against Frosty and Renegade? I don't know, but I mean, if they can play with the passion, they can play out their process. Like, it's not undoable, but I think no matter what, this is going to be a great learning experience for them. They've already secured top 4 as is, but I'll be honest, I mean, Renegade and Frosty were my picks to win this whole thing, so I'd be very impressed if they're able to pull the upset.
All right, here we go. A Cinderella run for the ages. One of the best that we've seen here in recent memory here on LVT Halo. Absolutely so, at least as it relates to these 2v2 tournaments that started off with the Honda Fan Cup, remember? And LVT continuing on with the tradition and the legacy of 2v2s in Halo, the birthplace and the fundamental foundation of how we compete. Renegade and Frosty, a duo on FaZe. Maybe Gunplexion and Persecute, an up-and-coming duo that you might want to pick up if you're looking to take down FaZe. I don't know. Is that faded, Eli?
I don't think so, man. Like I said earlier, I think Persecute's one of the best shooters in the game, and I think Frosty himself would tell you that. I mean, Frosty's straight up, he gives his opponents props. He's not afraid to say if somebody's talented, so I think he would actually absolutely tell you that Persecute is a great player, and now as he gets more experience, he's going to become more and more dangerous, and I don't think Frosty and Renegade are going to take this team lightly.
David versus Goliath, it looks like, and it's a buff David, right? It's not like a skinny David that like hasn't had dinner to that day. Like he's been working out, he's been taking his protein shakes in the morning. Like this is a strong David going up against Goliath here, but it's still a David versus Goliath nonetheless. As we see Gunplexion and Persecute going up against Renegade and Frosty. It'd be huge to earn some first slays, but instead they go 2 down off the rip. A 2-0 start for Renegade and Frosty, and looks like they'll have the entire sandbox to their taking. But look at this, Renegade not going for the not going right for the shock.
A little surprising. He does have the grapple in his back pocket, so he'll be able to... oh, I see. He wanted Frosty to get the shock because he has the camo. Makes sense now, but... Yeah, I mean, I was thinking, yeah, he could just grab the shock later with the grapple if he wants to, but no, he's going to take the plasma pistol for now, which we didn't really see much in that last couple series. Interested to see if that plasma pistol plays a factor here.
That was really smart, too, there from Renegade, recognizing the situation perfectly. Hey, Frosty, Brad, we got 2 players down. You're going to have enough time to work your way with that camo. You got camo, too, so no one's going to spot you. You hope, as more and more players have spotted camos, but I think it was just a perfect recognition of the timing as Renegade and Frosty have had all of it. Wow. 7-1 lead here to start things off, and it looks like that Cinderella run is starting to get at least a little wear on the tires.
Yeah, it's not over, though. Whoever wins the opening, I mean, if Gunny and Persecute had won this opening, you could argue the stat line would look pretty similar on the other side. The sandbox does play a massive role at the beginning of these games. We did see Persecute win a 1v1 against Renegade earlier, but Renegade kind of put him back in his place off of the next spawn and won their next 1v1 encounter. But you got to think that Frosty and Renegade, they didn't really expect to be in the losers bracket. They're probably a little annoyed that they're here in the first place. And, you know, maybe they talked about what they did wrong in the winners bracket, and they're approaching this losers bracket a little differently now.
Yeah, nice job there by Renegade, strategically playing for the trade, up by a count of 7 here. It's early, but the lead is starting to feel comfortable. The camo could swing the tide, though, and that's something Persecute and Gunplexion got to make sure is in their hands. You don't want to let them go 2 for 2 with it. Oh, and that's the 2 for 2 you don't want, is both going down. 2 camos in the suits of Renegade and Frosty as they are rolling on the opposition, up 12-3.
Interesting to note. So I didn't get a chance to watch the earlier part of the tournament, but apparently it was Renegade and Frosty that originally knocked Gunny and Persecute into the losers bracket in the first place, and Gunny and Persecute were able to get a game off of them. So it's not impossible. I mean, they have to take that winners bracket win with some confidence going into the series. Like, hey, we took a game off them. Maybe if we just play our process, we can actually take the whole series. They know it's not going to be easy for sure. But thanks for the tip in chat tools. He also said David literally 5-shot reversal perfected Goliath. 100 emoji, which I mean,
with the slingshot DMR Evo,
that's
little scope on the sticks.
It's just part of the story, man. That's just Greek history, bro.
Well, if that is to occur, it may not be here in game 1, although it's still a game. And I do agree, Eli, going back to provide that context is great, because you're kind of thinking, wow, Renegade and Frosty, they're playing this like they're going up against, you know, like a Cycle and Mental or something like that. And it because they've already lost to the hands of Complexion and Persecute. Here this deep in the tournament, Elim semifinal, lose and go home. So they're not going to play with their food. They're not going to give these guys an inch. As Persecute does win that. Wow, an impressive gunfight with Frosty, but that's what Renegade and Frosty are going to be so good at in this series, is earning the trades. And what do you know? Renegade's got a double kill in his back pocket as well.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't think Renegade has stopped holding forward. This guy does not care about anything. He's just trying. I think he's trying to speedrun this match, to be honest. He's been taking 1v2s off spawn.
Ooh, here you go.
At some point, it's going to come to bite you, right? But I mean, he is so talented that he gets away with it at a very high frequency. So we'll have to see if maybe he slows down after pushing himself into a 1v2 situation there. Maybe approach the next fight a little differently.
Persecute going down to low shields, and look at the process from Frosty and Renegade. They said, Persecute, he's 1 HP. He's probably going to disengage. We won't see him for a couple seconds. Let's go kill Gunplexion. That's exactly what they did. As Persecute stays alive, but not for long. As wow, you want to talk about the process? We're going to come for you in a little bit, son. We're gonna come. Give us 5 seconds. Let's take down Gunplexion first. But Gunplexion fighting back takes down Renegade. Frosty in a 1v1 with Persecute.
Ooh.
Oh, Persecute wins that one. But it was just a 7-kill game. Despite that nice little sequence from Persecute and Gunplexion, the lead's actually built for Renegade and Frosty. Now up 8.
Have we seen any games reach 20 kills before the 7-minute mark so far since we've been on the cast? I don't think so. They're playing so fast right now and with immense confidence. Like I said, it feels like they're speedrunning it. They're just like damn near holding forward in every engagement. Persecute, though, has been finding some kills here and kind of punishing them for that hyper aggression. They can win this shock rifle from Renegade. This could be a swing that they need here.
Frosty setting up perfectly on the gold side. Expected the push there from Persecute to take down a 1 HP Renegade. Renegade reshields, repositions, and then takes the face of Gunplexion with the peek and pop shot. Little hop shot, it looked like behind the pillars. You love that. What were you thinking, Eli?
Do you see anybody else hit shots like that? Like,
Yeah.
What was that?
I could tell you reacted. You're like, wait, what is this man doing?
It's just like a pixel perfect jump crouch over the pillar headshot, like while weak as well, like full pressure on him, just doesn't face the pressure or doesn't feel the pressure at all. Just somehow rises to the occasion time and time again. But don't look now, the scoreline's getting a bit closer here. Trade definitely going to be in the favor of Renegade and Frosty. They do only need 2 to go, but this is now just a 6-kill game.
You know what, Eli? If not for that opening break win from Renegade and Frosty, this game's probably a 20-21 game. It's going to go down as a game 1 win, it looks like, for Renegade and Frosty, as they need only 1 more, 8 for the side of Complexion and Persecute. I got to go back again to the beginning, as Persecute ultimately goes down. Renegade and Frosty go up 1-0 in this series. But if Complexion and Persecute can just simply trade out, they don't even need to win outright the opening engagement, I think we're going to see a much closer game like it was towards the end of that game 1.
Like I said, the beginning of these games so important because you win that opening break, you're going to get all the tools on the sandbox, and you're going to probably know where your opponents are spawning. You're going to apply pressure to them from that point as well with better weapons. So that's why we often see like a 7-0 opening for a lot of these games for one side or the other. And I do absolutely think that if Persecute and Gunny can come up with a way to win that opening break, we could see kind of the reversal of the opening of this game.
Yeah, Persecute was going toe for toe with the damage there that game. 3,800. We'll round up to 39. I think we saw 4K for Renegade and 3,400 for Frosty. So the damage was there. I think it's more of just a timing thing, bait and switch, right? And that was sort of the meta intricacies that we were talking about in that Shopify Rebellion series previously, where they took on Cycle and Mental. But here's where you really get to see the difference, Eli. You get to really see the layers and the levels to competitive Halo, where Renegade and Frosty just move so much faster on the map. They have just like a ultra 6th instinct that just even the top pros in the top 6, 7, 8 or so, even top 4, don't possess. It really goes to show the difference between these top level players and world champs like Renegade and Frosty.
Oh, you're exactly right. I mean, we all know there's levels to this, right? Like Gunny and Persecute could look absolutely untouchable against some teams, and we're looking at the team, Frosty and Renegade, that against no matter who they face can look like they're untouchable. So but Gunny hitting the shot there, that actually is the opening we talked about. We've got camo shock rifle in the hands of Gunny and Persecute. Renegade, though, very smart to just shoot at the spawn point of the shock, knows the camo player is going to be there without even seeing him on his screen. Just predicting the route. I mean, where else would the camo player go? And let's see if they can also predict the next route here.
3-0 start. Eli, we said they just needed to trade out, but with this 3-0 lead, they've got the camo, they've got the shock, and they've got the map control as well. They got Frosty heading to the back of A. Not looking for a latte. He's just looking to stay alive, but he goes down to the back smack from Gunplexion. A 4-0 flawless start. Make it 5. Yes, they will in fact earn that 5th kill, and they're on a roll, Eli.
And he's still got a ton of shock rifle ammo to work with. This could be a blessing and a curse, though, because if he goes down with it, he's given the shock to either Frosty or Renegade. Neither option feels very good, so hopefully he can stay alive with this shock rifle. Maybe hit another shot. Tries to use the thrust to stay alive, but that shock rifle changing hands could be all Frosty and Renegade needed to get back into this.
HCS fans, they call Renegade the demon. Covenant, they call Master Chief the demon. You can see why as Renegade lines up the 2 perfect shots. It would have been the perfect time to do a Master Chief impersonation, as he does land 1. Looking to clean up the second and final kill, and that looked too easy for Renegade as they're right back in it, 4-5.
Actually very impressive that Renegade predicted the tram spawn right here. I would have, in his exact position, predicted the snipe spawn to be more likely, but it seemed like he was aware in that moment that the tram was the more likely spawn, just rotated towards it. Not sure what gave him the tip for that, but either way, very impressive knowledge of the spawn system. I mean, he's known among the other pros in the scene as the guy that pushes your spawn and just makes your life difficult over and over again. So not surprising to see him know exactly where the opponent spawned.
Frosty shows up at top mid looking for the camo, but he's too late. As Gunplexion will go down with that camo, but Persecute cleans up the double to regain the lead. 8-7, 1 shock shot left, and he's going to put it to decent use with the body. Needs to clean up with the DMR, but no. Will go down. Can Gunplexion save face here? Yes, he takes the face too of Frosty with the 5 perfect shots. Renegade looking to chase and clean up that kill, but this is why you don't chase, because Persecute is going to spawn close, especially in this game. Halo Infinite, we know that the devs really try to benefit the team that has a deficit or is down in that sequence. That's why we saw Persecute spawn right next to Gunplexion. But Frosty splits him up, takes down Gunplexion. Renegade down momentarily, and this lead has stayed at 1. 10-9 for Gunplexion.
Very impressive. I mean, these guys are not afraid of who they're playing. They're just hitting their shots, gunning with the perfect kill on Frosty. Shows that he's clearly not afraid as he rushes into Renegade's face with the curb slide beatdown, using the movement mechanic to close the gap. Very impressive to get the trade. Keeps it at 11 all, but Frosty going to be rewarded for surviving that engagement with the shock rifle and the repulse. You see this guy's picking up every single item on the map. Equipment, grenades, weapons, it doesn't matter. They will pick it up and use it against you, and this next sequence is going to be very difficult for Gunny and Persecute.
Renegade and Frosty gain the lead for the first time in this match. Over by 1. Now back to tied, 12-12. Frosty, despite use of the shock and the repulsor, wasn't able to take down his opponent. Now with the math and numbers, 1v2, Renegade, you can't take that. Surprisingly enough, probably is used to being able to take on players of this caliber 1v2, but Gunplexion and Persecute are climbing up the ranks. They're climbing up in the lead. Now back to 13 all, as a Persecute is now left to fight 1v1. And Frosty avoids the grenade damage to keep it a 1-kill lead.
Such a huge momentum shift right there. That could have easily gone the other way. Gonna come off spawn and find a trade, but man, both those players being one shot. The headshot was just barely missed on the player truck. The player that was one shot top middle somehow stays alive. They both go down without getting the trade. It's gotta hurt on the side of blue team, but it's a 1-kill game. They've got pretty good positioning right here, but don't know where Renegade's lurking with the shock rifle. You can tell they know he has it though, because they are not showing face whatsoever just yet.
They're also split, so you don't have that collateral damage opportunity that not only takes the shields away from an opponent, but gives you and your team a little bit of that intel. That's so important here in 2v2s. You get that first recognition of the location of an opponent. You can likely turn that into a first shot advantage. Hopefully clean it up if you land those shots. Renegade looking to land a shot with the shock rifle, but like you said, Eli, Persecute and Gunplexion are not showing face, and when they do, it's to efficiently baby him down to low HP. It's going to send him back to reposition of the window. As Gunplexion, Persecute, the push is on, but the nice chase nade goes out from Frosty. takes down Complexion. How does Persecute play this right here? Renegade, you know he's going to play aggressive, knowing he has the math. Complexion spawns out on the opposite side towards Hotel. Should lead to a free cleanup there for Renegade as he takes back to the sky. 20 seconds till these next set of power weapons and power-ups are up, and that turns into a huge win there on Complexion. It's a 4-kill lead as Renegade and Frosty look to set up for this next set of camo.
Frosty and Renegade just played that sequence so perfectly, kind of understanding that when they take damage, Persecute and Gunplexion are likely to hold forward and try to follow up on that damage. They just baited them in. Got them with the chase grenade, like you said. Leave the other player one shot. They've been staggering their spawns ever since. Also now got camo and shock to work with, and this is not looking good for blue team.
Renegade looking to close the doors on a game 2 comeback. Up 6, make it 7. 1v1 now with Persecute. The grenade sends him back down to S1, and with this big lead, with a little bit of camo left to work with, a fresh shock up, Renegade, he'll take that. But he's taking some shots in the back. Complexion does enough to just be pesky, not deadly, as Renegade will continue on with less camo, but a full shock to work with.
Noticing a pace change, though, on the side of Renegade and Frosty. I think maybe starting to respect their opponents a little bit more, not just holding forward like we saw in that recharge game. Going down early kind of forced them to shape up a little bit, play situations a little bit more wisely. Renegade just jumping around in the spot and just goes for this crazy shot. I just talked about respect, and he's flying out one shot, going for the completely downward no-scope headshot. Throw respect out the window. They think they already won this game. Goodness gracious.
23-16. Glimmering hope here for Persecute and Gunplexion as Gunplexion goes down. 1 kill needed, and a trade would suffice, but Renegade wins it outright, cleanly, for a 25-17 win. Eli, my biggest takeaway from that game 2 is that despite a great start from Gunplexion and Persecute, we said that was sort of their win condition. Look at this. It's an exact mirror image of game 1 where the lead was like, it was like 8-0 almost, it felt like, to start. Here it was 13-all, and they went on that hell of a run where Gunplexion and Persecute only get 4 more kills. Renegade and Frosty get 12 more. That is kind of back to the spread that we saw at the beginning of that game 1. So it looks to me like Renegade and Frosty, they're going to find a way to dismantle Persecute and Gunplexion, whether it's the beginning game, mid game, or the end game, as we now see a 2-0 lead built up for them heading into a game 3.
Seems like they just have so many different gears, right? Like, if they need to slow down the game and play a bit quote-unquote ratty, like, they will. They'll just bait people in. They know how to play different situations to come out on top over the long run, and that's kind of exactly what they did. But as soon as they have the lead and they're in a oppressive position, then they just played aggressively from that point forward to close it out. So love to see the gear switches coming out of Renegade and Frosty, seeming to know how to just maintain that lead when it matters most to close out the game.
And as we load up into a next game, I want to give a huge shout out to the community, and I want to give a shout out, Eli, to ours specifically. I so often see you and I's emotes in chat from some of our supporters and subs, man. That means the world for you guys. Just because we're not live on our channel doesn't mean that we're not live here on Twitch. And the fact that you guys come to support regardless of what URL we're at means the world to me and Eli. Thank you guys so much. As we kick off a game 3 here, Renegade and Frosty up by a count of 2-0. Our Cinderella story of Gunplexion and Persecute has gone on quite a while. The road might just end here as Frosty hits the repulsor no-scope on Persecute, and they've built up a lead here, 3-1.
Okay, is he going for the curb slide 360 last shot no-scope? I mean, Frosty, that was I mean, he's opening space for Renegade to get the camo, but that was a disrespectful movement that I just witnessed. And I don't know if he feels silly about that or just doesn't care because he knows he's going to find a way to win the game anyways, but like, come on, man, that was crazy. And also, I do mirror that sentiment. I appreciate you guys showing up. I see the members of the dojo showing up, all the ninjas in chat. Appreciate you guys. And man, we've got some awesome Halo to watch today.
Yeah, appreciative of this incredible tournament hosted by LVT Halo, the goats of the community, man. There is no off season with LVT Halo by your side. Thank you guys all for the support, whether it's through follow, subbing, or just hanging out for a little ad break at the end. You guys can start plugging that ad break copy pasta, one of my favorites, as we see a 6-2 lead built here for Renegade and Frosty. Momentum mounting for them as they start to build their case for getting back to the grand finals.
Kind of feels like they're just doing whatever they want right now, which is kind of insane to think about, just being able to do that against, you know, players of the caliber of Persecute and Gunplexion. Like, yeah, these guys aren't on top teams, but like I said before, They're known in the community as having some fantastic gun skill. Obviously, have made some strides in their strategy as well, but this man on your screen has the case for the best sniper to ever pick it up. I mean, this guy has had more highlight reel snipes than just about anybody as he hits the crazy angle through the smallest crack on that shot. What an insane headshot that was.
Yeah, we all know the Halo Infinite sniper was sort of nerfed in the development cycle to anticipate M&K usage, right? So you could argue maybe Halo 2, Halo 3 sniper a little bit stronger than the Halo Infinite sniper. It's not an argument. It's an absolute fact. But Frosty, man, he makes it look like the Halo 3 sniper sometimes with those quick scope hits like we just saw from the Nest to Seaside as Frosty looks to set up here towards the camo as Pursuit and Gunplexion setting up for the bait and switch, and they execute it flawlessly there. Big tips to them. Woo.
Oh,
but now before going down then to Renegade.
I feel like in the 2 series we watched before, Complexion would have hit that 5-shot every time, didn't matter the opponent, but there's just something about the way that Renegade moves his Spartan that makes him so hard for even top players to land their shots. And we kind of saw a glimpse of that right there. I mean, Gunplexion's been hitting 5 shots since we started watching, but suddenly he can't land the finishing blow on Renegade, and that's going to be a massive difference in the tide of this game as they go another 2 dead as Renegade uses himself as bait. Frosty comes in to clean it up with the beatdown. Also has the shots on the spawner as we switch off his screen. Those spawners did spawn in A as Frosty applied pressure. It's going to go down, though. Renegade going to see if he can pick somebody off that tries to wander across top mid.
Renegade with the snipe, lining up a shot, but Gunplexion does a good job to break up that reticle placement with the jump across the sandbags. That's going to allow Pursuit to peek next, but he gets his wig peeled. Unbelievable. Bruh. I can almost like visibly see Gunplexion waving Pursuit over. Come on, coast is clear. I just got him to miss a shot. Boom, face taken. Pursuit goes down. Lead builds here for Renegade and Frosty as he lands another one on Pursuit. Over on the A bag side of the map, you might even just start seeing some body disrespect go down if this lead continues to build.
What? Are you kidding me?
The cheekiest, sneakiest snipe I've ever seen in Halo through the crack. Renegade with the crack shot of the year.
Are you kidding me? That was like, what, an inch of visibility in the crack right there? And
it is not legal.
Who even goes for that, bro?
Check his PC. Somebody crack his head open and check his brain or something, because that was ridiculous.
I have never seen that, bro. Like, are you serious right now? I thought he was just looking through the crack to see if he could see someone coming.
Oh, yeah.
He just peels the wig. Like,
let me get a little intel here. Oh, no, there goes your face. Oh, my God. Renegade. How many montage moments you got in you? Lines up another one, but it's Frosty cleaning up the kills instead. A double of his own as this lead doubles up. 18-9. Gunplexion and Persecute. The swan song begins to play.
Everyone in chat says, where's the clip, bro? Don't worry, guys. Louis got it, all right? He's going to play it in slow-mo for us after the game, I'm sure. That was completely unreal. I can't even focus on the rest of the match. I've never seen a snipe like that.
It's over. Shut it down. Shut it down. Let's go home. I mean, it is just...
Unplug your controller, dog. Unplug your controller.
Unplug the roller, man. Tie it up. But make sure, right, you want to lift up the front of the cable so you don't get any bend and break in the wiring. Very important. Oh, wait.
Yes.
Everybody has wireless controllers. No. Sorry, I'm getting way too... I'm literally losing my mind at what we see week in, week out, Eli. Well, Renegade is ruining me.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, it's going to be hard to come back from. I mean, props to Gunny and Persecute. They've kept it somewhat clean. I mean, as I said, of course, Renegade just gets a crazy, like, perfectly executed frag that takes down both their shields for the double kill reversal. Yeah, I mean...
You know what, Eli, I gotta correct myself, brother, because I said it was the shot of the year. It's only been 20 days. That wasn't fair. That was the shot of Halo Infinite, man. I have not seen a more impressive shot in this game. I still don't have words, and I'm still struggling to come up with words to cast this play-by-play action, because I still have Renegade running through my memory, and I imagine that play is running through Persecute's as well. How does John do it, man? I just, there's not enough VOD review in the world to explain the menace
Look
that
at
is
this, man.
Renegade. But hey, Persecute, and this is, to me, Eli, just shows how, I was about to curse, how effing insane this is, because Persecute and Complexion are insane, and Renegade and Frosty are doing this.
Look at the score.
The score's getting close now, 23-17, lost in the action, in the celebration of that incredible moment. Complexion now takes off takes Renegade down over on the screen side. I still have to collect myself.
Can you imagine if they come back and win this right now? I mean, it's
totally doable. Percy with the positioning and the snipe.
In the snipe. He's got 5 rounds in it. Good positioning. You know that Renegade and Frosty expect him to be here, though, so you think if they start to path across top middle or from Nest, they'll get some early damage to back him down. Complexion, though, they're just playing the timing, though. This kind of shows that they're world champions. They're like, yeah, we've been kind of world starring them, but like we can still play time. Like, we don't care. Looks like Frosty, though, finds an opening, and Renegade just goes through while the distraction is in place. He's going to steal the sniper, run away, and try to hit another montage reel shot before this is over. Oh, imagine if you just hit that.
Oh, you don't have to imagine.
Oh,
dude.
he wants it.
just run the tape back. Oh, man. Frosty with a little bit of camo left. Looking to utilize that to seal this series up. Put a bow on it. 3-0. As we have not seen our most interesting series of the day, but you could argue the plays within it absolutely have been, as Frosty looks to clean up the final bits remaining here in this series. A game 3 where we got to witness the greatest snipe in Halo Infinite history, and it might even get discussed amongst all the Halos, as it looks like Renegade and Frosty have one more in them. There we go. 25th and final kill as they close out this series 3-0, but Eli, we're all going to be talking about that snipe from Renegade.
Nah, I mean, I can think of a few pretty impressive shots. One that comes to mind on the same map was Chick's overkill on live fire against G1 on main stage. That's got to be one of the best clips in tournament gameplay. I mean, the way Renegade did that, though, you can tell he's hit that shot before. Like, he was kind of looking for it, right? Like, he had looked in that spot a few times, so you know he's hit that shot before.
It's a common peak spot, right? Players always look through this to gather intel,
that shot was
not
insane.
A slay. This was insane. Eli, break down one of the most improbable angles we've ever seen. Oh, man.
So he hit the first shot, and then, by the way, he almost like lightning sniped Persecute perfectly again. I think he's got comms that this player went through, or here's something. There's a pixel that he can see through and just trust the shot, and hits the headshot through the gap on Gunplexion, who thought he was being sneaky and about to hit the jump. Like,
what? Oh,
yeah. So Gunny's getting on the little ledge to hit the jump onto the pillar to clamber, and Renegade's like, nah, I got the Uno reversal card on you, brother. Like, you don't even get to jump. Like, I'm pretty sure when Gunny died right here, like, if anyone has the clip of Gunny dying, like, what did he say?
I need to see his reaction. Yeah, I gotta know what his reaction was, because he's probably like, oh, wait, was he on mud? Was he right behind me? No, brother. He was at top snipe, peeking through a mouse hole to land the shot. Pixel perfect there from Renegade. The perfect duo in our broadcast booth. Let's send it back to Louie and Tools while Eli and I take a breath.
Man, oh man, the demon is here, Tools.
Jeez, I'm saying it was absolutely absurd.
Literally.
Start to finish.
Wow. Yeah, very impressive run. 25-17, 25-17, 25-19, all in favor of Renegade and Frosty, which paints a very vivid picture of how much of an ass whooping that was. But nevertheless, man, yeah, the little peak shot, that was pretty impressive, Tools.
Yeah, honestly, I think that's literally a shot that's hit because they've been playing so many money twos this past month, right? You eventually learn like where exactly these shots can be hit because the game's much slower than it is in 4v4. Eli pointed it out, right? There's a panel there. That panel is used to hit that jump, that backwards clamber basically up into that tower area. Well, if players are going to keep trying to hit that on you on twos, you can see it through the crack. Well, suddenly you have a sniper here. You can cut off that lane, and well, everything came to fruition in one magical moment. And this is really just preparation meeting the right time. Renegade has probably thought about hitting this shot time and time again, and he suddenly was like, oh, you know what? Maybe this is the time. He just saw him, and boom, it comes in clean. So Renegade probably prepped that, thought about that shot multiple times, and finally has the ability to hit it in a big tournament match.
Impressive stuff, man. I can only imagine I can only dream of like hitting something like that, man. It's just the stars aligned just as you said. And speaking of alignment, let's check out the brackets. Renegade Frosty punching their ticket to the elimination finals. They need to win one more to be in the money, but they got Glory and Legend on the other side. Legend, defending champion, formerly playing with Bound, But now, Glory Legend, they had an impressive run through the winner bracket as well, only falling to Boo Boo and Spartan. And if we just peek at the winner bracket, it was Glory and Legend, the 3-1 Frosty and Renegade. So this is setting up to be quite the match. If you're Frosty and Renegade, they're on fucking fire right now, man. I don't know what else to say. But what do you think is going to happen, man?
Time. It's redemption time for Renegade and Frosty. I think they very clearly are taking this seriously. The second they lost the winner's bracket, I don't think they're happy with themselves. They immediately turned off stream, said, hey, we're focusing up. We're not going to get beat by any shitters today, and we're going to make our way to the finals. That being said, Glory and Legend, they're obviously some incredible players. They've done it one time, they can do it again, but this is a whole new Renegade and Frosty. This is scary. This is final boss level that we're getting to here. The little reincarnation of Ogre 1 and Ogre 2 by these two players over at FaZe.
Okay, clearly I messed up the series layout here, but just give me a second, I'll fix that. But man, Complexion Persecute literally still in so much shock. They're sitting in the lobby still. We need to boot that Renegade, if you can hear me, but we need to boot them, and we need to get Legend and Glory in here so we can keep this thing rolling. By the way, we're on a roll. It's been 10 hours? Yeah, 9 hours and 13 minutes thus far, and we only had a 15-minute buffer before the tournament started. So this has been a long one. So everybody that's been here since the start, I want to know if you've been here since the start of the tournament. Hit 1 in the chat. If you want to lie and say you were here too, hit 1 in the chat. I'll take it. The Tools, yeah. 90 and Tools, yeah. And Mikowski, there we go.
Here for the pre-show. I'll be saying we're making much better time this tournament than we were the past one. But hey, some people out here watching for quite a while, bro. Quite a while. Couple twos. Yeah, what I'm so curious about is it's like how long the average is. Because like for me, if there's a tournament going on, I'm putting it on the screen. It's like what I'm doing.
Right.
Whenever I was like back watching Asian, before I was doing all this commentary stuff, right? I loved watching tournament. I think we saw some crazy stats like over on our YouTube where it was like people watch for 45 minutes to an hour at a time, like the average viewer, and that's like including the people that click on and click off. So I love that like there's a passionate Halo community that comes in, sits down, they're like, this is my day, baby. I'm gonna watch some Halo high level stuff. What I always love to do is I'd watch the games as soon as the game is over, like in between the series. I launch myself up into a matchmaking game. I listen to the commentators in between, and I'm like, I am just injecting Halo into my vein.
Oh, what I'm doing right now is writing a tweet. We're gonna promote this elimination finals between Renegade Frosty and Glory Legend. When I'm done with it, I'm going to share a link in the chat. I want to ask everybody to go retweet it. If you have a Twitter account, please retweet this. We want everybody to get in here, right? This is an international affair, and I have the feeling that this one's not going to disappoint. Which, by the way, Glory and Legend not here yet. I imagine they'll be here any moment now.
So before we get that tweet up, yo, go give this some love. Like, go give the shot of the year some love on Twitter. Posted it on there. Renegade shot is crazy. We gotta let all the people at home know, like, what are they missing by not watching the LVT Halo stream right now, or not watching a lot of our co-streamers today, right? We have some co-streamers, Eli X, Stress, and a lot of other people watching today. And honestly, I love seeing going through, like, when I'm not on, like, I listen to the casters in Discord, so I like to go into all the other all the other Twitch streams. I just listen to the co-streamers react to all the shots and stuff. It's crazy, man. We might have to make a compilation of like people reacting to that shot from Renegade and post it on YouTube or something.
I feel that.
I'm sure it was absolutely crazy.
Glory has entered the lobby. By the way, I just spammed the hell out of this tweet. Retweet this. This elimination final is going to be one for the books. But you know what, dude? Complexion, Persecute, I'm so proud of the way they played. You know what I'm saying? It was a great day. It was a good time to see them like just run through the bracket. They took down Jimbo and Wutum, who were absolutely on fire this morning. And it was an impressive run. So GG's to old Complexion and Persecute.
They played extremely well. I think it really just came into running out of gas at the end, right? And meeting just the final boss. It's like seeing one of those Cinderella teams in the NCAA bracket. Like, it's going great, but then finally you're gonna have to meet a team that's expected to be in finals, and beating a team like that is something that you don't see every tournament, right? That's something you see maybe once or twice a year, maybe, when you see big upsets like that. The fact that they were in a position to play for that upset, I think, is a great accomplishment.
Very impressive indeed. As you can see, we're just waiting on the legend. I'm sure he'll be here any moment now. But
he says open lobby. Are you host? No, Renegade.
Renegade's host. We'll get Renegade to open the lobby, but nevertheless, man.
Do you think, Legend? Do you think I'm in the game? Like, do you think?
Is he adding
they
you?
pick up my controller.
Oh man.
We'll tell Renegade. It's so funny.
Renegade's probably just like strutting around right now.
Yeah, bro. He's feeling himself.
He's probably watching that clip on Twitter, man.
Oh my god!
I could, do you know? Yeah, when Renegade's like on fire, you know, he makes like those. He makes some funny noises. Yeah, I could imagine that he was like.
Too much.
Dude. Oh man, it just reminds me when Bound and Renegade versus Pyretic and what Vimsy. And then Renegade was camo just sitting on like on P Street, right, not moving, and out of nowhere like Pyretic just snaps on him, and he just goes nuts, man. But
that was a legendary moment because we were in a listen-in, and they're like,
dude.
I think these guys are stream. What did they say? I think they're stream sniping. Is what they said. I think they're stream sniping. He stood still camo, and you just see him instant turn. They start shooting him. He's like, what?
Yeah, you know what? If you were here for that moment, let us know in chat, because I guarantee you, there's 3,000 people in here. Yeah, there's at least 2,500, actually, but more than that, 2,700 of them don't have any idea what we're talking about.
Dude, we should go find that moment. I want to go find YouTube videos so people can experience that moment. Oh my god, I think that might be the best Money Tuesday moment.
One of the best, that's for damn sure. Man, those were the days. Back Halo 5, there was nothing left to do in Halo 5 but compete in show matches. And, we stepped up back then, just as we're stepping up now. By the way, your support being here on stream ensures that we can continue to do this. And it's been a hell of a lot of fun. So I sincerely appreciate everybody that's here. Chilltacular says Halo 5 is ass.
Halo, someone ban him.
Bannable offense.
Bro, hey, everyone that wants to talk about Halo 5 in a disparaging manner, get ready. I'm coming for you. But I'm gonna ban all of you. People really hate on Halo 5 in a way that I think is very unjustified. It's like, I can understand why people had problems with it, but late stage Halo 5, it's almost like Halo Infinite had the same thing. 343's got to figure out how to release a game and have it be just as good as it is in year 3 and year 1. Because year 3 Halo 5, from that point forward, I think is the best multiplayer experience. It's just so much fun. In my opinion, you can like outgun people. It's fast paced, doing crazy stuff, just like this game. And sorry, I'll get off my soapbox about Halo 5. We'll go back to some Halo Infinite 2s. I think year 3 of Halo Infinite is going to be the same way that Halo 5's year 3 was just a phenomenal year of competition. I cannot wait to see what some of these top players can do.
All right, long-winded tools going over to some old men. Mikowski, take it away.
All right, here we go. Year 3 approaching for all of us in the HCS community, and our top 3 here as an international affair is taking place. The best in NA versus the best in EU. Eli, we've never seen EU win a tournament that involved NA competition. Could today be the day as Glory and Legend set their sights on Renegade and Frosty?
Could be. I mean, these guys are playing immaculately as well. There's always that connection thing. The servers seem to be much better this week, though, than last week. maybe not bogged down by snow or whatever the heck that winter storm was coming in. But I am very excited to see the result of this one.
This is going to be interesting. You could very well make the case this is 1-2 in NA versus 1-2 in EU, and it's our elimination final. The loser goes home after what's been an incredible tournament as Glory and Legend get the better of Frosty and Renegade off the start. 2-0 lead. Glory with the shock and ammo to work with as well. Lines up the shot, but surprisingly misses two.
Needed to hit that. It's very important to hit those shots. You got to delete these guys off the map so you can kill the other one a bit easier. Anytime you leave a world champion on the map, their next sequence is going to be a bit more difficult to play, but Glory surviving for now. It's going to find an escape route. Legend gets separated and stays alive on the opposite side. I don't even know how this fight has played out how it has, but both teams playing very tricky with their movement, and it's Legend and Glory that come out on top.
Tricky with the movement indeed, Eli. Glory previously almost got back smacked. It looked like it maybe even could have registered as one. And Glory, instead of just trickling with his tail into the back of Gold, he re-engages with Renegade on the bat ledge, keeps him down to low shields, and then takes him down at the grapple. Unbelievable sequence there as Glory ultimately goes down, but not before very wisely eliminating the rest of that shock rifle. He'll be up in a minute.
Not only that, but he maybe knew that because the enemies were at C, that his teammates were more likely to spawn at the Gold side where that shock will ultimately come up. It's going to be a while though, so they're not going to just sit and wait for it against players that are aggressive like Renegade and Frosty. You don't want to give them an opportunity to push in aggressively. Frosty's going to use the grapple to grab the camo. And what is this movement from... Was that Renegade
Legend.
that tried to... Legend that tried to hit the
Legend
ninja?
and Renegade. Yeah.
That was wild.
Yeah, got a little tricky there at the Mauler. You don't see Frosty. He's in a safe spot on the bridge, but he's sort of looking like, my God, why is this such a difficult takedown? He's one shot. Finally gets the finish on Legend. As Frosty very, very wisely elects to hold on to that camo, and the extra second pays off. Thought maybe a double sticky was going to go out. No. Renegade, though, with the grapple, is going to be able to close the gap between him and Legend and take him down as Renegade helps tie up this game 6-all.
We're really seeing how important your movement ability is in these situations. When the other team is good at running away, you've got to be good at chasing, and how are you going to do both of those things? You got to have good movement. So love to see the grapple get used efficiently there. It's going to run out of charges. Glory going to find the double kill though, and look at this positioning. They're actually spread out enough to force a long haul spawn right here. This is like the Quadrant Classic when we saw them in a previous tournaments. Looks like they actually forced the top Gold spawn. I might have misread that one just a little bit, but either way, they're going to link up together. It looks like maybe they were grabbing the plasma grenades and the shroud screen, kind of preparing for this camo that's going to be up in 30 seconds. We're going to find some sticky grenades as well, but they've been pretty separated this whole time.
Glory, with the last 3 kills for his team, has a 2-kill lead now, 7-9. Both teams wisely setting up here for camo. 20 seconds left till that comes up. As Renegade and Frosty take to the top of Tower, Legend at the top of Gold, and Glory here. You have to wonder if that sticky that exploded, if Renegade and Frosty sensed it was from the Gold side of the map or the A side. No, they know that that grenade served intel, but Glory serves Renegade a sticky and takes him down at an ever important time. Camo up. Glory G slides a little too soon, but now has the camo in his hand, in his suit, and he's got the shock to work with as well. 7-11 lead here for EU.
That was actually so smart to not proc the camo right away. He expected that Renegade would push in, wants to have his gun ready, doesn't want to be stuck in that 3-second animation of procking the camo. Waits to kill Renegade and then procs the camo, so now he's also going to get more mileage out of it, and he is hunting for this target. I don't think Frosty has any idea. He does not. He's going to get taken down. Renegade also doesn't seem to know. Where's the communication? You have to think that he should know.
That was shocking. I was not expecting a player of Renegade's caliber to look even a remotely 0.005% clueless, which he sort of did coming up the stairs. Didn't suspect the camo user after he'd previously taken down Frosty. A little bit of a error. Let's just call it what it is. As Renegade and Frosty now down 6 after what looks like not as calm, cool, and collected of gameplay. Not playing their process the same as they were in that previous series. Granted, the level of competition has gone up a little bit, but Glory and Legend are presenting every problem possible as they have a 6-kill, lead. As Frosty goes down, that will be 7. Wow, Glory and Legend could not have started off this series any better.
You got to think that in that situation where it looked like Renegade was quote unquote, you know, looking the wrong direction or whatever, it comes down to the precision of communication. So if Frosty just says he's top A, like there's kind of a lot of space that covers top A. It looks like Renegade was maybe expecting that he had gone onto the catwalk after being top A, so that's why he looked in that direction. But it turns out maybe saying top elevator to be a little bit more precise would have clued him into his more accurate location. So I don't know. It looks silly, but you can break it down to a communication error, I think, and maybe take a lesson out of that as well.
That's every one of these is a learning lesson, right? An opportunity to get better and grow. You might even win some money along the way if you place here in the LVT 2v2. Get to the top 2, you will be in the money as Renegade looks to push up into gold. An 11-18 game, a 7-kill spread. Not out of it just yet are Renegade and Frosty, but they got to get some value out of this camo. As you can sense the urgency from Renegade looking to push up, find an opponent. Frosty with the use of that plasma pistol takes down Legend. Where's Glory? I imagine Renegade's thinking that for now. He pulls the deadliest catch with the shock, and Renegade could do something here with this.
Could tell he kind of intended to jump back to bat ledge there, but just missed the jump. Decides to reroute anyways. Knows his opponents are in the tower. Wants to play forward with this gun. We know that it's very easy to hit the headshot. Well, I shouldn't say easy, but it is a fairly easier gun to no-scope with the extra aim assist. Glory gonna move so fast to make the shot more difficult, though. Gonna see if he can turn 2, but wow, look at the escape route. He goes over the doorway while Legend moves in front. Legend's gonna get stuck, but Glory stays alive with the shock, and I think that's the most important part of the sequence.
And I hope these 2v2s are a prelude to what to expect in 4v4s. Is I am loving the additional usage of the sticky grenades here in this format. I don't know if it's because of 2v2s or 4v4s as Glory takes the face of Renegade with a little crack shot of his own. But yeah, Eli, there's no question. Even in the 4v4s last Sunday, we were seeing a lot more sticky grenades used to take down an opponent. Halo 2, my favorite of the Halos, one of my favorite games to use the stickies. Best sticky metal as well. We're seeing a little bit of that come to fruition in Halo Infinite as Renegade and Frosty here in Game 1, down by 10 after dismantling their previous opposition. They're now looking a little worse for the wear.
This game is looking over, to be completely honest. I mean, yeah, it seems like Legend and Glory have just had the upper hand throughout the entire match. They haven't really relinquished the lead. Seems like Frosty and Renegade just getting caught off guard a lot more frequently than we saw in the last match. And only 2 kills to go. It's not over yet, but after Legend wins that fight against Renegade, by the way, the second one that he's won in a row. I mean, Renegade has got to watch out. This Legend guy might be trying to prove he might be the best player in the world. I'm not going to lie.
Big takedown there from Frosty. How big is it going to be, though, when all is said and done here in Game 1? It's a good takedown in the moment on camo, but I don't know if Renegade and Frosty have allowed themselves enough space on the scoreboard to come back, and they absolutely have not, as we see Legend double melee takes down Renegade and Frosty in Game 1 with authority, easily, almost. I never sensed any sweat beads dropping from the foreheads of Glory and Legend. Instead, Renegade and Frosty, dare I say, might be sweating a little bit heading into Game 2.
Yeah, very interesting stuff here. I mean, Legend was teaming with Bound last week. We've seen Legend playing with Glory quite a bit in the 4v4 tournaments as well. Well, in this last one at least. We know Legend is on SSG right now, but it's kind of interesting to see these two team up, right? Legend and Glory, seemingly some standout players in Europe. Glory rumored to maybe be taking Legend's spot. Nothing's confirmed yet, but he's been playing with the Quadrant boys quite a bit. But seeing them on the same team is kind of cool. I mean, both these guys exceptionally talented individually. Legend playing in France, Glory I think in Ireland. And you know, it's online. You gotta keep in mind that ping certainly can play an advantage, but to be honest, I just kind of felt like Renegade and Frosty were getting outplayed in a lot of these situations.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this team, Eli. I think it really shows the maturity from two young guns in the scene, Glory and Legend, to say, you know, you could be like, that's my replacement. You know, I'm going to show that I joined a better team for a reason, or all the other, all the little ego things that occur in competition. Fair. But for Glory and Legend to team up here, I think again it speaks to the mental maturity of the two of them and shows that there's not only no bad blood there. If it really feels like EU is sort of rallying around Legend, Just like I remember Barcode when he left ANZ to come over to NA with G2. Very similar feeling where it feels like not only is NA riding for a Legend, but he's obviously got the whole continent and region of EU behind him as well. And those are just things you love to see as we have a good start here. 1-1 early Legend sneaking away with that camo. Couple grenades going off around him. Shots into the back. Frosty can take him down, but Legend. Whew, Renegade on the backside protects his duo Frosty, and now have a 2-kill lead to work with in addition to that shock.
Look at that. He knew the spawn was coming in from blue. Zoomed in on one of the spawn points that were possible there that are in the open. Could have just hit the guy off spawn. Doesn't see them in that open spot, but quickly repositions to have an angle on flowers, which he did also predict they would rotate from Cafe there. Looks like Glory and Legend were a little bit too fast on the rotation, but Renegade's still lurking, trying to find a target to shoot at. Gonna hit the shot here, and I think Frosty's going to be in a position to finish this kill, and perhaps they could finish the other kill as well. Wow, there you go. Frosty taking down Legend again, and now I kind of agree with your sentiment about the EU players kind of rallying around Legends. It's like, yeah, they might be a little sad to lose one of their best players from the region, but they're also celebrating him, right? Like, he's joined a top team. It's almost unprecedented for him to find himself on SSG. We saw him then reunite with a lot of the Quadrant players in the last 4v4 tournament as well, so definitely no bad blood among this group.
Love to see. I really can't speak to that enough, especially Eli being around the Halo scene for 20 years. You know, we both had some kind of heartbreaking moments where we got dropped from a squad, and it feels good to see the camaraderie there for Glory and Legend. The fact that they might be bitter rivals going into HCS Season 3 as we have an 8-2 game. Renegade and Frosty bouncing back as Renegade hits the cheeky shot there on Glory, takes him down with the use of the camo, and now they're up 6.
Renegade back to doing Renegade things. He was kind of denied the opportunity last game to do much of anything, but this game starting off 8-1, by the way. Frosty assisting half of his kills so far. But this is the Renegade we're used to seeing, right? Just taking over the game, managing the sandbox. He has had really no resistance so far, only dying the one time. And this next shock rifle is going to make it probably an even more impressive stat line here shortly.
Frosty trading out there with Glory. Renegade scooping up some of the remains as he's got a sticky to work with. Now the thrust. Frosty spawning nearby. That's going to allow them to recollect, push up, even in numbers. As Frosty takes the low side, Renegade takes to the high side window. Now doesn't like what he sees. Maybe sensing this flank here from Glory. Works his way back to the right side. Calls for Frosty over. I think they expect this. And it looks like Glory expects that Renegade and Frosty expect this, Eli.
There's levels, like, there's layers on layers. Like,
absolutely.
You don't only have to try to do something your opponent doesn't expect. You got to expect what they're going to expect, and then expect that and do something else. Like, it just continues on forever, right? Like, these guys are trying to mix each other up. The art of deception, I think, is something that people don't think about a lot when they think about competitive esports in general. But deception plays such a huge role in not only Halo, but just about any game. It's important to just do what's unexpected, especially when you know your opponent's capabilities and you know that they're capable of predicting you. And you got to do something that's a bit unpredictable, and we see that on both sides here.
Nice sequence there from Renegade as Frosty went down and he took down Glory and Legend. Thought maybe the sticky landed there. Nonetheless, they do get the slay as Legend goes down. Glory left to fight by himself in a 1v2. Now 1v1. Might feel like a 1v2 with the use of that camo. Frosty's going to get a few extra shots in on his opponent. But Legend finds the trade, takes out the camo, and Legend with this cross shot win. No, Renegade wins it instead, and that could have kept it in the single digits. That could have kept it close, but instead, after that win by Renegade, it's a 10-kill game, 17-7.
Looks like that game one might have woken them up just a little bit. Renegade 12-2, seemingly unstoppable. They also have a 10-kill lead. And they've just been playing positioning very well. They're playing their process. There was that time that they got separated from the shock rifle spawn, but just played the process perfectly. We see Frosty knowing his limits very well. Doesn't predict the spawn here from Legend, so Legend taking advantage of a pretty good spawn point there. But I think they're just going to go right back to playing their process. Renegade finding some early shots here. Doesn't have to back down now that he's one shot. I'm surprised he hasn't fully disengaged here. He's actually staying in the open enough to potentially stick Legend. Legend very much impresses me with his movement all the time. I feel like no one really talks about this guy's movement, but he's got some of the best in the game. Like that route that he just took was so fast to get to bottom middle and find that trade.
I think Renegade there, Eli, just really recognizing the value and power of confidence kills. Here at the end, 21-10, it's likely not going to be a win here for Glory and Legend, but what they can are some confidence kills heading into a game 3 where they're tied 1-1, right? Instead, Renegade continues to push the envelope, continues to push out, continues to get damage out, takes down Glory. Now Legend takes him down though, but yeah, I love what I'm seeing here from Renegade, and for what it's worth, Frosty as well, not allowing Glory and Legend to gather any confidence heading into a game 3. That could be the difference in a series. It's tied 1-1.
I mean, right now these guys just look like they rule Plaza. Like in situations that it seemed like they shouldn't have the upper hand, they would find a way to flip the situation into them having the upper hand. That's just so impressive throughout. And then when they did have the upper hand, they pressed it into multi-possession advantages. So while it looked like Glory and Legend were simply outplaying them in game 1, we saw kind of the complete reversal of that in game 2.
That's exactly what I was going to mention, Eli, is that it felt like, despite the score not being quite exactly the same, you could argue Frosty and Renegade were more dominant in game 2. Where does this one go? If both bring their A game in game 3, what are your senses telling you?
I mean, usually, well, first of all, we just saw Renegade hit the most insane snipe ever on live fire, and we're about to go to live fire. So, like, these guys are definitely confident on this map, but usually the team that just won has that momentum edge, but it really comes down to the opening break of each game, right? So in the last game, we saw Legend and Glory come out to an early lead, ride that all the way to the end. This game, we saw Frosty and Renegade come out with an early lead and rode that all the way to the end. So this opening going to be very, very important.
All right, here we go. Live fire game 3. This is not a training exercise, though. The loser of this game looks more and more likely to lose and go home in this series. The grand finals waiting for them on the other side are Spartan and Boo Boo Doo Boo. But for now, you got to set your sights onto live fire, onto that camo, that snipe up at top mid, that QT over on the flanking side of green now. After the changes heading into season 3, we have gameplay. Renegade on your screen, looking for that QT off the rip. Very interesting to note that out of the 3 power-ups and power weapons, Renegade goes for the QT first.
Well, only 2 are available when the game first starts. Camo is delayed by 30 seconds, but got to think a player like Renegade more often than not going to go for the sniper, but problem is his teammate is Frosty, one of the best to ever do it. So you know he's going to put it to work. What a crazy shot. Backwards falling momentum, flicking the shot, quick scope upward to hit the headshot. Like, I've done that and hit the body shot, but I don't know if I hit a headshot and he's still going. What is this man doing right now?
Is this Renegade on our screen or is it Frosty? Oh wait, they're both goated. Unbelievable shots there from Frosty and Eli. That's some of the analysis that we've had in recent weeks together, is that Frosty, he's just so damn good at disengaging and finding ways to do damage. There he found the quick scope jump shot, the second snipe as well, but it's not enough for a lead. 3-4 as Glory and Legend, despite the montage moments there from Frosty, they've got the 1-kill lead.
Yeah, but Frosty found his tool of destruction once again. Knows that this camo player is lurking, but takes too much damage. I have to imagine a grenade's going to come through here. Nope, just the shots. Can Renegade turn it into a double? He can, and all 4 players go down on the map. That actually is going to play to Legend and Glory's favor. It's going to be interesting to see the spawns here, though, because one of these teams is going to spawn next to a couple bullets in that sniper. You see Frosty going right back for it.
He's flipping the map.
He wanted to go straight for the sniper, but Legend's already got it. He's not no slouch with the sniper either, though.
Wow, Frosty really extended himself out towards a spawn that was much more advantageous for the blue team, as Legend claims the snipe. Doesn't have any ammo left to work with, so it's going to be a moot point as it sits in his back pocket, and will stay there. Legend with the cleanup shots on Renegade into the chest, takes him down. Chance to move up and around the map. A little bit more freedom. And with this pressure on Frosty, I don't think Renegade's going to spawn up next to him. He might force a split here. That's what we know is we know quadrant 4 is the split spawns, and now we're gonna know Frosty for his QT plays. Renegade with the cleanup, and Frosty cleans up Glory. Unbelievable bait and switch with the use of the QT there from Renegade and Frosty. That's S tier.
That was so slippery. He had the portal on the dark side of green, takes the fight on the light side of green. QT's like just directly through the building and then hits a crazy slide instantly under his opponent and just completely threw that player off so that his teammate was able to finish the kill. I mean, that was extremely slippery on the side of Frosty and absolutely broke his ankles.
EU as a region we've talked about today has been climbing up in the ranks, but now standing at the gate loaded with tier 20 armor are Renegade and Frosty. They got some weapons to work with as well. Sniper specifically now in the hands of Renegade once again. Misses the no-scope, but still gets his opponent down to no shields. And he'll get cleaned up shortly after. Glory goes down. And Renegade and Frosty with this 2-kill lead are going to play the process. They're going to inch their way towards a win. As I expect this one to stay close, but it's going to be so difficult for Glory and Legend to regain the lead, especially when you see Renegade with that snipe.
Yeah, we've seen highlights from both of these players with the sniper. Two of the best in the world. I feel like the only other players in that conversation are like Stellar and SLG, perhaps. I mean, SLG's hit some insane snipes last season as well, but Glory and Legend also no slouches with it. But man, how many highlights have we seen from Renegade and Frosty in just a couple of games we've watched?
Ooh, Renegade, what does he do here? Woo!
Look at that.
Stays alive. And I thought for a second, you could almost see John, he kind of like inched over to the left, looked towards the water, thought about maybe tossing that snipe off, and then realized, dude, I'm Renegade. I'm better with this in my hands. As he takes down one, looking to take down the second, but it's taken enough time to clean up the second kill to allow Glory and Legend to regroup here. Close together. As Glory takes down Frosty. Renegade's going to be a tough kill, though. Ooh, almost repulsed back up to the top of snipes, but instead he'll go down. But it's a 13-10 lead here for Frosty and Renegade. They actually built on it there, however, by one.
Chat's going to light me on fire for not saying Lucid. Yes, Lucid's in that conversation as well, but he wasn't in the tournament today, so I have not seen him. I apologize. But let's see. We've got a 4-kill lead right now for Renegade and Frosty. We've seen these sticky grenades get quite a bit of use today as well. Seems like every live fire match, these spike grenades getting way more use than we really saw them. A lot more highlights than we've seen. Let's see if they're able to get another sticky here. Both teams kind of playing their process so far.
Legend with the melee takes Frosty down to 1 HP. Glory cleans it up. Must have been Absolute. Cleaned it up with the body shot. And then Legend going to easily clean up Renegade at the back of mud. Only 2 shots needed to take him down as Glory and Legend have 2 up, looking to take advantage of the situation. Frosty and Renegade, though, they're just going to regroup, recollect, and this has been the difference for me, Eli. You rarely see Frosty and Renegade engage willingly in a 1v2. Now, if you press them,
spot.
they'll take you on, they'll take you down. But Frosty and Renegade, they've just played so smart here throughout the entire day.
You see that spot that he was just jumping up and down? He could see every entry point into A from there. He could see sandbags. He could see key door. He could see big door. That was a very intentional spot to leave his crosshair to have perfect vision of any enemies that were entering A. And he waited there patiently. Somehow Renegade gets taken down and Legend is able to escape afterwards. So props to them, but very cool little setup there. It seems like Frosty's one of those guys. He can just come up with a setup on the fly. And he comes up with some strategy that's so difficult to play against in every single situation.
It's all very deliberate, right? Even that reticle placement up on the top of the box there on the A side of the map as he quick scope, no scopes his way to a slay there on Legend. Guardian Angel protecting Renegade from any further damage. Has now built a 4-kill lead for them, 18-14 in an ever important Game 3 swing game. It's Renegade and Frosty coming out on top. Pushes on though from the blue team. Glory looking to make his way towards the A sandbags, but knows those chase grenades are going to come out from Frosty, and wisely elects to disengage.
See Frosty too repositioning at big door to get eyes on pillar door, which was a likely route for his opponent to take there. But wow, look at the aggression from Glory and Legend with the movement and the repulse just flying in Frosty's face and taking him out. Have to make those aggressive plays to throw super talented snipers off like that, as we see Renegade get thrown off the map. And now it's suddenly a 1-kill game with Legend and Glory in control of the sniper and better positioning for this next power up.
Yeah, what looked like a methodical takedown of Glory and Legend is now a comeback. for them as they were once tied at 18. Renegade, though, cleans up his opponent. Huge moment in time as Glory lands the shot on the potential camo grab. Does Frosty go up and potentially give him the double? Gets the shot in the leg, and that's going to be enough to take him down. Renegade spawns up close by, so this is not going to be as easy of a camo grab as you might think.
Wow.
But now that Glory and Legend both get shots on a Renegade, camo is there for the taking, and they'll take it for free.
What an impressive sequence from Glory and Legend, predicting that spawn in the small window. Like we talked about, the game will try to spawn you near your surviving teammate. So if the second player stays alive long enough, you can expect that teammate to have spawn nearby. They expect it and able to snipe that player, get the QT and the camo. They did run out of sniper ammo, but Legend looks like he's about to extend this lead.
Wow, Legend with the back smack there. And Glory gets a trade of his own, so that's a +1 net outcome in the end game here, Eli, in the 20s. Massive win condition there for Glory and Legend as they earn the trade, maintaining this 3-kill lead. What an incredible comeback that we've seen here from them. It's not like Renegade and Frosty slipped up. They didn't make any mistakes throughout the course of this comeback.
It's not over, though.
21-24, not over just yet. Legend, though, looking to put the finishing touches on this game and give his squad the lead 2-1 in the series. But Frosty's going to dip away. But not for long as Legend earns the killing spree, late breaking to take game 3 and the lead in the series.
Legend just had perfect routing at the end there. You saw, so he exposed himself on the C side, quickly routed through, like after he assassinated the guy top tower, like that's the last place they called him out, right? Quickly routes through bottom middle unsuspectingly and shows up here, and then also predicted the route that Frosty would try to run away in that next interaction that we just saw right there. We'd have to rewind it a little bit further.
That's risky, right? Because you're running into a 2v1 right here if you're Legend.
Right, exactly. But he showed up at the perfect time before this. Yeah, he routed all the way through bottom middle, shows up big door where Glory is calling out the location of Renegade. They do not expect him to be here at all. You see, can tell the way that Renegade's holding that wall. He thinks the other opponent is still at tower. He's probably bamboozled that Legend found a way behind him, then cuts off Frosty with the perfect routing right here as well. Very impressive stuff from Legend.
It's especially impressive, Eli, because those last 2 kills involved a look at the back of the head of your opponents. And if you ever see the back of the head on an opponent in Halo, that usually means that you just won the chess game of positioning. And for him to win it outright against Renegade and Frosty for the win, those are the last 2 kills of the game, as EU takes a lead in this series over NA's best 2-1 in a close-out game 4. Hopping on board here with Frosty, looking to send us to a game 5, but Glory with the G-slide trades out.
Holy movement. That man closed the gap instantly. That was so fast from Glory. Very good trade right there. Probably recognized it was more of a 50-50 for him to win the gunfight. Decided to take the chance out of the equation. Just go ahead, get the trade, open space for his teammate to get the camo. That's exactly what he did.
Glory with the nade out. Not going to do any damage, as the next opportunity for him is on Renegade. Renegade with the shot from the shock. Wow, goes down to 1 HP, but still takes down Glory with the reversal, no less. Glory with first shot, but the first to visit that respawn screen.
I do just have to bring this up. I feel like there's a little bit of bad blood in the water between Renegade and Legend. Because if you'll recall, last 2v2 tournament, after Legend and Bound beat Renegade and Lucid, I'm pretty sure the text chat had a Renegade saying literally cheating. He typed that in the chat, just saying that like playing from Europe on higher ping was literally cheating. So
that's
like,
how lag compensation was born, actually, I think, right? Wasn't it? From that comment from John?
No,
Okay.
People have been talking about lag compensation for a while. This was just last week, but like,
gotcha.
Yeah, he's just thinking that it's unfair for these players to be playing from Europe, but like, it definitely makes the server weird, and LAN is definitely different.
You know,
but like, it's there's a positive and negative to it.
I agree. There's a positive and a negative, but the negative is mostly for the players. The positive is for the viewers in the community who get to watch these rivalries brew between international competition. NA versus EU here, which again, probably got 100 ping for one of these two teams, but what a treat it is for us, again, as viewers to witness an incredible competition as Legend takes down Renegade with the back of the headshot. Now Frosty in a 1v2 does a great job to trade out there. And the trade out trickles down into the feed, into the scoreboard, 5-5.
This is a close one. Just wanted to bring that up because, I mean, I think these both these teams really want to win this, right? Like they want to prove that they're the better player. Legend's kind of at that point of his career where he could prove to be one of the best to ever play. Renegade's kind of already there, right? So it's like the story of Legend trying to steal the reins from the champions. And so far, he did it last week. He wants to do it again.
Legend pushing through, sensing that the shields are low. Oh, but he goes down to the double melee. Glory with a double kill, though, as all 4 members in this lobby take a drink, right? 7-7, and you might just want to refresh as this provides an opportunity to do so, as we have about 5-7 seconds of no action on screen as all 4 had went down. I haven't seen a lot of that during our cast here today, Eli, and it really just speaks to how frenetic and chaotic this elimination finals is.
Also just shows, yeah, how closely matched these teams are. So many sequences where there's just ends in a trade, right? But usually that plays to the favor of the team in the lead. Right now, neither team in the lead. We've got a completely standstill, dead tie. Items spawning on the map, though, are going to force some movement out of both teams. They're going to have to fight for these items if they want an advantageous position going into the end game, or into the mid game, rather. 1v1 fight won by, I think that was Frosty on the other side. Big win right now. Leaves Glory alone, but he's in a pretty safe spot for now. I don't think he suspects Renegade to be here, and he has the shock rifle.
Tough situation. Another trade goes out.
Wow.
And not there, though. Frosty gets the clean slay there on Legend. I'm thinking, okay, here we go. Back-to-back 4 down for each of these 2 teams, but Renegade and Frosty break the tie and do so by 2, 10-8 now. As Frosty puts some shots into Glory, crossing across the map. Legend as well goes down to 1 HP. Camel's up as well, but that is not the focus of these 4 players for now. Want to try to earn the slay, and Renegade should be able to take down Glory. Goes for Camel despite the fact that everybody's watching, and he's going to make it out.
Unreal survival there. That was completely insane. And then Glory's still alive here. Renegade doesn't know where he is. He's going to get 5-shotted by him as well. What an insane survival by Glory there. I have to know what route he took to dodge those grenades. The grenades from Renegade look like they should have almost always killed the Camo player there.
In what feels like a turning point for this game. A Game 4 win could be a series victory here for Legend and Glory. Hanging on the last final shots here on Renegade. Long shots, but Renegade, whoop, crucial. Stays alive, takes down Legend as well, and we're tied once again, 12-all.
The aggression coming out of Renegade finds another trade. How many trades have we seen this game already? They're stacking up, but Glory wants this shock rifle. He's not going to jump for it. Probably thinks Frosty's watching it, and he's correct. Looks like Frosty's going to find an angle. Might have lost our feed momentarily here.
Yeah, I'm looking.
We still have the audio.
Unfortunate. Tech issues happen. It's 2024. As it looks like we may have lost our broadcast feed, we're going to stand by, hope that we get right back to the action. This is just as painful for Eli and I, as I'm sure it is for you guys in the chat. Not like this. Not like this. Not like this. There we go. We're back. Oh, God, the Legend. Can you imagine, bro? That's like Louis V. Titan in a 1v4, and he just got the overkill. We're back. 13-all. We're not going to miss a minute of the action. Maybe a couple seconds, but not long, as we are at the halfway mark. Mirroring the score and the time. 6 minutes left in this one. 14-all.
I think it's literally been tied since the game started. Like, it's every time one person dies, another dies right afterwards on the other team. It's gone from 7-7 to 8-8 to 9-9 to 10-10 to 11-11. Like,
Tools wants us to remind the chat, and now would be a great time to subscribe because we need to buy a new capture card.
Capture card officially dead, guys. Support the cause. Gonna invest in a better capture card. Bring you guys as much action as possible. Finally, a 2-kill differential here. Greatest we've seen so far this game. And what is going on here at Glass?
How did that trade out? How did Glory not go down? He looked close enough to go down to the frag. Now close proximity to Renegade, and he's not going to allow him to live much longer, as Renegade and Frosty take an 18-15 lead now. Game 5 brewing with 5 minutes left.
That was a wild interaction, top Glass. Talk about Glory's survivability throughout that, though. I feel like he should have died 10 seconds sooner than he did. Somehow living. Ends up being the difference maker in a lot of plays, but can he survive this? I don't know.
This is huge. Shock could help mount the comeback. It could help close the door for Frosty as he slips away with the use of the grapple. G-slide combination. He's out of there. And like you always talk about the deception, Eli, because he was so quick with it, I'm not too sure Glory and Legend know exactly where he is. Now they do. Shot goes into the back. You can hear that whiz over the left shoulder of Frosty as now the push is on. Takes down Legend. Dismantles him, pushing through the A door. As Frosty now looks to stay alive with a 4-kill lead. Game 5 gets closer and closer.
He's getting across the map here, though. Legend with some great shots across the map there. Takes him down. So important. He's going to keep moving forward as well, trying to win this fight against Renegade. Renegade's not going to let it happen. He's also going to get the shock rifle. They're only 3 kills away, and this man's got 4 shots left in the shock rifle.
Eli, do you have a Dazzle DVC 90 maybe we could use for the new capture card? You willing to donate
Probably
that relic?
somewhere in my parents' attic, because I was making those montages when I was like 15, still living at home, so who knows, man. Oh, that was a disgusting shot mid-slide.
That was a nice little jump shot no scope on a sliding opponent. Very difficult to hit there was Legend. Very little aim assist needed there as Renegade lines up another opponent. Frosty gets the slay though with the hands, and we are heading to a game 5, your elimination finals. No shortage of excitement and thrilling sequences here. We even had the scare of a capture card dying. But despite all of that, we are heading to a game 5. We are going to witness potential history here as EU continues to look for their first ever win in Halo competition against NA.
I mean, speaking of montages, man, is Renegade trying to make one out of these 2 series? I mean, I feel like we've got enough clips for at least a few minute long montage from literally just the last few games we've watched. But going to a game 5, I mean, this is... You know what's, I'll be completely honest, I kind of wish we had an S7 on the map for game 5 just because the clips, man. But we've got a shock rifle. We're probably going to see some insane shock rifle shots. Yeah, I know.
Just a degenerate montage kid. Wanting more entertainment than competition, fair competition. Ugh, gross. No, I'm only teasing. I'm all for it. I'm trolling. I would much rather see entertainment than anything else, as we are both montage kids at heart. Creators of 2 of the first ever MLG montages all the way back in 2005. Now sharing the mic here in 2024. I mean, what an unbelievable run it's been for us, brother, and what an unbelievable run it's been for both of these 2 teams here in this tournament. But unfortunately, someone's got to go home. The run has to die here in game 5. Something's got to give.
The score line. Just watch the score line here. It was 9-9, then 10-10. Now it's 11-10. Okay, it did go to 12-10 for a moment, and then I think it goes to 12-12.
It's 13 all even at one point.
Yeah, 12-12. Then it goes to 13-13. I mean, they were so close until Frosty and Renegade do start to pull ahead here after this hodgepodge of explosions and gunfire. Yeah, I mean, look at Glory's survivability though. Like, why is he still alive? He shouldn't have been alive that long.
If Glory gets that kill, it's a 1-kill game. Renegade gets it instead, it's a 3-kill game. And they rode that to the finish, feeling a little comfortable with their positioning. They regrouped there at the side of A. That was when Frosty made his rotation. Legend chased. And just like Ninja told me in 2008, Eli, don't chase Cud. That's probably what Frosty would have told Legend there as he took him down and took down both Glory and Legend for a game 4 win. A game 5 now on our screen as we were waiting to get this one going.
Also, shout out to Glasswork with the 5 gifted subs. That's going to definitely go towards the new capture card. Appreciate that.
That's one way to celebrate a game 5.
Yeah, gifted, right? You know? Also got Big Bird's Toy with the tier 1. Appreciate that. And everybody else throughout the day. We had that 50 bomb from Anonymous earlier. I mean, shout outs to whoever you are, man. That's definitely going to go towards a new capture card so we don't have it fail as often. But man, I cannot wait to get into this game 5. Who do you think is going to come out to an early lead here?
Golly. It's so hard to say, man. My gut tells me Renegade and Frosty, but then I feel like I'm gonna, have hand on forehead, like, oh my god, what was I thinking? Of course, Glory and Legend popped off. You know what I mean? So, there we go, Legend, Legend with the first slay of the game. My regret is in real time here and live in front of everybody as Glory and Legend do take the 1-0 lead to start. I don't see a scoreboard though.
Wait,
bottom mid that might cause some issues for us casting, but we'll try to make the best of it.
Did they start? They started pretty early, right? It's already 7-3.
Wow, you're right. It is. Yeah, 7-3. My goodness, they got that one cranked up. as it looks like we already have a hot start and a 4-kill lead. I'm going to have to do math while casting. That might hurt the cast a little bit, but bear with us while we try to get you guys
Let
the
me
score.
stick to the math. Just trust, all right?
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I'm going to let Eli stick to the math, and I'll keep yelling about Halo. As Renegade goes down, trades out the Legend. As Frosty with the camo now. Looking to spot Glory on the flank potentially. Ooh, he's got the positioning, but Frosty has the camo. Something's got to give. Frosty pushes up. So too does Glory. First shots go into Glory's suit. Glory answers back with one of his own. Now the fight continues on, and Frosty wins it outright.
That's a great play from Frosty, not just to catch this opponent off guard, but also to predict that he would stay there. I mean, you would think that sometimes that opponent might drop bottom mid, but I think he might just start to know his opponent, and that's what makes FaZe such a difficult roster, is they adjust their game plan on the fly based on their opponent's tendencies. They are constantly reading and predicting what they think their opponents are going to go for, and I think at this point, after 4 games, they seem to have the beat on Glory and Legend and what game plans they go for, but it's still a 9-7 lead in the favor of Glory and Legend.
This one's close, but Legend with that slay on Renegade brings it back to a 2-possession, 3-kill game. As Frosty looks to put some shots down, they're good, but Glory gets away. Not for long as he goes down shortly after the grenade. Frosty does such a good job to avoid the grenade damage. Had he been hit by the grenade, he would have died. And Renegade almost sacrificially goes down, keeps Frosty up instead. And it's 11-8.
Look at Legend challenging the sniper player. Doesn't care that he sees the glint in the scope. Has trust that he can de-scope that player and stop him from hitting the shot. Shock rifle is very hard to hit the no-scope at that distance, so if you can de-scope the player at that range, you're probably always going to be successful in keeping yourself alive. I think that was exactly Legend's game plan. Using the lift, though, ill-advised in that moment. That makes a loud audio cue. Very easy to just turn and react and hit the player while they're in midair. So not sure if I'm a fan of the lift there. Maybe could have repositioned on the other side. Either way, though, they do still maintain a lead. It's 11-10 now.
Yeah, with Frosty possessing shock rifle right at the top of the snipe ledge. That's like ringing the dinner bell if you're Legend going up the lift. Very loud audio cue. You can see Frosty was well aware and ready for it as he had a grenade just in case his shot wasn't flawless. As more often than not, though, it is. Renegade. Oh, wow, Legend.
Wow.
Didn't know Renegade was there. One of the few times we see camo used to perfection, as it seems like in recent weeks and days, camo's been spotted out much more often than we're used to seeing.
Absolutely. I mean, it's such an integral part of 2v2. It's on every map that they're playing in 2v2 right now, so which I think is pretty cool. If you think back to Halo 1 2v2, where all this stuff kind of was born, there was camo on almost every map in that game and played a huge role in 2s as well, so kind of feels like it's one of the pillars of 2v2.
Yeah, I gotta again give credit to the changes they made, credit to HCS for the changes that they made. I recall in that 2v2, I think it was the Honda Fan Cup or one of the 2v2 tournaments last year, dude, everything got GA'd. Here in this tournament, not a single GA to even be really discussed, which, again, that's awesome. I love when we don't even need to worry about GAs. It wasn't until the year 2021 or 2 that GAs even were a thing in Halo. Never seen them throughout 20 years of Halo competition, so a big fan that that's not even a part of the conversation after some of the tweaks to the meta heading into Season 3, as it looks like, quickly doing the math, 15-12. It was once 12-12, and now 16-12. It's a little run here for Renegade and Frosty. They've got the lead, and it's growing.
You see this exact position that Frosty's standing? He's standing between the tram and the yard spawns to block that entire half of the map, to just absolutely guarantee that Glory and Legend spawn in that blue spot. And then he's just was watching it, also kind of timing his grenades to predict that if they took that route, they would perhaps walk into the grenade. But wow, baits the camo through the smallest crack. Can he also take down Glory? He's not going to get the headshot. Glory's going to be able to proc the camo, but I don't know if he's going to be able to survive with it. He's going to have to be patient. Look at the patience here. Able to find 1 kill and not the
both?
other. Frosty stays alive, no. But wow, I mean, great play from Frosty.
Yeah, both Glory and Legend go down in a situation where it looked like it could have been an all-out trade. Trades are not going to benefit Glory and Legend, though.
Nearing victory. Killing
As Frosty continues to build on that lead, a killing spree on your feed. Jeff Steitzer in your ears. As Renegade and Frosty get closer and closer to a Game 5 victory.
20-14, 6-kill lead. That is a massive lead when one team only needs 5 to close the door.
5 minutes remaining.
Frosty's just going to sit up here, make it very difficult for Glory and Legend to move anywhere. You know, Renegade is watching the angles that they might take to approach. Look at this. Frosty predicted that he would go U-turn in that moment because, of course, he's not going to walk the other way. Renegade getting a kill on the other side. Looks like he might have won a fight without the thrust. Picks up the thrust off the body, and I mean, that's the only reason I could think of that disrespect in that moment. Like, bro, you had thrust. You should have won that.
I think it's also a stamp of victory here for Renegade and Frosty. They feel content and confident with their lead and letting Legend know about it. Simply put.
And wouldn't you know it, once those subs come in,
we might have just had another capture card crash. Unfortunate. We will try to lay out here and get some action back on your screen. Do appreciate all you guys for bearing with us.
Oh,
as the Legend. Wow, look at that. LVT, bro. 1v4 overkill again. Make sure that we see the final slay and the scoreboard on screen at the finality of it. 25-15 as EU will have to wait another week for their first ever win against NA competition.
I mean, props to Frosty and Renegade. They were down. There was a lot of positions throughout this series that it looked kind of rough for them, but always tenacious, always coming back, always crafty, finding a way to end up in that win screen. And Solitude is clearly their map. The 2 games that they won by the most this series were both on Solitude. So, and it definitely plays to their favor that those are games 2 and 5 in this setup. I think they're going to be a very tough team to beat. Even, I mean, once they face their next Boo Boo and Sparty next, that's going to be interesting to see.
All right, here we go. Your grand finals are set. Renegade and Frosty. FaZe versus Boo Boo Doo and Spartan of Sentinels is going to be a top-level brawl here in the grand finals. As we take a quick break, we're going to... I got to get some water, man. As we send things back to the broadcast desk with Louie and Tools.
Damn, Renegade Frosty getting it done. I apologize for the capture card issues. I think there might be a little... We added some new things over the off season, and so we might have to like disperse power or something. I'm not sure exactly what's going on, or maybe it just needs to be replaced. I don't know. But wow, pretty impressive out of Renegade Frosty. What do you think, Tools?
Honestly, I feel like that was just a great redemption arc that they needed, right? Back against the wall, down 2-1 in this series. Win back-to-back to get yourself back in grand finals, back to where you think you belong, and place to win the lion's share of this $1,000 that are on the line today. Couldn't ask for some better games, man. Our 1-year anniversary of Grassroots, and we're capping it off with some phenomenal games thus far. Now we get to see a Sentinels versus FaZe matchup in our grand finals. Also, saw that we got some subs from Hassan, 5 gifted sub. Appreciate you. Someone asked me about my skincare routine. Hey, hit me up in the DMs. I'll let you know. I a little skincare. You know me. Louis, you do any skincare routine?
I take a shower.
Wow, such a manly man.
That's about it. I think I got a little acne on my nose because I've been wearing a nasal strip so I can breathe at night. Tools and I have been under the weather for like months, and so I think we finally turned the corner. Right? Are you feeling better? I'm feeling better. You feeling better?
Yeah, I'm feeling better. Like my voice, I still don't feel is 100%, but I'm definitely feeling better. I'll say yeah. But it's crazy how long I've been sick. It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, we're in a lobby with Frosty and Renegade right now. Spartan and Boo Boo not quite here yet. Our cash is also taking a quick break. So in the meantime, right, this is our chance to plug and play. We're at 3,366 viewers right now, and we can't thank you enough because we've literally been over 3,000 all day since we hit the number, Tools. And that's like something new, right? Usually like we hit 300, 3,800 max, right? And then it like kind of dips off down to like below $2,000 or not, under 3K, right? But today, hey, we're holding steady, baby.
Well, I love to see it. Like, I think consistency obviously helps, so you guys know what's happening every Saturday, but it's just like a testament to how great the show's been, right? How good the games are. Yeah. You guys want to keep watching it. If you're here for the drops, that's great. Like, we'll be streaming for probably another hour or two or however long, right? We're gonna be here for quite a while. Strap in, good grand finals. We're making a good time today. I think last week we got done at like 9 o'clock my time. We're getting done a couple hours earlier than that, or I guess maybe an hour earlier. So it's a good time that we're making today.
I mean, that's just assuming that there's no bracket reset.
Yeah.
What do you think the chances there, Tools? I mean,
I don't know.
Boo Boo Spartan have the advantage, so they win one best of 5. They win the whole tournament. Renegade, they need to win 2 best of 5s. I think it's possible.
I think it's definitely possible. The one thing I'll say is Boo Adubu has been grinding money twos, right? I feel like he's playing them every night. I expect that to push him over. Like I saw him play money twos for like 2 hours yesterday. Obviously, it didn't go. I don't think it went that well for him, but just getting reps in, playing twos, being in that mindset, I think is going to make a big difference in this series. I see these. I think we're going to 2 game 5s if we do have the reset, but certainly the first series I think is going to go to a game 5. A little bit of a coin flip of who it goes to.
Well, I'm looking through the friends list right now to get Boo Boo and Spartan in here. I'm sure they're staying warm. Man, how long has it been since they played? It's been like, what, 3 hours at least since they played last in the tournament?
They should have hit up Stellar or something. Hey, just play twos with us for another couple.
Oh, yeah, deadass. They're in a ranked game right now, so we got a little time. Nevertheless, right, I'm sure Renegade Frosty appreciate the chance to get up and take a deep breath after that series. Glory and Legend, man, they're a force to be taken seriously. I cannot wait for Legend to get into the States. I assume that he'll be here in about 10 days, 20 days.
Yeah.
Just in time for the
Fairly
HCS
soon,
events.
Right? I'm sure he'll have a blast in America. I'm sure he'll go to the most American possible place and get the true quintessential Americans. Guys, what is the most, like, if you had to send someone to America and you're gonna see the true United States of America, what state do you send them to? Like, what is the most American America state?
That's a good question. Good question.
It's like Texas is more Texas than America.
Yeah, you're right.
Texas is all Texas, bro. You see more state flags than you see country flags in Texas. Texas is Texas. It's too Texas. You gotta find some place that's pretty patriotic, but it's the nation first. Then I feel like
is New York just like
Texas
too out of whack? It's a melting pot.
It's a melting pot. I feel like it's a great representation of America. I feel like Texas and Florida are off the table. They're too caught up in their own self. I think you can take California out as well. Yeah. California, Texas, Florida, they're gone. I say Virginia would probably be a pretty American state. Playing in Virginia. Michigan's too close to Canada. But that takes out like the whole north, right?
Atlanta? What if we just go like center of the United States, Ohio?
Yeah, I feel like you can't do any state that fought with the South.
Yeah, I feel
they've lost. They lost their chance a couple hundred years ago. I feel like you have to be above the Mason-Dixon.
Alaska.
Colorado. Someone said Colorado. Alaska, dude. Alaska is the last frontier. Alaska is the last frontier. Someone said Ohio. Ohio might be the most American state possible.
Columbus,
Ohio is like Columbus, Ohio, baby. Like, there's no one more American than someone from Columbus, Ohio.
Yeah.
Chicago. Yeah, Chicago would be pretty American. I'm with that. Someone said original 13 colonies.
Boo Boo's in the lobby. And I assume Spartan's right behind him.
He still said West Virginia wants to go work in the coal mines. So Legend's gonna put in 8 hours on the sticks, and he's gonna put 8 hours with the pick, getting some of that coal in the mines.
Everybody's here.
Really, there's no Midwest tournament.
Looks like
let's
like Boo Boo and Spartan want Eagle. Okay.
Actually, Moses had the right answer. Philadelphia. Philadelphia is the most American possible. That is America right there.
Then they switch back. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm obviously I don't know how many people know this, but I'm running the production at the same time as like doing this. And that's why I bring tools on, because the guy just doesn't shut up. But it helps because I can just do what I need to do, and we can just keep the show rolling. You know what I'm saying?
Philly is a compromise between Chicago and Kansas City. Kansas City's pretty American, say. I feel like Kansas City's pretty good. Like Kansas City or St. Louis, like both of those, they like good, hearty Midwest American. Like you're gonna be eating like some good food every day. You're gonna gain some pounds. You're gonna be warm during the winter with the extra body heat. Like that's for sure gonna be the place. Tornado, yeah, but tornadoes are like the most American natural disaster. Who else gets tornado? You think those Europeans are dealing with tornadoes? You think anyone else is dealing with tornadoes? That is an American staple. Tell me one other place that gets tornadoes. You have to experience a tornado. In fact, I'm gonna make sure that Legend gets caught in a tornado storm at some point when he comes to the States.
Whoa, bro! Tornadoes are dangerous.
I'm taking him out.
Yo, that shit ain't nothing.
We're going to Oklahoma.
Oh, hold on.
Europeans definitely get tornadoes. I feel like it's cap.
Close the lobby, boys. It's time to get it started. We're getting ours in the chat. Tools, any last words before I cut you off?
Nah, let's have a good one. Let's go. 2 best of 5s, game 5s, baby. Let's get it.
Let's get it. We got Renegade and Frosty going up against Boo Boo, Doo and Spartan. Boo Boo has the advantage from the winner brackets. So Renegade and Frosty must win 2 best of 5s to become champion. Both teams in the money right now. $800 on the line for first, $200 for second. So you definitely want to walk away with that first place. And it's quite a bit of money. I'm just waiting. I'm just milking it. I'm waiting for them to start the game, man. It's not us, guys. It's not us. I promise.
Hey, if you wanna help fund the prize pool right now, sub to the channel because that's where the $1,000 comes from. It's from your guys' subs. Please help us pay the players for playing in our tournament. That being said, we did have a couple subs. Ogdrek resubbed with his Prime for 3 months in a row, and then Undone Pancake 57. That's a hell of a game tag right there. Also did a prize. People are saying they get tornadoes in France. I straight up don't believe it. I feel like I'm being gaslit by the entire chat. I feel like I would see tornadoes like on Twitter from France.
How do you think Frenchmen like react to a tornado?
Ooh. What? French people do. They like smoke a cigarette and they like eat a croissant. Like they probably don't even give a fuck. 20 gifted subs. Let's go. Rhino Skin 20 to the channel. Thank you so much. That's a crazy drop.
I'm writing a tweet right now, just as we did last time. Let's try to get everybody in here. Appreciate everybody's support. With the tweets. Obviously, the Renegade clip popped off where he sniped Gunplexion through the crack on tower. Through the ass crack of the tower. But, dude, it's
a little crack shot, bro.
Oh, man.
What an insane. That thing is blowing up. Yeah, holy. Guys,
is it blowing up? How's it doing right now? Yeah, Sparty went over to observer mode, so I'll show you the lobby.
We're waiting for Spartan to come back. You see, this is the thing. We can't show our faces. People are like, oh, like we just look at the screen. It's like if we don't look at the screen, then you guys complain that we don't start the game.
All right, we need retweets, and then Spartan moves on. 10 retweets, and then Spartan moves over. I promise.
10 retweets, and we have it. Make sure you get your tweets in. Sparty refuses.
See, I'm not lying. It's not me.
We're ready.
Let's go.
I don't think we've ever held up a team. Like,
yo, you know what? Renegade's on Twitter right now. He just liked the clip, the ass crack of tower clip.
Dude, this shot out known as ass crack. The ass crack shot, bro.
Yes.
Dude, that's such an insane clip. It's I think someone on Twitter said it reminded them of the Halo 5 clip where Frosty like shot through the catwalk on Eden. It's like a same vibe, right? But I feel like I don't know which one is more impressive. Like it blew my mind when Frosty hit that for the first time. But I feel like this Renegade one, it might be just a little bit more impressive, just because like how he reacts to the shot here. For anyone that hasn't seen it, we'll post it in the chat. Go give this some love, guys. Go give it some love.
It does appear that players are ready. Everybody's on their corresponding teams. So I assume that this match is getting started any second now. So without further ado, we're going to kick it to our grand finals caches. We got Mikowski and we got Eli the Ninja on the mic. Boys, bring us the hype.
All right, Eli, here we go. A heavyweight fight for the ages as two of the best on FaZe take on two of the best from Sentinels. Sentinels, Boo and Sparty taking the edge in this grand finals with the token in their back pocket. They're coming from the winner's side, but with the tear that we've seen recently from Frosty and Renegade, they can't feel safe at all. What are some of your thoughts as we get this series started?
I mean, I'm just happy to see Boo Boo and Sparty here. They took an early exit in the last 2v2, which shocked me. I mean, I think they lost to Acid and Leor, if I'm not mistaken, to be eliminated. And I don't know, maybe they just weren't as locked in. But Tool said, I mean, Boo Boo's been grinding Money 2s matches on stream, Money 4s as well. Well, we call it 8s. Why is it 2s and 8s? Why don't it be 4s and 8s? Anyways, I digress. I'm excited to see Boo Boo Doo and Sparty. I think these guys have immaculate teamwork when they're firing on all cylinders, and they got two of the best in the absolute world to go up against.
Here we go. Your grand finals are set. Hopping on board here with Boo Boo Doo, bringing out the first shots in this game one on Renegade. As Renegade dips back, Boo Boo Doo goes low. Sparty on the C platform side goes down, and Boo Boo Doo wisely finds the trade there, 2-1. And I think that's extremely important. How often have we seen those two O's, Eli, roll on and on and on with that trade? Boo Boo and Eli, or excuse me, Boo Boo and Sparty keep things close.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, right here we see Renegade putting that combination to work. Shot Camo going to take down Sparty on the other side of the map. Frosty seemingly winning his 1v1 against Boo Boo. 4-1 lead. We've come accustomed to this. It doesn't mean it's over, but man, Renegade is not letting up whatsoever. Also predicts that maybe Sparty's over here too. He's going to take him down at the long haul, and he's going to now rotate, try to predict the next set of spawns, and just keep them in the blender here.
Well, and this is exactly what I was worried about for Sparty and Boo Boo. You look at Renegade and Frosty, like we said, coming in very hot to this grand finals. On the flip side, Boo Boo and Sparty, they've been sitting around, haven't had tournament action in the last 4 to 5 hours. Really speaks to, I guess, the advantage and disadvantage you get by coming to the grand finals from the winner side of the bracket. Either way, I'm sure Boo Boo and Sparty will take that token in their back pocket and look to get warmed up here throughout the early goings of this match as they've brought it back to a little bit closer, 7-3 after 2 minutes.
Definitely to their favor. They won the winner's bracket though, so even if they're not warmed up and firing yet, they've got a whole series to work with before catching up. But like I mentioned before, Renegade and Frosty, the type of players that are constantly adapting to their opponents, predicting what they might go for. I can say the same thing about Boo Boo and Sparty though. I mean, these guys have immense experience and think at a higher level, so we're in for a real treat when it comes to the chess game. I think this series could really go back and forth.
Big takedown there from Sparty when you consider the fact that Renegade was rolling, and we previously saw him do that. He just about got a killing frenzy, so important there for Sparty to shut down any hope of that as he cuts down John about halfway to that mark. A 9-8 game now, or excuse me, 9-6 game now, as a 3-kill lead builds here for Renegade and Frosty. Boo Boo Doo looking to change things, bring things back here for his team. He's looking to just first and foremost spot an opponent. Sparty gets the cleanup on Frosty. Now Renegade hails from above. Oh, and Sparty gets the takedown, but not before Renegade and Frosty earn that trade. Keeps him up 2.
Interestingly, the shock rifle has 1 bullet in it, which means you cannot get a perfect. It's only one of the 3-part burst. That this happens if the player switched weapons very quickly after firing it, or is killed in the middle of shooting it. It's very rare that it happens. I guess I wouldn't say very rare. It does happen. But now that bullet is still on the ground. It might get picked up. It looks like, yeah, I think I heard Frosty just burned the last shot, so it should be around the 8. I can't tell if that's an 8 or a 9 on the screen, but it should be 9. About a minute from now. Okay, that is a 9. So about 8:38-ish should be the next spawn for the shock rifle.
Two kill game here. Renegade and Frosty in the lead, coming off some incredible stretches of gameplay. They took down some of the world's best in Glory and Legend previously, now taking on some NA's best. Boo Boo Doo and Sparty on that surging Sentinels roster last year. Got all the way to the grand finals at SLC before going down to SSG. As we see Frosty back down here to the back of the blue tower. Now heading to Turbine. Now he's pushing up onto the bridge. Sparty gets the slate on Renegade. And that's going to open up the door for the push to come through.
Wow.
And like we had seen in that previous series, all 4 go down simultaneously as Renegade and Frosty maintain that 2-kill lead, and Renegade practically spawns on the camo.
Can see that Boo Boo Doo is trying to find the route of the camo player. You see he throws a plasma grenade at the shock spawn, knowing that that player could have gone for the new shock rifle. Turns out the player was not there. Renegade trades out with Sparty. Frosty's still here, looking to see if there were any weapons in that pile there. Doesn't see anything that he wants, and now they're going to rotate this way. Maybe they're predicting that Boo Boo and Sparty will show up long haul, and they want to catch them by surprise, standing side by side. I like this push here.
I really like the patience previously from Renegade. He had Sparty just, we know Sparty, he likes to hold forward, just tearing towards him, and he made sure to get those 3 shots in before the melee. Excellent play there from Renegade, and we see so often the trades really are the difference, especially in 2v2s. There's not as much slay capability on the map, mathematically, in the sense that there's only 4 total. As Renegade pushes through, trades out again here with Sparty. 1v1 between Frosty and Boo Boo. Boo Boo with a chase grenade.
Ooh.
Is not going to take down Frosty, but Frosty with a remote detonation. Big brain at that. Takes Boo Boo Doo Boo down. Love that sequence there from Frosty as he's playing his process to perfection.
So smart that as soon as a player's off his screen, just sees the plasma grenade, doesn't hesitate to shoot it. Boo Boo a little bit unlucky to not have grabbed the grenades during the fight previously. But Frosty taking advantage of the situation. Now a 4-kill lead. And Renegade and Frosty have been in the lead essentially since the game started. This would be the right time to come back if they can. With camo coming up, this is a very good time to have gotten a kill and push back Renegade. And they're going to have to get high value out of this if they can come back and win this game.
And this is a lot like their previous series where they came out really looking to push the pace. Only 6 minutes left, or still 6 minutes left in this one. And we're already into the 20s, 2018. As Renegade and Frosty have a team wipe lead over Boo Boo and Sparty. Live so critical here as Boo Boo Doo Boo trades out simultaneously with the deaths from the grave. Nades from the grave, I should say. As Sparty down to low HP, half shields to be exact, and with that positioning does not like what he sees. And I love that disengagement from him as he heads back to the White Hall. And ooh, look at this split. Boo Boo Doo Boo on the pillars provides a chance to potentially push and pinch.
This is going to be very interesting. Boo Boo trying to start the engagement. Sparty watching from afar. Looks like Renegade and Frosty kind of see the situation and just aggressively push out to the center of the map, denying any escape options for Boo Boo Doo Boo. He has nowhere to go because they just set up in the middle of the map. That was very well played. And now Sparty's left alone, ultimately taken down, and that could have been the game-winning play right there.
Very, very big play there. Means it could just spell trouble for Boo Boo and Sparty. A 4-kill, now 3-kill game. Boo Boo Doo Boo takes down the shock. And Renegade, he's not going to have much opportunity to go out and get that because he's still got to worry about Boo Boo Doo Boo on his flank. But oh, he handles it with the nice shots. And now with Frosty spawning up on the gold side, they have the positioning edge, the numbers edge, and need only 1 more kill to take a game 1 win. And the lead in this series 1-0. Renegade and Frosty from the lower side of the bracket get the start they needed here in this grand finals.
Wow. I mean, great start. We're also moving on to Solitude, which, I mean, this team has looked amazing on throughout, but I think that Boo Boo and Sparty are still waking up a little bit. I mean, it felt
Absolutely.
like they, you know, we talked about it before. I mean, Frosty and Renegade have been playing a few matches now in the lower bracket. Meanwhile, Boo Boo and Sparty have just been waiting, and they still kept it close. I think that we have yet to see the biggest brain plays that we're going to see from them today.
Oops, sorry about that, Eli.
You're all right.
I took a drink of water and it went down the wrong tube. I apologize.
That's probably the worst thing for a commentator to do in the middle of a cast.
I feel like I'm out on an island here. Thanks for throwing me a little life vest there. Yeah, let's make a joke out of this so everybody can at least consider it content. Here we go. Getting the voice back.
There we go.
There we go. As Boo Boo Doo Boo and Sparty look to bounce back in this series. All right, we're feeling good. Everybody is too, as we have a hell of a grand finals on our hands here. Despite what looked like a really strong start, and again, the pace being pressed by Renegade and Frosty, Boo Boo and Sparty hung in there, and they hung in there late. If not for that moment on the pillars with the shock rifle, it could have gone either way. So It's still anybody's game, but Renegade and Frosty do have that 1-0 lead, and they go straight for the camo as well. Always surprised to see Boo Boo Doo bait the camo, because I always assume he's going to just run right for it, but that's a little bit of that expectation that they expect. And wow, Renegade and Frosty go down because of it. So very smart there for Boo Boo Doo not to go straight for the camo. Instead, he's going to pick up the shock.
Really not sure how they were able to stop Renegade from grabbing the camo there. It seemed like he had a clear path to grab it, but maybe a great grenade came in from Boo Boo to stop him from grabbing it. He's able to get the shock rifle. Looks like Sparty's able to clean up both. Now it's a 4-kill lead. And look at their positioning. They're going to force the spawn into the cafe side just by being split on these two other corners of the map. This is highly intentional. Sparty's going to start the engagement here. Maybe just now sees Frosty for the first time, but he's also spotted. Boo Boo wrapping around, going to try to kill these players that are hunting for Sparty, and it's a little bit of cat and mouse going on here as Sparty wraps behind them once again, and Boo Boo's going to have to disengage.
Yeah, Sparty, despite what felt like a 45-second camo usage there, goes down to the grenade. Boo Boo Doo Boo, though, with the back smack. That's a ninja.
God. And the live.
Almost hits the shock rifle shot. Ultimately stays alive and maintains possession of that ever-important shock rifle. And now with Sparty on the other side of the map, or on the A side now at the window, Boo Boo Doo Boo pushes up and with his teammate Sparty here. And look at this. They're sending Renegade and Frosty out. And I've noticed that whenever Renegade... Oh, there we go. Just as it looks like Boo Boo and Sparty have the edge and the heads up, Renegade and Frosty try to make that rotation. They work their way back to a Boo Boo Doo Boo that hits the headshot with the shock. And that all trickles down to a 3-7 start. Boo Boo Doo Boo and Sparty in the lead.
We're finally starting to see those Boo Boo Doo Boo big brain plays. I mean, I'm just most impressed that he stayed alive throughout that rotation bottom middle after hitting what looked like a ninja to both of us, and then somehow surviving against the push from Frosty. Then also predicted Frosty to jump into the glass window, just had his reticle ready to hit the headshot. I mean, I talk about it a lot. You want to play Halo on easy mode, and I feel like Boo Boo Doo Boo just puts himself in positions to not have to win difficult fights almost ever. Like, he just
like
is
that.
Always, yeah, like it doesn't matter who he's playing against if he just always has the upper hand. And I feel like he's the master at fabricating advantage states.
Also very smart to proc that camo at the moment he engages with Renegade. That's going to give him a slay on Renegade and still an extra 20 seconds to work with in that camo, whereas most players might have 10 to 15 seconds. I know it's just a couple seconds, but here in your grand finals, every second makes a difference, as Boo Boo Doo Boo has the remaining 5 seconds of camo here. Still a result of that late proc. Still has it to work with, and it's going to ultimately lead to a slay there on Renegade. Boo Boo Doo Boo got some free shots in the back because of it. Gets the slay on Frosty as well, and Boo Boo and Spartan are up 3-14.
And he's shooting bodies already. That's a dangerous game we're getting ourselves into, but I love to see it. We don't usually see Boo Boo shooting bodies, right? Like, he's usually the consummate professional. Just says
more likely
GGs.
to shake your hand than teabag you.
Yeah, like, he's just a nice guy, right? But already shooting bodies? I love to see that.
Love to see this lead built here if you're a Sentinels fan. And this gives me a chance to talk about it, as we have a pretty wide open scoreboard here. Everybody's forgetting about Sentinels.
Oh my God. Look at him go.
And you can't do that. Oh, Boo Boo Doo Boo with the 540 teabag. Absolute disrespect to Renegade. Love to see that. But again, Sentinels, we can't let them sneak up, guys. The big three, SSG, Optic FaZe, and then you got Quadrant and a big four. But don't forget about Sentinels. They could very well win a major this year. Would not be surprised the least bit to see that, as must be a little bit of a caster curse as they both go down. Renegade survives the sequence and now has the camo and the repulsor to work with.
Have you ever heard of the tragedy of Darth Boo Boo the Doo Boo? I feel like this is his villain arc coming to life. We know him as a wholesome young man that's always got smiles and GGs to say, but today showing up with the teabag disrespect after a huge start here.
540 teabag, too.
The 540
It's important to mention
teabag.
that.
Oh, and Sparty's doing it too.
Oh, Boo Boo and Sparty are like, yeah, we know you guys on FaZe. It's like written in your contract that you got a 360 everything. Well, we're going to 540 teabag you guys to really take the mental edge in this grand finals. I don't know. It's all out mental warfare here in this game 2, Eli, but the score doesn't reflect that. This is an ass whooping here And Renegade and Frosty are on the receiving ends of it. Boo Boo Doo looking to take down Renegade, but he doesn't need to. Sparty does that on the hotel side of the map, and you might as well book a massage at the receptionist because Boo Boo and Sparty are big chilling.
Yeah, I mean, this game's already over. Like, did they get in their head this easily? One teabag and the game's just completely out of hand? Like, maybe they're not expecting it either. They're like, man, I thought Boo Boo was my friend, but what's he doing? This is just a bloodbath. I feel like,
dude, this is
they're just ready to get on to the next game. That's insane.
Unbelievable here. A little bit of a silly game too, honestly. I don't know any other word to use it. Frosty goes 1-13. That'll never happen again in Halo history. I mean, just that's one of those games though, Eli. Like I think we bring up sometimes, where you just rip it and forget it, right? You don't even discuss like, oh well, what should we have done on the opening start? What about the mid game? No. They're not even discussing it. I guarantee you, Renegade and Frosty's Discord just sounds like GG's. Go next.
They're probably laughing, to be honest. I mean,
I think so. Really.
These guys are all friends, at least on some level. Like, they're rivals in the battlefield, but like outside of the game, they play eights together all the time. Like, Renegade's always in those lobbies with Frosty and Boo Boo in the eights lobbies. Like, they got a healthy little rivalry going. So I mean, Frosty's not going to let it phase him. He's going to shrug it off and go next. GG's go next. But wow, it's a fun game to watch. And if they can keep that teamwork up, I mean, they could keep them in the blender.
Yeah, I got to give credit to Sparty and Boo Boo for making it fun to watch despite just a pummeling of Renegade and Frosty, the likes of which we rarely see, whether you're watching their stream and they're in matchmaking or in a high-level HCS competition. It doesn't matter. They just usually don't look like this, but I don't think it's so much an issue with Renegade or Frosty's gameplay. I think, again, Eli, it goes back to what you talked about with Boo Boo Doo Boo, playing the game on easy mode. And then when he's doing that, Sparty's allowed to do his thing, slay out like the main slayer he is. And then there we see that 5.
That was like a 720.
720.
Still
wow. Tony Hawk with the first 900 and Boo Boo Doo Boo with the first 720 teabag. Love it.
Phase up 360 no scope. It's coming together, man. All right, let's see. I feel like Boo Boo and Sparty played the opening perfectly in the last game to kind of set them up for success. And look
straight at
this.
They're taking the fight to him, Eli. They're not even going to wait.
That was a big brain way to start the game, but Renegade going straight for the repulse and going up for the sniper. He's going to get away with it and try to bait this doorway. I mean, I like the opening from Boo Boo and Sparty, but it didn't end up with them having the sniper.
Yeah, Sparty and Boo Boo Doo Boo looking down at the playbook. They call the Chad opening break where they just hold forward. But Renegade sneaks away with the snipe. He still got it to use.
Ooh.
Takes down one, but shortly goes down after to Boo Boo Doo Boo and perfectly times that with the camo coming up. Oh, but he misses his jump, and he goes down because of it. Frosty takes down Boo Boo Doo Boo, and if he takes down Sparty, they could completely swing the tides of this sandbox. Repulsor, camo, and snipe now in the hands of FaZe, as it should have been in the hands of Sentinels instead. They do have the lead, but they lost all of the sandbox because of it.
Defeat.
What? He's lagging out. That's got to be frustrating for them because they actually won the most important sequence, but then it's them that lags out. So there's no foul play here for sure, right? Like that's definitely not the time that they wanted to lag out after winning that fight. So
you don't have cataclysmic moments happen that early in a game, but that felt like it, where Boo Boo Doo Boo missed that jump onto the camo. And my God, everything could have just unraveled for them. Instead, the Ethernet cables unravel on the side of Frosty and Renegade. And we have a DC, and we'll re-rack and reset. Hopefully get these guys back in the lobby as soon as possible.
Lesson here, guys. If you're trying to clamber on something, you got to look at it. He tried to be fancy and like look sideways at the same time he was jumping. You can't really hit that jump to land on it without the clamber. I don't think. Maybe there's a way to do it. Like from jumping from cuts for sure, but he tried to be fancy and look the other direction. You can't clamber if you're not looking at what you're trying to clamber, and ended up dying for it. But I mean, maybe he shut off the other guy's computer afterwards. Maybe it was all planned. Who knows?
Yeah, Boo Boo Doo Boo with the rare miss jump, and what do you know? Somebody lags out right after. Conspiracy, but no, we're only teasing here. Unfortunate that Frosty lagged out, as we'll try to get this lobby reset. Do you think it was so early, Eli, and it looked like the score was 3-2. Do you think these guys play the difference or just call for a full re? Where do you lean?
I would assume it's I would assume it's a full re. I mean,
Yeah.
early, like, it's, I don't know. It's an interesting one too, right? Because both teams kind of showed their cards for what opening they're going to go for, but now
Yeah,
they're
very much
probably
so.
going to switch up the opening. Like, Boo Boo and Sparty had the unpredictable like 2-hit through pillars play to delete. Who was it? Frosty that died right away. Yeah. So I don't expect they do the same thing at all. And maybe we'll see a very different opening here.
Well, Eli, based on your logic, right? Maybe they do the same thing because on the other side, they're expecting Renegade and Frosty to not get caught off guard by that again.
Yeah.
Maybe they go right back to it, kind of with that, devious, really like deep mental game.
The deception,
right? The art of deception is
like they won't expect us to do it twice.
yeah.
So
There's
let's
no
just do
way because
again.
it was such a clear opening start. Like nobody would forget what What did they do again? No, you know exactly what they did. They both held forward on the left stick all the way through to pillars to the 8 bags. I think they switch it up. I do think they will switch up, but I wouldn't be surprised. I'm just going to throw it out there for the chat to at least look for the same start and really see how deep the mental game gets. As Sparty does look down that B pillar side, and he throws off some maybe awareness with the grenades going off, telling like they're pushing that way, but they're not. Boo Boo Doo instead goes down. Renegade not fooled as he has help now with Frosty. Wow, massive play there. A 2-0 flawless start for Renegade and Frosty.
I think you're right. I would be willing to bet that Boo Boo said like, "Hey, just shoot the grenades again," so they think we're doing it again, and then just go tower instead. Like that was probably in the comms. Obviously, didn't
100%.
quite work out because Renegade and Frosty just kind of dismantled the other play there by holding forward of their own. Now they've got the sniper, but this is not where you want to be with the sniper. He's going to try to activate the QT. I can't see a way for him to get a ton of value out of this. Well, it proves me wrong. He's already getting value out of it to stay alive here. Look at this. Okay. That could have been a highlight clip waiting to happen, but ultimately does get taken down.
And you can really sense the emphasis from Sparty wanting to take down Renegade with that QT. I've seen a couple clips on Sparty's Twitter. And this might be another one right here. Oh, hits the double kill, no scope, no QT needed. That was going to be my next point was Sparty's been posting a ton of those QT clips on Livefire. Looked like why he wanted to take down Renegade so bad, and I don't know, maybe it was possession of the snipe instead as he lands an unbelievable, filthy double kill.
Doesn't expect... What? Did he shoot the plasma right there? Oh, maybe Boo Boo shot the plasma. I'm not sure, but... That was actually shocking how fast Renegade was just in the open in Sparty's face. I don't think Sparty was predicting that at all. You could see he was predicting that maybe his opponent would show up sandbags or big door. Renegade so fast off of his spawn point to apply instant pressure, constantly catching them off guard, and that was a major difference how they were able to tie this one up.
Oh, I love this dichotomy in the pace of play here from Frosty. Moments ago, he's holding forward on his left stick. Now we see Boo Boo Doo doing that. And now he's creeping and crouching in the corner of Snipe 1. Now, at a moment's notice, makes his pounce. The timing was perfect there. The help from Boo Boo Doo as well cleans up the finish on Renegade. And now Frosty on the other side of the map has half a QT to work with. And although it's a 1v2, he probably feels a little bit safer about this push, knowing he can QT to safety. That's exactly what we see here. And look at that on the flip side. Renegade spawns up and gets right back in the mix. Frosty still rotating with the few remains of that QT. Don't pop it just because you can. He does a good job holding his ground, now holding that camo, and now activating it in the suit. Very surprised that Sparty was not able to get that slay.
Sparty actually sat back, maybe predicting that Frosty would go back through the portal, but Frosty wisely not going back, probably understands that would be way too dangerous to do. And we're definitely seeing some value out of the QT. I mean, Frosty pushed all the way into C before Renegade had even spawned, knowing that he was just going to deal some damage and then portal back, and that John would move so fast off of his spawn to follow up on the kill. And they end up getting a 1-kill lead for it.
Frosty with a shot into the back of Boo Boo Doo sends him down to 1 HP, but he's not going to get cleaned up. Instead, he's going to reshield, regroup with Sparty. Ice set on Frosty, but now averting their attention to Renegade. Now back to Frosty. Great job prioritizing opponents here. They got Renegade and Frosty on the low ground. Renegade now back outside towards the camo, but he goes down. Great job manipulating Frosty and Renegade to force the 1v2 for Boo Boo and Sparty as we're now tied 7-all.
Frosty, though, smart play to stay alive here. Like, he could have stayed in the fight and maybe tried to save Renegade, but valuing these 6 bullets of the sniper rifle way more than Renegade's life in that moment. Like, yes, he loses a kill to the other team, but could potentially get 6 more with this sniper. Once again, Renegade goes down though without any cover fire from Frosty. More to the credit of Boo Boo and Sparty just running down Renegade in these positions. But now Frosty in a good position to watch his back.
Another one of those QT plays from Sparty as he uses it to stay alive and then comes right back to the garage door to finish off his opponent, Frosty. Ultimately goes down though. Renegade cleans him up. Boo Boo and Renegade, the last player's alive. He's not aware where Boo Boo is, and I am so surprised that Renegade was able to force the trade there. It seemed like Boo Boo had gotten the better of him with the positioning, but nonetheless, trade out as Boo Boo and Sparty cling to that 1-kill lead.
Time and time again, whenever Frosty dies, you can almost guarantee he's going to go right back for that sniper rifle. Almost kills Renegade there with the grenade. That was very close. Also takes heavy damage from Keydor. Renegade wins a very important fight. Might also be able to turn 2, but Sparty's not going to make it easy. Both these players using some crazy movement in this fight, and it ends in a all-out brawl trade. And that sniper rifle is kind of a curse right now. It's just been, I don't think either team has really gotten a kill with it, but both teams are fighting for it relentlessly.
Oh, Sparty, great recognition of the fact that Frosty has the snipe, started to trickle down towards the dummies, and then said, I'm not going to give him that for free. I'm going to fight him at a different position. Wow, look at that. Instead of fighting from dummies, they rotate to the A sandbags, drop to the screen door, and find the sleigh, find Camel because of it. Great discipline and decision-making there from Frosty, or excuse me, from Spartan and Boo Boo Doo.
I have to think that Money 2's experience definitely helping Boo Boo see this game type a bit differently. You know, often in 4v4, there's enough bodies on your team to just throw yourselves at the item, and if you've got the numbers advantage, come out on top, but you've got to be a bit more strategic and meticulous with the way you approach these situations. Sparty trying to jump and hit the remote detonation. I think that's going to be a play we see at some point throughout the season. Unable to land the shot though, and gets taken down, but Boo Boo's got the fresh snipe.
And Boo Boo has 2 spikers. With 2 spikers up there on the cuts, wouldn't be surprised if he just spams them out, but no, he's going to instead divert to the B pillar side, spots an enemy portal, and like a back smack on Beaver Creek sets up for it, but no one's going to come. Instead, they push the
Snipe.
nest bridge. Frosty gets his face taken because of it. Nice slide out. An even nicer shot though from Boo Boo Doo Boo as he retains possession of that snipe and the lead up 3.
So impressive, just the reticle positioning, right? Like, I feel like Boo Boo is, if he's in a social lobby, he's going to aim at head level on that bridge because they're probably just going to walk without sliding, right? But when he plays against Frosty and Renegade, he knows that when they enter that sight line, they will more than often be sliding. So he actually kept his reticle placement lower, predicting that that's what they would do, and he's rewarded with a headshot for it.
That's why I always tell players I'm coaching up, jot down those mental notes on your opponents. And honestly, you should have studied them up before the game even started, but you got to take down those mental notes in game. Where does Sparty like to push? Does he like to slide out? Does he like to jump out? Or does he play it at a, even head level sprint around the corner? There's a lot of options, and you got to know which is most likely from your opposition as Sparty lands the unicorn spike grenade on the forehead of Frosty. Trades out ultimately, but those are going to benefit Boo Boo and Sparty as they're still up by 3, 4:20 left.
Just had to call out the 4:20 on the clock, didn't you, Hunter?
Well, it's 4:20. It's factually accurate.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. You're right. All right, Boo Boo's got the sniper top tower. Renegade's going to try to sneak up here on him. Boo Boo, though, with the repulse sniper, takes him down immediately. Predicted that that's likely where he'd come from. Maybe Sparty saw a glimpse of the camouflage and alerted him that he was on the way, or he just read him like a book. That was disgusting.
Might be another disgusting shot, and it is! The no-scope cross-map from Boo Boo Doo Boo builds this lead to 5 as Boo Boo and Sparty, they look a little sleepy. They looked a little cold in game 1, but they are woken up and on fire now as Boo Boo Doo Boo holds onto the snipe. Doesn't spot anybody just yet. Renegade dips out, but at low shield, Sparty should be able to clean him up, and he does. And this will ultimately be a great trade for him as they maintain a lead, although it's at 4. So Renegade and Frosty, they're sort of chipping away at this. They got the snipe now. This one's not over.
That was such a good use of the QT there. His target was trying to run away behind cover, but he knew his portal was in a position that he could hit the shot from there. Uses the portal to guarantee the kill. Almost turned it into a double, but Sparty proven to be one of the best QT players early on live fire.
Oh, Boo Boo Doo in a bad spot, but Sparty safe face with a grenade. How? And Boo Boo's still alive. I thought for sure one of those 2 grenades was going to take him down. Sparty earns the trade before falling off the map to hold on to that 4-kill lead, 24-20. If not for some heads-up display of proficiency from Sparty, this one could be much closer, maybe even tied. Probably would be, as Boo Boo Doo goes down 24-21.
Can't get too impatient though. This is kind of an awkward fight. Sparty just sticks to it, man. Just trust that he's going to hit the shot. You see him predicting the opponent going to the left, predicting that he's going to jump to the top. I mean, I think Sparty might have more hours played than anyone in the game.
He does. He's
like,
proud of that.
Period, right?
He's very proud of that. You've seen him post, and I think he's at hero rank. He's like one of the only players to reach hero rank by only queuing matchmaking rank.
Yeah. This is the shot I was talking about though. Go back to that lineup real quick from that snipe if you could. Great shots here from Sparty, but I was gonna say that experience from Sparty just shows that he knows how those situations play out. But look at this. Look at the reticle placement. It's lower to where he just has to swipe it to the side. And it's not at the head level of a normal Spartan. He just swipes cleanly to the left to hit him mid slide.
I got another.
That's only if you predict that.
I got another tip. If you could slow that down and go back just a little bit, Louis. Using geographical references on the map. You got those 2 lines there on the Nest Bridge. You can almost use that as a reference point, and you can kind of see Boo Boo Doo do just that. If he's coming through with a slide, he's lining it up on that first line. If it's head level, you'd line it up a little above it on the second line. And there you can see that perfect use of centering. Boo Boo Doo making sure that the only adjustment he needs to make is left and right. You don't even have to worry about up and down when you predict the centering perfectly like we just saw there from Boo Boo Doo. All right, here we go. Heading into our game 4 as Boo Boo and Sparty running 2 back-to-back wins, but it's 2 back-to-back kills here for Renegade, and Frosty has them up 2-0 here in game 4.
I think we saw a little bit of the conversation after the reset when they did decide for the full just a little confirmation of that. But wow, this early game, very strong for Renegade and Frosty. These guys have been very confident on this map throughout the day. But it was this map that they got blown out on, that 25-9, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was just moments ago. So this is one way to rewrite history, as they've already reached half of the total, eclipsed half of the total in that game after 1 minute. So it's safe to say Renegade and Frosty are back in the mix, 5-1.
Shouldn't they be playing Recharge though?
That's right. This would be game 5.
Solitude is supposed to be game 5. Interesting. I wonder if maybe they GA'd. Did that on purpose?
Yeah, I think this was and just for what it's worth, this is an LVT tournament. This is not sanctioned by anybody else. We are putting this on for the community, by the community. And with that being said, if the pros do want to, GA something, maybe even a map, we're going to allow it. That's all fair game, as it's all fair in love and war. And like you always talk about, Eli, these guys are friends. They're coming to these agreements as rivals, sure, but friends as well, with a lot of respect for each other. We see a 5-1 lead build here for Renegade and Frosty. Renegade with control of the snipe, but not for much longer, as Boo Boo Doo earns the double kill and the shot. Just like that, Boo Boo and Sparty are right back in it. Camo up in 2, but not quite the timing you needed to grab that with Renegade and Frosty down. Instead, it's going to be a fight for top mid.
Sparty going down there is a big deal. Boo Boo knows he can't even contest his camo anymore. He's going to try to grab the thrust instead and finds a kill for it. Renegade, though, is going to get out with camo, and Sparty and Boo Boo know about it. I think they're going to play a little bit cautious here, try to find this camo player. The melee repulse combination so deadly, especially with camo. I have to imagine there's nothing Boo Boo can do to counter that. Now he picks up Boo Boo's thrust and finds the trade against Sparty, extending their lead now to 3.
I love that there. Renegade was like, well, a melee and repulsor wasn't strong enough, so I'm just going to switch to the thrust to earn the close quarter combat kill. As he does trade out with Sparty. 8-5 here with 9:15 left on the clock. Frosty and Renegade at the back of the A courtyard. Sparty looking to potentially push up from the hotel, but with Shock up soon, they're going to set themselves up for it. Shock in 5.
I think there was even more to that switch from Repulsor to Thrust than meets the eye. When you switch equipment, the cooldown timer is immediately reset. So you could, in theory, repulse, pick up a thrust, and then instantly thrust. If he held on to the repulse, he would have had to wait throughout the cooldown and probably not been able to use it in the next fight. So big brain tactics out of Renegade to make sure he has as much utility as possible against both opponents in succession.
All right, there you have it. A big brain breakdown on some of these big brain plays from Eli the Ninja. Renegade now with shots on 2 pushing through the snipe side. Renegade, though, is still full shields. It's going to keep him in the mix, in the fight. But Boo and Sparty back him down to no shields. Frosty, I was waiting for him to get some shots into support because all the attention here on Renegade. Frosty now recognizing that. Peeks out a little bit to take some shots. Now it's Renegade on the other side with the reversal. Perfect headshot on Sparty, and now Boo left to fight in a 1v1. Goes down to Frosty, and it's now a 12-5 game. Game 5. Looking more and more likely if this lead continues to build here for Renegade and Frosty.
It's kind of the reversal of what we saw in the last Solitude game. It ended 25-9 at the end. Maybe it was a little bit closer, but now the other way around. Renegade and Frosty having all the sandbox, making it very difficult for Boo and Sparty to do anything. Might be able to somehow start coming back into this, but it's going to have to take some sandbox control and winning some fights at the right time.
Great use of that little ledge there by Renegade as he avoids some of that grenade damage. Gets back to full shields, but Sparty still takes him down. Frosty down to 1 HP. Boo with open space on the map and only 2 alive for the moment. He's going to push that out. There it is. He's on his back. And now Frosty heads back to the respawn screen. Great recognition of the situation there from Boo Doo, but it's still an 8-kill game. 4 possessions separating these 2 teams. Boo and Sparty, they got to win this next one with a +2.
Look at this. Walking side by side, checking their corners. Walking through here like a SWAT team. They're making sure there are no threats in any nook and cranny that could surprise them. Renegade tries to take a look at the rest of the map. It's met by some counterfire from Sparty. Got the information he needed, but has to back down. Boo trying to find a tricky route, but he's really separated from Sparty. This is kind of risky right now. Maybe recognizing that if they're going to come back into this, they're going to have to win some risky engagements. Predicts that Renegade would come to his rescue, but Renegade with the stick regardless. Frosty's alone. Can Sparty finish the kill here?
Sticky's just being such a factor. As we still see an 8-kill game, 16-8. Renegade and Frosty have doubled up on this lead with camo up in 5. Sparty gonna put a few shots into Frosty. Does enough to take him down. A little bit of help there from Boo over the shoulder, and Sparty with the numbers edge 2v1 continues to push up despite this lead. He's not gonna wait for Renegade to push out. You're gonna get a cafe split spawn here likely for Frosty. He does in fact spawn on the hotel cafe side of the map, so Renegade all by himself. And the timing now, Frosty all by himself. This could mount towards a comeback here. You take Frosty down, you get snipe, and it's just a 5-kill game. Boo Doo and Sparty have done a great job to get right back in it.
That whole sequence was so beautifully played by Boo. He just was simultaneously positioning himself with camo into the best position to cut off both opponents while Sparty is chasing them down from behind, also making his way towards the sniper at the same time. He really gave Renegade and Frosty 0 options to survive there.
16-11. Boo with a full rack in that shock. As Sparty trades out, Renegade goes down, and that's going to be that +1 net outcome. You can't always play for that, but it's 17-13. We're still in the teens. Not quite in the 20s just yet. That might be a little bit more dangerous for Boo and Sparty, but for now, you'll take that trade as they're now down by just 4. 2 team wipes separates them for potentially winning this tournament right now.
Boo being such a tricky kill, just maintaining as much shield as possible, using the thrust to get out of sight lines. Tries to line up the shot on Renegade, but the movement's too strong. The wiggle strafe. He's gonna be able to burn the end of the sniper and do a decent amount of damage, but Sparty not gonna be able to follow up on that. At least they deny the resource of the shock to the other team. And now both teams gonna be looking towards this next camo coming up.
6-kill game now. Previously at 4. Renegade and Frosty have done a good job to extend that lead out a little bit, but just like we've seen, Boo and Sparty chipping away at this lead. But for how long will it last? They're running out of time. They're running out of score. 19-14. 4 minutes left in this one. Renegade taking some shots across map, looking to prevent one of the best camo players in the game from taking that. Sparty's got his support over on the snipe tower. Boo gets stuck by Frosty. Sparty on the other side wins his one with Renegade. Now it's Frosty versus Sparty, but no, Frosty went down as well. 19.
It was Boo that stuck Frosty in that engagement, not the other way around.
Okay, excuse me. He's got Boo. Yeah, sorry about that. Boo sticking Frosty. So because of it, just a 3-kill game. It's getting down to the nitty gritty, and Boo-Boo's got camo.
We've talked about this guy always making good plays with the camo, but he's against 2 players that know that. They're going to be trying to predict his route. They don't predict it fast enough, though. He comes all the way up behind him. Oh,
huge trade sticky. Oh my God, that is, we're getting near a tie game. If not for that sticky, brings it back to a 1-possession, 2-kill lead for Renegade and Frosty. Eli, how huge has the plasma grenades been in this 2v2 series?
They've been massive. If you're ever at a disadvantage in a fight, and you have a sticky grenade and you can turn it into a trade instead of just dying outright, that keeps your team in the game. Looks like Boo was able to get a kill on Renegade over here. He's got the new shock rifle as well, and Frosty's stuck in the dip. I don't know if they're aware of this, but that is not a good spot to be. He's going to try to find his way out, quickly making his way to the lift.
Oh, no!
Looks like Boo accidentally grenades himself.
Oh, but Sparty's going to clean this up.
He threw those insane plasma grenades last week, but this one's not going to work, but it's still a 1-kill game. And Renegade's stuck. Or Frosty is stuck.
21-21, 2:15 left in the game. A potential series-winning, tournament-winning sequence here for Boo and Sparty. Hopping on board here with the man himself with the shock in his hand and camo up in 8. Takes the shot on Renegade. Boo goes down off screen. And now Sparty is going to need another hero moment if he wants to win this tournament and prevent a potential Game 5. Renegade and Frosty coming from the lower side of the bracket would look to reset things here. Sparty has second thoughts. Boo Doo with a grenade kill. Takes down Renegade, 22-all.
And Frosty doesn't have the camo. They tried to reposition to apply pressure to Sparty, but when Boo came off spawn, he denied them that option. Looks like neither team grabbed the camo just yet. The trade. Only 1 kill now needed for Frosty and Renegade.
Huge trade, Eli. If not, Boo gets the kill. It's 23-23, and Boo has camo roaming on the map. What a trade sequence there. Massive takedown as Renegade and Frosty are 1 kill away. Boo, Doo, and Sparty. Only 2, though, as they look to push up on the A ledge. Have a couple shots. The repulsor's going to send Sparty back to bottom mid. Boo heads towards LR. Has an opponent, 1 shot. Sparty with the bait and switch. 24-all. It comes down to this. Sparty pushes through, and Sparty has to reload. But they still get the slay. Boo Doo on the bait and switch. Wins it by 1 and takes the LV2 2v2 Series 2 with the win.
Oh my God. That ending sequence was so insane. I love the aggression and trust. Literally everything we just witnessed at the end all comes down to trust. They are switching targets back and forth, so they both jump on the ledge. They see a target, shoots him, sees the repulse, gets repulsed down. Now they know that the push is going to come in from LR. Boo baits out the thrust, turns his head, knows that Sparty can finish it. Boo tries to get out of dodge before dying, but then Sparty grabs the thrust right here off of the dead opponent.
Takes no frag damage. Takes no frag damage. That's the key.
Dodges the grenade. Moves forward, thrusts forward, knowing he has a shield advantage. Somehow doesn't get the headshot here. Then jumps behind. Renegade misses the shot, and Boo with full shields this whole time behind him while he's now regenning his shields is going to push in front and finish the kill. Oh my God.
This is Halo, and this is LVT Halo. Ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible 2v2 tournament. Dare I say, Eli, in the second week, now we haven't had the 4v4s yet. That'll be tomorrow. We don't have to wait very much longer. 1 sleep for more epic Halo. But I'm loving 2s, man. I think Tool said somewhere in chat earlier, we need to set up a league, like a separate league for 2v2s, because the content has been electric, the competition has been thrilling, and the matches have been so close, even when they're not. What an unbelievable display of Halo here today. Huge props again to LVT for putting this on for the community. I cannot imagine a more epic finish. Oh, what do you know? That's just what you come to expect from LVT, though. Wow. Woo. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that will do it for Eli. I don't have words. I just want to look into the camera like an idiot and smile because I'm just so happy with the Halo that we've gotten to witness in these last 2 weeks. Eli, I got no words. Final thoughts come from you.
Man, I agree with that. Like, twos are such a pure form of Halo. I mean, if anybody is here is as old as me and Hunter are, you guys know about like the legacy of like the Ogres 2v2 going basically undefeated throughout Halo 1 and 2. I'm pretty sure that they also were undefeated in foosball. Fun story about that anyways. But dude, it's such a pure form of Halo. There's so much like play and then counterplay, counter strategy, deception, like I talk about. The sandbox is like even more important in twos than it is in fours, because if the other team has the sandbox, then everyone you run into has better weapons than you, instead of in fours, like sometimes you run into a guy that just has a bandit or a BR or whatever. But there's just so many different sequences and situations that can play out in twos that are so interesting, and I'd love to see more of this action. This was an absolute blast to cast, and congratulations to Boo Boo and Sparty, two of my favorite players right now to watch in general, and for them to take down Frosty and Renegade in such an epic fashion. By the way, they were down by what, like 10 kills that game at one point, at least 7 or 8,
21 to 15 or 16 even, so they got into the 20s with a 3 team wipe lead. It was a big comeback.
To come back and win like that in epic fashion, that was amazing to watch and so fun to cast.
Yeah, unbelievable tournament. As Eli and I will sign off for the evening. We'll be right back tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. Don't set your alarm. Get your coffee ready. Don't just show up for the grand finals. Be here for every single match because they're all so good, and we have an incredible team surrounding LVT to produce and bring these matches to you guys. So with that, Mikowski signing off. Eli as well for my duo. We're going to send it back to the broadcast desk, and we'll see you guys again tomorrow for more of this, just the game we love.
Wow, Tools, Boo Boo, Doo and Spartan prevail, the champions of the second LVT 2v2 Open Tournament. Are you shocked, Tools?
I'm more shocked at the way that Spartan was playing in that final moment, right? He's playing as if he can't lose a gunfight, and that's what I love to see, right? 2 critical games that he wins. The last game with that big push when he goes down the hallway, but if you recall back to the live fight, I remember it was him versus Frosty. He's down shots and he's ego challenging. He's pushing forward. He says, "Come take the fight. I'm not gonna lose it." He kept that same confidence in this game 5, and it made all the difference. Honestly, I feel like we're seeing this new era of what Halo looks like for Spartan, right? He's kind of re-identifying himself. Yes, he's always been that sort of high intensity Slayer player, but this is like a disrespectful Spartan who does not care what's going on in this gunfight. You can see the thought process in his head, right? There's the thrust. Get it? Doshinade. Let's push forward. Don't give any respect. Boo Boo Doo Boo. He's the best in the business at bailing me out if I go too far. Great job doing, being very aggressive, and then trusting your teammate to have the bait and switch at the end. I don't think we could have asked for a better finish right here, and you can see a high level on the micro, high level in the team play, high level is what we saw from Boo Boo Doo Boo and Spartan today.
I don't know, man. All I know is that Tyler's got that dog in him, man. Damn, that was impressive. Yeah, dude, literally like balls of steel. I don't know what else to say, man. That was good. That was good. A good ending. I'm not gonna lie. Like I was prepping graphics, dude. I was like, all right, game 5, here we go. Nope.
Here we go. Dude, honestly, a fantastic tournament from Boo Boo Doo Boo and Spartan, especially when you take into consideration their performance just 1 week ago, right? They left so early in the tournament. I believe they left in elimination quarterfinals, if not earlier than that. I don't know if they were even on our graphic because of how early they got bounced out of the tournament. To be able to be resilient, come back and play the best Halo I've seen from these two in quite a while, I think it's just a testament to how good these players are. And I'm very excited to see what this Sentinels roster looks like and how they're going to play come HCS, Optic, Arlington. Really, I feel like that Sentinels roster has really flown under the radar this offseason. No one's really been talking about them not making a change. And well, I'm very excited to see how that really shows itself in just a couple months' time.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, it's something also worth noting is that, Renegade goes down second place twice in a row. That can't feel good for Renegade, man. I know Renegade, you know what I'm saying? He wants to be the best at all times. And unfortunately comes up short once again. Last weekend with Lucid, this weekend with Frosty. That's got to be tough. Two different opponents. I think it's just a 2v2 game. It's what's up?
Lou, you know what's happening?
Huh.
It's Bound is in his sauna in Ohio. He's sitting there. The door opens and he says, "Oh, look where you have to come." He's saying, "If you want to win this tournament, you best be picking me up as your teammate." I don't know. We might see the Bound and Renegade team once again next week. I don't know. Renegade doesn't like to lose. Whatever he needs to do to win, I'm sure he'll get it done next week. Honestly, it's going to be bangers next week. If you're a pro player, you're watching, get yourself signed up. I want to see you guys signed up early. I really feel like it makes a big difference. When everyone goes and looks at who's signed up and they see a bunch of pro teams, it makes the other pro teams want to sign up as well. Like, we want to get as many of the high level players in these tournaments. It's $1,000 on the line, right? Every one of you can go to the grand finals. I want to see it. All of the pro players signing up next week.
I feel that, man. These 2v2s, they're too much fun. Hey, I want to shout out to the community because we have a slew of subs that have come through. Rhino Skin gifting 20 subs 53 minutes ago. We had Oh Benny Lava coming through with the sub, Bad Transmission, Magic Moonshot, and then 10 gifted 6 minutes ago by Jay Bow with 10 gifted. So appreciate the subs. We're at 911 subs as we speak. Tools. Ooh. That's pretty impressive considering we started like at 700 today.
Yeah, I was about to say, we were talking about our subs yesterday. I remember hearing the word 600 or 700 was where we're at.
Yeah. And
sorry, still getting over this sickness, but the fact that we're almost to 1,000 is crazy. I'd love to get to 1,000 by the end of the month.
Absolutely. And yeah, 1,000 by the end of the month. We're 89 away. So I think it's possible, but we'll see. We'll be live tomorrow once again. Tournament starts at 11 a.m. You can still register. It's not maxed out yet, but spots do fill fast. I will say I think there's plenty of room in this 4v4 tomorrow, but it will be Swiss format. So everybody that gets involved gets more playtime. With Swiss format, we're literally adding more Swiss rounds so that there's more disparity between teams. That way when we go to bracket play, it'll be easier to make the cut. Last week, we ended up taking 16 to bracket play. This time, we're absolutely not going to do that. We're trying to cut down the time on these tournaments. This one ran 11 hours, so we cut it 1 hour short. I don't know. I'm not sure how else we could fix this, but I think in 2v2s, with 120 over 100 teams, it's just kind of inevitable. It's going to be a long day, but the 4v4 should be a little bit faster. We're running best of 3s for 5 rounds, then best of 5s for the last 2 rounds of Swiss play, and that means that everybody involved, as long as you keep playing, you keep getting matches generated while we're in the Swiss portion of the bracket. So you're going to get the best practice possible, and you're going to be the match. The way this works, right, is that the matches should be competitive, more competitive as they go, right, Tools?
Yeah, and the more you play, the more competitive your match will be. You're always going to match with someone around your rank. Usually going to be exactly whatever your score is, depending on how many teams sign up, though. And this is just the nature of Swiss format. Sometimes you're going to be the unlucky team that's 2-1 that has to play the 3-0 team. It's just the way that Swiss formats work when you have a high number of teams signing up. Hopefully we can try to finesse the numbers so that we can get that even number that we're liking. But I believe having extra rounds towards the end and then making the later rounds best of 5s over best of 3s will definitely add that layer of complexity that's needed to kind of differentiate some scores and give us a clear top 8 into which we can cut to.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, today has been pretty epic. That's going to wrap up our 1-year anniversary stream. Also, our LVT Halo 2v2 Open Tournament number 2. We got another 2v2 tournament next week, next Saturday. So you can also, you hit the same registration link. I'll put it in the chat right now. You can see all the tournaments that remain. get signed up, people. Or excuse me, it's registered. Excuse me.
Yeah, just get yourself signed up. We have 2 more 4v4s, 1 tomorrow, 1 next Sunday, and then 1 last 2v2 until we kind of re-go to the drawing board and see what we want to do in future months. I'm going to tell you right now, 2v2s, they're not going anywhere, right? It's just, it's going to have to change a little bit. We can't do the Saturdays because Saturdays are now an HCS day. So, you know, stick by. We'll figure out how we can do some 2v2s in the future.
Absolutely. I don't want to see him go away. Whether it's like we have to bring back Money Tuesday or we start running 2s on Fridays, I don't know. We'll go to the drawing board. We'll come up with the best solution, and always, right, we'll try to improve as we go. But I appreciate everybody that's been here in the stream with us today. It's 10:02 Central, which means I believe our drops are done. No, I think we got one more hour. One more hour, Tools.
You know, maybe we throw on the replays, let it go for an hour.
Yeah.
We'll see.
You guys can stick around for a second. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate everybody coming through. Any final words, Tools?
Sign up, please. Like, if you're a player that's been thinking about playing the 4v4s, like, we want everyone, not only pros, like anyone, we want everyone to experience as much competitive Halo as possible. This is your big opportunity. I mean, honestly, I don't think it's against the rule for you HCS casters to sign. This is an LVT tournament, so like on set, go get
in the chat.
Go get Golden Boy, go get everyone, right? You know, honestly, I want to see the HCS caster team next week. You know, I don't think it breaks any rules since we're not an HCS caster. I don't know, whatever it is. I'd love to see everyone possibly competing that can.
Okay, that's gonna do it, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate everybody coming through. I'll leave you with some replays for now, some of the highlights from the grand finals, and then of course we'll be live again tomorrow. So come back tomorrow. You know where it is, twitch.tv/LVT Halo, the best and most exciting Halo Infinite gameplay you will find on the Twitch directory is right here. Shout out to all the co-streamers that co-streamed today. Appreciate you all putting the time in and enjoying the show. So I hope all the viewers on the other side in the other channels also enjoyed the show. That'll be it, ladies and gentlemen. We will be out in just a few moments. Enjoy your night.
Bye.
Perfect. Killing spree.